This novel's story goes like this. One day the world undergoes a great upheaval. Suddenly towers and dungeons appears, and monsters comes out of it, making the world fall in chaos as the monsters starts attacking humans. The peninsula of Korea was hit especially hard. It was notorious for the endless spawning of towers and dungeons. And the monster attacks were also stronger than any other country. It was complete hell. But only in dark can a brilliant light be born, as the lightning strikes the attacking monster. The parent and her kid looks in relief as a hand is forwarded towards them. And the light in this novel were called heroes. With their power, Korea started to fight back against the monsters, and the towers and dungeons were slowly brought under control. Companies started using the cataclysm as an economic opportunity and started to recover from the situation. And as the time passed, together with the heroes, South Korea became one of the world's top superpowers. It became a country where heroes from all over the world gathered. And to combat the increasing monsters and dungeons, it created the world's best hero training center with the top magic and magic engineering technology, which was called Cube. Heroes from all over the world gathered in Cube, beating the intense competition. There also exists a main character in this world to save the world, and also a rival to contest with him. Up until now, it was an overview of this world, and the reason I know it because this world wasn't made by a god, it was made by me, the author. However, there is a problem. We see an announcer calling out the first place cadet of the first year, Kim Soo-ho. The world which our author wrote starts to unfold right before his eyes. Seeing Kim Soo-ho's face, he gets sure that it must be the world which he wrote. He starts to wonder how all of it happened, but he is suddenly overwhelmed by the comments of everyone around him about Kim Soo-ho. He notes that he can hear everyone talking from afar, as above the stadium, someone is praising their lineup of cadets for this year, calling them outstanding. Especially Kim Soo-ho, as he is just 17 years old. Kim Soo-ho is also the main character of this novel. The one who will lead this chaotic world, which will be controlled by either a monster or a hero, and he has a hero's kind and righteous heart. Also a special secret that he never reveals to anyone. The author notes about one other guy coming up in the second place. It's a white-haired, golden-eyes dude, Shin Jong-hak. He is also the Jinsung Corporation's 4th-generation owner, and he also has the potential that could match the main character, but he is a villain in this novel. As in the future, his inferiority complex towards Kim Soo-ho will turn him towards evil, and they would oppose each other like light and shadow. Seeing them two standing over there like this, our author is once again sure that this the novel's world. But then he starts to wonder about his own identity. If he is someone in his novel, he should have a name. Suddenly someone taps on his shoulder asking him to not space out, and he calls out his name as Chun-dong. Though as his face, we see a question mark. He asks the other kid if he called him, which he did as who else is named Kim Chun-dong here. Hearing that name, he gets shocked and wonders if someone was there from this name in his novel. Since he doesn't remember anything about him, he wonders if seeing his face could make him remember something, but he is only able to see a question mark, which freaks him out and surprises him as well. As this was the point he realized that he was turned into a character he never wrote about once, no set appearance, an old-styled name, and a faint existence, with no one paying attention to him as he has no face. And even in Cube, he is the ordinary out of ordinary, a character that won't even interact with the main characters. A character just to fill up the audience seats. He is a novel's extra, a speck of dust in the novel. One day he received an email, which he wondered what it could be about. We see it's a remake offer for his novel, and learn that our MC has put his novel, The Returned Hero, on hold due to falling into a slump for the past half year. He finds the person behind the email odd due to wanting a remake of something that's been put on pause. He stares silently at the email and decides to reply, because of the guilt he felt for putting it on pause, and because he thought it was a request from some weird fan. But that response became the cause of it all. Back to the present, our MC washes his face, as he is finally getting used to it after 2 whole weeks. And for this whole 2 weeks, he has been wearing this face with question mark, and realizes that it's in fact not a dream. This world is also from the novel he wrote, and Kim Chun-dong that he possessed is one of the many extras in the novel. He also tried to find out who put him in this world and why, using all sorts of methods, but in the end, he did not got any answer. Now due to which, perhaps he has to stay in this world for a while. And if this world continues until he stopped writing, it would be about 10 years. Realizing that, he gets scared thinking that he would be stuck in this world for 10 years while mingling with a bunch of teenagers. And he really does not want to get stuck in a suspended novel, as he has a life outside as well. He calms himself down and tries to think of a way back home. The only one he can think for now is to catch up with the main story, and to hold on until the middle of the story, after which he stopped writing. And for now he decides to simply endure in this world of a novel. And to do that, he has to attend this school, Cube. It's a man-made island located near the East Sea. including the future hero cadets. About 50,000 people reside here. It's a modern city concentrated with the world's magic and industry skills and talent, and its existence is why Korea is considered a superpower. It's the heart of the city, and as well as the main stage of his novel. We see him arriving at a huge building, which is the Hero Training Center of Cube. Out of all the students training to be heroes with their special skills, called gifts, only the top of the elites are qualified to become Cube's cadets. And the body he possessed is also a Cube cadet, though he does not know what kind of skills it possess, but assumes it to be something as he was able to enroll into Cube with it. And whatever it might be, he hopes that it's something useful for surviving in this scary school. He enters his class, which is Class Veritas, the center of the Cube arc. The good and the evil characters, the supporter and the rival, and the main protagonist of the story, all of them are here. All of these characters will form cliques soon, which will become a cause for many things. And to spend 10 years with these students, for him things are not looking good already. Now fast forward to evening, as he is walking towards his dormitory, without even knowing how his day went. And right as he is monologuing about his high school, he stops in the middle after noticing something. We see it's a delivery for him, which he starts to unbox. He wonders if it's Kim Cheon-dong's personal stuff, and gets shocked upon seeing its content. It turns out to be his laptop from his old world. In shock, he wonders why is this here, and it starts to boot up. It initializes synchronization, and a bright light flashes from it. It's actually synchronizing Kim Cheon-dong's character with Kim Ha-jin and downloads all the settings as well. He starts to remember that these are all the settings that he wrote. He tries to reach out to it, wondering who is doing all this, and suddenly an overlap over his character starts to appear. The synchronization gets to 99%, and the question mark on his face starts to break as well. His laptop also shows him that he has learned a unique authority, setting intervention. The glass hiding his face starts to break, and soon enough completely shatters, revealing the face of our MC. And as the synchronization completes, all of his stats gets resetted. He looks at his laptop screen, his real face. Seeing the notifications around him, he starts to wonder what is happening and wonders if it's enlightenment. It's an awakening that happens when you go beyond your limits, and it's called enlightenment in this world. And when it happens, all of your skills, gifts, and abilities becomes digitized so you can see them and you can become much stronger in more efficient way. In simple words, it's a status window. He starts to look at them one by one, firstly synchronization and reset, which stands out the most to him. Though he is not sure what it means, but due to he got his face back from a question mark, and compared to Cheon-dong's abilities, he is very weak, but instead he got points. And the next thing that caught his eye was setting intervention, which he wonders about. Ha-jin realizes that he does not remember writing any ability like that, and wonders what does gaining more importance mean here. Suddenly, he realizes that perhaps it means that he needs to become more important in this novel. And the reason for why they gave him this notebook and strange ability is because he has to interfere in this world's main story. Just as he is trying to dismiss it all as bullshit, another notification pops up, this time about some undisclosed information. He gets pissed, knowing that if he wants to find a clue to return to his original world, he needs to be obedient and intervene as told. He calms down and sits down, as even if he don't do anything and wait until the novel finishes, there is no guarantee that he would return to his original world. And even if the undisclosed information turns out to not be a clue, he might get a clue somewhere to escape while getting involved with the main characters. And if he wants to do that, he needs to get stronger to endure the main story. In his novel, the concept of leveling up does not exist. You cannot increase stats as you like, so the only methods is points, a very valuable commodity. And to use them most efficiently, he decides to invest in luck. Luck is not limited to probability of finding an unknown reward in dungeon, earning money, bonus stats, interpersonal relationship. It's a scam-like effect that takes effect throughout daily life. And invariable stats like luck cannot be raised with points, but it might be possible to convert his points to SP. As such, he gives it a shot and invests the SP in luck. And right after that, he gets a notification that a mysterious luck is in effect. And such the effect applies to the luck stat itself and increases it by 0.1%. And since the protagonist, Kim Soo-ho's magic power is around 9.0, Ha-jin thinks that he has pulled off something amazing. He decides to invest rest of the SP into perseverance, since he would need it to endure the bootcamp training. And due to his high luck, his perseverance also gets a bonus increase. Suddenly he is met with a warning, stating that from now on invariable stats cannot be modified with SP. Ha-jin gets annoyed and calls it quite petty, though he somewhat guessed that tricks would have its limits, but he is thankful that he was able to at least modify luck and perseverance. He suddenly remembers that he also had another 10,000 SP from novice consideration. He starts to think on where to use that as well, but ends up putting it on hold and think it through a bit more before using it. Now in the classroom, the professor commends everyone for the morning training and introduces himself. He introduces himself as Kim Soo-hyuk. He would be in charge of them for the next year. Ha-jin notes, ranking points, 3850, world ranking, 9737, an upper intermediate grade 5 according to the association's classification. Professor Soo-hyuk gets straight to the point. He warns them that Cube is not as fun as they think. The absolute indicator here are their grades. Without them they will fall behind, and statistically less than half of Cube cadets will graduate without being paid. And as this institution trains heroes, they will judge them through a precise and strict criteria. He then orders everyone to follow him, as the first schedule is deciding their main weapon. He puts his hand over the lock and a gate opens. We see they have arrived at some kind of armory with bunch of different types of weapons to choose from. As they all are frozen in awe, the professor yells at them to hurry up and choose a weapon that they would like to use. And once they have chosen their main weapon, they won't be able to change it for the next 6 months, as such they should be careful in choosing them. We see bunch of students choosing their weapons such as bows, rapier, etc. Ha-jin observes that the main characters have chosen their weapons without any problems and realizes that it's his turn now. And since his current stats are not enough to wield weapons used by cadets, he has to be careful in choosing. And if he raises his stats to wield these weapons from now on, it would decrease the efficiency of his investments, so the weapons that he is able to use will have a few conditions. He looks for a weapon that he already wielded in his original world and something that he would be able to adapt to the quickest. And as he chooses his weapon, a student notices it. Everyone starts commenting that if he is picking that for real, and the professor is also shocked upon noticing it. He confirms with Ha-jin if this is really his weapon choice. Everyone starts to stare at Ha-jin, and the professor asks that he recalls he used a sword at the military academy. He simply replies that he decided to switch. The professor simply agrees while saying that a cadet makes all the choices at Cube. Whether it's a good decision or not, a cadet must take all the responsibility for it. Though hearing all that, he is not fazed in his decision. He starts hearing everyone mocking him for picking that weapon. But Ha-jin explains that even in this world this weapon is good, at least for those who cannot use magic. The bullets often used in this world are called magic bullets, because they are infused with mana. They have much more power than a metal bullet. However, even these merits, the main reason people neglect these weapons is because they have clear limits. The first reason is that no matter how strong the wielder is, the damage it can do is fixed. The second reason is, guns have shallow origins and barely any history to them. This world is made up of legends and mythology. The artifacts from the legends and myths actually exists, and the deeper the origin, the higher the weapon grade is. That is why the cadets favor old, prehistoric weapons over modern weapons, that trust their own skills instead of relying on magic bullets. Even if they hit their limit, they borrow the power from the armament to go one step higher. Though for Ha-jin, he thinks that it all has nothing to do with him. He does not consider himself some main character, he has never touched a sword either, so he won't be a match for other cadets. Choosing this weapon might not be too bad of a choice for him. He can use it immediately, and just by using it, he can gain SP from standing out. And since he has chosen his weapon, it's time to get his gift. It is an ability that could very well be called a superpower. Usually, only one gift is given to a person, but there are few exceptions. The holder of a gift that has yet to be manifested, and the one that has already manifested the sword sync gift, Kim Soo-ho. Soo-ho, upon noticing Naeun, asks if she is here to train as well. She replies, why else would she be here, but Soo-ho asked since there aren't many people here after classes. And upon seeing her, Soo-ho also remembers that there is another sharpshooter in their class, hearing which, she realizes it's Ha-jin, on whom for some reason she is annoyed as well, prompting Soo-ho to ask her on why is she making such a face. She replies she cannot call him a sharpshooter as he can barely shoot a range of 1 kilometer, and she assumes that he has given up on becoming a hero, and if he drops out in the middle, so it won't go on his records, so he must be stalling. Hearing all that, Soo-ho tells her to not say such stuff like that easily. Naeun gets confused by it, and Soo-ho is standing and smiling nicely. She shouts at him to not nag at her, and he apologizes. She tells him to leave if he is not here to train. Outside, Ha-jin seems to be listening into their conversation, wondering if someone was talking about him. Fast forward, he is again in front of his laptop, thinking that since Kim Soo-ho was able to become the greatest hero with just one gift, it would mean gifts are really important, and the first gift writing gives 10,000 SP, which he cannot miss. He first writes a simple gift, which consumes his 10,000 SP. The gift also edits itself on its own, which surprises him. And it's usable on all ranged weapons, meaning not just firearms, but bows as well. It's also a growth type gift. It may be bad right now, but it can be raised, making it much better in the long run. As such, he decides to go with it. With that, he feels ready, as now he has to survive with this gift from now on until the main story ends. Now next day in class, the teacher is explaining about the towers and dungeons. While Ha-jin is thinking how few lines he scribbled without much care has ended up in a textbook, and if others knew about it, they would shed tears of blood, but for him he is breezing through the lecture thanks to his observation and reading gift. As its name states, he can observe everyone in his field of vision, and can also read the settings chronological timeline on his laptop without any intermediary. Naeun is sitting all quietly through the class, and the teacher finally ends her lecture. And just as she leaves, she throws a tantrum of not being able to show any practical skills and only reading theory all the time. Suddenly a guy comes and tells the whole class to report to the plaza in 20 minutes. Hearing that, she gets excited, unlike some students. The student also informs them that it's for practical training, annoying Ha-jin. Since everyone knows on what type of content this class will cover, the professor moves on with announcing the teams first. Each will have 4 members, 2 warriors, 1 sharpshooter, and 1 supporter. Unless there are special circumstances, these will be the team until the mid-semester exam. The teams also have been mixed with high and low-ranking cadets, so that there will be no issues, and he finally tells them to find their teammates. Seeing his teammate, Ha-jin is in shock, thinking that there is no way he can be on team with that person. We see he is in the same team as Yo-Yonya. Everything is as per the novel. There are numerous lead roles that exist to interact and clash with the protagonist to lead the story along. But among those lead roles, Yo-Yonya is definitely special. She is the top favorite to succeed Korea's top guild, Essence of Straight, and also a successor of the reputable Yu family. In the first half of the novel, she clashes with Kim Suho, but eventually she becomes influenced by him and becomes a strong supporter. Which makes connecting with Yo-Yonya very important, as he can get more SP as he become more involved in the story. Hence, Ha-jin decides to make sure to grab Yo-Yonya's attention during today's training. The rest of the team greets Yonya, Jin, Hosung, and Hazuki. Yonya is annoyed and thinks of the dialogue choices in her mind, and decides to greet them gently and talks very formally with them, making them feel weird since they are the same age. Yonya looks for the last member, and Ha-jin comes along while calling himself out. She asks for his introductions, and Ha-jin knows that she hates people who aren't confident. But suddenly the other members jump on him, asking about the weapon that he chooses, while informing him that he is famous within first year for choosing that kind of weapon. The professor comes behind him, asking if they really free enough to be chit-chatting here. They get scared, and the professor tells everyone that the coordinates of the monsters that each team will fight has been sent to their smartwatch and orders them to move quickly. Ha-jin teams arrive at some beach location as they are making a run towards the ocean. Yonya tells them to get ready as they will be arriving soon. As they are talking about the monsters' information, Ha-jin is running behind them and is already tired. And even though he is sure that his stamina stats are above average, all he can do is just keep on their tail, making him start to wonder if this is the average standard of a cube cadet. They finally stop as Yonya states that they have reached. It's the training zone of the 8th coast. And the monster that appears here, Black Hump Octopus. And as it appears, Yonya immediately starts their strategy meeting. The low intermediate grade monster, Black Hump Octopus, the main body's attack power is not very strong, but the problem is the humps on his head. When it detects danger, it shoots out baby octopuses from its hump to attack its enemies. Not only does it shoot out dozens of blood-sucking octopuses in one go, each baby is very dangerous because it can turn normal humans into mummies in a second. Hosung adds that once the battle starts, they should prioritize the throng of baby octopuses first then, and since there are dozens of them and needs to be taken care of quickly, Hazuki suggests Ha-jin, since he is the sharpshooter. But Yonya replies that she will handle them, and orders the warrior to stand back and preserve their magic power, since they need to cut down the Black Hump Octopus in one hit because it has strong regeneration abilities. Ha-jin is a bit surprised and assumes that perhaps she is trying to exclude him from the training. She starts to leave while asking if everyone is ready. And without listening to Ha-jin, she commands to begin the operation, which annoys him. The octopus completely destroys the boat, and Hosung is on land trying to attract his attention towards him, as the first thing they need to do is to lure him to the shore. The octopus notices him and goes underwater and rushes towards him. And as it surfaces back up, Hosung starts running, while Hazuki and Ha-jin gets ready to attack. And at last Yonya also appears with her main weapon, a whip. The octopus starts attacking with his hump and launches baby octopuses onto them. Hosung starts sweating, noting that it has already started exploding. We see all the baby octopuses are coming right towards him as he is trying to run away. Suddenly Yonha appears and takes care of all the baby octopuses. Seeing the power of Yo-Yonya, who is ranked 7th in Cube, Hosung is left in awe. He thanks her and immediately runs away, leaving her on her own to defend. As Yonya starts using her whip again, the octopus gets agitated and attacks her. But she dodges and jumps up in the air, but gets attacked by a baby octopus in midair. Hazuki shouts at her to watch out, but she is late to notice as the monster gets too close. But Hajin shoots the monster and saves Yonya from it. She is surprised that the one who saved her is none other than Kim Hajin. SP can be exchanged for stat points and increases when Hajin's importance rises. But for extra like himself, it's difficult to attract much attention from the start. Hence, the only other option he has left is to intervene in the protagonist's stories. Just like he did right now by saving Yonya, as it made other members of his team shocked as well. Yonya tries to lash out at him about her order to stay back, but is cut short as the octopus launches his attack once again. We see tons of baby octopuses coming for them again, and Yonya gets nervous seeing them. Hajin tries to calmly assess the situation, counting their number to be only in tens, and since they have low intelligence, he can clearly see their attack paths. Hence the point at which he can perform the best is right now. He starts using his gift, Bullet Time. It's a gift that he created. When used, it slows time for 3 seconds. Meaning for 3 seconds, he can clearly see all of their movements. After that, it's as simple as to shoot these baby octopuses. We see the countdown going off quickly as Hajin keeps on shooting as well. And finally, as the countdown ends, all while Yonya is looking back towards Hajin, all the baby octopuses are defeated. She is quite shocked, and the hump of the octopus is exposed. She quickly makes use of this opportunity and grabs it using her whip while telling everyone to attack. Both Hazuki and Hosung jumps over to attack and uses magic liberation. And as Hajin is defending Yonya, both Hazuki and Hosung lands a powerful blow to the octopus. The octopus finally falls down after that attack and Hajin asks if it's finally over. Yonya silently glares back at him, and Hajin lays on the ground, claiming to be all exhausted. Their clear time starts getting calculated, and it is 58 minutes and 58 seconds, ranking them on the 16th place. Seeing their team's ranking, Yonya is quite shocked. Their battle was also recorded on a video through a drone, and the footage will be sent to their smart watches so they can analyze them on their own. Fast forward, and she is quite disappointed by her ranking, even though she knows that everyone will be graded individually. She is also jealous of the fact that Chai Naeun has scored higher than her, which is rank 4 out of 100. While staring at Shin, she thinks that she wanted to make sure and split up Chai Naeun's family right from the start, but if this is all she could manage, how can she even imagine winning? She observes that Shin is staring at Naeun while smiling. Seeing this, she gets pissed and slams on her desk, and gets up while approaching Naeun's desk. But suddenly she hugs her from behind with excitement, a stark change in her emotion. She asks him about her battle and Naeun replies that they are only in 4th place, unfortunately, and flips the same question to Yonya, who hesitantly tells her that she got 16th place. But Naeun is surprised to hear that since they had a gunman, and she points towards Hajin while saying that it would have been their good luck if that didn't slow them down. But Yonya's opinion is different. She thinks that while it's true they wasted 50 minutes on a route that should have taken 10 minutes to travel due to him, but on the contrary, he pulled more than his weight during the monster battle that followed. The dozens of baby octopuses that monsters shot out were destroyed before they could even reach the ground, which makes her doubt if something like that is possible with regular magic bullets. She starts to get curious about him and wonders, just who is he? Now at the training room, he checks up his alarms to see how much he has ranked up. We see many of his stats increase, especially due to his luck. And as expected by him, his luck was in effect during the training session today, and his SP also increased quite a bit. It was quite worthwhile for him getting himself involved with Yonya. The stats also increased quite a bit from exercise, and he is sure that this is all thanks to his enlightenment and luck. He decides to head back since he has upped his stats and have exercised enough for today. Now at dormitory, in Yonya's room. She is seen analyzing their training session from the morning, specifically Hajin. She notices that in 2.78 seconds, he shot 60 bullets with his weapon within that time, which makes her wonder if it's even possible to pull the trigger 20 times within a second, or did his weapon have a continuous trigger button? His reflexes are certainly extraordinary, but his health is strangely lower than other cadets, and to change his weapon so suddenly, there are too many strange occurrences here, not to mention she does not remember seeing him at the Agent Military Academy. Suddenly she gets a text from Shin, asking her on what is she up to. She blushes and smiles upon seeing it and replies that she is analyzing the video, making Shin think that she is doing something annoying again. She texts him that if he is going to take over the guild, he should hurry up and analyze people as well. He replies that are there even people on her team? He thought they were all trash, but suddenly he asks about Hajin. She smiles and thinks that Shin pretends to be disinterested, but in the end he was curious after all, calling this part really cute. She tells him that he seemed like someone who could pull his own weight, suitable enough for rank 934. Shin says that perhaps he got lucky. Hearing this, Yonya goes silent for a bit and thinks, he just got lucky, in a doubtful tone. Now at Creator's Sacred Grace, Guild building. A guy informs the vice captain that the guild observation was scheduled on the Friday 2 weeks over. She doesn't pay much attention and tells him to take a look at something, excitedly. We see she was looking at Kim Suho, calling him really amazing, and she is introduced as Yoon Sung-ah, Creator's Sacred Grace's vice captain, rank 307. Looking at his movements, she calls them fluid as water and swordsmanship that does not resemble anything else that exists. It's almost as if he is dancing. Not to mention the extraordinary cutting force, almost as if he is cutting through both the monsters and space itself. Essence of the straight, desolate moon, Frost Sanctuary, she can understand why all the top guilds of Seoul wants him. She also excitedly claims that she wants to bring him here, no matter what it takes. She then moves on to the next cadet, Kim Ha-jin, and suddenly she notices something. She is quite surprised seeing him use that weapon. Her assistant comments that there were stories about him in the guild communities briefly, and thanks to him being on the same team as Yo Yunya, many people have watched this video. He used a weapon that was not automated and shot 60 bullets in 3 seconds, 59 of those bullets hit their target. Even if he were to pull the trigger on reflex, his weapon shouldn't have been able to handle it. Because of the eccentric talent of Kim Ha-jin that was showcased through such a weapon, internally they are calling him unorthodox. And he has also changed his weapon from a sword to this as soon as he came to Cube, and Sung-ah states that it's enlightenment. It's a phenomenon in which a person realizes their talent. You do not know what talent you possess prior to being enlightened. Because of this, there are rare occasions when people would change their weapons since it would not correspond to their talent. But if such an instance were to occur, it regresses their career by at least 3 years. The Agent Military Academy highly encourages cadets to use a variety of weapons. And to think he got enlightened at 17, it's quite quick, though he does not seem that attractive as it's only limited to that weapon. But she decides to check him out regardless and asks if there are free scouts available, and her assistant replies, there aren't any, since the current leader is so extraordinary that everyone is at their limits. Hence, she decides to leave him be for the time being, since if he is a pearl in the mud, he would surely shine on his own, and they will know if the title of unorthodox is too much for him or not. Soon enough, they will. Now at Wednesday, we see Kim Suho is fighting some random guy. We learn that it's the day for anti-personnel training. This training progresses in groups of 2. All of trainees utilizes training weapons, so it's easier to judge and lessens the pain felt. Suddenly someone shouts out Ha-jin's name in anger. We see it's the instructor, as Ha-jin is crying about being the only one who has to go up against an instructor. She explains that it's because the training for firearm has yet to be finished. Using a real weapon in anti-personnel training can lead to serious injuries, and so, just for him, she will face him, and Ha-jin starts crying that he cannot do this anymore and tries to surrender. She forms a fist while saying that there is no surrendering in real life and tells him to raise his guard. As she punches down, Ha-jin is able to avoid it. She is quite surprised by it, and while Ha-jin seems nervous, she once again tries to punch him, but he dodges by leaning backwards a bit. She notices that even though his posture is trash, he is still following her attacks with his eyes. 1,000-mile eyes. With this skill, you can see far away, and you can vaguely predict your target's movements. Though of course, this skill simply shows him, he still has to do the actual dodging himself. Students around mocks him by saying that he looks obnoxious by jumping around like that. As he notices them laughing at him, his SP increases, making him wonder if being indulgent more efficient. Fast forward as the training finishes, he grabs a can of soda for himself. As he turns around, he notices Yo Yunya passing from behind. She silently gazes at him with a disgusting look. As she leaves, he starts to think, even though he was the one who wrote her, her personality is still, and suddenly he gets an idea, and decides to check it out. He calls her out, and throws her a can of cola. She asks him if he is picking a fight, but he replies, he was carried hard in their last fight, so he is giving her this in hopes of getting along. Though it's actually a test, if being indulgent to the extras was enough to gain him 40 SP, how much would he gain if he had a conversation with a member of the main cast? She replies that she is good without it, he can drink it himself, and throws it back towards him. She also tells him to not speak casually to her without her permission, giving him his first warning. As she leaves, Ha-jin does not say anything. Now while walking, she feels that the weight of her bag is off. She opens it up and sees the can that she threw back to Ha-jin. Due to his, she gets pissed and calls Ha-jin an idiot. In anger, she tries to throw it in the dustbin, but stops, and puts it right back in her bag while saying, the cola has no sins. We see Ha-jin is observing her from up above. He explains that she loves junk food such as cola, ramen, and hamburgers, but because of her reputation, she was unable to purchase these foods herself. That was her character settings. He notes that even if he pokes at the character's setting that no one knows about, if it ends up in a short conversation, he cannot earn much SP, and of course he has to squeeze himself into the main story. And he realizes that the next part of the story to start will be that. The Jinn attack on the National Weapon Museum. Jinn, they are the people who made a contract with the devil. The jinns who exchanged their souls for great power have become the hands for the devil's work and have spread about. This incident occurs with the motivation of assassination of a certain individual at the National Weapon Museum. However, the jinns are foiled by the main cast, who were coincidentally there looking at the exhibits. The main character, Kim Soo-ho, gains the interest of some of the main cast due to this episode. Not only two of the main cast, Kim Soo-ho and Chai Na-yoon, show up, but since it's still near the beginning, the jinn is not even that dangerous. As such, he notes that he can slip himself into this episode. As he is starting to think for a way to slip into the museum, a teacher catches him standing around and asks him why has he not returned to the dorms as the daily lessons are over. As such, he puts away his laptop to go. Suddenly his laptop starts to act weird and he gets an email from someone. A club at Cube is for extracurricular activities within the academy. It can be thought of as a gathering where cadets would organize independent activities. Academic, martial arts, experimental learning, hobbies. There are over 100 unique clubs within the Cube. And the club activities don't just provide a place of self-development, but also a place where cadets can interact with each other. And the club that Ha-jin is going to be joining is here. The president of the travel club, Healing Rain, Oh Han-hyun, thanks everyone for joining their travel club. And among their new club members this year, they have a lot of incredible people. And when he received these applications, he could not believe that it was true. He then again introduces his travel club. Their objective is to rest. They would use the portal once or twice each month to travel outside of Cube. And for today's orientation, they would be going to somewhere close. And that place is Seoul. A free and easy trip to Seoul in group of 2, which is just like Ha-jin wrote in his novel. And for today his objective is the start of the first main arc, the Seoul Weapon Museum. Once he goes there with the lead roles, he plans to slightly intervene in the main story. The president tells them to draw lots, about which Ha-jin wonders if that's how it was in the original novel, though either ways he plans to move separately. And as Yunya draws lot, it turns out to be Kim Ha-jin and they both look at each other with a no shit expression. She asks to move separately with him. And Ha-jin agrees to it as well, and while leaving she stops in the middle to tell him something. It's that he should not talk to her casually, giving him his second and last warning. Now at the National Weapons Museum, it has the largest exhibition hall of weapon replicas in Korea. As Ha-jin is moving around, he notices Chai Na-yoon drooling over a bow. And with that, he remembers that Kim Soo-ho should be around there as well. He approaches Soo-ho and asks if he was looking at the 7-branched sword, and he replies, yeah, and Ha-jin introduces himself. Soo-ho replies that his name slipped his mind and remembers him for his unusual weapon. Ha-jin remembers that Soo-ho is strong, handsome and has a sense of justice, and he got cussed by his readers because Soo-ho was not a realistic protagonist. Soo-ho asks him if Ha-jin would like to go and see a firearm exhibition together with him. But Ha-jin tells him that they won't have time for that. Suddenly the building starts to shake and the warning alarm goes off. It informs the civilians that monsters have appeared right outside the museum, and their faces starts to turn into despair. It creates a panic and everyone gets in rush to leave the place as quickly as possible. Suddenly we see Na-yoon breaking the glass for the bow. Seeing which, everyone is surprised and nervous. She tells everyone to calm down, as the museum's reserve hero will be arriving here soon. And if they head out right now, they would just become food for the monsters, and as she picks the bow, alarm starts to ring about glass wall being broken and item being stolen. And this all causes the barricades to come down and lock everyone inside. Na-yoon tells Soo-ho to hurry up and get a weapon for himself, since they would need to stand guard until the hero gets here. Suddenly she notices someone coming. The person is emitting dark red aura and Na-yoon prepares her weapon. It's the Jinn, who notices that people are inside already. Ha-jin explains that it's the demonic human, dog of Lucius, a villain that will become the foundation for the protagonist's growth. It draws its claws and rushes towards Na-yoon to attack. Right as he is about to make his attack, Soo-ho tries to attack him from behind. Ha-jin simply observes while thinking that just like in the original story, Kim Soo-ho will take him down with ease. But something opposite happens and we see Soo-ho being blasted to the wall by the Jinn. And as Soo-ho falls down, Ha-jin is utterly shocked as he tries to process what just happened. Ha-jin notes that something is off, as the story he wrote didn't go like this. At the start, they get pushed back slightly, but then it turns to a battle where Kim Soo-ho reveals his power and overpowers the enemies, and Na-yoon tries to call out to Soo-ho with a trembling voice. But he is lying on the ground and spitting blood. Ha-jin asks if he is alright, but he is unable to even stand up properly. Ha-jin notes that his condition is not very good and he would need time to recover, but the Jinn arrives and plans to attack them again. Na-yoon notices and shoots some arrows towards him. But even after getting hit by them, he simply smiles. She tries to shoot more, but the same thing happens again. She gets scared seeing it not doing any damage and notes that it's not any special ability or healing. He is simply standing against these consecutive shots through his grits alone. He gives off an evil grin and Harjin realizes and tries to warn Naeun as the Jin rushes towards her to attack. As his claws are about to reach his face, Suho arrives and kicks the Jin away. He asks her if she is alright and she asks the same thing to him. Suddenly they get attacked by its long whips and Suho's attack is blocked by it as well. Suho notices that the Jin's body has changed its shape. He tries to hold it against him, but the Jin overpowers him and slams him in the ground. As he is struggling against the attack, Naeun attacks the Jin from behind. The Jin looks back towards her with anger, and suddenly attacks her from his back with his energy whips. She is unable to react in time or dodge and gets smashed onto the wall behind. Harjin notices the dire situation and that if it goes on like this, someone will die and he shouts at everyone to get away. Even though he wrote this novel, he is confused as to why is the content different to what he knows. He takes out his laptop and calms himself down and also a bullet from his magazine to try and do what he can. He notes that he cannot make even a scratch on the Jin using these bullets. It'd be impossible to deal fatal damage even if he increases the destructive power. However, as long as they are in the world of his novel, the big setting should not have changed and in that case, we see the settings of Mana Bullet gets altered. He changes the destructive power and its attribute at the cost of 104 SP and saves it. He explains the reason why this world needs many heroes, attributes and synastry, overcomes the difference in power and allows individuals to display a greater strength. He aims his weapon at the Jin, knowing that he is of dark attribute. He shouts at Kim Suho, while aiming his weapon, as the thing that exhausts darkness is without a doubt, light. He starts shooting his weapon while telling him to move, his bullet which have been converted into a white light bullet. Suho moves away and the bullet hits right on the Jin's shoulder, causing an explosion of bright light. The Jin's whole arm gets blown off and he starts screaming in pain. His grip on Naeun also comes loose and she falls on the ground. Suho also starts to flare up his power and Harjin is on his knees as well, knowing that he has bought enough time. We see Suho is engulfed in bright mana, so is his sword. The Jin gets scared and nervous upon seeing his power. The sword Saint's magic power can cut through all things. Suho launches his attack, a powerful cut which splits the Jin in half. He starts screaming in pain and finally falls down, ending the battle. We see both Suho and Naeun panting from exhaustion. Suho comes to Naeun and asks if she is okay, but she slaps his hand away from herself. He silently stares at her and Harjin tells him to leave her alone, and he is sure that her brother will come and console her, while thinking at least that is what happened in the novel. But much to his surprise, we see their reaction is filled with shock and despair upon hearing that. Naeun asks Harjin, on what did he just said, and suddenly she starts vomiting. Now switching scenes, we see few monsters running around outside and a beam of light comes from the sky and pierces those monsters, killing them. We see it's Yoon Sung-ah, who has taken care of all of them. One of the paramedics informs her that the situation outside the museum has been settled. She gets relieved hearing that and asks about the situation inside the museum. He informs her that a Jin appeared but was immediately taken down and there just happened to be 3 cube cadets there. She commends them and asks for their name. He replies it was Chai Naeun, Kim Suho, and before listening the last one, she runs off. She gets excited upon getting the chance to meet with Kim Suho in a place like this. On the way there, she sees Harjin, calling it perfect timing. She suddenly gets up close to him and greets him. She tries to ask for Kim Suho, but he informs her that Kim Suho is inside before she could even ask. As she is leaving, she suddenly realizes something. It's the fact that he knew beforehand that she was looking for Kim Suho. Harjin opens his laptop outside, as the appearance of Yoon Sung-ah scared him, wondering if this situation is connected to the story changing. He tries to first get things straight. A foreign character named Kim Harjin has become involved, but his importance is insignificant. So far things have progressed without issue, so he considers himself not important enough to influence the story, though suddenly he realizes something important. Something that he completely forgot about. The fact that this novel has a co-author, and this world is the remake version of the novel he wrote. If this world is based on what was written by the person who wrote the email, it makes sense that things that he has not predicted will occur as well. And if that turns out to be the case, it's possible that the predictions he made based on his novel are now useless. Suddenly his laptop screen starts to light up. We see he has gotten a message, one flaw. It says, the protagonist and the characters around him never encounter danger. And if it continues, there is a risk that the readers will tire of such boring repetition. And therefore, from now on, enemy levels will be increased, even if it results in chaos, reading which leaves Harjin in shock. Fast forward and it gets evening and the instructor calls out to Ha-jin, saying that he has already heard the gist of what happened and he would ask for specifics later, for now they can head home. Suho asks about Naeun and he replies that she is sick and left with her family, hence they should return now as well. As the instructor leaves, Suho calls out to Ha-jin. He questions him on why did he say something like that to Naeun back at the museum. Ha-jin gets confused and Suho clarifies that it's what he said about her brother. And right as he is about to say something about her brother, he gets another email, a point of criticism. He changes his answer and asks about Naeun's brother, and Suho asks if he is pretending to not know about him, but Ha-jin replies that he really does not, which annoys Suho, and such he leaves the talk for later. Now fast forward and Ha-jin checks on his laptop about Naeun and her relations and all the other information, though he is unable to see anything new and everything is still according to his setting. Suddenly he notices something in one of the news articles. We see her brother got into a coma due to the Operation Fires Park. Ha-jin is shocked upon learning that, and wonders just what is this. It was the first opportunity that the main character's assistant, Chai Jin-yoon, received his laurels with, and Chai Naeun, who was 13 at the time, was extremely proud of her brother, who had become a hero. At least that's what he set up. Suddenly he gets another message. It's a notice that the message will be provided once Ha-jin recognizes the modified settings. In the original work, he was the Chai Naeun's reliable brother and Kim Suho's assistant. However, we see a scene where Jin-yoon is lying on the ground with blood splattered all over him. It was deemed that the main character had too many assistants, hence the settings has been changed to the words below instead. A point of change: for years ago, Chai Jin-yoon, after being appointed as a hero, got into an accident and received Demon's brand and has become a demon seed. And seeing this change leaves Ha-jin in shock and speechless. Now switching scenes, we see news playing about the museum incident and how the vice leader of Essence of Straight took care of the monsters, but it gets turned off by someone in the middle. We see it's Naeun, who is sitting all depressed in the hospital. His father comes rushing for her, while shouting her name, and she is surprised to see him as well. She asks him on why did he left his work, but to him she is much more important and hence he asks about her condition, to which she replies that she is fine. He tries to get her to do close examination, but she resists, while saying that there is nothing wrong, and asks him on why did he came all the way here. He replies it was simply because he was very worried for her, and she once again tells him that she is doing fine. She then calls him out to ask something. She asks if she can go see her brother once before she get discharged from the hospital. Seeing her face, he holds her hand and agrees to it. Demon seed, demon, the higher entity of jinns, can brand human to turn them into a demon seed. Humans that have turned into seeds enter an incubation period where they bud and blossom into strong demons. And in his settings, the incubation period was set up as 5 to 6 years, and half of the time has passed already. And now Ha-jin can only think of one solution to this convoluted situation. Quickly, as fast as possible, before the demon in Chai Jin-yoon's body wakes up. He needs to kill him. He wonders how, and who will be the one to do it. They cannot just leave it to anyone. No mercenary would accept a request to kill the 4th generation of a rich family, and because there are no indicators of a seed budding, it's impossible to suggest taking action against it. It would be impossible for Kim Suho to defeat a fully blossomed demon. Even if the currently active heroes mobilized, a few of them will inevitably be sacrificed. That is why it cannot happen. All of those people need to become his strength in the later parts of the story. Which means, in the end. And we see Naeun calling out to her brother while telling him that she is here for him. On the other hand, Ha-jin decides that he needs to be the one to kill him. Naeun starts talking to her brother about the incident and how it was her first time seeing a jinn, and the fact that she almost died. She also starts to talk about Ha-jin but suddenly stops in the middle. She changes the topic by saying, "Let's not talk about that." Suddenly she gets informed that the visiting hours are over and she leaves while telling him that she will be back. As she is leaving, her expressions are quite grim. She starts to remember Ha-jin's words about her brother. And we see an angry and grim expression on her face as she targets Ha-jin. Now at Hero's Tower, in the file room. We see Yoon Sung-ah is looking at some files while being unauthorized and her assistant is freaking out in fear of being caught. She tells him that it's fine, she just needs to take a quick look at today's museum attack. At the scene, on the body of Jin, they found traces of light attribute mana, which means that one of the people who defeated the Jin can use light attribute. She gets fired up thinking about recruiting the person with the light attribute as they are very powerful against the Jin, and it freaks out her assistant. And she notes, since the Jin was hunted by 3 cadets, one of them must be the light attribute user, Kim Suho and Chai Naeun. They are already keeping an eye on both of them. But Kim Ha-jin, ranked 934th, she has never heard of his name before. Now at the academy, Ha-jin has realized some things recently. It seems that other people cannot see his laptop, thanks to which he can check settings without worrying about the gazes of the characters. And after this realization, he has also added a certain function to his laptop. That is the function in which he gets a notification if a setting different from his novel occurs within 30 m from him. This should be much more efficient rather than getting messages from co-author, and behind him someone calls Ha-jin out. We see it's Naeun, who is quite pissed and asks Ha-jin to spar with her. At first, he does not answer, and then rejects her proposal, but she tries to rile him up asking if he is chickening out after saying that about someone's family. But he replies that he needs to be careful since they are live rounds. He does not want to get in trouble for injuring a classmate, and hearing which pisses Naeun off. The instructor comes and asks them on what are they doing. She tells Naeun to back off since Ha-jin does not have a training weapon yet, which she annoyingly does so. As she is walking away, Ha-jin thinks that he does not need to apologize to her yet, since he has a primary goal, and he is working his ass off to become stronger so he can kill her older brother. And even if he improves their relationship right now, she would feel even more betrayed in the end. Switching scenes to another club room in the cube. We see the president of the club is introducing himself. The club's name is Truth and his name is Yoon Hyeon. Their club's main activities are monster analysis and raid strategy research, so they gather every week for discussion, and looking at his appearance, we see girls getting charmed by him. A handsome appearance, the ability to capture the audience. These are both abilities of a demon. The cube, which is an important stage at the early parts of the novel, sees various events like cadets kidnappings and monster invasions. Yoon Hyeon is the villain that leads those events. He is a jinn that has obtained the charm ability from the demon, Lilith. And his primary target and the reason for why Ha-jin joined this academic club is none other than Yo Yunya. As the first orientation, Hyeon tells everyone to take it easy. He introduces the high intermediate monster, the mountain tyrant, which appeared with the outcall, hence he is a monster with almost 50-year history. Both in and out of cube, information regarding high-ranking monsters is very valuable, and information regarding their weak points is valued at millions of dollars. He then asks everyone to the weak points of the mountain tyrant and then specifically targets Yo Yunya, who replies that she does not know yet, and the president replies that it is the correct answer, since discussing like this is one of the joys of their club. He tells everyone to join the after-party if they wants to have a discussion. Ha-jin asks Yunya if she is going to go there, but she ignores him and leaves. Ha-jin gets pissed and asks again, this time, formally. She replies that she is, as she might get some useful information. He then asks if she is going to share it with her guild's raid team. The guild, Essence of the Straight. 50 years ago, during the outcall, it was founded with Yo Yunya's family at the center. They are currently one of the major guilds that influence South Korea. Ha-jin tells her that he has heard the deputy guildmaster's pull is quite strong within the guild lately, to the point that she, the traditional inheritor, is threatened, which is why she is uncharacteristically going to the after-party to get information. Hearing all that, Yunya asks him to get to the point. He replies that he will tell her about it, the weak point of the high-ranking monster, Mountain Tyrant. She gets surprised upon hearing that, and he replies that she would need to rack up achievements if she wants to take over the guild in the future. He tells her that the blue emblem on its heel, if she attacks there, she can stop the mountain tyrant's movements. Though he is not giving it away for free, and since her guild operates the essential armory, he wants her to buy the Desert Eagle from them. She goes silent for a moment and asks the basis of his claim, and Ha-jin smirks with confidence, and replies that he does not have one. She is left speechless on his reply and gets pissed while calling it a waste of time, and Ha-jin tells her that he promised that she is going to lose big time for not trusting him. He thinks if she decides to ignore him, the information worth millions will go to waste. Though if she believes him, he would end up with an powerful ally. Next day, she calls to his secretary and tells him to pass something to the raid team. It's that the blue emblem on its heel might be his weak point, so try to attack that, while blushing slightly, while Ha-jin states she would be an ally, who will one day be known as the Queen of Seoul. Now back to Ha-jin, we see he has a loan notice on his name for 300,000 won. Seeing which he gets utterly shocked and is left speechless. He realizes that Kim Chun-dong took out a loan of 300 million, which is the most amount a cadet can take as a loan. He starts to wonder, just what the hell was he doing? He then quickly checks his bank balance, which is only 3 million won. He realizes that at this rate, instead of going back to his world, he will die paying of debts for the rest of his life. He decides to first get money somehow now. Currently he knows two ways of making money. The first is stocks. Towers and dungeons still pop up everywhere in this world. Guilds were created to find and raid those. Treated similarly to other enterprises, a public guild stocks can be sold and bow on the stock market. And he already knows which guilds are going to make it big, but he does not have the money to invest, so it's not an option right now. Then the only option to remain is field hunting. It's the danger zone where monsters appear. Unlike towers and dungeons, the danger levels varies greatly, but you can immediately trade in the bodies of monsters for money. Though right now, his stats are only a little bit better than an average adult, which makes him wonder if he can go on field hunt at this level. Reinforcing training guns that he have right now would just be a waste of SP, as such he tries to think of some other way. Suddenly he gets a knock on his door, with a package for him from Yunya. He gets confused and wonders what is it. As he opens the briefcase, he is left surprised with its content. Now fast forward, in Gangwon-do Wonju, field region. We see a receptionist thanking Ha-jin for using the portal, and Ha-jin notes that she is being super polite, right after he told her he is a cadet. He steps out of the portal station and into the city. And we get a clear view of a busy city street. The Gangwon-do region is a low-danger field. Foreigners are here everywhere all the time to hunt, hence it has been dubbed International Metropolis. We see few people are searching for party members and some other selling potions. Some are also selling news about a crazy man who is on a hunt, naked, and while walking he suddenly notices something. It's an agency, which makes him think that it would be more advantageous while selling if he had an agency, and wonders if he should just find some agent here. Suddenly someone approaches him from behind, asking if he is here to hunt monsters. Ha-jin asks him if he is an agent, to which he replies that he is, and he tries to give his card, but it falls, and Ha-jin notes that this guy is a bit clumsy. Upon looking at his card, Ha-jin gets surprised seeing his name, Park Soo-hyuk, the best agent representative in Korea, and the man who will become Kim Soo-ho's agent. Ha-jin is quite surprised upon meeting him at a place like this. And just like that, Ha-jin tells him that he would make contract with him, which surprises Park Soo-hyuk. Ha-jin notes that this world is still beginning, hence a lot of people have not found their value in the story yet. It would not do any harm to make connections early on, but he wonders if it's okay for him to take away Soo-ho's agent. Now at the field zone, Ha-jin asks him if it's okay for him to follow along. He tells Ha-jin to not worry and he leave him behind when it gets dangerous, making Ha-jin think that usually agents without cars wait outside of the field. Park Soo-hyuk notices the footprints of Hobo Goblin, which are easy to hunt and goes for about 300,000 to 400,000 won per head. But Ha-jin is not sure about it, as one magic bullet costs him around 200,000 won, and more expensive monsters would be better for his profits, and hence he points at another monster. We see it's some kind of boar, and Park Soo-hyuk confirms it's a steel boar. He informs Ha-jin that it cannot be defeated by his weapon, it won't pierce his outer skin, and Ha-jin replies, they will see about that. Soo-hyuk is quite surprised upon hearing that, and Ha-jin replies that his weapon is quite good. Thinking that it is a weapon that he received from Yunya, in exchange for information about that mountain tyrant. As such, we see him taking out his new weapon, Desert Eagle, high grade, steel attribute. Seeing which, Soo-hyuk freaks out and Ha-jin has also added a certain setting to this weapon using SP. Soo-hyuk warns him again that he is going to only agitate it further. But Ha-jin does not listen and takes his shot on the boar. We see the bullet piercing through the steel boar, leaving Soo-hyuk completely surprised. The boar also falls down in one single shot. We see the changes that Ha-jin made to his new weapon as well. And while standing over the cliff, Ha-jin calls his new weapon not bad. We see his Desert Eagle has a blue smoke coming out of its barrel. And after looking at its power, Soo-hyuk compliments the weapon and Ha-jin's amazing shooting ability as well, but Ha-jin replies that it's nothing special. Suddenly he takes another shot at something, scaring Soo-hyuk. And he asks what was it, and Ha-jin points that there was a black pelican over that cliff. Surprised, Soo-hyuk asks if he could really see that far. And Ha-jin replies that much distance is nothing more than a hand stretch away for him. Finishing up his work, Ha-jin starts heading back. Now it gets evening and we see both the corpse of the steel boar and the black pelican. Soo-hyuk states that despite only being two, they were extremely heavy, and Ha-jin asks if he would be able to carry it outside the field. Soo-hyuk replies that perhaps it would be better to just pay the dispatch cost and call 911, and he would also deposit the reward money to Ha-jin tomorrow. Hearing it all, Ha-jin thinks it's as expected of Soo-hyuk, knowing how to get things done. They shake each other's hands, and Soo-hyuk asks about his first hunt, and also asks what would Ha-jin spend his reward money on. Ha-jin gives a straightforward answer that it would be for stocks. Hearing which, Soo-hyuk is a bit shocked and confused. New guild, Packhorse Masters, with the setting that a demonic human has founded it. It is a guild that is treated with importance in the novel. But it's not the area that he should be focusing on right now, but rather the dungeon that this guild has raided. The Suan Demon Den, that the Packhorse Masters cleared. After this raid, their stock will increase by 1000%. It's a guaranteed profit just by buying it, an easy way to make money. Ha-jin looks for some other useful bits of info. Since the public forums does not have much info, he decides to check on some shady website, Violet Society. And from Shady, he gets reminded of something. The Chameleon Troupe, the main villains in the latter half of the story, as the name suggests, all of the members' identities in the crime organization are concealed, and the only person who have information about their location and activities is the author, Ha-jin himself. Ha-jin thinks that since they hate demonic humans despite being a criminal organization, perhaps their leader can help him kill Chai Jin-yoon. According to the story, one of their spots is vacant for now, so they should be making their move soon. Suddenly his laptop turns off, and he wonders what is happening. He gets scared thinking that he lost his only chance of going back to his old world. But it turns back on, and he gets relieved again. It shows a notification that 1 month has passed, and starts updating his laptop's features. Now we switch scenes to a restaurant, and people there are charmed upon seeing someone. We see it's Yunya and Shin, and looking at whom people wonders if they are celebrities. Shin is annoyed about this noble society gathering and wonders when it would stop happening, but Yunya tells him to just bear with it, as it is not a bad thing to make connections with the leaders of the society. Yunya asks about his grade, and he simply replies it's fine, and as Yunya tries to rile him up about getting the top spot, he cuts her off, saying that it's fine. Hearing his response, she also simply replies with an okay. The door opens and we see Chai Naeun arrives. As Yunya is about to call her over, Shin excitedly gets up upon seeing her. He goes running towards her asking since when did she started to come to this gathering, and she replies she would have skipped if she knew he is also here. He asks about her condition and she replies that it was not much and tells him to stop overreacting on it. Hearing them talk, we see Yunya gets angry. Suddenly she asks them if they know Ha-jin, which surprises Yunya. Yunya asks her on why is she asking, and she replies, during the museum incident, she was with him and Kim Suho. The demonic human was stronger than they thought, and they were fighting it. And Ha-jin was able to damage the Jin. Calling it unbelievable that he shot his arm of a demonic human with a weapon like that, and calls him suspicious due to it. She directs the question to Yunya as she was in the same team as him, and she gets surprised by it. Yunya has already investigated him before and knows about his debt and him being an orphan, other than that everything else is still a mystery, and he didn't told her anything, even when she asked, so they don't have any other choice but to keep investigating him, and there is a need to assess whether he is worth using or not. But he is not much anything, and from what she saw in the practical, she claims that he does not hold the power to destroy a demonic human's arm and wonders if he is hiding something. Naeun raises a question that perhaps he is a demonic human. But Yunya asks if he was one, he wouldn't have attacked his own kind, but Naeun replies that he is hiding something for sure. Now back to Ha-jin, he wonders what is happening as the update reaches 99.99%. Suddenly his wrist starts to light up and he starts feeling pain. He notices something on his wrist and his vision starts getting blurry. The stigma is one of the creator's authorities and contains magic power, and large amount of information starts to crash into Ha-jin's head like a tsunami. Back to Shin, he slams his head on the table while asking them that if what they mean is they don't like him. Neither of them answers. We see Ha-jin is in extreme pain and starts falling down. Naeun again remembers what he said during the museum incident, and upon taking that into account, replies to Shin that he can say that. While Ha-jin is lying on the floor, unconscious and with a stigma on his wrist. We see the update contents, a low-grade gift, Book of Truth, and the gift of observation and reading gets strengthened. Fast forward, soon after the museum incident, Ha-jin, Kim Suho, and Chai Naeun, who fought the demonic human, were awarded the Exemplary Citizen Award for their feat. We see Ha-jin with a bandage on his wrist, and his wound is also still hurting from yesterday. He looks at his wrist and wonders what sort of ability is this, and besides him we see an annoyed person. It's Chai Naeun, who tells Ha-jin to shut up. But Ha-jin replies that he has not said anything, but Naeun still tells him to shut up regardless. He asks Naeun if she forgot, and she asks, forgot what, and Ha-jin replies that he has saved her. She gets angry and start to argue, but Suho comes along and tells both of them to stop. He asks Naeun to change seats with him, which she doesn't want to. But in the end, it's Kim Suho who sits beside Ha-jin. He pretends to cough and thanks Ha-jin for the museum incident, and Ha-jin wonders what is it about. Suho thanks him sincerely that they would have died if not for him. But Ha-jin replies that he believes they would have won without him as well. As without him, Kim Suho might have awakened an even stronger power. Because the main character always gets stronger in the face of danger and hardships. The announcer tells everyone to get ready, as that person is here. We see it's some old-looking dude, who is completely nonchalant and seemingly annoyed with this whole ordeal. He turns out to be a supreme hero, ranked 37th, Yo Si-hyuk, who finds all of this annoying. He is also called the Valhalla's Wolf, and his magic power is also huge as noticed by the crowd. The award ceremony begins and the recipients are called on the stage. Yo Se-hyuk is the one to give them awards, and the announcer gives a small speech about them defeating the demonic human and facing the danger as an exemplary citizen. Se-hyuk confirms Kim Suho's identity and tells him that he can see why those brats would want him, and Suho replies that he is flattered with such compliments. While giving him his award, he tells Suho to not ever join the association. It might be better choice to work as a hunter under vast plain, as heroes have tons of responsibilities and no fun. But Suho replies that he feels like he is fit for a hero. Hearing his response, Se-hyuk thinks of it as boring. Next he looks at Naeun and tells her that it's been a while. Naeun shouts and calls him master, and he cuts her off in the middle while saying, how can he be her master when she is an archer? Her father simply asked him to look out for her, which he has no interest in. Looking at Ha-jin, Se-hyuk asks him on who is he, and he introduces himself, and Se-hyuk simply hands him the award while saying, okay. It makes Ha-jin think that now he knows why indifference hurts more than hate, and this also marks the end of ceremony, and they ask Naeun to give a few words in speech. Fast forward, we see Ha-jin enjoying himself with a treat with the rewards that he received. And with this, he plans to buy more stocks in Packhorse Masters, and for now he goes on to check the new updated features of his laptop. First up is stigma. It's the term for this wound on his arm. But the instructions were a bit vague for it. It says that he can use it however he wishes. And as he says the words, as I wish, the stigma glows and starts to project itself. He quickly hides it back, as he is in public, and plans to check it once he is back in his room. Next up is laptop internet access, and clicking on it, he gets surprised. Upon seeing it, he realizes that it's the real deal. He notes that these are not just normal websites, and there are also websites that he has to pay in order to enter. Among them, the Violet Society is important. It's the most famous among non-public sites. It acts as a location that trades information, weapons, bounties, and requests. There is not a hero who has not interacted with the Violet Society. This is why the government leaves them be, even though they know of this underground economy. There is normally a huge entrance fees to access it, but he can easily sign up with just 200 SP. And right as he is signing up, someone arrives at his table. And it's Sung-ah. She asks Ha-jin if he knows who she is, and she was surprised upon seeing him disappear during the ceremony. She gives him her card, and there is a great significance in Yoon Sung-ah offering you her card. She tells Ha-jin that there is something she is curious about, and asks Ha-jin if she could ask him a question, and Ha-jin notes that this is the first step of Yoon Sung-ah's scouting. Ha-jin knows that Sung-ah seems kinder than anyone in the eyes of media, but her real personality is quite different. She throws away anyone who does not meet her expectations. Even if she recruited them with much difficulty, she adheres to the law of the survival of the fittest like an animal in the wild. That's the kind of woman the vice captain of the nation's greatest guild, Yoon Sung-ah, is. And if he were to make connections with her right now, it would help him a lot later as the story develops. And as Sung-ah is about to ask her question, Ha-jin tells her no before she even completes, completely shutting her down by saying that he has nothing to tell her. She tells him that perhaps he is misunderstanding, but she is expressing her interest as Korea's #1 guild's vice captain, but Ha-jin replies that he appreciates the interest, but only if that interest is genuine. Ha-jin knows that she probably came after him after finding out that he used light attribute attack, but the interest she is showing right now is nothing more than curiosity. As such, he plans to reject her right now, so it becomes more than simple curiosity. Hence, Ha-jin gets up and leaves, leaving Sung-ah completely shocked and speechless. Now in his room, he starts testing his stigma, and tries to form its magic power in the form of a dagger. His stigma starts glowing, and a dagger is formed through it. He notices that he can use it simply by thinking about it. Magic power is a stat that greatly influences gifts and early learning. At first, Ha-jin thought he wouldn't be able to use it since he does not belong to this world, but it's a relief that he can use it like that at least. Now, the next ability to try out is the Book of Truth. As he says its name, the book gets invoked through his stigma. The book contains the truth. It will answer any question that Ha-jin's magic power permits. He gets quite surprised by his ability and asks a simple question about his height to test it, and it answers correctly. It also consumes 1 SP, and now Ha-jin realizes how to use it. Suddenly, his smartwatch starts glowing red. It's an emergency notice about a missing cadet Jin Ha-jong. Seeing this, Ha-jin wonders if it has begun. The second story arc, the Cube serial murder incident. 6 cadets go missing during the month that this plot progresses. Unable to find a trace of the culprit, the case becomes a mess, and as if to mock them, the number of missing person cases increases. This arc is especially important because the culprit's last target is Yo Yunya. It would be a huge problem for Ha-jin if the co-author's intervention risks the loss of the protagonist's supporters, just like in the museum, hence he decides it would better if he were to catch the culprit first. But if he intervene without thinking, the story might change. Hence, he simply decides to watch over for now. Now at the training room, Suho is tired and drinks a bottle of water. Suddenly a guy comes and asks Suho to look at something. We see few guys are trying to bully Hajin by not letting him train. They mock for not being able to lift that much of weight despite being a cadet, and blames him for shaming the entire cube. Suho gets angry and tries to intervene, but the guy stops him, telling him that it's no need to get involved. Suho calls out Seonghan for his actions despite being a class president, and he replies that Hajin has pissed off Shin Jonghak. It would be inconvenient if they get involved. And perhaps they're just acting. Besides, if that guy really destroyed a demonic human's arm, he would not let himself be bullied by those kinds of dudes. As Hajin tries to lift the weights and fail, everyone is surprised for his inability to lift even that much. Seeing that, Seonghan calls him defeating the demonic human a luck, and Kim Suho then goes on to those bullies to defend Hajin, and everyone notices that, while Naeun is standing silently in the corner. Suddenly the instructor arrives, shouting at them for causing commotion during training hours. He tells everyone to get together, as the results from last time's quiz are out, and they can check it on the poster which he is putting up. They all start to check their result, comparing and analyzing their scores. As for Hajin, we see he has secured first place, which makes sense for him as he cheated off the settings. Behind him, Rachel drops her rapier in shock. Rachel Elizabeth Louise, England's princess and cube standing at third place. Other than that, whether it be big or small, she has never been out of first place in test results after starting school. And seeing her reaction towards it all makes Hajin worried and speechless. We see Rachel's butler and assistant congratulating her for being accepted into Cube, and for her Korean classes as well. She tells them it's okay, and she will make sure to meet their expectations. For the honor of England's royal family. Back to the present, she is depressed about losing first place, and apologizes to her family. And the instructor is praising Hajin for his answers on phenomenon realm analysis and telling all the cadets to be like him and learn from him. Rachel plans to shorten the gap between her and Hajin, but notes that phenomenon realm analysis is a difficult subject, hence it would be hard for her to do so before midterms. She starts to stare and observe Hajin in class, and starts wondering on how does he study. Back in his room, Hajin goes on a website called Information Center for Veritas. He plans to use the Book of Truth to answer questions and get some pocket money for himself while at it. The Book of Truth can give him information from anywhere, as long as his SP permits it. He won't get much profit since he does not have any credibility, but once the rumors spread, he will get more customers in no time. Hence, he registers as a seller on that website. And next up, he plans to invest the SP he has been putting on hold. Since the start of the second main story, meaning Cube is not safe from demonic humans anymore. Setting interventions, Deadeye, he realizes that his current gifts are not enough to face the demonic humans. But he has gotten lots of SP, thanks to the bullying from Shin posse, so he plans to invest in survivability. And for now, he decides to upgrade his weapon. He adds a transformation feature to his weapon, from a handgun to sniper rifle. Seeing the changes, he wonders if he went overboard with it. It consumes 250 SP, and we see his Desert Eagle has transformed into a sniper rifle. He chuckles, knowing that he can surprise them, and transforms his Desert Eagle back to its original state. Next, he plans to write some arts. Unlike gifts that create supernatural phenomena using magic power, arts refer to polished physical techniques or talents. The most important skill for a sharpshooter to have for survival and assassinations is positioning, and such he tries to think of an art related to positioning. He ends up creating parkour, flexible and swift body movements, consuming 350 SP. He starts feeling its effect right away, knowing that it must have worked. His smartwatch suddenly lights up, and another notification for a missing person, Seungjin from the Universe class. Hajin knows it's the second victim, and everyone who were caught by the culprit before Unia were murdered by the culprit. He wonders if it's really okay for him to just stand by and watch as people go missing, when he knows both the culprit and the next victim as well. We see he is very doubtful and nervous about his decision. Now next day in the morning, at the Cube Outdoor Training Hall. The instructor asks if everyone is here and that today's practical training will be special. The cave behind him is the culmination of magic engineering, artificial dungeon. Monster puppets that imitates the real monsters inhabits this dungeon, and they will be experiencing a dungeon raid through exploring this artificial dungeon. He also tells them to not let their guard down thinking that it's just training. Because in this huge dungeon, they will begin a joint training of the Veritas and Discipline classes. The two teams from each of the classes will combine to make a bigger team, and he informs them to gather with their assigned team. Everyone gets with their team, and Hajin is in Team B with Yo Yunya, Jin Ho-sung, Hazuki, and from Discipline, Jaden, Kim Jingyu, Oh Soo-jong, Lee Jin-sha. Hajin notes that there are many traps and mysteries in the artificial dungeon. Some of them will likely be a demonic human's trap, hence he has made some attribute bullets just in case, but wonders if they would be able to finish this training in one piece. Suddenly he gets warning that setting change has occurred. He notices it and that too, 3 of them. He tries to look around for the change, and wonders who is it and how did it happen. In Suho's team, Yona is yelling at Suho to gather around quickly and makes fun of him for looking like a breadstick. The notification appears that her personality has become more bad-tempered. Back in Hajin's team, Jaden holds Yunia's hand and introduces himself, by which she is disgusted by. In Naeun's team, there is a member from the hunting club, and Naeun tries to remember his name. He introduces himself as Sven. We see the notification of his mental state worsening, and the likelihood of being enraged by a demon pawn during the dungeon raid has dramatically increased. Seeing all these changes, Hajin realizes that it's a complete catastrophe. Hajin decides to take a closer look, noting there are 2 people here whom he needs to be careful of. One of them is Jaden. He acts strong around the weak, but is weak against the strong, a typical selfish narcissist. Although he is strong enough to be scouted by the essence of straight, he wonders what is up with his potential. Jaden introduces his teammates. From the left, Jinyu, Oh Soo-jong, Lee Jin-sha. Yunia also introduces her teammates, Jin Hozung, Hazuki, and takes Hajin's name wrong as Lee Hajin instead of Kim, which pisses him off. Hajin deduces that there is no need to know anymore about Jaden, and moves on to his next target, Sven of Team 3, a government-funded international student, one of the Germans' top future heroes that has been on top of everything for his entire life. And one thing to note is, he likes Naeun. Just like the endless international students that enter the cube, Sven was one of that became a cube cadet with a dream of climbing to the top. However, the reality did not turn out as he wanted. And in the face of other monstrous cadets, he became nothing more than just another average cadet. It was the first time that he felt such inferiority and sense of defeat, along with the unstable nature of puberty. As a result, Sven ends up selling his soul to a demon to gain immense amount of power. Though it matches up with what he wrote about him, the problem is during the dungeon raid portion in the notification. His awakening has moved up, due to which Hajin hopes that it does not affect the story too much, and suddenly someone from behind him grabs his shoulder. It's Jaden, and he asks Hajin if he is sharpshooter and tells him to not let his guard down like this in the dungeon. Hajin tells him to get lost, and Jaden calls out his attitude while saying that the rumors about him seems to be true, which pisses Hajin off. Apparently, people's perception about Hajin has reached rock bottom, the reason being a certain rumor about him spread from the universe class. The gist is that Kim Hajin is using his position as cadet to blackmail others. He goes to Seoul every weekend to enjoy debauchery. And to him, it's obvious who spread that. Though Hajin wonders, why is nobody doing anything about it, as he thought they were a team. Now instructor tells them to enter in order, starting with Team 1, and Jaden tries to talk with Yunia about her getting first place in the supporter division. She replies that she has also heard rumors about him, and thinks that they have made mistakes when making these teams. Jaden, while pointing at Hajin, says that there is always someone weighing the team down, when there is someone who carries the weight, which pisses Hajin off. Now their team enters the dungeon. They arrive at some place with multiple routes, and Jaden wonders if this is the first challenge. Yunia wonders which way they should go, and Jaden tries to get the sharpshooter of his team, Jinyu's suggestion. But Hajin speaks up before him, advising to go with number 6. Jaden gets angry and tries to refuse, but Yunia immediately accepts his suggestion. She compliments Hajin by saying, even though he looks stupid, he still got one hell of an eye. And Hajin thinks that it worked out for him due to Yunia. Now they can take the route where Naeun went. Because if Sven is really going to sign contract with a demonic human here, it would be difficult for Naeun to handle it alone, and if something were to happen to her, the story from there on out is going to be messed up. And he cannot let her die, and hence their team enters route number 6. Jaden is pissed on Hajin for his attitude, and Hajin tells him to instead worry about the monsters in front of him. Jaden does not believe him, and asks what monsters is he even talking about, and Hajin asks if he cannot see it. A salamander is right in front of them, and he is sure it's a dungeon switch as well. Jinyu asks if she should shoot a light arrow, and Yunia tells her to do so, and as the arrow reaches the dark depths of the dungeon, it reveals the low intermediate, grade 6 monster, salamander. Jaden is surprised, and tells everyone to get ready for battle and asks if anyone here can use water attribute. Hajin notes that it's not the time to use it yet, and hence they decide to go with the orthodox method, and Yunia takes out her whip. She attacks the salamander, who is preparing to launch a breath attack towards them. She uses her whip to close his mouth, and Hazuki along with Soo-jong attacks the salamander. And the salamander is defeated just like that. Hajin notes Yunia's whip is engulfed in electricity, and wonders if she has already reached the Eye of Enlightenment stage. and right as he is calling her impressive, he trips on a pebble and falls on Yunya, and we see something just barely missing them both. They both fall with their face planted on the ground, and Hajin starts sweating from this mistake. She tells him to let go angrily, and he quickly backs off. She grabs his collar, and as she is about to beat him up, their team notices something. They notice an arrow stuck in the wall, and wonders where did it came from. Hajin notices that it was just when they fell down. It was an actual poison arrow that was shot towards them with neurotoxins on its tip. Switching scenes, we see someone running, and Sven is shot by an arrow and is apologizing while telling his team to leave him. But Naeun shouts and tells him to shut up, telling him to get up and run if he has strength to talk. She is surprised that they actually put them through a training where darts laced with poison will be shot on them. She grabs Sven and tries to run away from something. And we see it's a huge lava monster, and Naeun yells while complaining about why is there a monster like this appearing here. Now back to Hajin's team, we see them battling out monsters. As a bunch of little lizard-like monster attacks Jinyu, Jaden blocks it with his shield. And from behind the cover, Jinyu shoots them, and Yunya is also seen fighting on her own. Finally they all finish up, and Hosung asks if all of them have been dealt with. They all talk on how easy it all is, since it's mostly peanut flames and salamanders. They have not encountered any traps, except for those poison arrows earlier, so they simply have to keep progressing like this. Hajin thinks about that arrow earlier. He wonders if it was really a trap, since not even a cadet would be able to detect it. He starts wondering what it is, and we see a small fire behind them, and Hajin notices something and gets shocked upon feeling its presence. We see a salamander charging its breath towards their team, seeing which Hajin is shocked that it's still alive. It launches its attack, and everyone is too late to notice it. Hajin puts out his hand and starts to activate his stigma. He uses its magic power and converts it into a wall of water. And such we see its attack getting completely blocked by a huge wall of water from Hajin. After doing that attack, the salamander falls over by itself. Everyone is scared and shocked upon seeing its devastating power and wonders if it's truly a monster. They think that it was a real breath, as just by getting grazed by it, it burned them. Suddenly Jaden grabs Hajin by the collar and asks him if he was dozing off when they were looking for someone with water attribute earlier. Hajin makes up excuse that it's the effect of his armament, but Jaden does not buy it, and Yunhe tells them to stop fighting. Sejong notices that it was a real monster instead of a puppet, and wonders how did it got here. Yunya replies that since this environment has been optimized for a dungeon, a lizard could have evolved or may have appeared naturally. They decide to leave it be for now, as it might convert into reward points. She tells everyone to get moving. Yunya knows that the armament thing is probably a lie, as it's not something Hajin can buy when he could not even afford Desert Eagle, and how can someone who is not Kim Suho or Shin Jong-hak imbue an attribute into their magic power? The fact he knew the vital point of a mountain tyrant and be able to imbue attribute into their magic power, she starts to wonder his reason for hiding all this. She starts to remember Naeun's word about him being a demonic human, and such she starts to doubt Hajin herself as well. Back to Team 3, they are looking over the intermediate grade, Class 5 monster, Magma Golem, and assumes that he is the boss of the dungeon and wonders if they could defeat it. One of them asks Naeun if they could kill it, and she replies that it would be difficult and suggests to wait until other teams gets here and join them. The blondie also tells everyone to take care of Sven's injury properly, and Naeun wonders where did that arrow even came from, and notices that this training is strangely difficult. Sven on the other hand is sorry for getting hit by the poison arrow like that. He starts crying and breaking down about his inability and the fact that nothing is working out for him ever since he came to Cube, calling it all agonizing. Suddenly he hears a voice calling him out, and he wonders who is it. The voice asks him if he wants to become stronger. The voice offers him strength, and Sven is speechless. It tries to convince him that the price is low, much lower than risking everything, and offers his hand. Sven gets up, trying to grab the hand and accepting his offer in order to become stronger. We see it's the demon who starts to completely absorb Sven. He starts screaming loudly in pain, and everyone notices. They wonder what it's wrong with him, and Naeun tells them to hold him down. But the Magma Golem hears them and gets to their team. Naeun immediately shouts at everyone to run away, as the golem spits out lava through his mouth. The golem swipes on the place they were all standing. But they all have already started running away, and Naeun is also carrying Sven on her back. The golem destroys everything, and her teammates are sent flying in the air, and Naeun is also barely able to make it. She starts coughing from all the debris and smoke, and the golem gets close to her. Seeing that, she gets convinced that there is no way it is a mere puppet. The golem starts charging its attack, and Naeun only has death in her mind, thinking that she is going to die in a place like this. Suddenly we see a bullet being shot, which hits right on the golem and splashes him with water. Naeun is confused and sees someone standing on the other side of the dungeon. And we see it's none other than Kim Hajin. Now a few minutes ago, Ha-jin and his team arrives at some place with a huge wall blocking them. One of them complains about Ha-jin telling them that they will find the boss field here, but it's blocked, and Ha-jin replies that it is here. Ha-jin notes that there shouldn't be a wall here, though it does not matter. Ha-jin tells him that the boss field is up ahead this wall, and he should try breaking it. He tries to break through it, but the recoil instead hurts him. The guy yells and complains that there is no way it will break, and Ha-jin notes that a slash filled with magic did not even leave a scratch. Suddenly Hazuki notices a gap in the wall towards the upside. Ha-jin tells them that they can go from there, and Jaden complains that the wall is over 10 meters high, there is no way they can climb that. Ha-jin replies that if they cannot, that he will go on ahead. He activates his art and climbs the wall. Seeing him climb like that, Jaden wonders if he is a cat or something. Suddenly everything starts to shake and Jaden wonders what the hell is going on. Back to the fight, the golem starts moving already, surprising Ha-jin. He shouts at Naeun to hurry up and move and also save him as well. Suddenly Naeun's team arrives, shouting battle formation, and they start attacking the golem. But the golem does not even budge from their attack. Seeing her team, Naeun gets back up as well and prepares her bow. She starts charging up her attack and asks her team to buy her some time. Suddenly, someone lands a powerful blow on the golem. And we see it's Sven, who apologizes for being late. As Naeun prepares to launch her attack, Sven backflips away from the golem. Naeun thinks back to the attack in museum and shouts that this time, it would be different than before. She launches a huge attack at the golem and completely obliterates it in one blow. We see the golem is broken in pieces and fallen on the ground. Their team is unable to believe that they really managed to kill a magma golem, and wonders if it would count towards their score. Naeun and Sven comes along as well, asking their team members if they are alright. They start praising Naeun for being able to kill the golem in one hit, and she replies by calling it her finishing move. Ha-jin notes that Sven has not been completely demonified, the plot has been altered from the original. But it's only been delayed, it does not change the fact that he made a deal with a demon, and since it's uncertain when he will go berserk, it's even more worse. Naeun notices Ha-jin sitting alone at one place. She starts to think of something and approaches Ha-jin. She tells him that she thought she should at least say this. With a bit of stuttering, she thanks Ha-jin. Ha-jin is quite surprised upon hearing that, and confusingly asks her again, and she gets annoyed and embarrassed and replies that she had said it already. Ha-jin is surprised that Chai Naeun has thanked her. Chai Naeun's life was riddled with tragedies. Her first was on her 6th birthday. She lost her mother because of a demonic human. This made her determined to become a hero. At an age where other kids laugh and play, she trained herself to death. She couldn't even form any deep relationship with her friends, since opening one's heart to someone else is the equivalent of revealing your weaknesses. Hence, not a lot of people have heard words of gratitude from Naeun. There are not many people who stand by her side as true friends. Because her dialogue had more, "I am sorry, then, thank you," Ha-jin as an author wrote her that way. Naeun questions him on why is he letting Jonghak's posse harass himself if he is this strong. As he managed to stop the magma golem earlier, if he has that much skill, he would be able to beat them with one punch. But Ha-jin replies, even if he wanted to, he is letting them be, because he cannot beat them. Naeun doubts it as she replies that she saw the power of his weapon earlier. He shows her his weapon, saying that it's a private weapon, which will explain it. Seeing which she freaks out, saying that he will get expelled if they find out, and Ha-jin replies that is why he only uses it when he really needs it. And besides, he already found a way to hide his weapon in stigma. He won't have to worry about getting expelled because they won't find anything. But Naeun tells him that even without that, he is way too strong and asks if perhaps he has a gift that strengthens firearms. He simply replies to go with that, and Naeun leaves in confidence while saying that she knew already and will pretend that she didn't saw anything. Suddenly she stops and asks Ha-jin if he has anything he wants to say to her. Ha-jin goes silent for a moment and replies that he doesn't. Hearing which, she leaves while saying, "I see," and Ha-jin knows that if he apologizes right now, she would have forgave him for mentioning her brother. But he cannot do that, he has to maintain an awkward bystander relationship with her. Because in the future, he has to kill Chai Jin-yoon. One of the girl from her team asks Naeun if she is close with Ha-jin and she annoyingly replies, "No." Hearing which, Sven is seen with a creepy expression. Suddenly an announcement is made to suspend the raid and exit the dungeon as quickly as possible. Several problems occurred in this dungeon raid experience. A few cameras within the dungeon malfunctioned at the start of the test, real monsters invaded the artificial dungeon, the distribution of examiners got messed up, and they realized this problem too late. A serious incident occurred, but there were no causalities, so instead of dispatching an outside agency, Cube assured the cadets that they would independently investigate this matter. In other words, the demonic humans who've taken up the executive seats at the cube have successfully covered up this incident. A large-scale investigation of this will occur after the second arc is over, and for that Harjin decides to worry later. The side effects of contract with a demon are hypertrophy of emotions and obsession. The worst-case scenario would be if Sven's emotions get out of control and make him go berserk while he is alone with Naeun. And to prevent that, he decides to check Sven's and Naeun's tendencies. He starts to open the messages, but feels guilty for accessing Naeun's messages. We see she has a chat with Sven about a bet. And according to the original story, this is the day when Sven will go berserk. As such, Harjin decides to follow them and plans to prepare some things in advance. And since he is also more or less grown, he decides to head to the Mount Gari dungeon. Suddenly his smartwatch lights up and Harjin wonders why this person is calling him. As Harjin picks it up, we see it's Kim Suho who has contacted him. After greeting Harjin, he asks if he has some free time on Friday, as there is something he would like to ask of him. Now at Mount Gari, the location in Gangwon-do which rages with pure and spiritual energy. Because of this, Mount Gari was called the Mecca of training by martial artists nationwide. However, the people who came to Mount Gari are not restricted to martial artists. Instead of fighting monsters, there are people who roam across the country to search for valuable treasures. And we see a weird-looking dude introducing himself as one of them. Harjin simply replies, "I see." He thinks that Harjin is looking for ginseng root and tells him that he won't find any that way, but Harjin replies, he is not and there is a place he is looking for. But the guy ignores his answers by saying that everyone says that and starts a long speech about his business. Harjin ignores him and moves on, while the guy thinks that he has a long way to go. Suddenly Harjin trips on something. And we see it's a ginseng root. Fast forward and we see him eating that ginseng root, and he used his setting modification on it to increase his variable stats by 2 for 30 minutes. Though he would have earned at least 700 million if he sold it as it is. Suddenly he starts slipping off the mountain and notes this cliff is so high, making the place he is searching for almost impossible to discover. In the middle of Mount Gari, once we get past all of the vines and moss, there lies an undead dungeon. The dungeon's boss is an intermediate grade 1 monster, Death Knight. Even if he is strengthened by the ginseng root, he is no match for it right now. But it does not matter right now for him. Suddenly we see many undead starts rising from the ground. And for Harjin, his target is not the dungeon's boss today, but the hidden stage. He uses his stigma and brings out his weapon and shoots away the undead. He starts defeating all of them quickly and uses his clairvoyance to see the path. After mapping the whole path, he backflips over them and shoots all of them one by one. With that, all of the undead are taken care of. He notices the number of undead keeps rising, meaning that he must be approaching Evangel's abode. Which Evangel, the hidden boss of Mount Gari dungeon, in the future, she will set up Evangel's castle, the worst undead fortress in history, in an abandoned church in Suwon. But the reason he is here in Evangel's abode is because of the 2 items that he can obtain from her. The growth-type weapon, Ether, and Evangel's seed. It is a weapon that made the character, demonic human, Toma, an executive of the wicked. There is no better item he can use than Ether in order to grow quickly. We see Harjin arriving at a long pathway and uses his clairvoyance to see the way. We see a huge tree with purple crystals growing it on it at the end of pathway and a little child sitting there. Harjin knows that a matured witch will be hard to deal with. They must be killed when their body and intelligence is still incomplete. The little kid notices Harjin coming. Harjin stares at her silently and it gets hard for him to kill her. He tries to snap out of it since it has to be done and Toma did it as well. And besides, he was the one who created her after all, and hence, he pulls out his weapon. A witch in her spiritual form cannot be killed by his normal weapon in one blow. In that case, he unleashes his stigma and turns the light attribute magic power into a spear. He notes that the ginseng is working pretty good and throws the spear while thinking that he feels he became Yo-Yunia or something. We see the spear lands a clean shot at her. But he notes that she is still alive, although we see her slowly fading away. Her body starts cracking and she completely disappears. And Harjin notes that perhaps it was just a reflection of her nature. And from her, he gets both the weapon Ether and Evangel's seed. With Ether, all of his variable stats gets increased by 0.6, and Harjin notes that the attachment effect is really nice. And he is sure that it would be even better when it grows. With these stats he is finally on equal grounds as a cube cadet. And since he got 47 SP, and he has put the remaining ginseng on Violet Society, which should be sold pretty soon. But an even more important thing would be Evangel's seed. The Witch of Despair is quite the villainous name, though he is sure it would become an ally if grown well. Growing the seed is quite simple as well. Instead of water, he just has to feed it a small amount of blood. However, since the witch's nature and tendencies change depending on whose blood it is, he needs to be careful whose blood he feeds it with. As such, he puts it aside for now, and plans to go on to sleep early, since he is going to be extremely tired tomorrow. Now at Gangwon-do, Byokpa Mineral Spring, we see the club president asking for attendance, also introducing herself since it's their first time meeting since the OT. She once again starts explaining her club's objective. Their hunting club, Leonidas, has regular hunting gathering like this. They hunt harmful animals to help citizens as a hobby. Ha-jin thinks for today's episode, he only narrated the general ending, so he is not quite sure. Naeun gets severely injured, and then dies from the aftermath of a demonic human's rampage. This incident was nothing more than a plot device to make Suho care more about Naeun, by making them think that the demonic human's target is Naeun, and while everyone's attention in the search team is on her, they will make their move on their real target. The thing that Ha-jin is bothered by is, Sven's setting is different from the original work. He has not gone berserk, and is even using the power of a demon, although very slight. Ha-jin wishes that he could take him out right now. Naeun notices Ha-jin taking glances at her direction, and wonders why does he keep loitering around her when he is acting like he does not care. She starts to misunderstand and questions if he likes her or something. Sven warns her to be careful, and she asks if it's about Ha-jin, and Sven tells her about the disappearances lately. But Naeun tells Sven that Ha-jin is not that kind of person, which angers him. Ha-jin observes them both as the hunt begins. At the hunt, we see weird creepy tendrils attacks a deer and chokes him out. And it's Sven who is using his demonic power, and suddenly he hears someone calling him out and he immediately stops using his power. It's Naeun who is carrying a deer on herself, while claiming to have won their bet. But she is shocked upon seeing Sven score, and asks him on how did he got so many. Sven tells her that he won their bet, and Naeun replies, guess, she would have to fulfill his wish then, and asks him what is it. Sven starts blushing and is about to ask her out. We see Ha-jin is observing them from the bushes, knowing that Sven has contracted with the demon of lust, Asmodeus. For Sven, whose desires have been amplified from becoming a demonic human, patience is out of the question. Sven asks Naeun to go out with him. And Naeun is taken back from his sudden confession, and Sven asks if she does not want to. She replies, of course not. She would not accept a confession from someone she have not been acquainted with for a week. Ha-jin is waiting for Sven to quickly reveal his true demonic human's nature, while Naeun also tells Sven that she only likes guys who are stronger than her. Hearing which, Sven gets agitated. Naeun starts to leave and Sven starts showing his demonic power, asking if it's really the case. And if it is, then she would have to come to him if he is stronger. Naeun turns back to tell him to leave it, but is shocked and is suddenly attacked. We see his tendrils have made contact, but Sven feels something is off. We see Ha-jin is here and has protected Naeun with his shield. As he is asking Naeun about her condition, he gets attacked by Sven. Naeun tries to pick her weapon and Ha-jin is getting choked by Sven. Naeun starts to concentrate her magic power in her hand and attacks Sven. But it does not affect him, and we see him going completely berserk while spamming Naeun with his love confessions. Naeun charges a huge amount of magic power in her hand, and Ha-jin is surprised to see it. Occasionally, there are a few characters with great potential in this world, who cannot bring out their full potential because they chose a weapon that does not fit with them. Out of which, Naeun is the greatest of them all. She once again shouts at Sven to let Ha-jin go, and prepares a huge attack. And as she attacks, we see a huge amount of mana is released through the attack. We see Naeun's attack has created a huge and long crater. Seeing that, Ha-jin asks Naeun on what was it. She replies that she does not know herself. Naeun asks if he is okay, and he replies, he is, and she asks again if he is really okay. Suddenly she starts falling unconscious while saying, it's a relief, and Ha-jin calls out her name in worry. Fast forward, it gets night, and Naeun starts waking up. She is shocked upon finding herself on back of Ha-jin. Ha-jin tells her that she was not getting up, so he was carrying her down. She asks him to let her down, and Ha-jin tells her that he is really going to do it, and Naeun angrily tells him to hurry up. And as soon as he puts her down, she is unable to stand up. She gets scared as she is unable to use her legs, and wonders what happened to her. Ha-jin asks if this is her first time experiencing magic power exhaustion, hearing which leaves her dumbfounded. Seeing her expression, Ha-jin explains that it's the state of decrease in magic power in speed due to it being exhausted within your body, and Naeun shouts that she knows it already. He tells her that she won't be able to walk for a day or two, so get on, which she hesitantly does so. Ha-jin asks if she is keep going to use bow, and she asks, on what the hell is he talking about suddenly? Ha-jin tells her that she must have felt it too. And he knows that today she unconsciously unleashed her gift, a power that can drastically increase her abilities as long as there is a conductor for her magic power, a supreme sword that can massacre hundreds of monsters and humans with a single slash. A woman unmatched in large scale, all-out war, an overlord of the battlefield. and for that future she should let go, but suddenly Naeun gets angry and asks, who the hell is he for saying that? Seeing her reaction, he realizes that it's still a long way to go. Hajin drops her at the portal customs and tells her to find her own way from here. Naeun asks him where is he going, and Hajin leaves saying that it's time for dorm curfew, while Naeun yells at him to wait and take her with him. Next day, we see many people start commenting about the incident with Sven. And we see Hajin entering room 303 for something. We see it's Suho there, who greets Hajin. Along with him, Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, Yo Yunya, Lee Younghan. He notes that all of the important people have gathered here already. Now we go right before the day of the hunting club. On his call with Suho, Hajin asks him what is it, and Suho replies, it's about the incident where several kids have gone missing, and Cube has entrusted them to investigate this incident. To prevent bringing external forces into this matter, Cube entrusted a few trainees selected by grade with a culprit tracking mission. In the background, Naeun calls out to Suho to come with her, and he tells her to wait and tells Hajin about all the representatives for the first years. And also informs Hajin that Cube will be doing its investigations as well, since it's highly likely that the culprit is also a trainee. They said it's easier to track it from the inside. Hajin asks what does it all have to do with him. Suho replies, it's because he heard that he had good eyes and also that Naeun recommended him, which surprises Hajin. Back to the present, Suho thanks him for coming and Hajin thinks it's his pleasure as he will gain a lot of SP from this. Suho first starts explaining his theory, that the demonic human that attacked Naeun is not the same as the culprit. Hearing this, someone suddenly stomps their leg in anger. We see it's Shin who is angry at Suho for taking Naeun's name in a way which makes it seem they are close. Seeing which, Suho changes it to Chai Naeun. Back to the topic, he thinks that it's likely their next target is Naeun, as they follow orders of the demons they are contracted to, but if Sven failed, then another demonic human contracted to the same demon will target her. As such, Suho asks for everyone's suggestion or if someone who seems suspicious to them. Hajin knows the culprit already, but he believes that recklessly calling him out will be dangerous, and he has been patiently waiting for him to expose himself. But unlike in the original work, where 6 victims appear in 2 months, 3 people have already gone missing in 2 weeks, at this pace it's highly likely there will be even more victims. He starts to remember Naeun thanking him, and realizes that he no longer wants to watch as danger looms over them, just for a reason like waiting for the story to develop. As such, he raises his hand, saying that he has someone in mind, and calls out academics club leader Yoon Hyun, calling him suspicious. Suho replies that he has an alibi, as they investigated people who were close to the victim. He questions on what if the victim went to Yoon Hyun on her own accord, and Shin argues that if he is saying that he lured the victim with mere mental magic, there is no way it could happen. Hajin replies that it would be true if it was regular mental magic, and as he is speaking, someone interrupts him. It's Yoon Ha, who calls it strange that he has been suspecting someone who has an alibi. And compared to the club leader, the chances of him being a demonic human is higher. Hearing which, completely shocks Hajin. We see Hajin's memories when he was writing the novel, the time when he decided that the protagonist to have a supporter. A chaebol character who helps Suho, a vicious personality, but not one of hate. As he decides her name, Yo Yoon Ha. Back to the present, we see her accusing Hajin of being a demonic human. Suho defends Hajin, that he also has an alibi, as he used portal around the time of the crime. She replies that she is also making a guess like someone. An alibi like portal records can be easily fabricated and is less reliable than Yoon Hyun's alibi. Hajin gets flustered by it, and someone from behind says, to break his back first. It's Kim Horak, who says once Hajin gets beat, he would either transform or talk. We see both Shin and class president smiling, and Hajin has a blank and betrayed expression to his face. Hajin starts to chuckle and Horak asks him what is it that he is finding funny. Hajin tells Horak to bring it on, he will pierce a hole through his forehead. Suho steps in to stop them from fighting, and also tells Hajin to calm down. Hajin tells them to ask Naeun, as that day both her and him, but before he can explain himself, someone attacks him with a basketball. And we see it's Shin, who angrily asks him on why is Naeun's name is coming out of his mouth. Hajin replies that they worked together to kill the demonic human when she was attacked, while they were busy playing childish tricks with their posse. Hearing which, Shin gets angry and class president tries to calm him down. Saying all that, Hajin begins to leave. Suddenly he slips and we see Horak attacks him from behind. But Hajin has ducked down and dodged his attack completely. Horak is surprised that Hajin dodged it, and Hajin also pulls out his weapon, while saying that Horak needs a beating to understand. As they both are about to fight, Suho steps in and stops them both. He tells Horak that it's enough, and also to Yoon Ha, and she can ask Naeun if she is so suspicious. Yoon Ha immediately contacts Naeun to ask her about this. and Ha-jin storms off from there in anger, as Suho tries to stop him. Naeun defends Ha-jin and tells Yoon-ha that he is not a demonic human, but Yoon-ha does not reply back and is speechless. Now back to Ha-jin, who has stormed outside the building. He crouches down and wonders what he is doing, with a very sad expression. Not only did he fell into the novel he wrote, but he is also having emotional disputes with the characters he wrote with love. He tucks his face while saying that he is sick of it all. And he wants to see his friends and family, and wants to return to his home that has only 1 year left on contract. He wonders how the time is flowing in the original world. If it's flowing normally, would he be considered a missing person? And he starts to think about his parents and what if they were searching for him, what if they are feeling sad because of him? And starts questioning if he could even go back to his original world. Suddenly, he gets a notification that his perseverance has increased. He chuckles and smiles, while saying that it's killing his mood. He is glad that he increased his perseverance stat. The past him would not have had the courage to commit suicide, but he most definitely would have given up on returning. He wipes away his tears and starts to get back up, and stands around while looking in the distance. Inside the building, the president asks, "Where is Ha-jin?" and Suho replies that he was a bit difficult to approach. Yoon-ha confirms with Hoak that he used his gift earlier, which leaves him nervous and speechless. Yoon-ha is surprised that a mere sharpshooter was able to dodge the attack of a martial arts gift, and questions on who is calling who suspicious now. Suddenly she gets a message from Yoon-hyun, asking Yoon-ha if he can see her in the study room before the club meeting tomorrow. Yoon-ha replies back, "Sure." And we see Hyun is covered in blood, while smiling looking at her text. Fast forward to next day, Ha-jin narrates that he understands why people say you should keep yourself busy in moments of melancholy. Exercising, hunting, and investing in stocks as usual does not give him much time to think because of fatigue. But he wonders what is up with Suho and the class president, while thinking to not bother him and that he is fine. Ha-jin wonders what the hell is he doing with his own characters. He should really stop doing useless stuff and think about getting back home. Suddenly Naeun arrives, and Ha-jin asks her if it's okay for to come to school already, and she replies, there is nothing to do for her at home either ways. Suho gives her his hand to grab onto, but she tells him that she can move on her own, and Shin gets angry about Suho touching her. Seeing Shin gets angry for Naeun, Yoon-ha also gets pissed. Now the instructor arrives and tells everyone to take their seats. He then informs them that midterms are only a week away now. Practical exams will begin as soon as the written exams are done, and the practical will be assessed based on 2 categories. Duels between trainees, and monster battles against a phantom beast a mage will summon. Both categories will be far more difficult than regular lessons, and hence they should devote themselves to it. Ha-jin notes that written exam will be easy, but the problem is duels. Duels involve using one of the 3 nomination tickets a trainee is given, which allows one to nominate a trainee they wish to duel. It may seem like an opportunity for high-ranking trainees to nominate mediocre trainees to obtain tons of points, but a countermeasure is placed by Cube to prevent it, which is compensation point system. For example, even if the rank 1 trainee wins against the lowest rank trainee, the amount of points they earn changes based on the rank difference, and also the rank 1 trainee receives negative points. But of course, there are some people who completely ignore this system and use their nomination tickets on people they don't like so they can beat the crap out of them. And there is also one more thing which is bothering Ha-jin, which is the fact that Rachel is sitting too close to him. Rachel, she does not even talk to Ha-jin, yet keeps hanging around him. She always used to study alone at the back. He wonders what is she doing and if she is peeking at his notes. We see Ha-jin writing 2 names on his notebook. Rachel gets confused on what is it and Ha-jin thinks that these are his parents' name. Now Hyun messages Yoon-ha that he is in the study room. And we see Yoon-ha arriving there. As she enters the room, Hyun greets her with a smile on his face. She says that it looks like other club members are not here, and he replies that they will be here as well. Suddenly she notices a scented candle, and Hyun tells her that it's good for enhancing focus, since they are going to be studying later after all. He also tells Yoon-ha that he heard she joined the demonic human search team, and that he is a second-year representative there. And they are making no progress at all, and asks if Yoon-ha's group found anything yet, a list of suspect for example, and she replies, not yet. But she does tell him that there was one person who said something stupid. He asks her what did he say, and we see Yoon-ha is falling under his spell and wonders what is happening. She answers that he said, you are a demonic human, as she feels her mind to be at peace. And that he used some sort of psychological magic. Hearing that, Hyun asks if he had any evidence. Right as she is about to say, of course not, she realizes something. Hearing the word, evidence, gets her thinking something and Hyun tries to clarify that he misspoke. He meant to ask if he was basing it on anything. Yoon-ha gets suspicious and readies her weapon while telling him that innocent people don't ask for evidence when they are accused of crime. She takes out her whip and asks him for his true identity. Suddenly a black aura starts to surround him as he stares at her while saying that there is still time for her turn. Now at Cube's second-year room. We see Yoon-ha wakes up and is all tied up in a chair. Looking at her surrounding, she notes that it's the second-year dorm and realizes that it's Hyun's doing. She finally realizes that Yoon-hyun is indeed the culprit of all the missing cases, a demonic human, and Ha-jin was not spouting bullshit. She tries to calm herself down and tries to somehow request for help, though she struggles to do that, while prays for anyone to save her. But Hyun notices and catches her, telling her that she shouldn't do that. Suddenly Ha-jin's watch starts blinking as he gets a message from Yoon-ha. Seeing her message, he gets confused and wonders what does it mean. Hyun takes away Yoon-ha's smartwatch and tells her that there is no way any of her friend will understand a gibberish text in the middle of the night. He notes that she has messaged Ha-jin and asks if this is the quick-witted person who suspected him to be a demonic human, he would kill him later as well. Yoon-ha yells at him that if he seriously thinks he can get away after doing all of this, the search team have probably noticed already and is making a move. Hyun replies that it does not matter, he is going to leave Cube as soon as it's over, as he destroys Yoon-ha's smartwatch. Yoon-ha gets angry hearing that, and Hyun gets close to her and tells her that he loves that expression. However, Lady Lilith wants to see her face dyed with fear. Back to Ha-jin, who wonders if she has sent her this accidentally. He starts to think on what could it mean, and it turns out to be initials for the word save in Korean. Ha-jin quickly takes out his book of truth and asks for Yoon-ha's location. And upon seeing that, he is left shocked. We see Yoon-ha is getting brainwashed as the voice speaks inside her head that she has been lonely for long enough. He tries to make it as if he knows that feeling as well, though he notices her expression and is left surprised. He calls her willpower strong, and he cannot believe that she still has not been brainwashed after all this, even though all she has to do is let her mind go at once. He tells her to not be afraid, as Lady Lilith have given him permission just for today. And she wants her as well. We see her again struggling to free herself, and Hyun tells her that it's no use, even if she managed to loosen it, as there is no way to run in the face of Lady Lilith's magic power. But before he is finished speaking, he gets shot right in his head. Blood starts spilling everywhere, and Yoon-ha is shocked upon seeing it. Hyun starts screaming in pain and Yoon-ha hears Ha-jin's voice, telling her to look how she ended up after doubting someone she should have trusted. Hyun angrily asks Ha-jin for his identity and he tells him to forget about recovering, as the bullet was specially made, so unless he gets it surgically removed. Hyun takes out his claws and attacks randomly, asking Ha-jin on where the hell is he. Hyun breaks all the glass windows and almost hits Yoon-ha, who dodges the attack. Yoon-ha falls over, and Ha-jin mocks Hyun by telling him to not waste his strength, as Hyun angrily lashes out at him, demanding to know where the hell is he. Ha-jin again takes a shot at him, while telling him that he is extremely far away right now. Hyun starts coughing blood and falls down. And we see Ha-jin is shooting from a tree from extremely far away with his Desert Eagle sniper rifle form. Ha-jin has Hyun on his aim, as he notes that long-range sniping is the best. Ha-jin tells Yoon-ha that he would be using all the bullets that she gave him by today, and he is sure that she will give him something even better, if she have a conscience. Hyun tries to get away, but Ha-jin shoots him in the back. And he starts to tremble, as Ha-jin has his aim on him. Ha-jin puts his weapon down for a moment and tells Yoon-ha that he saw something that he should not have, and asks if she is alright, to which she replies, she is. Ha-jin tells her to take a nap, as the search team will be there soon, to which she complies with by saying, okay. And she falls asleep, while giving Ha-jin a heartfelt thank you. Fast forward, Yoon-ha is waking up in the hospital. We see Suho is sitting beside her, and she asks him on what is he doing here. He asks her if she is hurting anywhere. The doctor told them that there is nothing wrong with her body. She freaks out and gets up, and asks Suho again on what is he doing here. He replies that they were taking turns nursing her, he, Naeun, Jonghak, Horak, and she asks, why? Suho replies that it's because they are partially responsible for this situation. They should have taken more care as members of the same search team, but they were too focused on something else. And Suho apologizes to her for that. She tells Suho that he probably gets told a lot by others that he is stubborn, hearing which confuses him. Seeing him, Yoon-ha thinks that at first she thought Suho was only a talented guy in the first place, but perhaps she misunderstood. And from misunderstanding, she remembers about her argument with Ha-jin. She asks Suho if that person came. Suho asks, who? She suddenly turns away from the question and says, never mind. Yoon-ha then starts to simply stare at the blue sky. We see Yoon-ha messaging Ha-jin with a thanks and that she will repay him. And with this all, Ha-jin gains a tons of SP, along with a mastery increase of his Deadeye skill. Ha-jin notes that this is the most SP he has gained from a single action, but the reward of taking care of one of the main arc is bound to be amazing. It's not much of a bonus, since he had to make few investments in a few things to snipe, but this much is good enough since he managed to save Yu Yun-ha. Suddenly Park Soo-hyuk comes and calls out to Ha-jin, and tells him that he was surprised when he got a sudden call from him and asks if something is wrong. Soo-hyuk quickly kneels in front of Ha-jin, thinking that he called him to cancel the contract and begs him reconsider, and Ha-jin tells him that it's nothing like that. He shows him a briefcase and tells him that he wants to invest in SH Entertainment. Hearing which, Soo-hyuk is left confused and too shocked to think anything. The ginseng root that he had put up on Violet Banquet came back as a whopping 400 million won return. He used 250 million from that to invest in Packhorse Masters and invested the remaining 150 million in SH Entertainment, as the growth potential of SH Entertainment is just as certain as Packhorse Masters. Seeing Ha-jin's investment, he is bricked up and says that he cannot take such a large sum. But Ha-jin tells him to take it and to buy him a magic pouch and HUV with it as well. He asks Soo-hyuk for his age and he replies that he is 29, hence Ha-jin tells him to speak causally with him, since he is older, but Soo-hyuk freaks out, as he cannot talk like that to an investor, but Ha-jin tells him he will cancel it if he acts like that. Hearing which, he changes instantly to a more casual tone. While walking out, Ha-jin asks him to stop by a convenience store first. Ha-jin starts scratching a lottery ticket and Soo-hyuk asks him, why is he doing it all of a sudden? He replies, he cannot do so without a guardian. As the ticket is scratched, Soo-hyuk asks how much is it, and Ha-jin casually replies that it's 20 million won. Hearing which, Soo-hyuk completely freaks out. He gives that to Soo-hyuk as well, telling him to invest it and send him an edited copy of the contract. He tightly tucks the ticket with himself, and Ha-jin asks him on what is he doing, and he replies that someone might steal it. Now at evening, in some abandoned warehouse, we see a little kid is rising from what seems like shadow. He tells his boss that they have started to make their move. Packhorse Masters has been listed, and asks on what should they do next. She tells him that they will just take the item and leave the rest. But the kid replies that there is also a weird thing happening. Someone has been buying Packhorse Masters stocks intensively. At first he invested 3 million, 10 million, and then he suddenly invested 250 million, and doubts that it's too much money for someone to invest in a guild without even a guild page for good fortune. The boss tells him to forget about it and just focus on what they need to do. She asks if there is anything else to report and he replies that a few interesting pages have opened on Violet Banquet and asks if she wants to take a look. Relic Search Party, Jonggak Bozintang, Truth Agency, and his senses says that Truth Agency smells fishy. He asks if he should put a request there, maybe they would find that person for them. Hearing that she gets angry and calls out his name, Droon. He gets scared and replies that he was simply joking, and also tells her that the Cube's midterms are also starting from tomorrow. The hot topics there are, Rank 1 and 2, Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. A few members are planning on infiltrating, and asks his boss if she is going to participate as well. To which she replies that she will. And we finally get a full look at our new mommy waifu. She hopes that, there, she would find someone interesting and useful. Fast forward, as the time flew by, and the practical portion week of the midterms had begun. We see a happy and excited Hazuki, who is meeting her parents. During the practical week, Cube opens up to hero employment agencies like guilds and the association, as well as the families of the trainees. The huge crowd from all over the world is like that of a festival. We see the reporters reporting on the festival, and some guilds preparing to send offers to all of the top trainees. We see Ha-jin using a drone and noting that there is not much action as of yet. As such, he decides to wait for a little bit longer. We also learn that he got these drones from Soo-hyuk, and since he has set them up all over Cube, it will increase the probability of finding intruders. Suddenly, he bumps shoulder with someone and turns back to apologize. And we see it's the boss of Chameleon Troop. Ha-jin is completely shocked and almost forgot about it. That this person will also come for the practical exam. He keeps staring at her and realizes his mistake that he locked eyes with her for too long. He tries to think of something to say, as to not sound suspicious. And he ends up calling her so pretty, which leaves both of them speechless and with a deadpan expression. She simply ignores his comment and walks away. She contacts Droon and he asks her on what is it. She tells him that the one she passed by earlier, he saw her through the perception blocking item. And such, she tells him to investigate Ha-jin. Ha-jin remembers that it's not only heroes who are here to scout trainees, but the Chameleon Troop is also here at Cube. Their objective is to scout either Kim Soo-ho or Shin Jong-hak, but since Soo-ho doesn't fit in with their belief, he is disqualified, and they start paying attention to Shin Jong-hak. That is how the story goes. Their infiltration itself should not cause much of an issue, but if the story changes and they start fighting the exam site security heroes, It won't end with just 1 or 2 people dying. Suddenly someone shouts, "Nothing at all," and everyone takes notice. We see someone saying that he does not see anyone suspicious, and the girl tells him to stop goofing around and search properly, since it would be really bad for them if someone got past cube security during practical week. And he replies then they just have to eliminate them before they become a problem, and we learn they are high-grade heroes. Oh Jung-hyuk, rank 1737, 6th grade hero, and Seo Youngji, rank 2000, 7th grade hero. As they are moving around arguing, and Jung-hyuk telling her to go eat with pizza, we see a mysterious person strolling behind them. He comments about Ha-jin, and is surprised that he saw through the perception-blocking feature of Siren's necklace, and saw their boss. And with this, he is finally getting interested, as all he see here are weaklings, to the point that he is about to die of boredom. He asks Droon what kind of guy is he, as he would like to go first and brawl with him, hearing which, Droon thinks that he is such a muscle brain. He tells him to stay put, they can confirm whether he shows promise or not, even if they don't do anything. Since they are going to start it soon, the duels. At the arena, the announcer says that the first match is about to start, and the first duel is one in which a nomination ticket was used. We see Ha-jin walking in the arena, as someone calls out to him. It's Yoon-ha, who asks Ha-jin if he is heading to the arena. He replies that he is first up, and hearing which, Yoon-ha calls out to her assistant. She gives him 100 top-grade bullets. Though he cannot use them during the test, but he can use them however he likes, and he can let her know if he needs more. And for his information, she is not trying to call it even with something like this for saving her life. And tells him to think of it as a gift. She also informs him that she has not told them about him providing support during the demonic human incident, despite them keep asking, and Ha-jin requests her to keep hiding that, as he thinks that it would get complicated if it gets out that he was the one who shot Yoon-hyun. Yoon-ha says that she understands that he is hiding his strength for some reason, but it would be difficult for him to pass the practical exam like that, hearing which confuses Ha-jin. She asks him if he knows who is he up against. Now we switch scene to the waiting room, and see someone exercising. And it's Kim Horak, who says that he will make sure to crush Ha-jin. Back at Chameleon Troop, Droon tells his captain that he didn't found anything, he used to be in an orphanage, and does not have any parents or relatives, got admitted into the military academy at the age of 6 because they saw something special when they checked the orphanage. He was a low intermediate rank student, did not do anything special that led to any special attention, and entered Cube. And he also has a $300 million debt, that is all there is. Hearing all this, she wonders then how could Ha-jin see her past a perception blocking item and notice her. Droon replies that he didn't know either, and the big guy arrives from the bushes, finding his captain. He tells her that it's been a while, and he is introduced as Cheek Jung-young. She tells him that he is late, and asks if he was wandering anywhere else, and he replies that he simply followed the instructions to search for talents and came here. She asks if he found anything, and he replies, nothing, all of them are weaklings who'd get destroyed with a flick on their head. Droon replies, that is expected, but ask if there is any cadet who left any impression, and Jung-young replies that he only saw the second-year first-grade students, but there was not anyone. Droon informs him that he heard the first-year students this year are exceptional, so he should check out them instead, and a first-year, Kim Ha-jin is about to start his battle. Hearing which, he remembers that he is the guy who saw their captain through perception blocking item. Now at Practical Cube Arena Midterm. We see those two heroes eating pizza and watching the battles, while again arguing. Jung-hyuk tells Youngji that he has gotten much better, and his son likes it, hearing which she smiles while saying is that so? Suddenly she notices Jung-yeon sitting across them and wonders what is up with him, as he has been looking over towards them and smiling. Jung-hyuk replies that perhaps he is a fan of theirs. As Horak enters the arena, Jung-hyuk notes that it's about to start, noting that he might not be in top 6, but he is still pretty decent. Sung-ji notes that his opponent is a rank number 934, Kim Ha-jin. She wonders if it's really like this, and Jung-hyuk asks if she read the notes. Ha-jin tells Hoak that he is looking a little fierce and tells him to take it easy, which pisses him off. He notes that his specialty is using the mana within his body to manifest an invisible layer of enhanced protection energy. Not only does training ammo do nothing to him, they should be glad if his opponent isn't broken into 2 pieces, and his opponent must not allow him to get near. The announcer says that the first match will now start, and Hoak immediately rushes towards Ha-jin. And as he is rushing towards him, Ha-jin activates his bullet time. He moves away in bullet time to dodge, and has also increased the amount of time he can stay in it, up to a minute. And notes he can catch up to his movements, but Horak punches the ground and we see Ha-jin gets up in the air, while wondering if he is a tank or something. Horak chases Ha-jin through the arena, and while running, Ha-jin points his weapon towards him. Ha-jin shoots at him, and Horak smirks, while thinking that if Ha-jin really thought his enhanced protection energy was that weak, saying that he can easily deflect bullet like this, and right as he is punching it, he gets a heavy hit right on his shoulder due to it. We see him get nervous and everyone else is shocked as well about the fact that the bullet pierced through the enhanced protection energy. Everyone in the stand starts commenting and wondering who is Ha-jin to be able to pierce through enhanced protection energy like that, as it should not be possible with a mere bullet. Hearing this all, Horak gets agitated, but Ha-jin shoots at him again and he tries to defend against it. Ha-jin thinks that if Horak thought he could deflect these bullets, it's unfortunate for him, because these bullets have been infused with the mana of stigma, and also have anti-demon powers. Seeing this, everyone starts to cheer for Ha-jin. Horak gets angry and slams on the ground, lifting up the whole arena. But Ha-jin is able to dodge and jumps backwards. Ha-jin suddenly throws a knife towards him while telling him to be careful. Horak dodges and wonders if there is some kind of device on the knife. But Ha-jin points the weapon towards him and shoots at him, calling the knife just a fake. Horak lies on the ground, and Ha-jin moves towards him with his weapon pointed at him. Everyone is shocked, and we see Ha-jin is about to pull the trigger. Horak is nervous about being defeated, and everyone is looking in anticipation and shock as well. Jung-hyuk wonders if he ran out of bullets, and Song-ji comments that Horak looks exhausted as well. We see Horak trying to stand up, and Ha-jin stares at him with a blank face. Suddenly he smiles and drops his weapon, while surrendering. Everyone is left shocked and speechless upon seeing that. The announcer announces the end of duel and the winner, Kim Horak, who is incredibly pissed at Ha-jin for surrendering like that. Everyone comments about Horak being fine after getting hit by perhaps a real bullet, and wonders if it's due to him being a fighter. Jung-hyuk asks for Song-ji's impression, and she replies, Kim Ha-jin did well and Kim Horak was premature. He should have dominated Ha-jin slowly in combat, rather than rushing in with enhanced protection energy, since it has a heavy cost, but he tried to do too much too quickly and was shamed for no reason. But either ways, she found Ha-jin to be more interesting. His unimaginable firing speed and dynamic visual acuity that can keep track of a martial artist's gift, but at a certain point, when Horak began to slow down, Kim Ha-jin also slowed down, which makes her wonder if he has a special gift that increases his physical ability. And the fact he was also using bullets infused with mana. Jung-hyuk asks that if she is saying that the density of his compressed magic bullets was so strong that it broke enhanced protection energy, that too as a cadet. She replies that they don't know what kind of gift Cadet Kim Ha-jin has. His potential has a high chance of being the greatest of all time, as we see everyone around is shocked from this battle and many guilds and association are contacting their president about it. And such, Song-ji decides to remember his name, and Jung-hyuk comments that the next duel is about to start as well. Switching to Jung-yeon, he says that he didn't like Kim Ha-jin, as he is a small guy who just shoots from far away, and wonders why did their captain told him to check him out. Droon asks if he didn't see it himself. He has the power of demon slaying. Jung-yeon replies that it does not have anything to do with being strong. Droon replies that he just dislikes him because he is a ranged fighter, which Jung-yeon chuckles and agrees with. Fatal effort, fatal murderous intent to pierce death into others' heart. You need these to have a duel. Droon tells him to go look for his cadets with fatal whatever, and asks if he saw Suho or Jonghak, to which he replies that they both look pretty good. Shin Jonghak's destructive style of aiming for enemies' vitals immediately without any information is impressive. And he liked how he caused a ruckus for the cowards who only like defending. Droon replies that if Jung-yeon likes him, he cannot expect much from his personality. And as for Kim Suho, he calls him unique. Droon asks on what does he mean by that. And he explains that it was just like they heard. He used a sword dance type of swordsmanship. He'd clearly trained and worked on those movements for a long time. But it feels like he is hiding his true colors. Droon asks if that means the number 1 in Cube is different, and he replies that he doesn't know. Neither of them are at a level where he wants to fight them immediately. Droon asks, what about Kim Ha-jin? And Jung-yeon gets pissed asking if he is really including that guy as well. He replies, of course, since the power of demon slaying is what their captain is looking for. But once again Jung-yeon tells him that he doesn't like him. Suddenly from behind the bushes, we see a security guard comes asking if anyone is there. He tells Jung-yeon to go away immediately as the forest is off limits, which pisses him off. He again tells him to leave, and Jung-yeon calls it annoying. As the guard gets close, Jung-yeon flicks him on his forehead, causing a sound and killing him. Droon asks if he broke him, and he replies, he did. Droon then tells him that he is dead to the captain now, though Jung-yeon tells him to keep this a secret. Now at evening, we see their captain standing on top of a building, looking over the city. We get a flashback, on a heavy rainy day. At someone's grave, we hear someone say, they will find the traitor no matter what. And it's the captain, who says, that she will find them, and get their revenge, while crying. Back to the present, she grips the railing and contacts Drune, and orders him to check Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak and Kim Ha-jin, and he asks on what is the order. She replies that the power of demon slaying can break demonic bodies, hence, make Kim Ha-jin the highest priority. Drune asks if it's really okay, since he does not have much information about him, and she replies that it does not matter, as she will be meeting him personally tomorrow. Now fast forward to the second day of midterms, at the first arena. People in the stands notice the scouter for the Blade Guild, and the Holy Grace of God Guild as well as the audience level, which is completely different from the first day, because today's duels are Rank 1, Kim Suho vs Rank 8, Yohei, and Rank 3, Rachel vs Rank 4, Chai Naeun. People are excited since it's duel between cube rankers, and the first match between Naeun and Rachel. Ha-jin thanks the extras for the explanation. And in today's match, Naeun gets defeated by Rachel, because it's impossible to beat Rachel with a bow that isn't even a vocational gift. Finally, the announcer announces the commencement of the battle of the first year's 8th match. Naeun confidently tells Rachel that they will be exchanging their ranks today and points her bow towards the sky. She shoots her arrow up in the sky, and it creates a volley of arrows that comes raining down on Rachel. But Rachel dodges most of them and deflects one of them, which was coming straight towards her. Naeun is surprised seeing her attack completely shut down like that, and Rachel rushes towards her. Meanwhile in the stands, we see the boss approaching Ha-jin. She comes and sits beside him, and they both stare at each other for a moment. A black-level criminal wanted by the Hero Association, the captain of the infamous Chameleon Troop, a strong individual who hid herself with countless names and identities. And in this world, only Ha-jin knows her real name. But suddenly she gets splashed on by a soda can from someone who accidentally spilled it on her. Ha-jin gets scared and starts sweating. We see the result of Rachel and Naeun's match. And the boss cleans herself with a handkerchief given by Ha-jin, for which she thanks him. She tells Ha-jin that she saw his duel with Kim Horak, and shows him her card while saying that she is this type of person, and asks if the talent he showed in the duel was that his gift. Ha-jin is surprised seeing her contact information. He notices that it's not her real name, and perhaps one of her countless identities. He asks her if she came from the guild and that early contact with cadets are illegal. She tries to take it back, but Ha-jin holds it tight while saying that he is not saying that he won't take it. She tells Ha-jin that while she cannot give him any details yet, it won't be anything bad for him, and leaves while telling him to contact her sometime. Ha-jin thinks that there should not be any reason for the captain to be looking for him right now, and wonders why did she came to him. Meanwhile, Kim Suho's match also concludes with him being the winner. At the end of the day, everyone starts commenting about the duels, and how it's the first time a Korean prospect lost to a foreigner in Naeun vs Rachel. Ha-jin calls back his drone, and wonders if he got something on his surveillance drone, and decides to check it once he is back at the dorms. Suddenly he hears noises of someone sobbing. And it's Naeun who is crying while hiding in a bush. Ha-jin remembers this event, the story in which Suho comforts Naeun because she is crying tears of defeat. From this event, Naeun starts to feel attracted to Kim Suho. You can work harder, let's work hard together. Meaningless words like this won't be helpful to Naeun at all right now. Sometimes, you need to give up instead of working harder, but there is no give up to Kim Suho. He does not ask anyone to give up, and neither does he. Naeun probably won't give up on her bow because of Kim Suho. And suddenly Ha-jin gets an idea, and we see Naeun receives a message on her smartwatch. It's from Ha-jin, who tells her that he has watched her duel, and Naeun wonders on what is up with this bitch. She gets surprised upon seeing more of his messages, telling her that a sword fits her better than a bow, like as he said before. And that he recommends her to change courses. Seeing which, she gets a deadpan expression to her face. We see Suho coming out of the arena and finding Naeun, asking on where did she went, and looks inside the bushes telling her that he has been looking for her for a while. But Naeun is super pissed off, as she screams that she will kill Ha-jin, and like that, the first semester midterms practical subject, duel completes. Back in the dorms, we see Ha-jin watching the footage when Jung-yeon attacked the guard, calling it brutal. He wonders if he is from the Chameleon Troop as well. Killing people without any hesitation, killing just because he feels like it, for his own pleasure. There are people who are capable of doing such things in this world. Something that's made way easier to achieve with science and magic. There are also demi-humans behind the scenes, who are not involved with laws and rules. They are humans but yet deny heroes. They cannot be called mere lawbreakers because they possess transcendental strength. Just like the heroes, they are villains. Ha-jin cannot simply focus on the villains that appear in the existing novel story, based on the co-author. In the novel that's been changed, they don't know when or what kind of villain will appear. Now at midterms practical, Monster Battle Examination Center. One of the instructor introduces herself as Jin Juwa, the mage in charge of supervising their exams. Before they start, she will explain what the exam will be like. The The place we see is the place where cadets will be participating in the monster battle. They will be fighting monsters summoned by a mage. The test will be way more dangerous than any training they have gone so far, since the summoned monsters will have the same attack tendencies as actual monsters, but will not disappear immediately, even if the mage cancels the summon. And their life might be in danger if they refuse to yield out of pride, hence she advises them to surrender quickly if they feel the test is too hard for them. The evaluation will be done based on how long they can last and how calmly they react, and with all that, she wishes them luck in the exam. She first off calls for people from Team 1 to step into the exam hall. As the Team 1 gets into it, the instructor tells everyone to observe them quietly. If it is not their turn, they are to analyze other cadets' battle, and think about how they fought the monster and whether they could have done better, analyze them, and if there is a better way, they can express their views. Right as she is about to start the battle, she hears some sounds. Hearing which, she tells everyone to turn off their smartwatch, and she also informs them that this report will also affect their writing test, so they have to be mindful about writing the report. With that all, she finally commences the exam. The mage summons the first monster, for Team 1, Cadet Hazuki, and it's her advanced Gowl. The ghoul attacks Hazuki and she is barely able to defend against it. And other students who are observing, start taking notes. Now Team 2, Cadet Lee Younghan, and he is up against a big serpent, on which he uses magic liberation and lands a clean strike. After that a rain of arrows, belonging to Naeun, who also finishes her exam pretty easily. And like that other cadets, like Yo Yoon Ha also finishes up their exam quickly. Finally it's time for Team 10, Cadet Kim Ha-jin, and the summoned monster is Crom Wolf. Ha-jin quickly shoots the monster and hides behind a rock for cover, and thinks that if it goes in like this, it should end without an issue. But suddenly everyone hears a loud sound and wonders what is it. Ha-jin also wonders what is happening this time. We see Jung Hyuk, who is patrolling, asks if something happened in the exam hall upon listening to some noises. Song-ji gets angry and tells him to focus on standing guard, as one of the security trooper that was patrolling the cube got killed yesterday. Hence they are in the state of extreme emergency right now, so he should stay focused. Jung Hyuk replies he will and asks if they located the epicenter of the tremor just now, and she replies that they are guessing it's the ocean floor in his direction, but they don't know the exact location yet, and Jung Hyuk hopes that it's nothing serious. Suddenly he hears some footsteps in the bushes and quickly turns around. And we see it's Jung Yun, who says, "There is someone here." Upon noticing Jung Hyuk, Jung Hyuk tells him that this area is off limits and asks if he lost his way, but Jung Yun asks him on why is here then, and Jung Hyuk replies that he is not an outsider. Jung Hyun starts preparing for battle, telling him that it's enough talking, and that he should stop getting in his way and get lost if he doesn't want to get beaten up. Suddenly they both feel a huge tremor as the water starts rising up. We see a huge monster rising up from a water tornado as they wonder what is it. Back in the exam center, an announcement is made for every cadet to evacuate the building as the exam has stopped due to something happening outside the building. The instructor tells Ha-jin to stop the test and evacuate as well, while Ha-jin wonders on what the hell is going on. And outside the building, we see a mysterious figure looking towards it. Back at the training center, Ha-jin notes that the summons are not getting cancelled. He tries to call out to someone up, but no one answers, and Ha-jin realizes that something is wrong, and wonders if there were demonic humans within the dispatched mages. It's not just Juwo, since the story change alert didn't appear, and there weren't any changes detected in the people within this exam building. Which can mean only one thing, as Ha-jin realized that. We see someone arriving and meeting Rachel, telling her long time no see. And seeing that person, Rachel is surprised, and Ha-jin notes that it's definitely possible, since there are tons of extras like Kim Chundong that have never been mentioned in the novel. And the character is introduced as Sir Lancaster, and Ha-jin realizes that this is a story that he doesn't know about. Rachel asks Sir Lancaster on where has he been since the London incident that occurred 5 years ago. Not to mention that look of his as well. Seeing which, Rachel realized that he has sold his soul. She asks on why would someone like him, who was a former Imperial captain, do that, and Lancaster replies that she is mistaken about something. It's that he didn't sold his soul, a new lord simply took over his soul, a soul that was betrayed by the very country he devoted his whole life to. Hearing his answer, Rachel draws her sword, saying that it's meaningless to talk any further, and that she will be apprehending him. Rachel jumps towards him to attack, but her sword goes through his body, which surprises her. Lancaster tells Rachel that it's unfortunate, but his real body is not here, appearing in front of her is just him having some fun. It's so chaotic right now outside, that they won't care about this place, because of the invasion of monsters including the Amugi. The exam building is in a pandemonium right now, no one will be able to come to her help. He asks if isn't this situation quite different from the usual United Kingdom that only treats the imperial family as the top protection priorities, while tens of hundreds of others die without anyone paying attention to them. And we see a flashback of Lancaster holding someone and crying, calling that place darned. He notices some sound and tells her that he would love to talk to her more, but his time is up, and leaves while telling her goodbye, as Rachel shouts his name to try and stop him. And from the shadows, we see some kind of assassin comes out. It immediately attacks Rachel, who is barely able to defend against it. She notices that his attacks are quite powerful and she gets pushed back by his flurry of attacks. She is unable to block his attacks and starts getting damaged all over her body, and due to it she realizes that she cannot keep fighting head-on and have to take a risk and aim for an opening. But he attacks on her hand, which makes her sword go flying from her hand. We see her left unable to defend herself and on the ground. She uses a mana thread to try and pull her sword towards her. Right as the assassin is about to attack, her sword comes flying towards him. But suddenly, the wall behind them breaks, leaving Rachel surprised. And from that Harjean appears, as the assassin watches over. The assassin immediately rushes over to him to attack. But Harjean transforms his Desert Eagle into a shotgun and shoots at the assassin. After that shot, we see the assassin completely disappear, which makes him wonder if it was over in one shot, though that is to be expected since it's an attack that consumes 250 SP. Seeing him, Rachel realizes that it's someone from his class. Harjean comes towards her and gives her his hand while asking if she is okay. Though she obviously does not look okay, seeing which Harjean offers some bandages. We see him applying bandages and cleaning up blood, while saying that if he was any more late, she would not have been able to wield a sword again. Noting the blood, he suddenly realizes something, that he has obtained a cube ranker's blood unexpectedly. Rachel thanks him for it, and he replies to not worry about it. Suddenly the instructor arrives and asks them too if they are hurt anywhere. They tell them that they are coming to save them right now. One of their assistant tells the head mage that there are 2 cadets in the exam hall next to this place who are severely injured, which prompts her to ask on who on earth could do such a thing. Now back to Jung Hyuk, Sung-ji comes running towards him as he's sitting by the ocean. She asks him on what happened, and heard that an emoji appeared, and he replies that she sure took a lot of time in getting here, it has already been chased away. She asks if it was him who did that, and he replies, it was an intruder who did. Though he don't know who stabbed it, but the emoji was furious, and yet, he was able to use brute force to chase it away. He was definitely incredibly strong. Sung-ji replies she cannot believe that, and Jung Hyuk says that he does not believe it either, but it's highly likely that he is the suspect in the police station murder, and hence they should put out a search for him. On top of the appearance of an unknown intruder, the appearance of a high-ranking monster, which seems like the midterms are a bust this year. This time it would be tough for Cube executives to avoid being reprimanded for this incident. To sum things up, the Cube monster incident that took place yesterday became a well-known issue all over the world, and the midterms were postponed. Because a lot of manpower was used to clarify things for public and in repairs, after that both the test and classes were cancelled. And cadets were able to enjoy an unprecedented 10-day holiday. Seeing them excited, the instructor scolds them on how can they be like this when their cadets injured this time, they should stop thinking unnecessary thoughts and go back to their dorms. Harjean looks towards his laptop and sees the story change message finally appeared. It's about Alex Lancaster, which Harjean remembers, was one of the characters related to the UK which he created. His objective was to conquer the UK nation. Harjean notes that a pretty tough villain has become stronger than he was in the original story and has appeared sooner as well. If he knew that this would happen, he would made a greater number of kind characters. Though it's not necessarily all bad, he did manage to obtain Rachel's blood. Suddenly someone hits him with their elbow on his head. And it's Naeun who is looking pissed at Harjean. She makes fun of him and asks on what is he looking at, which pisses him off. The president notes that they are again fighting, but Suho says that they are looking friendlier than before. Now we see Naeun going to her dorms. While entering she calls Harjean a loser for picking a fight if he is not gonna be able to do anything. Suddenly she gets a notification on her smartwatch. And it's the report from the previous test. She opens it up to check what's in it, and notes that Suho has written in it as well. Suho's report praised her, while saying that it looked like she was worried about a lot of things. It felt like several internal and external factors chipped away at her self-confidence. However, she is an exceptionally talented cadet, an unwavering kill with the Chen Lima as an opponent. With hard work and exceptional talent, she was able to show perfect result. Someone else might think she is not talented, but what she lacks is not talent, but confidence in herself. If she continues to advance the same way she believed in herself today, he is sure that she will be able to become the best hero. Sincerely, from Appraisal Cadet, Kim Suho. Seeing his message, she calls it embarrassing and starts to blush a little, while thinking that no matter what anyone say, she will be using bow. She gets another appraisal, this time from an anonymous person, though she don't know who it is, but it's a really long appraisal, which she gets excited to read. But as she starts reading, she starts to get more and more pissed. Suddenly she screams loudly, which is heard outside of her dorm and scares Hazuki. Naeun yells loudly that she won't forgive whoever wrote this shit. Back at Hajin's dorm room, he feeds the seed the blood that he got from Rachel. He notes that the seed just ate it like that. The Evangel seed that he got from Mount Gari, if blood is fed to it, Evangel the witch would be born from it. And since this blood is from Rachel, a kind person, hopefully nothing like a villain will appear, and he starts caressing it, telling it to grow up quickly and help him out. Suddenly, his wrist starts glowing, and he starts to get scared. As he notices that a second stigma is getting inscribed onto him, due to which we can hear his screams. Now next day in the morning, we see him sitting in a car and going somewhere in the city. Soo-hyuk asks him on what is wrong, and he replies, it's nothing, he is just a little tired today. But more importantly, he asks Soo-hyuk if the business is going well, and he replies that since he has an SUV now, doing sales is easier and there are more customers as well. He also feels a lot more at ease compared to going around in the field by walking like he did previously. He starts crying and thanks Hajin for it, seeing which Hajin thinks to change the topic quickly. As they arrive, they notice there are a lot of people gathered at the entrance and wonders if they are from the guild. People around are surprised to see those people. And we see they are the essence of the straight guild members. Hajin also notices Yoon-ha and wonders if she is here to do a field exploration with her guild members. As Yoon-ha turns around, she also notices Hajin. She knocks on his window and asks, what is he going to the field for? And he replies, it's to earn money. She asks if he is by himself, and he replies, he is with his agent Park Soo-hyuk, who is surprised upon knowing that Hajin has affiliations with Essence of the Straight. She checks out Soo-hyuk, and it makes Hajin think that it's Yoon-ha and Soo-hyuk is such a strange combination. Originally, he should have been Suho's agent. Yoon-ha finds about the fact that Suho made contract with him and decided to invest a ton of money into SH Entertainment. The result of that was a great success, and that helped both Yoon-ha and Park Soo-hyuk walk down the road of success, at least in the novel. But the problem is whether Yoon-ha will invest in SH that does not have Kim Suho. In the worst case, Hajin might end up blocking the bright future of Park Soo-hyuk. Yoon-ha suddenly replies, I see, and also gets in the car with Hajin, saying that if he is here to hunt, she will accompany him. And asks Hajin if it's okay with him, but he is in quite the shock. Fast forward, as the car enters the field, we see them both sitting silently in the car. Hajin wonders what is Yoon-ha thinking, and suddenly she calls out to him. And asks if he has any plans for the future, to which he replies, on what is she suddenly talking about? She says that she is asking about what he intends to do after the graduation ceremony, and Hajin replies, why would he think of that when it's still so far away? But Yoon-ha tells him that the midterms are already over and they won't be in Cube for their third year because of their apprenticeships, which makes Hajin think that they will be really busy in their third year as cleanup heroes or something. And if he does not have any specific plans, she asks him to join the Essence of the Straight with her. She continues that although they are still constantly in the second place because of holy grace of God, if she becomes a captain, then she is going to make the Essence of Straight the best in the country. And she promises him to support him with tons of high-ranking weapons and named artifacts. And asks if this isn't quite an attractive offer for a cadet like him. Hajin replies that it's illegal to recruit cadets before they graduate. It would be a 5 billion fine for her, to which she says that it's nothing for her. And right as she is telling him to think carefully, Soo-hyuk stops the car, making her face smash into the car seat. She angrily asks him on what was that for, and he replies that they have arrived at the monster point. Yoon-ha asks him on how can a normal agent know about a monster point, and he replies that April is when the monsters inside the field start to get pretty rough. There are many smaller monsters that get driven to this vicinity. There is a few more locations like this, but the other areas have too many people because they are too famous. This is also a hunting spot that he took Hajin sniping into consideration for. And he has already explored this area personally and got the information himself, so it can be trusted. Hearing it all surprises Yoon-ha, and Hajin comments on how capable his agent is. Hajin leaves while telling Soo-hyuk that he will be back after some hunting, and Soo-hyuk asks Yoon-ha on what is she going to do, to which she replies that her guild members will be here soon. He gets scared by her, and suddenly she taps on his window and asks Soo-hyuk to give her his name card. Fast forward to 10 days after the midterms incident. The classes that were suspended resumed, and the cadets returned to Cube, and we see the students are checking their ranks. And naturally, Hajin took the first place in the midterms. After punishing Kim Ho-ak during the practical test, the group that was bullying him became quiet as well. And this is probably the most peaceful time he ever had since he joined Cube. Suddenly, someone punches the wall right beside him. And it's Naeun, who is super pissed and asks Ha-jin if wasn't he the one who wrote this report. Students around wonders what is happening, and upon seeing them both, assumes that they are fighting again. Naeun tells him to not think that he will be weaseling out of this. The annoying tone in this report obviously belongs to him. Ha-jin asks on what's wrong with it. He wrote it so he could help her, but she nags at him that she wasn't asking for his help, and he said that she did not have any talent as an archer. Who the hell gave him the right to teach her anything at all? And so what if you're a little good at studies? And she proposes a bet and tells him to experience on how hard it is using a bow with your whole body. Ha-jin immediately agrees with the bet, which surprises her. But if she loses, she would have to quit using a bow. She gets fired up and obviously very angry. Ha-jin tells her that he will also use a bow instead of a well, in return, she has to give him some special training time, to which she replies, does he really think it will help him? He can do as he pleases. Ha-jin thinks that his current master sharpshooter is at grade 7, if he get it to grade 6 with the remaining time, then he should be able to win the bet easily. Naeun is running away from the reality, to the extent that she thinks that just because she is talented at using swords, she is also talented at using bows. Just saying nice things won't help, because she needs to become someone stronger. Now at Grace Hall, number 303, we see the travel club president introducing himself. As he is giving a long speech, Ha-jin thinks that the academics and hunting club's activities had been halted due to the demonic human incident. The things that happened within Cube roughly flowed in the same direction as they did in the novel, in which the last incident would be, and the travel club president announces that their next travel destination would be France. The next episode is the assassination of the Parisian multi-millionaire. This episode starts with an assassin organization sending an assassination warning. The recipient would be France's multi-millionaire, Bethel. Due to his peaceful personality, he lives a frugal lifestyle in his mansion on the outskirts of Paris. Which is all a lie. Bethel was a wicked fraud known as Burbit. He had swindled numerous people and accumulated his wealth from all sorts of wicked deeds. While he has been able to escape getting caught so far, the darkness's footprint that was found was the real thing. Since he is a wanted man, he could not ask the police for help, and he doesn't have enough time to hire people who'd be strong enough to protect him from them. Bethel felt shivers down his spine. However, even if the skies fall, there will always be a way out. One day, Bethel thought of an amazing solution when he saw a certain cube cadet visiting Paris to sightsee. We see it's the travel club president, who is talking with someone, and saying that he was thinking to choose their club's next travel destination as Paris, but it's hard to find accommodation for all the cadets to stay together. And we see Bethel coming forward with a proposal to live in his mansion with all the cadets, which was his plan. He probably planned to use the cadets as his bodyguards by gathering them at his mansion. Suddenly, he gets a request on his laptop on the Room of Truth. He is surprised as this is his first request, and it's to find a swindler who got away after swindling his family, and he would like the details of the person below. Seeing which, Ha-jin remembers the person. Now at an abandoned warehouse, we see the members of the chameleon troupe has gathered. One of them says that it scared him, and wonders if that is the power of anti-magic. Someone else replies that the standards of the cube's first years this time around is pretty high, he should be pretty useful too, and one of them says that she is alright with anything. One of the girls raises her hand, asking the captain that since when did their group started doing analyses just to bring in a newbie. And someone else says that he thinks he got potential, more importantly he likes that he does not have any parents or lovers. The girl asks on what is that has to do with anything. And he answers that if he does not have anyone by his side, it'd be easier for him to indulge in physical things. They might not be able to provide him with things like honor, but they could give him as much money as he wants. And on top of that, their priority is to catch and punish the traitor. If he has the talent to help them, then they must recruit him. The girl replies, if that's so, then they should recruit him. However, they only have one empty spot, which is black. Would they want to give it to a newbie, the position that the chameleon troupe recognizes as the strongest, the color of that man who betrayed the former captain? Jung Yun steps forward, saying that since they have no choice, he will take up the position of black, and give him his color instead. But the members object, as Jung Yun is too stupid, which pisses him off. Drune replies, then the answer would be a majority vote by the captain. She asks, those who agree to recruit Kim Ha-jin into the chameleon troupe, show her hands. And we see majority of them agrees. Drune counts 8 agreements and 2 objections, meaning Ha-jin's recruitment has been confirmed, and it annoys Jung Yun. The captain tells Jane to look at something. It's the invitation to the Paris VIP party, and she realizes that it's the mission location this time around. She tells the captain to leave it to her. Chameleon Troupe's yellow, as stealing a single ring is nothing for her. We switch scenes to Suho and Naeun, who seem sleepy and tired. The president Han-hyun confirms everyone's attendance and tells everyone to draw lots and move to the portal. Ha-jin thinks that he has not even went to Europe in reality, yet he is going there 10 seconds from now via the portal. According to the novel, Yoon-ha and Kim Soo-ho were supposed to team up. And the rest will be just pair up accordingly perhaps. We finally see Paris and Eiffel Tower as the travel club arrives. And we see Naeun and Ha-jin has paired up, about which she is pissed while wondering on what the hell is up with her luck, and Ha-jin asks on why is she complaining when she was the one who drew the lot. They start arguing again, and people around are commenting how cool they are upon seeing that they are cube cadets. Suddenly someone calls everyone over. And we see the President Han-hyun getting all lovey-dovey with a girl as they both ask each other on how each of them has been, and everyone watching starts to get pissed thinking that he came here so he could meet his girlfriend. Han-hyun introduces his girlfriend, who is also their doctor for this trip, and her name is Natasha. Ha-jin stares at her as she greets everyone and tells everyone to have a good time. They tell everyone to gather back here by 7 p.m. as there is a party in the evening. As Ha-jin is leaving, Naeun asks him on where is he going. He replies that he wants to eat something, and asks Naeun if she is going to tag along. She replies that he is forgetting that they are a team. She cannot simply ignore the fact now, can she? To which Ha-jin replies that he was simply thinking that she acts very differently from someone he knows. Ha-jin then tells her to follow him for now, and she asks if he knows where to go, and he replies that he has it in his watch, as he did some research before coming here. Hence, she should just follow him. Though while walking, Naeun tells him that she is very picky with her food, and he replies that he knows, to which she asks, how would he know? We see them both arrive in some fancy restaurant, and Naeun is quite surprised. She asks Ha-jin on how did he made a reservation in a place like this, and he replies that he has his ways. In reality he used his book of truth. He hands her the menu and tells her to order whatever she likes, which she agrees to. Ha-jin thinks that since she comes from a rich family, she would know what to order. Suddenly as he is looking out from the window, he notices someone. He immediately gets up wondering what was that, and Naeun is confused. He quickly runs outside while telling Naeun to wait, as she asks him on where is he going. Ha-jin wonders if the story changed, or did another unknown actor appear. We see a couple walking and Ha-jin calls them out. It turns out to be Sung-ah as Ha-jin wonders on what is she doing in Paris. Looking at Ha-jin, she gets nervous, and Ha-jin tells her that she walks real fast, calling her Miss Sung-ah, and asks her on what is she doing here. But she tries to act like she doesn't know him and asks Ha-jin on who is he. Ha-jin asks on why is she acting like she doesn't know him, but she doesn't reply, and we see the guy with her comes forward. Ha-jin notes the system alert above them and tells them to excuse him, as he has mistaken them for someone else. He opens up his laptop while standing outside and reads the story change alert. Jane and Sung-ah, now he knows the reason for why she is in Paris. Both of them were in Holy Grace of God. As people in the same batch, Jane and Sung-ah would participate in several missions, and also experience various incidents. For Yoon Sung-ah, who led a tough life, Jane was the only person that she could call a friend. But at the most critical moment, Jane decided to betray Sung-ah. We see a place surrounded by fire, and Sung-ah on the ground asking Jane on why did she betray her. We see some substance is dropping from her face. As she replies to Sung-ah, that it was because she felt like it'd be fun. Jane's true identity was the chameleon troop's yellow, Jane Valorine. She was a villain who was talented at stealing things and making disguises. Back to the present, we see Sung-ah in some thoughts, as the guy with her gives her coffee. He tells her that she looks troubled, and she asks, is that so? But actually she feels refreshed, since she can finally put an end to this ill-fated relationship. He asks if Jane will really appear like what the anonymous informant said, and she replies that she does not trust that information completely. But that woman loves such parties, it'd be even better if there are things she can steal. The relic that is stored in the ballroom's safe, Homer's ring. Tonight, Jane Valorine will appear to try and steal that. We see Naeun and Ha-jin coming out of the restaurant after finishing up, with Naeun being satisfied by how good that meal was. Ha-jin asks her if they can split up now, as she might have places she wants to visit as well. And he thinks that the ball starts at 5 p.m. If he wants to find a place that has a good view of the building's insides, he would need to explore in advance. Naeun leaves while telling him to do whatever he wants, but suddenly he calls out to her and tells her to not get lost, which she gets pissed about and asks if he thinks that she is an idiot. Now at night, at the ball, we see many rich people along with a luxurious setting. People there starts to take notice of someone, and it's Yo Yoon-ha and Kim Soo-ho. They wonder if they are a celebrity, and they look so cool even though they have mask on. Hearing that, Yoon-ha comments that they say attire makes all the difference, and the effort she spent dressing Soo-ho was worth it, while Soo-ho thinks that the shirt is so stuffy. And we see someone is observing the ball from outside, on top of a building. It's Ha-jin who thinks, 5 minutes and 30 seconds, Yoon Sung-ah is here too, and there are no major deviations yet. In an old castle by the outskirts of Paris, a masked ball was taking place. The thing he needs to do in this place is simply to help the story progress without any hiccups. Suddenly, he notices a mana portal, which makes him realize that something is going wrong again. The only people who can make portals like that artificially would be the demonic humans, and he is talking about a strong one who is favored by a demon and possess enough mana to open a portal. The demonic human that opened that portal is already hiding somewhere in the party. Suddenly his laptop shows him a judgment point. It shows that there are too few people involved in Homer's ring, hence the demonic group, Evil Society, makes use of it and gets involved in this chapter, changing the story. Evil Society, an evil demonic human group whose leader is presumed to be Kim Hakpyo. Relic plunder, terrorist attacks, and wars that occur in countries from all over the world. There are an uncountable number of chaotic incidents in the world caused by Evil Society's demonic humans. Harjin notes that this has attracted the attention of some dangerous people. Harjin starts to use ether on his face and transforms it into a mask, while saying that this time around, things won't go according to their plan. As such, he now starts to search for Jane in the party. At the party, we see someone choking out one of the personnel. He then goes onto the iris scanner and is able to unlock it by showing his eyes as well. As the gate opens, he calls it too easy. In the middle of that room, he finds the mythical grade relic, the Homer's ring. Right as he is about to take it, Sung-ah comes and asks on what is he doing over there, and it turns out to be the person who was with her, Yoren. He asks Sung-ah on what is she doing here, and she replies that she came here to find him. How can her secretary just leave his position out of nowhere? She gets close to him and suddenly hugs him from behind. It scares and confuses Yoren as he asks on what is she doing so suddenly, and she replies that she won't be tricked a second time. And such she lifts him up and tries to slam him on the ground, causing a commotion in the party. People starts to wonder on what was that explosion, as we see part of the place is completely destroyed. From the smoke, we see it's not Yoren, but Jane, and Sung-ah is chasing her, and Jane is surprised and asks Sung-ah on how could she notice her disguise as it should have been perfect with her talent. Sung-ah catches up with her and replies that she knows that Jane switched places with Yoren when they reached Paris. Did she really thought that she would not notice how her closest aide speaks and walks? Jane smirks and replies that she does not remember Sung-ah being such a meticulous person in the past. Perhaps being betrayed by her really hurt her a lot. Suddenly a whip strikes Sung-ah and binds her hand. It's Yoon-ha and Kim Soo-ho as Yoon-ha tells her that she does not know who she is, but they have to take their lovers' fight back home. Sung-ah asks them on who are they, and Yoon-ha replies that they are cadets from Cube, and if she puts down her weapon right now, there will be no bloodshed. But Sung-ah uses her power and burns away Yoon-ha's whip. Suddenly as she is distracted, Jane attacks her, but she is able to dodge. Their attack starts reaching towards Yoon-ha as well, and Sung-ha is barely able to block them. But she uses her fist to attack Jane's sword, and it breaks, surprising her. Right as Sung-ha is about to finish her off, Soo-ho blocks her attack. She asks on who the hell is he, and tells him to get lost before she cuts him as well, but he tells her he won't, and though he doesn't know why they are fighting, he won't let anyone just get drawn into their fight. It'd be best for them to stop right now. Sung-ha gets pissed and kicks Soo-ho right in the gut. As she looks back, she finds Jane gone, and we can see her escaping, while Sung-ah tells her to stop, but she starts to make fun of her. Suddenly a black miasma arises, and both Jane and Sung-ah are shocked, as they wonder what is that. We see a demonic human, with tentacles-like ability, holding the Homer's ring. From outside, Harjin takes notice of her. Switching to Naeun, she is frustrated upon getting lost. She is certain that she followed the map though, and wonders why is she back at the same place, and calls her watch useless. She questions on which lousy company made this. She will make an inquiry right away. Though it's her own dad's company. She notices that he has not answered his calls or has he read his messages, and she wonders just what the hell is going on. Sung-ah is surprised to see a demonic human, and she warns her to put the ring down immediately. She replies that it's not an item that the likes of them should have, hence, they, the Evil Society, will be taking it. Harjin observes the situation from the outside, and thinks now that the Evil Society has the ring, there is a really low probability that they can get it back even if they work together. With no choice left, he decides to go the plan B and starts using his ether. He calculates the amount and thinks that this much would be enough and throws his ether at the demonic human. With this, he has stolen the ring away right from her hand. She is shocked and wonders who the hell did that, and from behind her we see Sung-ah attacking. With the Homer's ring in his hand, Harjin thinks to leave away with it for now. Suddenly he notices something, and gets attacked by someone, which he dodges. The attack leaves a crater, and we see someone coming, telling Harjin that he cannot do that, and asks just where is he rushing off to with it. Harjin is nervous upon noting that there is a second demonic human here. The guy greets Ha-jin and introduces himself as Sidious, and asks if it would be easy to understand for Ha-jin if he told him that he is a part of the evil society. He praises Ha-jin for his technique that he used to steal the ring, as Silason could not even do anything about it, to which Ha-jin replies that it was not anything great. But since he is so full of tricks, he should realize what he is about to say to him, and hence tells Ha-jin to hand over the ring. But Ha-jin replies that he cannot do that, which annoys Sidious, and replies that there is always someone like that, a person who gives them trouble in their perfect plan. He pulls out his weapon, citing that he has no choice but to use force against him. He attacks Ha-jin and we see a huge wave of red energy is released from his sword. It leaves a big impact as well, but Ha-jin is able to dodge it. Sidious asks Ha-jin if he got scared and explains that it's a magic sword that costs at least several hundred millions. As long as the user has enough mana to infuse into it, it could be even more powerful than a low-ranking relic. It'd be best for Ha-jin to hand over the ring before he becomes a mess. Ha-jin thinks that one of the benefits that demonic humans get via their contract would be an exponential increase of mana. That sword is probably best possible sword for that demonic human. Hence, Ha-jin starts to think to do something about his sword. Sidious attacks him again, but Ha-jin again dodges. Ha-jin proposes him to talk instead, as he will give him the ring if they talk, and Sidious replies, why would he do that instead of simply killing him and taking it? But Ha-jin asks, wasn't he trying to negotiate earlier, and Sidious replies that he is so noisy with his mumbling, even if he tries to buy time, he would not be able to find a way to defeat him. As he can tell just from a glance, that he is way weaker than those guys who are fighting inside. And his only weapon is and his physical abilities are also only good enough to dodge his attack, and such he asks Ha-jin on how can he be confident enough to stand before a demonic human. Sidious gets tired and charges up his sword, while saying goodbye to Ha-jin. But suddenly, his sword just stops working. He wonders what is happening and Ha-jin tells him that his sword probably won't work for today, which confuses him. And Ha-jin continues that it's because he is a lucky person. Sidious calls it bluffing and there are times when equipments malfunction, however he can still kill him easily without a weapon, as he believes. Ha-jin asks if that's really the case. Ha-jin decides to use the rest of his stigma and change it into light mana. Sidious attacks him, but Ha-jin changes his weapon to shotgun mode and shoots at him at point-blank range. Now switching to Naeun, who has given up on finding the party location after getting lost. She notices a lot of police cars and wonders where they are going, and sees her smart watch and notices that no one from the party has contacted her either. Looking at which, she gets disappointed and wonders why is that. She thinks that she has gotten influenced in a strange way. Suddenly she notices Ha-jin sitting beside her, and is surprised and asks him on why is he here. But Ha-jin replies that he is a little tired and she gets confused and asks on what did he say again. Ha-jin suddenly falls on the bench, and Naeun freaks out and asks him if he is sick. She tries to call him out, but he has fallen unconscious. Suddenly we switch scenes, and Ha-jin starts to wonder where is he. But he remembers, it was that time he finished his sats. Suddenly someone calls out his name. And we see it's his parents, and he asks them on why did they come all the way here, as it's so cold today as well. Ha-jin starts crying, as he has messed up his exams. His parents hugs him and consoles him, telling him that it's okay. Ha-jin starts to wake up from his dream, with tears in his eyes and laying on a bed, as he wonders where is he. Naeun and Suho enters the room, with Naeun asking if he is already awake, and Ha-jin is surprised to see them as well. Naeun complains on how hard it was for her to carry him back here, and tells him to get a grip. Seeing Ha-jin's face, she notices and asks if he cried, to which he tries to deny. Suho tells Naeun to step outside for now, and she asks on what did she just do. Natasha asks Ha-jin if he feels better now, which he replies that he does. She tells him that he had symptoms of exhaustion, and tells him to not move around too much and have a good rest, which he agrees to but asks them on where are they. Natasha replies that it's a mansion, and this is the room that he and Kim Suho have been assigned to. Ha-jin realizes that this is the huge mansion they were supposed to be living in. She asks if he is alright without eating anything, and he replies that he would be alright. Ha-jin notes that the assassination incident is about to start soon, and it's a good thing that he woke up before the incident started. Natasha tells him to rest up, and asks Naeun to leave the room with her, which she is reluctant to do so, and asks on why do they all keep asking her to leave the room. Suho cuts some apple for Ha-jin and asks if he is really okay, and he replies that he is fine. Ha-jin uses his smartwatch to see the news about the demonic incident and notes that fortunately no one got severely injured or killed in the process, seeing as how they did not mention anything else. Jane must have gotten out safely. He asks Suho about this incident and he replies, though he cannot give him any details, the demonic humans ran away before the heroes were dispatched, and Ha-jin gets relieved. Ha-jin notes Suho's hands are covered in bandages. Seeing which, He tells her to take care of himself, and calls him the protagonist, hence he should not suffer any severe injuries. He ran fearlessly towards Sung-ah today. At that time, Sung-ah really intended to kill him, and if that demonic human had appeared a little later, he might have gotten severely injured. He does understand why he did that. It's because he is the protagonist that walks only on the path of good. But a protagonist that tries to do good and righteous deeds, would he be able to overcome this crisis that's being controlled by an unknown being? And would he be able to send him back to his original world? Suho replies that he is no protagonist, such things don't exist. And if he is a protagonist, then Ha-jin is one as well. No, more like everyone in this world is a protagonist. Hearing which, Ha-jin seems to have a change of view. Suddenly, he tells Ha-jin that he saw the report that he wrote for Naeun, and tells him that he was kind of harsh, and Ha-jin replies that he was not. She does not have natural talent for archery. Suho asks if this is why he made a bet with her to compete with bows, and Ha-jin replies, yeah, and he wants her to give up if he wins. Suho argues that it's the path that she chose, and he does not think that it's anyone's place to ask her to give it up. Ha-jin asks if he wants him to cheer her on and comfort her even though she is obviously meant to walk down another path. Not everything can be resolved just by saying nice words like you do. What if one tries their best to the very end, but all that awaits is despair? What would he do then? Would he take the responsibility for it? Suho asks on how is he so sure that she does not have talent for bows, and if he is saying it like that because he can take responsibility for it. Ha-jin replies that he have thought a lot about this way more than he have, and he have observed her way longer than anyone else as well. And he knows way more about her than he does as well. Hearing which confuses Suho, and we hear a loud sound from outside, and Suho wonders what was that. Ha-jin with this eyes notices, one of the skills that an archer has is stealth, and calls it quite unnecessary skill that Naeun has learned. We see Naeun enter her room, shared with Yoon-ha who is trying to sleep. She starts blushing heavily, and calls Ha-jin totally crazy and wonders what the hell is he talking about. Yoon-ha wakes up and asks her if something happened, and she replies that it's nothing. Yoon-ha tells her to go to sleep if nothing happened, as she is really tired right now, and Naeun does so while telling her good night. But as she is in her bed, she still thinks about it and tries to calm herself down, thinking that she just eavesdropped on their conversation. She should just ignore that and act normal. She once again remembers his words and starts blushing. Right as she is wondering on what was Ha-jin thinking, we hear a loud scream and she gets up immediately, thinking what was that? Yoon-ha gets angry at Naeun, thinking that she was the one who screamed, but she tells her that it was not her. Yoon-ha asks then who was it, and thinks that perhaps it was really someone screaming. In the mansion, we see the maid is scared and freaking out upon seeing her master covered in blood. Hearing that scream, everyone opens up their door, wondering what was that. They notice that it came from the floor below, and Suho immediately jumps down. Ha-jin and everyone is surprised, as he wonders if he is a monster or what. Suho rushes over to the location and opens the door in hurry, and seeing the horrific sight shocks him. The maid starts crying and asks Suho for help, saying that the lord has been murdered. Everyone gathers and wonders on how could such a thing happen, as Natasha checks up on him. She tells that unfortunately he is already dead, due to there being excessive bleeding from the pierced wound on his abdomen. The butler says that this was surely done by the people who were jealous of him, and how could someone do something so evil to him when he lived his life for the sake of others? Everyone is quiet and seems to be mourning his death. Natasha tells everyone to wait outside and let the police and ambulance come. All the cadets should return to their rooms. But suddenly, Ha-jin turns the lights on. Natasha gets surprised and asks Ha-jin on why did he turn the lights on. He goes to Bethel's body and Natasha tells him to not tamper with the crime scene. She tries to make him go away forcefully, but Ha-jin pulls out his gun and points it right on her face. Everyone is shocked seeing it, and Naeun asks if he is gone crazy. He tells Natasha that she is lying right now, and Bethel is not dead. Villain Burbot is not dead. After he deceives people with his fake death to escape the crisis he is in, he becomes the greatest schemer as he joins the demonic humans. Because his villain role is improvised, Ha-jin does not know what will happen in the future. It'd best for him to take him down now if it's possible. Everyone is looking incredibly shocked by Ha-jin's revelation. Ha-jin notes that it's hard to convince others. With this involvement of his, he does not know what kind of uncertainty will occur and ruin the story flow. And he remembers Kim Suho's words about being the protagonist and smiles while thinking that even without thinking a lot, some stupid guy will be able to overcome that uncertainty. He once again says that Bethel is not dead, and he is deceiving everyone by playing dead. Natasha replies on what is he talking about, as she is a doctor and she checked that he is dead. Ha-jin explains that firstly that wound, it's too shallow for someone who got struck from the top. Next would be the excessive bleeding. The only fatal hit he took was to his heart, yet his blood not only soaked this huge mattress, it also overflowed to the ground. And the most important thing would be, and he does something in his smartwatch which leaves everyone shocked. He shows his real identity, while saying, "Con artist Burbit that's on the global wanted list, he looks awfully similar to Bethel, isn't it?" Natasha is left speechless and she asks Butler if he has called for police and ambulance, which he has. She tells Ha-jin that in this case, they can just ask them instead of arguing among themselves, since the opinion of professionals would be more trustworthy than a mere cadet. As such, she tries to leave while saying to conclude this matter when the police arrives. But Ha-jin points his weapon towards Bethel, which scares Natasha. She gets flustered and asks him on what is he doing. Everyone else also asks him the same thing. Ha-jin tells Natasha that he will shoot after counting to 3, it doesn't matter since he's dead, right? He starts his counting and Natasha panics, asking someone to stop him, while saying that Bethel is already a corpse, there is no need to do that. The count goes to 2, and Natasha says that they have already called for police, what could he want more, and asks him to put that weapon down right now. Right as he counts to 3, Natasha starts to cry out of fear, and quickly rushes off to him and covers him, telling Ha-jin to not shoot, revealing that he is her father, and everyone is left shocked. The butler tries to leave quietly, but Ha-jin shoots beside him and stops him, and tells him to not get the police but the heroes instead, and tell them that they caught a wanted criminal. Fast forward, and it gets morning, and we see the police are taking away Natasha and Burbit's unconscious body. The assassination incident was a self-fabricated scenario set up by Burbit and Natasha. Burbit, who was wanted all over Europe for his crimes, planned this so that he could get away from the police dragnet that was closing in on him. The fact that the fool that his daughter, Natasha, happened to bring was a cube cadet had contributed positively to his plans. The plan was known as the coming back after suspended animation. While the ingredient to put someone into suspended animation is very expensive, Natasha, who was a doctor in Cube, was able to obtain it easily. The next step was simple. After creating a fake wound on Burbit, who was put into suspended animation with the help of an illegal mage, she just had to spill the blood all over the scene. The ambulance workers that had arrived wouldn't be able to tell whether he was faking death, and all the police members around Paris had already been bribed by Burbit, and so, a similar-looking corpse had been provided to switch places with him when he's being transported. After that, the Cube cadet that was made a fool of would then give his testimony, and the words of a Cube cadet are 100% trustworthy. With that, Burbit would officially become dead on paper, but in actual fact, he would be reborn under a new name. However, it's no longer the case. As we see, the first question he got on his website was about Burbit as well, about which Ha-jin notes will increase his credibility as well. Yoon-ha arrives from behind and asks him if he is Sherlock. As there was that incident with Yoon-hyun and now today's incident, she suggests that he could open up a detective agency at this rate, to which Ha-jin replies that a sharpshooter needs to have observant eyes. Though she questions him on how does he knows the faces of the criminals, and Ha-jin replies that it's a family matter, and his tone puts Yoon-ha in confusion as she asks him on why is he speaking formally so suddenly. From family matter, Ha-jin starts to think about something, wondering what was Kim Chun-dong's family history. Now we switch scenes to someone looking over a huge aquarium. We see the demonic human, Silason, is kneeling in front of him and reporting that an unknown person who wore a leopard mask got in their way. He was exceptional at stealing things, and even Sidier's lost to him. He asks if he was not like a demonic human, and she replies that he was not like a hero either. He orders her to look into the heroes and hunters, and if she finds him, she has to report to him first without taking any action, to which she obliges. But then he asks her on why is she going around and advertising that she is a demonic human. Confused, Silason says, "Pardon?" He replies that it's that face of hers, and asking why is she basically advertising that she is a demonic human while being very angry. She apologizes and changes her face, while saying that she will make sure to find him in the shortest time possible. He also asks her if she retrieved the magic sword, the weapon that Sidai's used, and she gets nervous in telling him about that. Meanwhile, we see Ha-jin holding that sword, wondering how is he supposed to use this. It's a weapon that is useless to him since he is unable to control magic that is not stigma normally, though he thinks that it would sell for quite a high price, but something does not feels right. And the next item he got, the Homer's ring, originally a certain amount of magic power needs to be infused into it to modify it, but there is no need for Ha-jin to go through that trouble, as he can just use some SP to change a few words. And such the ring transforms and its status changes as well. A relic that increases magic power and also increases intelligence permanently, and it's not a bound item, so he can transfer it to someone else as well. Compared to someone like him, who does not have enough magic power, Kim Suho or Chai Naeun would be able to put it to better use. It would be especially more effective for Naeun, who has more magic power. Now he goes on to check his stats, and other than speed and perception, the rest have not increased by a lot, but fortunately there was an increase in gift. And with this, he is starting to feel like he has hit a wall, and thinks that he probably needs to work even harder than he has done so far in order to break his limits. Though, he still should be able to beat Naeun at this level, and right as he is closing his laptop, he remembers that he was supposed to find out about Kim Chun-dong. He enters Violet Society, thinking that there is no way that the co-author would leave Kim Chun-dong's past totally blank. He joined Cube, even though he might have been an extra in his novel, he should still have been an elite in the real world. That means there is a high chance that his parents are not ordinary people. Though searching for information on him might be a tough task. Troubleshooter, Yo Jin-hyuk, he is someone who is known to be the best at finding all sorts of information on people, but he is also very expensive. But since he is very good at finding people, he decides to hire him, only to hit a realization. The fact that he has no money, as he has been investing, which he completely forgot about, and suddenly he looks over and notices the evangel seed starting to twitch, and he realizes that it's already its feeding time. Now at some huge building, we see Yoon-ha looking something on her smartwatch. And we see she is calling her uncle, Yo Jin-hyuk. Fast forward, we are suddenly in Norway, which Ha-jin questions as well, and calls it a long story. And suddenly he gets hit by a snowball right on his face, and says that the story might be short as well. We see it was Naeun who threw it on him on purpose, which pisses him off. The club activities that got paused after the Sven incident resumed again. The hunting club borrowed a mountain cabin on a hill and organized an event for the resumption of club activities. The club president calls everyone over to explain the event. She explains that the seniors have hidden flags with numbers like this in various parts of the forest. There are presents linked to each number of the flag. There are virtual reality devices, vouchers, and a lot of other amazing presents, so they should do their best in finding them. She tells them to draw lots and make up their teams. And as Naeun draws her lot, she is once again teamed up with Ha-jin, whom she asks if he has rigged the lots. She is annoyed and starts walking, telling Ha-jin to not hold her back, and Ha-jin with a deadpan expression tells her to just take care of herself, as there are boar traps below, which she already gets caught by, and Ha-jin starts laughing at her. Looking at Ha-jin's clothes, Naeun asks if he is fine with such a thin layer of clothing, as he will freeze to death in it, and Ha-jin replies that it's a functional coat. And an amazing one at that. It's something that Rachel gave him as a present when he had to worry about money and could not buy it. She told him that it was thanks for midterms and whatnot. Ha-jin starts to get teary thinking about how kind Rachel is. Suddenly, Naeun points towards the flag which she found, and Ha-jin notes that it's the flag number 1. Though he wonders why it's all the way over there, as what kind of idiot will climb up there? And right as he says, Naeun has already started climbing, and also calls Ha-jin to come quickly. Ha-jin sighs, and pulls out a knife attached with a wire. She asks him on what is he doing, and if he really thinks that it would work with a knife which is tied to a wire. Ha-jin prepares to throw it, while replying that of course it won't work with just any wire, while thinking that this wire has some of his stigma's mana. He throws it in the general direction, as it does not matter where it flies, since he controls the mana that's within the knife. We see the knife hitting the perfect spot, which surprises Naeun that it actually worked. Ha-jin goes on to pick the flag up, and Naeun excitedly asks on what is the reward, and Ha-jin tells her that there is some kind of note here. It turns out to be Yoon Sung-a's number, seeing which Naeun gets elated and Ha-jin is not so much. Ha-jin hands it over to Naeun, who is surprised and tells him that this is the number of number 1 guild's vice captain, and Ha-jin replies that he does not need it, thinking since he already has it. Upon taking it, she starts to blush, and gives it back, saying why would he give it to her if he is the one who got it, and Ha-jin simply tells her to forget it if she does not need it as well, and they both head back to the cabin. Now switching scenes, we see someone in deep thoughts. It's Yoon-ha, who remembers Ha-jin's answer when she asked him on how he knew the criminals' faces. She thinks that the wanted criminal Burbit was someone who mainly committed crimes within Europe. It's a character that should not have any contact with Kim Ha-jin. It would make sense if that person memorized the faces of all global wanted criminals. But wonders on why would he do that, and there is only one hypothesis, which makes sense. No one knows who the main culprit that did something terrible to Kim Ha-jin in the past is. Because of that, he memorized the global wanted criminal list in order to find the culprit. If she considers that Kim Ha-jin is an orphan, then the hypothesis makes even more sense, and perhaps his parents did not just die, but were murdered. And due to that, he memorized the faces of criminals and hid his power so that he can find the culprit and kill him without the culprit knowing that he is there. Though this is still just a hypothesis, it's not what Kim Ha-jin's past really is, and if he really did had such a past and she was able to find it out, it would become a good opportunity for her. An opportunity to put herself in a greatly advantageous position when she is trying to recruit him into her guild later on. She starts to think and sighs in the end, thinking she does not want to contact that person. We see a building and a phone ringing. Someone comes up and shouts on why aren't they picking up the phone. and complains about the secretary being of no use. The person picks up the phone himself and introduces himself, objects, people, information. He will find whatever they want, as this is Yo Jin-hyuk's office. As Yoon-ha greets her uncle, he is surprised knowing it her, as she rarely ever calls him. She tells him that she wants to hire him to investigate someone. His name is Kim Ha-jin, a 17-year-old cube cadet, and she wants to know everything about his past and where he has been before. Since with his ability to experience the past, he can find out everything. Back to Ha-jin, everyone is surprised seeing him take the first place, commenting that they are so envious of him, but Ha-jin thinks that the present for number 4 is better than number 1 for him. Fast forward and it gets evening and they all start eating. Ha-jin tells them that he will cook the meat and the rest of the items, so they can go and rest. The guy beside him starts to think that Ha-jin is completely different from the rumors. For Ha-jin, since his aunt runs a Korean barbecue restaurant, he is more confident in barbecuing meat than others. While eating, the president brings up the topic of end-of-the-term exams for them. She tells them to be extra careful, as they must not trust anyone during the end-of-term exam, and one of them asks if it's that tough. She replies that it's not just tough, she has seen friendships being broken up as well. Since it is directly connected to the results, everyone is very sensitive. And they must have heard of the repeat class as well. They are really dangerous, so they should be wary of them. Repeat class, as per the name, it's a class for cadets whose grades did not make it and could not advance to the next level. There's around 200 cadets in each grade. Among them, around 20% of them have either contracted with a demon or belong to high-risk groups, and the problem of this end-of-term exam stems from them. Now that the co-author has gotten involved, it's possible for the percentage to increase. That's proof of just how rotten the current cube is. The president calls out to Ha-jin for doing a great job and tells him to take a break and eat with them, though he replies that he has been eating while cooking, so it's good for him. Ha-jin thinks that they are being really friendly to him, just because he is cooking the meat well. The president tells everyone since they all had great dinner, it's best to rest in the mountain cabin instead of going out for a night hunt. At night, we see them all playing and having fun. Ha-jin sitting outside, thinks that it's been a while since he had such a great laugh. Suddenly he gets another request on his website to find a con artist, seeing which he notes that the name is quite German-like and it must be a referral from the previous customer. He uses his book of truth and gets all of the information about the con artist. He gets quite dizzy from it and thinks that it's great he is earning money from this, but he doesn't really like how he feels after using this ability. He closes his laptop and starts to admire the view. Suddenly, he starts to do a smoking action, but remembers that he quit smoking already. He also remembers smoking at least half a box every single day for 5 years. He totally forgot about it since he fell into this world. Suddenly, Naeun approaches him from behind and asks if he used to smoke, and seeing her, he asks since when she was here, to which she replies she has been standing here for a while. Upon learning that he used to smoke before, she calls him a real thug and asks that he must have tattoos as well, though he does not answer and she assumes that it's true, but he clarifies that it's not. She starts to stare at him for a moment and asks if he is confident in winning against her. To which Ha-jin replies with a question of his own, is she confident in giving up on Bo if she loses? She replies that losing does not even sound possible, so she did not think about what would happen afterwards. He asks if she is going to cry if she loses, which she almost did today, and she gets pissed hearing that. She then shows him an article in news that was written about him in France today. Apparently Yoon-ha showed it to her. They said that he was the Korean Sherlock that caught the notorious con artist. Naeun says that she cannot believe they are calling a thug who is always quarreling with her and smokes Sherlock. Ha-jin gets tired of her banter and tells her to go to sleep. She makes fun of him while going for it. She stops again and asks him what is it like to smoke though. In winter, at some old orphanage, we see Yoon Jin-hyuk waiting for something, almost reaching his limits. As just a little more and his mana will be depleted, but just then he notices someone with a baby in her hand. She puts the baby down in front of the orphanage, and Jin-hyuk notices that she is just a kid herself. Suddenly it all starts to go awry, as he notices that the density of the past is too high. He gets back to the present, and wonders just who the hell is she. We see Jin-hyuk arriving back at his office, and his employee welcoming him back. He asks Jin-hyuk on how was the target this time around, and he replies that it was a little unusual. Though before saying anything further, he rushes off to use the toilet. 17 years old, used to be from orphanage, Jin-hyuk went back to the day target entered the orphanage to take a look, but he could not see the target's parents, instead saw some kid put the baby down and left. He could not find out much and the past was strangely covered in a thick fog. It seems that if he wants to find out more, he would need to maintain his top condition. In any case, he thinks it would take quite a while. It's too much work to do for free, even if it's a request from his niece. But his employee tells him that he would probably needs to do it even if that's the case, as another request to look into Kim Ha-jin's past just came in, which surprises Jin-hyuk. And what is worse is that, this time around, it's coming from the top rank of Violet Society, a red diamond rank purchaser, which surprises Jin-hyuk as it's the same rank as him. He reads the request and notes on top of being a red diamond rank, the letter is very politely written, and also have an abnormal deposit amount. With which he gets certain that it's a request from the chameleon's troop. He gets a bit nervous and excited while saying that Kim Ha-jin, there is really something about him. Now on Friday, the instructor announces that 4 weeks from now would be finals. The practical exam for the finals would be much harder than the midterms. They would be tested on what they learned about being hero in this semester, hence they should make sure to be thoroughly prepared. Ha-jin thinks that unlike the midterms which had more entertainment, the finals does not have a prepared arena or audience. The finals would be held at a certain remote island in Korea. A survival exam would be conducted on an island that's overflowing with monsters and beasts. But if the co-author gets involved, then there will be a ton of changes that will occur there as well. And there are lots of other variables besides the co-author as well, as such he needs to be on guard. Instructor tells them that he cannot share more details of the exam yet, but in this exam, numerous instructors of middle to high rank will be going all out to ensure the exam location safety. All they need to do is focus on the exam. And with that, he ends the class and wishes them luck for their weekend. As Ha-jin is packing his bag, someone calls him out. It's Naeun, who asks if he has forgotten about their bow bet yet. Ha-jin asks her in reply that if she has forgotten that she would have to quit using bow if she loses, and she gets angry, telling him to not cry if he loses. They both arrive at the archery center. As Naeun asks him if he is ready, he replies he is, but there is something. Behind them, everyone is here, about which Ha-jin asks on why all of them are here. Class president comes along saying, were they really trying to do something fun all alone, and they need an audience for something like this to be fun. Ha-jin with a deadpan expression, thinks if Lee Young-han is not even embarrassed from what happened previously. Suddenly Shin pulls his hair in anger, saying that he has asked Naeun to quit using bow if she loses, but if he loses instead, would he be quitting cube then? Naeun kicks both of them away, telling them to stay out of this as they are about to start. She starts explaining that their objective will be to hit the target. It would be launched from the target launcher over there, and they will be starting from 100 meter. Every time they succeed, they will add an additional 50 meter and continue shooting. And that is all there is to it. She then mocks him by asking if he is too scared because it looks very hard to do, but he replies it because it's easier than he thought, which pisses her off, as she replies that she will see how long that confidence of him will last. They both take their position and gets ready to shoot. Naeun shouts to start shooting, as the launcher shoots the target in air. She shoots first, and it perfectly hits the target. She looks towards Ha-jin while saying that 100 meter is easy. But Ha-jin apologizes as he froze up and did not shoot because he was surprised. And asks to give him another chance, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Class president burst out laughing and Shin gets angry at Ha-jin for pulling such antics. Naeun is also taken back and says that even his posture is a mess, and it wouldn't matter how many times he shoot. Suho tells Young-han to stop laughing at Ha-jin. As Ha-jin prepares to shoot, he thinks, although Naeun has perfect posture, stuff like that does not matter to him. One does not become top grade just by learning the posture perfectly, that's just the basic requirement to become one. In this world, the power known as talent is the one that determines who's top grade and who's not. As Ha-jin yells shoot, and the target launches shoots the target. And Ha-jin's talent is Master Sharpshooter, which assists his arrow and hits the target perfectly. Seeing which, everyone is left shocked. As Ha-jin tells Naeun that he got the grasp of it now, and he is going to go again. We go back to the past, where a bunch of kids are trying to see the hero's disciple. Who is Chai Naeun, also called a child genius. Everyone outside wonders on what happened, and her master asks if she is really serious about changing her weapon to a bow. He asks if it's due to her mother, and she replies that there is no reason for it. She just wanted to change it, and says a genius like her would probably become the best archer even if she became an archer instead. He replies that he even gave her a magic sword, and she apologizes to him. But he gets pissed at her, shouting who the hell is her master. He does not have any disciple who just changes their path in life so easily. As he calms down, and says that he won't stop her if that's her decision, and asks if this is really what she wants. And tells her to think carefully, and not do anything she would regret. Back to the present, Naeun once again shoots down her target. And as Ha-jin's turn comes, he is also easily able to shoot his targets down as well. Seeing this, other students comment that Ha-jin is way better than expected, and the distance is also already 400 meter. Someone pops up behind them and says that he is not just keeping up, he has been shooting immediately after Naeun hits her targets for a while now. He would get it if it was just 1 or 2 shots, but isn't it natural for someone to feel psychologically intimidated in a match like that when there is constant pressure? But Ha-jin is looking relaxed despite being in such psychological war. As such, in quite a bit of surprise, he wonders if Ha-jin would really win it. And Shin gets angry hearing that, as he looks over at Naeun with concern. As she hits her next target, she misses the bullseye. Seeing which, Ha-jin once again tells her that she is not suited for bows. She asks if he is scared, and what is up with his cheap provocation. He should just shut up and fire the arrows. Ha-jin knows that Naeun does not have a calm personality. She gets angry and shaken at the slightest provocation. It's natural that she is not suited to be an archer, but the reason why she still chose to become an archer. As he tells Naeun that she is scared, isn't she, to fight using a sword. She gets pissed and tells Ha-jin to watch his mouth. He continues on that if that's not it, since that is what it looks like to him, it is also why she always tries to rationalize it, doesn't she? Saying stuff like, I am as talented in bows as I am with swords, I can also become the best hero with a bow. Though, considering she changed to bows halfway, she is doing pretty well as an archer. Hearing this all, she gets more agitated and tells him to shut up. And with his next line, he completely shakes her up, that with her level, she would never be able to kill even a single demonic human, not to mention avenge her family. As she shoots this time, her arrow completely misses target. It leaves everyone, including Naeun, shocked. And as such, Naeun loses her duel against Ha-jin. Now at evening, as Yoon-ha is walking outside, searching for Naeun, she looks over and finds her sitting on a bench. She asks her on what is she doing here, and everyone is looking for her. Naeun asks Yoon-ha if she heard about it as well, and that Ha-jin brought up her family. She starts getting teary, thinking on why does he do that, as he has helped her before. And while she does not consider each other close, she did think that he is not a bad guy she heard in rumors, but still wonders on why does he keep doing stuff like that. Yoon-ha also wonders on what would Ha-jin gain from doing stuff like this. Suddenly she realizes something, as if their relationship takes a turn for the worse, it would be problematic for her as she wants to recruit them both, and due to which she plans to do something, though she is a bit annoyed in doing that. She tells Naeun that Ha-jin has no family, and it's probably for the same reason as her. She also tells Naeun that she kind of guessed it, and perhaps Ha-jin identifies with her. He wants her to understand him even if he does things like that to her, and he wants her to live a good life. Yoon-ha finally leaves saying that she knows she might have lots of things to think about, so she would be going first, and tells Naeun to not be too late. Sitting alone, she starts to remember her past, about being asked on why she switched to bow, and she replies that she was just getting bored of swords. As hearing that, her brother pats her on the head and tells her that no matter what path she chooses, he would support it, as he knows that she would do well. However, she has to promise him something. In the future, when she is ready, he wants her to think about what she really wants to do. As such, she starts to think about it. Switching to Ha-jin, we see his SP has increased by a lot, and extreme luck also activated in human relationship, seeing which Ha-jin wonders, what is this? Fast forward and we see Jin-hyuk telling Yoon-ha that there is something definitely up with Kim Ha-jin, and he would be able to know after further investigation, but he might turn out to be related to a terrible illegal organization, while thinking that it would be best if he did not mention chameleon troop to Yoon-ha. He confirms with Yoon-ha if it's okay for him to keep looking into Ha-jin. She smiles and replies, of course, as she has already made up her mind that she is definitely going to bring him over to Essence of the Strait. Hearing which he starts to smile, saying that seems like he would have to put in more effort, and hearing which Yoon-ha asks if he is misunderstanding something here. We switch scenes to Ha-jin, who arrives at training center, as apparently the rumors about the shooting competition spread quickly since a lot of people were watching, though he did not expect it to be called in by an instructor. Though with how things turned out, he is a bit scared going into the classroom. Suddenly he notices another person who is here, and peeks through the corner. He gets surprised seeing that it's Naeun, who is training with a sword. And as she turns around and sees Ha-jin, she quickly hides the sword behind her back in embarrassment. Ha-jin awkwardly calls out about her training, and Naeun, while embarrassed, hesitantly replies that it is what she was doing, and asks if she is not allowed to do that. Ha-jin replies that it's not that, and suddenly notices her new hairstyle and calls it out. Naeun asks him on what about it. And Ha-jin asks if she cut it due to him, but she replies that she cut it because it was getting warm, and asks if Ha-jin really thinks that she would dwell over stuff like that. Ha-jin smiles and compliments her new hair and asks if it feels refreshing. She blushes slightly and replies, it probably does. Ha-jin leaves while telling her that he is going to be training over there as well. Naeun thinks that Ha-jin was a swordsman to begin with when he threw away everything he learned throughout his whole life and chose a different weapon. It makes her wonder about what kind of feelings did Ha-jin had at that time. She then starts to channel mana into her sword. Seeing that it's reaching all the way to the ceiling now, she gets excited. She starts to remember his words about her keep using bow, and wonders if he knew from the start. Fast forward, back in his dorm, we see Ha-jin doing some shopping for the upcoming final exams. He notes that they would probably check for their belongings before they enter the exam location, but that it's meant to catch handmade defense tools and weapons, as long as he tells them that he brought all this along in case of emergencies, though suddenly he hears a sound. We see it's from Evangel's seed, who is crying for food, as Ha-jin gives into its demand. He notices that it's gotten quite big, and wonders if it's about to be born. A newly born Evangel would look around 3 to 4 years old. He should be able to raise her if he gives her a different look using the witch's power. He starts to tickle and play with it, and tells it to come out soon. Now at ST Hotel, in the outskirts of Seoul. We see Jane asking her captain if she is serious about disguising herself as a cadet and infiltrate the finals personally. She replies, she is, and that is why she needs her help. Jane asks if she really needs to go that far, and she has gotten obsessed with something weird again. Captain replies that there is someone whose ability she wants to see for herself, and she has something she wants to get from the exam location as well. Jane sighs and agrees, while saying that it's not like anyone could stop her anyways. As she starts using her ability to disguise the captain, and also starts to give her the information about the cadet she is about to disguise her in, the details of how she speaks, her personality, and her habits are all written here, so she should memorize them all. Though Jane says that she is very uneasy about it and the captain tells her that she gets worried quite easily now, this is not even a big deal. Fast forward, we see the captain disguised as a cadet and is surrounded by her clingy friends. She notes that these are the friends who were mentioned in the notes earlier, as she calls it all really easy, and imitating a cadet, piece of cake. Right as she starts her acting all cutesy saying that she got no boyfriend, Ha-jin arrives. Upon noticing each other, both of them are left shocked and surprised. Ha-jin gets scared and quickly turns away. He wonders what was even that, and why on earth. Is the captain here, disguised as a cadet? Fast forward, and the theory exam ended and right now, the final exams have started. We see the captain enjoying with her friends and Ha-jin staring at her. Captain, who was still disguised as Seo E-jin, is still at Cube. After the midterms exams, Ha-jin did not think that she would appear at Cube anymore, but contrary to the original novel, she appeared again. Though he don't know the reason, he considers this a chance to obtain SP, and hence he plans to follow her around. He acted friendly towards her and also talked to her, but the only thing he got out of her was a can of soda. It makes Ha-jin thinks that perhaps he needs to observe Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak more. The instructor tells everyone to gather up and starts to explain the rules of the final exam. They have to survive on that island for 5 days and obtain points. They can earn points by either defeating the monsters that live on the island, or they can take from other cadets. Cadets can also buy and sell points between each other. And for those cadets who want to obtain the best results, 200 points will be given to those who steal an instructor's name tag, so they can give that a try as well, which makes Ha-jin thinks on who would want to go against an instructor, who is currently a hero. Finally, the instructor tells everyone to follow him as he would drop them off to the designated spot. We see the students arriving at island shore on many small boats. Ha-jin, after getting off, notices that Rachel is also here and he calls her out. He asks her if she wants to move together with him for the final exam. Ha-jin thinks that it's not a coincidence that he got off the ship with Rachel instead of the other main characters. It was the result of thinking about the numerous changes due to the interference of the co-author. And as long as there is a villain who holds a grudge against Rachel, she is going to be the person in the most danger. Rachel replies and rejects his offer as she is more comfortable being alone, though Ha-jin claims that he knew he would be rejected. Suddenly we see Rachel's smartwatch buzzing, and Ha-jin has shared his location with her, just in case, as he is not going to let that co-author do whatever he wants. They both start heading out their own way, and Rachel thanks him for it. At night, we see someone walking around. It's Naeun, who is attacked by a bunch of monkey-like monsters. She starts using her sword and easily takes care of them in one blow. After defeating them, she suddenly starts to chuckle lightly, and starts shouting, wondering where the hell is she. She wanders around all depressed, thinking that ever since she arrived on the island, she has been killing monsters like crazy, and is unable to find a place for food or to rest. She starts thinking that at this rate, she is going to be the first one to be eliminated. Suddenly, she notices a bright light ahead in the bush, and she starts running towards it, thinking that she is also smelling something delicious from it as she is getting closer, assuming that perhaps someone has secured food. As she finally arrives at the source, thinking that she is saved, it turns out to be Ha-jin's camp. She is quite shocked upon finding him, and Ha-jin tells her that fighting between cadets starts after another 12 hours. In surprise, she asks him on where did he got all this, and he replies that seeing how long the test was, he guessed what it was and made preparations, hearing which, she replies that she forgot that he always had good grades. She also compliment on how smart he is, and as her stomach growls, she gets embarrassed and Ha-jin stares at her with a deadpan expression. He asks her on how many points does she have and she replies, 25, hearing which, Ha-jin offers her food for half of her points. Though she is taken back by the amount at first, she quickly agrees to it, and Ha-jin asks if she is fine with eating pork bellies. She replies that she would have to eat if she doesn't want to die. Ha-jin thinks that in the end, he met Chai Naeun instead of Rachel. And in this case, he starts using his drone and watches over other cadets. We see Rachel approaching a group of cadets, as Ha-jin wonders if there is no change to the overall story. As she stands in front of them, they asks if she wants to buy some food. One of them tells Rachel that she can just eat, it would be a little weird to buy and sell points between cadets. Fast forward, and it's already morning as Ha-jin is waking up. Though looking outside, he notices that it's a polar night. In the tent, he notices that Naeun is still sleeping. And the evangel seed starts acting up for food, as Ha-jin gently caresses her while asking if it's hungry. He lifts it up, calling it very cute and puts it in his pocket, as he would be moving around. He asks Naeun if he is still sleeping, as he is going to be taking the tent, but she doesn't reply. As such, Ha-jin leaves her be, as he just needs to take the tent, and thinks that from now on, fights between cadets are allowed. If it's possible, it's better to retire the dangerous people first. However, they are not allowed to kill anyone. And the cadets who think that they're demonic humans aren't actually demonic humans yet. A demonic human who's in a contract with a demonic human and a demonic human who is in a contract with a demon are different. The former is expendable and are pawns who are treated like disposables for experimental purposes. But for the demonic human, their magic power is replenished, they can avoid going out of control, and their contract is flexible. In contrast to the latter, they are treated like they are the core of the force, but due to many side effects, there aren't many of them, and right now, on this island, the only cadet that has overcome the side effects is Ju Yo-hoon. And we see Ha-jin deciding to head to a higher ground, with his first destination being the Tree of Life, which is at the center of this island. He realizes that he needs to hurry up and quickly moves towards his destination. Meanwhile, Naeun seems to be woken up. We switch scene to some cliff, and an arrow is pointed towards someone from a bush. We see the cadet calls out to Yoon-ha upon noticing and targeting Ha-jin, but she immediately stops her, and warns her to not mess with that person. She argues with Yoon-ha that Kim Ha-jin is only rank 934, but Yoon-ha still tells her that she cannot win against him. Ha-jin approaches a tree and takes a jumping stance. Rose notices it as well and wonders if he is trying to jump to that height and climb the Tree of Life. And that is exactly what Ha-jin does, and climbs the Tree of Life. Yoon-ha asks Rose if she saw that, and Rose is in shock and wonders how did he do that with just a few breaths, and Yoon-ha tells her that rankings don't apply to someone like him. If she had shot her arrow, the result would have been obvious. She also asks Rose to keep Ha-jin's strength a secret, to which Rose asks, why? And Yoon-ha replies that it's because she might become family with him in the future. Rose is surprised upon hearing that, and tells Yoon-ha that she will keep it a secret until she dies, and suddenly Yoon-ha's smartwatch starts buzzing. As such, Yoon-ha tells Rose to head back, as they got a message from E-jin. Now on top of the tree, Ha-jin uses his 1,000-mile eyes. He observes many cadets and a strong-looking one among them as well. Seeing which, Ha-jin says that he found it. A method to blow his nose without using his hands. As such, he takes out a stick with a particular phrase and coordinates written on it, which is apparently all he needs, as he throws it towards that person using his stigma magic. We see it was aimed to be directly in front of that person. As he picks it up, he realizes the place it was shot from. And as Ha-jin sees him picking it up, he thinks that all he needs to do now is to wait. Now back to Naeun, who seems to be waking up. And as she gets up, she is blushing heavily. She apparently heard Ha-jin talking to Evangel Seed and misunderstood and started to blush. She thinks that she has heard that compliment a lot when she was young, but would anyone say that to a sleeping person? She thinks that perhaps a stray cat or a dog might have came in, or perhaps he was saying that to himself. But questions what if that's not it, and what if he said this to her? Meanwhile, Ha-jin wonders if someone is talking about him. Now we switch scenes to Rachel's group, and she seems quite nervous traveling with them. Rachel thinks that since last night, she accompanied and grouped with the failing class that Ju Yo-hoon's is affiliated to. They rejected the points she offered them and shared food with her, and they asked her things like if she was comfortable and looked out for her as well. And due to this all, she felt uncomfortable. In the middle of the final exam where other cadets are trying to raise their grades, they don't seem to be doing anything to acquire points. They don't care how many points other cadets have acquired. And to her, it feels like they are focused on her instead of points. She feels that something is strange and decides that she should not stay with them any longer and thinks that she should have partied up with Ha-jin instead. Suddenly a guy calls her out from on top of a tree and she gets scared. He tells her that he has found a 10-point grizzly and asks if she would like to catch it together with him as he thinks it's a little too much for him to do alone. Rachel agrees to do so and thinks that she would just help a bit and leave. He asks her to follow his lead and Rachel thinks that if she does this, then she can probably naturally get away from them. As they arrive at the location, the guy says that this is place with that big bear right over there. But instead of a bear, we see a person standing in front of what looks like a mana portal. It seems like a demonic human, as the guy says that he does not look like an instructor and wonders who is he. Rachel senses the danger and pushes away Yoo-jun. As we see the demonic human attacks Rachel with his sharp claws. Rachel is surprised upon seeing a demonic human following her all the way to the island. But she realizes that the first thing they need to do is to run away, and she asks Yoo-jun if he is injured anywhere. He starts acting injured while saying that he is bleeding, seeing which Rachel is confused and replies that he does not seem to be hurt. He then acts scared and quickly runs away. Rachel realizes what's happening and comments that he is not great at acting. She also knew that things were suspicious. But she didn't know that a cube cadet will be an inducement for a demonic human. She misjudged that. The demonic human begins attacking and sends a large slash towards Rachel, which she dodges. But the demonic human immediately catches up to her and attacks, which she blocks. She notes that he has incredible destructive power. However, she believes that she can handle that much and deflects his attack. The demonic human again tries to attack her, but she crouches and finds an opening to counter. But suddenly, he disappears and reappears behind her while her foot gets binded by something. As she looks behind her, she realizes that it's a feint, as another demonic human appears. And this time she is unable to dodge their attack. Suddenly, we see an attack coming from the sky which completely shoots through the demonic human. Suddenly the second demonic human attacks her with a flying slash. But Kim Soo-ho arrives and slashes the attack itself. And then shouts at Naeun to launch her attack. And Naeun shoots a huge arrow right at him. We see more cadets arrive along with Naeun and she asks Rachel if she is okay. Since that person probably was not an instructor, Rachel replies that she is alright and thanks them for helping her. Soo-ho looks over the cliff and thinks that he probably jumped off the cliff before the arrow could hit him. And since they don't know when she would be attacked again, Soo-ho asks her to move together with them until they are away from this place. As all of them are leaving, Rachel suddenly notices something. She goes over to check it and notes that it's a bullet. She is shocked and thinks that the first shot probably was not from Naeun. Now back to Soo-ho's group, who asks Naeun if she has decided to use a sword. She gets embarrassed and replies that this is just like a sub-weapon, as she thought she would have a hard time in test if she stubbornly insisted on using the bow only, hearing which Soo-ho laughs. Behind her, Rachel is in deep thoughts, thinking that among the people she knows, only that person uses a weapon like that. She has never seen that person use anything like a sniper rifle. She wonders, how did he knew that she was in danger, and why did he help her? And why did he not show himself after helping her? Suddenly someone calls out her name, and she snaps out of the deep thoughts. It's Naeun who tells her to travel together with them. It would be like doing a co-op mission, and asks her opinion on it. About that, she apologizes and says that she has to go now, and Soo-ho tries to stop her by saying that it's still dangerous, hence she should travel with them a little longer. But she declines his offer and says that there is someone she has to meet. Back to Ha-jin, we see him checking his points that he got, and notes that to be safe, he needs to get around 50 points. He gets wondering how many monsters does he have to kill to reach that, as suddenly he notices something. We see the captain is here, seeing whom Ha-jin is surprised and wonders why is she here, and if she is here to fight him. But there is no way he can defeat her right now, and thinks to run away. But he decides to calm down first, as her objective for coming all the way here is probably to observe. As such, he hesitantly asks her on what is she doing here. She draws out her sword and Ha-jin hopes that she is not here to fight. Though seeing it, he realizes that she totally does. She asks Ha-jin to take out his weapon, but Ha-jin tells her to wait, as he knows that if he were to fight her, he would have zero chance of winning. But the requirement to win in a duel between cadets is different. He tries to distract her by talking, and all the while starts using ether. Captain tells him that if he does not pull out his weapon, she would have no choice, and he asks her to explain what's happening first. She asks if he is intending to waste time by talking nonsense. And in that case, she would take it that he is okay with her attacking him then. But Ha-jin has already stolen her smartwatch without her knowing. She asks him what happened, and if he is intending to surrender. Though Ha-jin shows her the watch and asks if it looks like hers, hearing which she checks her wrist. She is shocked upon discovering her watch is stolen, and Ha-jin tells her that battle between cadets are won by the person who steals the opponent's watch first, and if he presses it now, she would be disqualified. She lets out an audible, "What the hell?" and Ha-jin asks if she attacked him without knowing what he was capable of. But he gives her smartwatch back, telling her not to be scared. While saying that he went easy on her. She is surprised hearing that, and Ha-jin immediately runs away after that, while she tries to call him out. She asks Jane if she saw that, and Jane asks, "See what?" as apparently she was distracted for a moment, hearing which the captain tells her it's nothing. The captain thinks that even though more than half of her senses are gone because of Jane's talent, she cannot believe that a 17-year-old cadet is so agile and elaborate in planning, and wonders if she should have turned on a spell release technique. Back to Ha-jin, who has set up a camp. He says that he was so scared right now, as he would have died if she really fought him back there, and wonders if he should be glad that she is in disguise. But he was able to discover a tent in the middle of the confusion, and since he is safer now, he decides to eat first and then use some of his points. As he is looking to spend his points, he notices a sound from the bushes. It turns out to be Rachel, who finally finds Ha-jin. He asks if she was looking for him. She is a bit hesitant to reply, and suddenly her stomach growls out of hunger. She gets embarrassed from it, and Ha-jin asks if she would like some food. Rachel then asks Ha-jin on what he's been doing alone so far, and he replies that he has just been going around trying to get points. Though he thinks that he is a little embarrassed to say that he was the one who saved her. Seeing a wound on her neck, he wonders if she got hurt, but considers it normal as she was up against a demonic human, and as the food is cooked, he tells her that they can eat now, hearing which, she lets out an audible, "Wow." Suddenly, the evangel seed inside Ha-jin's jacket starts to act up, as Ha-jin asks it on what's wrong, but the seed jumps out of his jacket. As Rachel asks him on how did he prepared all this, the seed goes inside Rachel's jacket. And she completely freaks out and screams. Rachel takes out the evangel seed out of her jacket, and Ha-jin apologizes to her for it. While saying that it's some sort of almond that he is raising, Rachel doesn't quite get what he is saying, so Ha-jin instead simply says that he is raising a pet seed. She asks he should be raising things like that by planting it in the ground so that it won't fly around, and he agrees to do that. As they both finally decides to eat, Rachel suddenly calls him out to ask him something. She says that even though she is a little late, but would he like to team up with her, as it'd be something like a co-op mission. Ha-jin tells her that she is saying the same thing as Naeun, and Rachel freaks out and asks if Naeun has already proposed to him, but Ha-jin replies it's not it, and agrees to team up with her. She asks if it's really okay, as she already have a team of sorts, and Ha-jin asks what does she mean by that. She tells him about Yo-hoon, and Ha-jin tells her to not worry about him. She gets a bit confused by his statement, and says, "Pardon." But Ha-jin again tells her that it's alright, she should just team up with him. While we see an angry Shin sitting, who is surrounded by a bunch of cadets lying on the ground. As Yo-hoon arrives at the location of his team, he sees all of them lying on the ground and gets shocked upon seeing Shin Jong-hak there. Shin greets him and immediately attacks him, and misses on purpose. We see he has thrown the stick, which Ha-jin threw at him, and it had challenge along with coordinates written on it. Yo-hoon tells him that it was not him, and that it was sent by someone else. But Shin Jong-hak replies that it doesn't matter. Hearing which, Yo-hoon gets scared, while Shin gets up and walks towards him, saying that he simply doesn't like vermin like him. He grabs him by the throat and tells him that the ones that don't know their place with their tongues out are like snakes. Now at the northwest side of the island observation tower. We see Sung-a looking out of the window, as suddenly someone calls her from behind. The guy asks her on who is she thinking about. She replies, Kim Ha-jin, and the guy asks who is that, and wasn't she head over heels for Kim Soo-ho? She replies that her favorite cadet is Kim Soo-ho of course, but she got some pretty fascinating information. 2 days ago, she got a top-secret report, Yo-yoon-ha report. In that report, Yo-yoon-ha had evaluated Kim Ha-jin to be even more outstanding than Kim Soo-ho. Though there is a chance that information is false, but they have already discovered the special circumstances of Kim Ha-jin, the fact that he can use the mana of light, and thinks that they can allow a cadet like that to deceive them once. The guy asks if it's impossible to verify that information, and she replies that she will try when she have time, and he asks if she is going to pick a fight with him. She points towards her badge, saying that she has this. A bait that is worth 200 points. We then see Rachel alone outside of the tent, thinking that the person who protected her was probably Ha-jin. But more importantly, she wonders why did he told her that it wasn't him. It's also a question on how did he knew that she was in danger. She suddenly remembers someone telling her that they will protect her in the past. And she thinks that today's ambush was probably his doing as well. It all makes her wonder if she should have died back then as well. We switch scenes to Ha-jin hunting a monster. As he kills it, he says that today's hunt is going pretty well. Although Rachel did not seem to be in a good condition this morning, but she recovered quickly after he gave her meat to eat. Suddenly he notices something and goes to check it out. There he finds a huge lake, and he is surprised knowing that there is a lake in a place like this. He thinks that there should be a monster worth quite a few points here, a crocodile monster perhaps. He makes a sphere of light, thinking that it should be easy to lure it out with it if he shines it over the lake. Suddenly he hears some noise and looks back, shouting, "Who's there?" But he doesn't see anyone and thinks that whoever they are pretty good at stalking. But he uses his 1,000 miles eyes, while saying that now that he discovered them, they cannot escape from his eyes, as we see that it's Naeun. He immediately shoots at her, while missing on purpose. She comes out of hiding while being pissed and Harjin asks her on why is she stalking him, and she replies that she wasn't after him. He asks her on what is it then, she gets a bit hesitant to reply and Harjin notices it and tells her that she is lost for words because she was stalking him and she refutes it and changes the topic, asking on what did he do to her. But Harjin tells her to answer his question first, and she replies that she has told him already that she was not after him, she is after Sung-ah. He asks if it's the Yoon Sung-ah that he knows of and she confirms and asks on why is he speaking casually to her. He ignores her and opens up his laptop, prompting Naeun to ask on why is he suddenly kneeling down while talking and he tells her to wait. Harjin remembers that he knows the whereabouts of Yoon Sung-ah within the novel. During the first and second day, she was monitoring Kim Suho. During the third and fourth day, she should be monitoring the rest of the promising cadets, and the fact she is after him means he is also among the list of Yoon Sung-ah's promising cadets. Naeun asks Harjin on how did he do what he just did, that thing he made, the sphere of light. He replies that what she said was correct, but also warns her to not try to find out more information, and tells her to shut up if she understood, with a charismatic smile, but Naeun is disgusted by it. She asks if he has gone crazy and replies that she is not even interested, and won't ask anymore, and it pisses off Harjin as she was the one who asked it first. He tells Naeun to go the other side since he arrived here first and she reluctantly agrees to his orders. Harjin thinks that he might come off as arrogant to her, but he cannot tell her the truth. Since if he tells her about the mana of stigma, then he would also need to tell her about the fact that this world is within a novel. Fast forward, we see Harjin has killed many monsters to collect points. He notes that it's been 2 hours since he has split up with Naeun. Since he was busy farming on low-medium grade monsters, he managed to obtain 15 points pretty quickly. Suddenly his gaze shifts, while saying that there is a problem, and we see someone arriving and greeting Harjin. We see it's Sung-ah, who tells Harjin that they will be meeting for the first time, since she got rejected. Harjin doesn't have much of a reaction except for, I guess, and Sung-ah asks if she appeared too abruptly, and asks Harjin to relax. She informs Harjin that she is actually here to conduct events, on top of testing the abilities of cadets. He asks her about events, and she replies that the rule is very simple, she would be staying in one spot and will only use her left hand, and he can attack her all he wants. And if just one of the attack is able to deal damage to any part of her body other than her left hand, or make her take a single step, then she will give him her name tag. She asks, it's easy, isn't it? And Harjin thinks that the name tag of an inspector is worth 200 points. One can easily become number 1 right away after getting it. That is definitely an attractive proposal. However, the opponent is the cream of the crop, hero Yoon Sung-ah. As such he questions if he would be able to pull it off. She asks how would he like to proceed, if he would like to give up here or will he take up the challenge. Harjin chuckles and pulls out his weapon while saying, what a sudden event this is. He shoots the bullet towards Sung-ah, who is completely unfazed by it. The bullet gets incredibly close to her, while she thinks that it's time to see how strong Harjin is and easily deflects bullet. The bullet is completely deformed, while she notes that him being able to create the sphere of light, and having this much power from a pistol. And this all convinces her that the report was not unfounded, as she tells Harjin that his attack stung a little. Harjin gets in bit of a pickle, as he notes that she was able to deflect a strengthened magic bullet easily without using mana. Realizing that straightforward attacks will be useless, he pulls out his daggers and throws it at her. But she dodges them easily, while commenting that he was a swordsman before a sharpshooter, which makes it a good decision to use both swords and ranged weapon at the same time. Harjin once again readies his weapon and this time shoots multiple bullets at her, which she once again easily deflects. Sung-ah says that the firepower is way more powerful than those of the training firearms, which makes her recognize that he is indeed talented with firearms, as suddenly something shines behind her. The daggers she dodged before suddenly comes back from behind her and Harjin thinks that it's too far for her left hand to reach, he can win like this. But Sung-ah releases her ability and all the daggers gets deflected away from her. Harjin gives up, thinking that he cannot do anything about it. Meanwhile, Sung-ah calls it fascinating that he was able to change the path of his knife with his mana, and asks what kind of technique was it, and says that he is just like an onion. She then asks if he has any other talents, but Ha-jin holsters his weapon while thinking that now that it has come to this, and simply starts leaving. Sung-ah gets confused by his behavior and tries to stop him. She asks him where is he going, as things were just getting fun, but Ha-jin looks back and tells her that she moved. Since she said that she would only use her left hand, but she has used her leg as well. Sung-ah gets pissed and asks Ha-jin if he is treating her proposal as a joke. Ha-jin replies that he was just trying his luck, as it's just a waste of time since the difference between their stats is obviously huge. As such, he gets moving while saying that he will give up here. But actually, he was half serious about insisting that she lost just now, but she is too scary, so he was unable to go through with it. Sung-ah tries to stop him, saying that he will regret this, but he simply ignores her and walks away. Meanwhile, we see Captain was standing on top a tree branch and observing the fight between them. Droon contacts her and asks if the infiltration was successful, which she replies, yes. Droon says that it wouldn't be a good choice to be moving separately from the team, as her friends might say that she is suspicious, but the captain replies that it's a worse choice to travel with them. Suddenly she hears something, and Droon asks her, what happened? She replies that she heard a heartbeat, and that butterfly sapling is about to awaken. Butterfly sapling, it's a spirit-type monster that leeches off a tree like a parasite. It appeared on the last day of the final and was killed by all the main characters. In the process of that, Kim Soo-ho obtaining the dust of the sapling, and Rachel getting a hint about the enlightenment was how the original story went. However, right now, she has formed a team with Ha-jin, and in order to help her with enlightenment, Ha-jin would need to lead her to join the battle against the butterfly sapling. But there is a problem, as Rachel calls out to Ha-jin and asks him on why does he keep going circles around this vicinity. And the problem being, not even Ha-jin knows where exactly the butterfly sapling will appear. We switch scenes and see an incredible amount of large monsters are piled up, with someone saying that they would probably get first place in the finals like this. And it's Kim Soo-ho and his team, as Rachel asks if there is only 20 hours left until the test is over, while Young-han runs away to drink some water. As Soo-ho is getting up, Naeun calls out to him to ask something. And she asks, what does he think of Kim Ha-jin? He replies, why is she suddenly asking him that, and she says that it feels like he is hiding a lot of things. He was constantly suspicious both in the museum and in Paris. It's also suspicious that he's pretty high-ranked and strong despite having that frail-looking body of his, which Soo-ho agrees with as well. Suddenly, Soo-ho remembers Ha-jin words about Naeun. And upon remembering, he starts to smile, which causes Naeun to ask on what is with his reaction. Soo-ho replies that he is simply agreeing that he looks like he is hiding a lot of things, and due to his previous reaction, Naeun thinks that Soo-ho knows something and angrily asks him to tell her as well. But Soo-ho replies that she should find out herself, and why is she asking him instead? Suddenly a huge tree root starts growing beside them, and as they all look over, they see the tree root starts moving, which shocks them. Ha-jin notices it as well, as we see cadets trying to run away and defend themselves against it. Rachel feels the trembling, and wonders what on earth is this. Ha-jin calls her out and tells her to go to the source of the tremors and kill the monster with him, and she must protect him when they are near the monster. Rachel agrees with his plan, and Ha-jin thinks that the cadets who felt the tremors must be heading towards the butterfly saplings now, and he won't let them have this opportunity. And like this, both Rachel and Ha-jin heads out to join the fight. Meanwhile, Sung-ah is also observing the monster, and the guy contacts her that such monster was not expected to appear and wonders if they should stop the test. But she replies that it's probably going to be alright. The abilities of the cadets taking the test right now should be able to take it down without any problems, and the black guy replies that her ways are way too old-fashioned. She asks if he really thinks so, and tells Vieri to not underestimate them, as the cadets are the hero. And heroes always grow during crisis, as we see Naeun using her sword to cut down one of the roots. She excitedly exclaims, how's that, and Soo-ho says it was incredible. But he also tells her that the cutting power will increase way more if she circulate the sword energy near the sword, and Naeun gets annoyed and tells Soo-ho to tell her about that later. Young-han questions on why does they keep appearing endlessly no matter how many of them they take down. Soo-ho replies that if taking down the roots is not doing anything, then they would have to destroy the main body first. One of the cadet tells everyone to look over to the tree, as it's strange and something inside the cocoon is moving. The cocoon starts to break and we see a huge butterfly coming out of it. Everyone is shocked to see it, and the butterfly spreads its wings and starts flying over them. It also starts to spread some kind of dust on them, due to which everyone starts to lose their strength and consciousness. Naeun also loses her consciousness and falls on Soo-ho. Soo-ho carries them both and have them sit beside a tree, noting that they are simply asleep and the dust is not venomous. He holds his breath, and notes he won't be able to keep moving like this and would have to defeat it before catching another breath. Suddenly he notices two people jumping out of a tree towards the butterfly. And Suho gets shocked upon seeing that it's Hajin and Rachel, who both also have masks on them. As Rachel and Hajin arrives, and upon noticing cadets lying on the ground, she wonders if Hajin predicted all this and prepared everything in advance. Hajin calls out to Rachel and asks her if she sees the butterfly monster over there, and he would be defeating it, but he would need her to protect him from the roots. She agrees with it, and Hajin pulls out his weapon and shoots its wings, causing it to scream in pain. The roots attack Hajin, but Rachel comes to defend and slices all the roots which are coming towards them. As the roots fall back, suddenly the ground starts to tremble and Rachel notices that it's from right below them. As the roots attacks from below, Rachel pushes Hajin away from them, but her leg gets kagut in the process. And she gets thrown right into a tree with powerful force. Hajin looks over and is shocked, and the roots targets and attacks him this time. But he gets saved by Kim Suho's timely arrival, and Suho opens his mouth to ask something. But instead inhale some of the dust instead. Behind them, Hajin notices that Rachel has fainted, and he wonders what should he do now. Suddenly the evangel seed in Hajin's jacket rushes off, which shocks Hajin as he asks it, where is it going? It straight up goes for Rachel's blood. Suho asks if they are trying to take down the butterfly, and that he will help as well, though he won't be able to move for long. Hajin thinks that his stigma's magic can make about 3 more fire bullets. He has to wrap this up with only that. Hajin accepts Suho's help and asks him to lend his hand. He tells him that as he saw, his last bullet missed. It's quite fast, which is unusual for a spirit-type monster. To make sure he can kill it, he would have to get close to it and aim from there, and he has to hold its attention until he can get close. Suho agrees with his plan and imbues his sword with mana. And upon seeing it, Hajin notes that it's the magic of the Sword Saint and wonders if it's stronger from back when he saw it in the museum. Suho looks back at Hajin and calls it quite strange, and Hajin asks, what is? He replies that no matter what he pulls out, Hajin never seems surprised, and the way he saw through Naeun's talent. And when he sees him, he seems like someone who knows everything about this world. Hearing which, leaves Hajin quite shocked. Suho then quickly jumps up to grab the butterfly's attention and starts slicing the roots. Hajin stares at Suho for a bit, while thinking something. He then also starts running, while replying to his words in his mind, that how else would he know? He is the author who created this world after all. We see Hajin climbing up a tree, noting that he has come across a problem. This world that he wrote as a novel is currently unveiling right before his eyes. Remembering Suho's words, which was the moment he figured it out, that he has become a character in his own novel. He points the weapon towards the butterfly, while saying that he is the novel's extra. He shoots the butterfly, and this time it hits the target, and Suho is a bit surprised seeing the fire-type attack, and realizes that it was Hajin and thinks that it should be over now, and the butterfly starts falling towards the ground. Hajin thinks that the firepower was lacking a bit, and starts preparing for another shot. But suddenly, we see someone attacking the butterfly with crackling purple lightning. Hajin is shocked upon seeing it, and wonders what was that, and we see someone walking towards it. And upon looking over, Hajin realizes that it's the captain of the chameleon troop. Hajin wonders if she is after the butterfly dust, and as the butterfly is falling to the ground, Suho rushes towards it and deals the final blow. And it finally gets defeated, and Suho also falls down with a smile of satisfaction on his face. The captain goes over to the butterfly corpse, and is about to pick up the loot. But Hajin arrives and asks her to hand it over, while telling her that it's an item she cannot take. Hajin thinks that she still doesn't know exactly what functions the butterfly's dust has. She probably came for the dust because the loot from a spirit can sell for an expensive price. In order to fight the spirits that will appear in the future, Kim Suho must get the butterfly's dust. The captain looks over and sees many of the cadets lying on the ground unconscious. While thinking that even though the butterfly is dead and the sleeping effect is not as effective, she cannot believe that a mere cadet is still standing. Due to this, she calls Kim Hajin a truly weird one, and that she needs to observe him more. Meanwhile, Hajin is reaching his limit of withstanding the dust with his ether, and is having a hard time breathing as well. As such, he quickly tries to put up his mask, but suddenly he is seemingly attacked by the captain. Her powers creating a complete black ball, isolating both Hajin and herself from the world. Inside there, she removes her disguise and asks Hajin that he knows her, doesn't he? And Hajin replies that she is Li Shuopeng. The captain starts thinking on who is Li Shuopeng, and remembers that it's the fake identity she used while approaching Hajin in the past. She replies that she is indeed her, and questions Hajin, according to him, on what does he think she is here for. Hajin replies, isn't she here to supervise, and the captain asks how long has he known that she was Li Shuopeng. Right as Ha-jin is about to once again lie, she attacks him. She almost threatens to kill him, but stops and instead threatens to beat him up if he dares to lie, and Ha-jin gets scared and answers that it was back he stole the watch. As when he saw her up close, he knew that she was a little different, and she gets confused about his statement. And Ha-jin tells her that he has pretty sharp eyes. The captain thinks Jane's talent cannot be seen through just by having sharp eyes. However, Ha-jin was not only able to see through Jane's talent, but also the cognition impediment device. And due to all this, she starts to think that perhaps Ha-jin's mana is anti-magic. It's a special circumstance where all the mana within him is anti-magic. In that case, it'd make sense how he was able to see through Jane's talent, since he just needs to focus mana on his optic nerves to do that. And if that's true, then it means his very precious resource that she must not lose. She removes the sphere and hands over the butterfly dust to Ha-jin, while trying to ask something in return. Though she stops in the middle, and thinks what to say, and Jane tells her to please not say anything strange, and to just do what she says if she doesn't know what to say, and to not rush and take it slow. Captain finally speaks up, and asks Ha-jin for his contact number. Fast forward, Ha-jin thought that he was going to die. But he did manage to achieve an important objective. And now he wonders, how can he give this to Kim Soo-ho naturally? Since the captain suddenly interfered, he has to think of a way. Suddenly, he remembers about Rachel and the seed. We see the seed is shining in gold color, and Ha-jin upon seeing it, realizes what is happening and thinks that it's happening right now of all times. As Evangel is finally hatching. We see Rachel in her sleep, thinking that she needs to defeat the spirit quickly, and that she needs to become the #1 and become the pride of the imperial family. Suddenly she has a weird feeling and wonders what is happening. As her eye starts to open, she notices that it's too bright, and sees a small child. She wonders who is she, and her wound starts to feel like they are healing, and it feels incredibly warm as well. Rachel notes that the little kid also feels very familiar. It's almost as if she is a younger version of herself. The little kid says something, but Rachel is unable to hear it properly. She thinks that she needs to ask her again properly about it, but is unable to do so and starts feeling sleepy. As Ha-jin arrives near her, Rachel tries her best to ask the little kid on what did she just said. The little kid, upon seeing Ha-jin, calls him dad and tells him that mom fell asleep again. Now fast forward in the morning, the instructor wakes up the sleeping students and gets them back to the ship. The chaotic 4th day passed by in a flash, and at 9 a.m. the next day, they were able finally close the sickening chapter of the finals. While there was the butterfly sapling incident, which the supervising officers completely didn't expect, a negotiation concluded that the 4 cadets that stopped it would share the points. And we see Ha-jin get some new messages as well. He notes that there is still no contact from the chameleon troop, and wonders what caused the captain to take interest in him, and while he is in his thoughts, someone calls out to him. It's Naeun, who asks him how did it end back then. Ha-jin, confused, asks what ended, and Naeun replies that she doesn't remember anything after the halfway point. Soo-ho told her that Ha-jin destroyed its wings. But Ha-jin says that it's utter nonsense, and how would he destroy it with a weapon like his, and Naeun replies that she also thinks that it's too ridiculous. But suddenly, Ha-jin asks her why did she use a sword instead of a bow. She gets pissed hearing that, and shouts that he only told her to use that, but Ha-jin replies there needs to be progress for it to be usable, as it's too dangerous to use a weapon that she is not trained in. But Naeun tells him to not be worried about her, as he is not that clumsy. Ha-jin sighs and replies, is that so? He then asks her, how does she feel after using the sword? She tries to think what to answer, and Ha-jin says that it's probably still scary, isn't it? But she replies, what is he talking about? She is not scared of shit. Ha-jin remembers and thinks that it's very obvious when Naeun is lying. It's one of those cringy behaviors he set for her. He smiles and wonders, why did something remain the same? He then reaffirms her that even so, she will become good with sword, as she is born with a talent for sword, after all. Fast forward to Cube, Yoon-ha tells Naeun that in her opinion, Ha-jin seems to be interested in her. Naeun gets defensive hearing that, and tries to deny it, and Yoon-ha asks Soo-ho if Ha-jin told him anything, since they both seems to be close, and Soo-ho wonders if they are close. But regardless, Soo-ho remembers what Ha-jin told him back in Paris, and replies that Yoon-ha isn't totally wrong, and Yoon-ha adds that Ha-jin is totally cold towards everyone that approaches him, but he seems to be extra interested in Naeun. Naeun replies and asks Yoon-ha that wasn't she close to Ha-jin at first, and she replies that he only approached her because he wanted something from her, and this type of interest would be different. She starts to blush and again tries to deny that. Yoon-ha asks her what is she going to do, and she replies there is nothing to be done. Suddenly, Yoon-ha notices and calls out his name, and Naeun quickly turns her back and blushes. Ha-jin turns towards them and they all greet each other. Ha-jin glances at Naeun and leaves immediately after. Yoon-ha teases her, saying that Ha-jin just glanced at her, didn't he, and Naeun starts to get embarrassed and tells Yoon-ha to stop already. Fast forward, and Ha-jin is back to his dorm room, as he tells someone that he is here and asks if they caused any trouble. And it's Evangel, who comes running towards him while calling him dad. Ha-jin is quite conflicted upon hearing her call him dad, and tells her to not run. Evangel asks him, where was he, and he replies that he told her before he went to buy her food. He also instructs her to not call her dad, and she asks why, and he replies that because people will get misunderstandings, but Evangel doesn't understand and Ha-jin simply asks her to call him uncle or Ha-jin. But she once again asks why, and Ha-jin thinks that she would require some education. But she simply looks over to him and smiles brightly. And Ha-jin remembers that Evangel hatched besides Rachel that day. That time, Ha-jin was quite surprised, and is confused upon hearing her call him dad, and tells her that she suddenly started running by herself, but Evangel insists that he is her dad. Ha-jin replies that he took care of her, and suddenly she jumps and hugs him, saying that he certainly did. As Ha-jin notices a helicopter flying above, he asks Evangel to turn back into being a seed, and she gets confused. Ha-jin explains that round and small previous appearance, but she asks, what about mom? Ha-jin thinks to himself that she really shouldn't call her that and tells her that she is busy, and such Evangel turns back into her seed form. And this is how she ended up in his room, and Ha-jin thinks that this whole thing looks as if he has a secret child, and such calls Evangel out to eat first. We see her quite elated in eating the food and finding it tasty as well. Ha-jin asks her to eat quietly, which she does so. And now, he looks over to the dust of butterfly sapling and wonders what should he do with that, as apparently, it helps to awaken hidden dormant potential. White it sounds simply, the main point here would be the target of the dormant potential, which means it can apply to both people or objects that have dormant potential. Originally, this should have landed in the hands of Rachel and Kim Soo-ho. But now, Ha-jin thinks on how can he give it to them. Now we switch scenes to Rachel's room, who is lying on her bed and wondering, whose child was it that she saw? Actually, it was more like that she felt her instead of seeing her, and she still remembers it vividly. She wonders if was the spirit of the tree or something. There are a lot of things that are still unknown about the power of the spirits after all, or perhaps she was simply hallucinating. But for that to have been a hallucination, she still keeps thinking of her warmth. And she feels like that they will eventually meet one day. Now fast forward to sometime later, we see a huge stone statue. And below that, Yoon-ha seems to be waiting for someone while looking at her watch. The person arrives, as Yoon-ha notices and says that he is finally here. And that she thought he would reject her, as the person turns out to be Ha-jin. She also tells him that there is one more person they are waiting for, and since it seems that they will be late, they should go first. Ha-jin replies, okay, and wonders who is it. Now as they are traveling in the car, Yoon-ha says that she heard that he did pretty well in the final exams this time around, and Ha-jin replies that it was only 67 points and Yoon-ha tells him that he should have aimed for 20 points or less if he doesn't want to attract attention. And that he is starting to get attention of other guilds as well. As Ha-jin is looking out of the window, Yoon-ha says that it's coming into sight, and seeing it, Ha-jin is quite surprised and Yoon-ha welcomes him to her guild, the Essence of the Straight. Some time ago, Ha-jin got a notification on his smartwatch about the guild tour announcement. Guild tour. This event is made so that cadets that are on school holidays can observe how heroes perform missions in person. The guilds in the country are given priority to choose the cadets that they want based on their ranking. And Ha-jin is also curious about what heroes do, and he is sure that there will be other missions besides the one he wrote about. However, each guild can only choose up to 3 cadets from the first and second years. Because of that, first years usually don't get chosen if they are ranked 300 or below. And based on his ranking that he obtained when he joined the academy, it would probably be hard for him to make it to the top 300 even though he did really well in the finals, calling it such a pity. Suddenly, his watch rings, and he is surprised that someone actually contacted him, and he wonders, who the hell is it? It's from the Hero Straits, as he is chosen for the guild tour, and if he doesn't want to go, he can also contact them to inform. Now back to the present, at the Essence of the Strait. A guy walking them starts to explain about the tour, saying that there are a lot of missions that takes place here. Missions that are of a certain level and above can only be taken on after the office has completed its analysis of the mission. Ha-jin glances over at Yoon-ha and thinks that she was probably the one who put his name on the list. The daughter of a guild leader should have that much power. As the guide takes them to one of the room, which Ha-jin figures out is the analysis room. The guide says that he has heard Ha-jin is the number 1 in theory, hence he wanted to show him this room first, and the guide is in between intermediate and advanced grade and the left-hand man of Yo Yoon-ha, Park Sang-ho. He is the hero that is in charge of this round's guild tour, and he also looks like a nice person. So good to the point that if he weren't the one who wrote this novel, even he would not have thought that he is a vicious villain who would backstab Yo Yoon-ha in the future. And suddenly, another person arrives, noting that the cadets are here. She is also a hero that is in between an intermediate and advanced grade, Lee Jin-ah. She starts to mock Ha-jin and takes dig on Yoon-ha by saying that the world has gotten a lot better to think someone who is ranked 934th is able to have a guild tour at Hero Straits, and she wonders who managed to pull that off. Ha-jin thinks that there is no way she would have a good impression of him. Since Lee Jin-ah is supporting Jung Ho-seok, the current vice captain of the Hero Straits, she is probably disgusted with the daughter of the guild leader who is also the rightful successor. But that is only happening right now. In the future she would join Yoon-ha as one of her people and climb to the position of vice captain with her own strength, the most outstanding person within the guild. Sang-ho tells Lee Jin that Ha-jin ranked first when it comes to theory, and she replies that it doesn't matter as she was also number one when it came to that. And that the theories that cadets learn about aren't even that crucial, hearing which pisses Ha-jin off. As she asks Ha-jin, wouldn't he agree with it, while calling him theory number one kid. Suddenly, she gets an idea and gives him something to solve, saying that if he is that confident in his abilities, he should try solving this. Sang-ho tells her to not divulge the information to others like this, and she replies that it's fine since it's nothing special. Ha-jin gets quite pissed as she tells him that he should give it a try, that is if a kid like him can even understand it, and Ha-jin thinks that this is making him competitive. He accepts it and asks her to borrow some paper. She once again tries to make fun of him by saying that does he think he can write the answer down if she gives him some paper. Yoon-ha then gets a message on her watch that the last person has arrived on the first floor. As such, Song-ha asks her to go with him to fetch that person together. Meanwhile, Ha-jin is staying back in the analysis room to solve the paper. Ha-jin notes that the content of this is about the variables that could occur when raiding a dungeon, and this is definitely a question that a cadet wouldn't be able to answer. But for Ha-jin, as long as he has observation and reading, he just needs to write down the calculations that appear in front of him and copy it down on the paper. We see him almost being done, and is on the last part, but someone suddenly snatches the paper from him. It's Lee Jin, who asks him if he is still doing it, and haven't he realized that everyone has gone out, and tells Ha-jin to stop doing this unnecessary thing and leave already. Ha-jin gets quite pissed due to that. Though he ends up leaving, thinking that he was not able to write down the last part, and that she better not ask him for the last part later on. As the lift arrives on the first floor, we see him walking into Naeun. She is shocked seeing Ha-jin here, and asks Yoon-ha on what is he doing here, and she replies, who knows. She starts to smirk and tease Naeun, and Ha-jin thinks in surprise that the last person turned out to be Naeun, though he wonders why didn't Yoon-ha told him about her. Now it gets evening, and we switch scenes to Jin-hyuk's office, who is quite shocked as he was only able to get a few pieces of paper as the result of digging thoroughly for a month. Kim Ha-jin, the number of people he has been connected to so far, who his parents are and how he became an orphan, no matter how hard he tries to find information about him, he wasn't able to find a lot of details. He looks defeated, saying that his niece sure gave him a difficult task. But the more difficult it is, the more his interest is getting piqued. Back to the guild tour, Sang-ho tells them that today's guide will be an activation mission. They need to be on standby until they get activation orders. Sang-ho asks Naeun why was she late, and she replies that it was because she was meeting her grandfather before she came. Hearing which, he gets excited and asks if she is talking about the great hero, Chai Jukiel, and behind them, we see Yoon-ha checking something on her smartwatch. Yoon-ha tells them to go ahead, as she needs to make a call. As she gets on the call, it's her uncle. She asks him how is the thing that she asked him to help with. He replies, he still haven't gotten started yet, as he has been pretty busy. She gets pissed hearing that and replies, is he messing with her right now? He asks, why is she trying to find his parents, and in the first place, does he even want to find his parents? She replies, probably, as Ha-jin has memorized the wanted persons list, and she thinks that his parents got caught up in some crime. Hearing that, he thinks about the Gwango shelter massacre incident and goes silent. She calls him out and asks when would he start looking, and he makes an excuse that a visitor has came and he would talk again later. She tries to tell him to wait, but he cuts the call immediately after. He wonders if Ha-jin is really related to that incident. Gwango shelter massacre incident, 16 years ago, when monsters flooded the Gwango fortress area. It was the incident where the 87 normal civilians in the shelter and the 9 heroes that defended that place were all massacred. And he got caught red-handed trying to look into this incident more than 10 years ago and was expelled out of the Yo family. Although the government and the association concluded that it was done by the demonic humans, that is what it just looks like on the surface. The true perpetrator behind that incident was the president of South Korea at that time, Kim Se-ok, the chairman of Daehyun, Chai Jukiel, and his brother, Yo Yoon-ha's father, Ju Jin-yong. And what is worse was they actually hired assassins to do it. To them, it was probably not even that important. But he wonders, what if there were survivors from that incident? Could Kim Ha-jin's parents really be victims of that incident from 16 years ago, and if he is actually plotting revenge? That would be dangerous. This matter won't end that easily, and if keeps on digging, the moment that crazy old man, Chai Jukiel, notices what he is doing, he will die a terrible death. Now we switch scenes to the guild tour again, as we see everyone running towards the location, as the announcement is made that a large group of stone golems have appeared on some street. Upper immediate rank hero, Park Sang-ho, he is to be dispatched. Sang-ho asks Naeun, where is Ha-jin, and she replies, that he will catch up, it's okay. Meanwhile, Yoon-ha is annoyed as well, as Naeun asks her why is she making such a face, and she replies, it's nothing, while thinking about her talk with her uncle. And as they are running, Sang-ho spots the golem and tells everyone. We see some civilians are about to be attacked by it, as it tries to smash them down. Suddenly, Yoon-ha uses her whip and binds its hands, and Sang-ho rushes towards it, commending Yoon-ha for doing a good job. He then attacks it by throwing his spear right at it. Meanwhile, Ha-jin is still running and finally catches up, and Naeun is targeting one of the golem, noting that it's about 2 meters tall. Though she puts away her bow and thinks that she can probably deal with it with her sword and jumps at him to attack. She notices its ankle and tries to aim for that, but the golem realizes her intention. It punches Naeun right in her gut, and she falls down on the ground. We see her trying to heal and saying, how is the golem so fast? And the golem immediately continues its attack and tries to punch her. Ha-jin shouts at her to dodge from behind, and we see the punch lands and debris began to fly. But suddenly, we see Ha-jin is in quite the shock for some reason. And we see Naeun is actually in his arms, as he wonders what the hell is happening right now. Because he wanted to help Naeun so badly, his ether reacted automatically and pulled Naeun over to him. Naeun gets embarrassed and Ha-jin thinks that he needs to say something quickly, and tells her that if she is going to keep freezing in critical moments, she should just fight at long range instead. And tells her that her sword can become longer than that, isn't it? She tells Ha-jin to mind his business, and she simply made a mistake because she let her guard down, but he should watch carefully from now on. Though as she turns back and thanks Ha-jin for helping her while blushing. Ha-jin thinks the reason why Naeun had to be a swordsman was because she has a mana capacity that is several times larger than that of a typical hero. Her talent, Mana C, her mana capacity that is even larger than Kim Suho, has no output limits when she is using her sword as a medium. Fast forward as the operation ends, Sang-ho tells them they should go back as the rescue unit has also arrived and they have taken care of all of them as well. Suddenly, Ha-jin notices someone standing on top of a building. He turns back towards her and thinks that it's obvious who she is as she is watching over Ha-jin. Naeun calls him out, saying, what is he standing around for and to let's go. Ha-jin turns back and apologizes to her for getting the ether first. Back inside the guild, Lee Jin is stretching out, saying her shoulders are so sore. Her assistant asks if she is calculating, even though she told her that it's okay to ask those in the office to do this, and she replies that she is smarter than those guys. Her assistant then asks, what is up with that paper, and was she using a pen and paper to calculate, and she replies, this is a scribbling of that arrogant brat. She picks up, thinking to grade it a little, and is completely shocked seeing its content and wonders, what is this? We see Lee Jin messaging him, asking him if they can talk for a while, and to answer her call for a quick talk, but tells him that since he is coming to the guild tomorrow, they can talk then anyways. But Ha-jin thinks of not going at all, and that now he knows roughly how guild operates, so he doesn't have any business there anymore. As such, he messages Sang-ho that he won't be able to participate in the guiding tour tomorrow, and he asks, why? Ha-jin grins, and thinks to have some fun teasing her. Ha-jin messages Sang-ho that someone said that he was 934th with a support network. Instead of being treated like that, he thinks it's better to give the other cadets a chance, and seeing his message, Sang-ho looks over to Lee Jin. He gets pissed at her, and asks her what is the meaning of this, and she gets scared and replies that she didn't intend for this to happen. Ha-jin laughs and thinks that this should be enough, and he can already imagine how angry Yoon-ha will be. He then starts to get sleepy, noting that he is tired as he went to a bunch of places today, but he have something to do today. As such, he decides to do it quickly while Evangel is still asleep. We see him taking out the butterfly dust. He stares at it and thinks that no matter how he looks at it, there is a lot more than he thought. And if it's this much, a little to Kim Suho and Rachel, and he can use it as well, and divides it into 3 equal parts. Ha-jin thinks that while those 2 are important, he needs to survive as well, and he should use it when he have the chance to. He should strike while the iron is hot, and he should do it when it comes to mind. It would be a waste to use on his physique, since he only have SP and no potential power. Hence, the thing he should use this dust on is ether. He starts to pour it on the ether and waits till it gets absorbed. Suddenly, he gets a message, and it's from Naeun, which he thinks is out of the blue. She has texted him thanks for today and is trying to say one more thing as Ha-jin waits for her to continue. 10 minutes later, he is still waiting as Ha-jin thinks that one of the two ways to make a person go crazy is to stop talking halfway. He texts her back, asking, "What is it?" and she asks in reply, "What does he want from her?" Ha-jin is a bit annoyed knowing that she was the one who started the convo and tells her to sleep. Ha-jin thinks, "What the hell was that?" and calls it quite stupid, but gives of a faint smile while saying that. As it is quite surprising that he is messaging Naeun like that, calling this emotional feeling new. As he started off as an extra that had no contact with the main story. And despite all that, he somehow ended up here. If he thinks about his role right now, he is like a supporting character, since nothing is set in stone, he can change anything. Now we switch scenes to Yoon-ha, who is thinking that there is a lot more things that she needs to take care of, and she needs to write up the guild tour report and guild recruitment post. There is an information team at Essence of the Strait, but it's not enough, the system is ready, so she just needs to hire some people. She once again gets pissed thinking about her uncle, thinking that instead of waiting for that lazy human, she would just do it herself. Suddenly, she gets a call from Naeun, and she wonders why is she calling her at this time. They both greet each other and Yoon-ha asks her, "What's up? Why did she call all of a sudden?" and that she is quite busy. Naeun replies that she is going to a seminar with Suho next Tuesday and asks her if she would like to come as well. As Yoon-ha is about to decline, Naeun tells her that Shin Jong-hak is coming as well, and Yoon-ha immediately agrees upon hearing that. She asks Naeun if that is why she called him, and Naeun replies no and asks her if she saw that drone footage of yesterday's fight with the stone golem. Yoon-ha replies that she did, since she needs to write up the report, and Naeun replies that it's about that. Yoon-ha asks if she is talking about the part where Ha-jin helped her. Naeun gets flustered and refuses, and Yoon-ha teases her by saying that it was filmed properly, and it looked like she went right into his arms, hearing which she curses. And tells Yoon-ha to not dare to share it. Yoon-ha smirks and replies, "Why would she?" and asks her if it felt good, and Naeun replies, "What is she even saying?" Yoon-ha laughs and tells her that she is busy and hangs up. Meanwhile, we see Naeun blushing quite heavily after her conversation with Yoon-ha. Yoon-ha smiles while saying that Naeun is not honest at all and starts to get back to her work. She suddenly gets another message, which annoys her. This time the message informs her that Ha-jin is giving up on the guild tour and that it was Lee Jin who said that, hearing which she is annoyed and tells him to hang up. Yoon-ha gets very pissed at her and calls her crazy, as they were barely there in getting him to sign the contract, and is also annoyed at Kim Ha-jin, saying that his moves are unpredictable. Meanwhile, Ha-jin gets a notification of his SP increasing, and he is confused about it, though he is happy for receiving it. He then decides to invest this SP as well, and thinks that no matter how hard he tries, his physical stats will fall behind with time. So the best he can do is choose and focus. Since he used the sapling dust for his ether, he is going to put all the SP into a weapon instead of physique. Ha-jin notes that on the outside it looks like an unlucky talent, but since his luck is in the top 0.1%, the effectiveness for him will be good, although whether the writing will be successful or not is another issue. But he decides to go through with it. As he types in the talent, he prays for it to be successful. The talent writing is successful, but due to not having enough SP the quality decreases, but Ha-jin's luck activates and loss recovers. Ha-jin breathes relief, while thinking that he is not totally satisfied, but since this is an unbelievable setup he should be thankful for that much. Ha-jin notes that his preparations are complete, as the reason he rushed the enhancement preparations is due to a reason. And once again, he gets a message on his smartwatch. It's from the travel club, with their next destination being decided as England, as the reason for rushing was due to the main story starting again soon. Fast forward after a week, Ha-jin's summer break was like a consecutive series of hellish training sessions, because he still need to train even though he put all of his SP into weapon. And despite training so hard, his stats are still average. But his ether was able to complete its maturing. To summarize the changes, physical strengthening has increased by 0.7, and it's got 2 additional functions, to details manifestation, which can manifest some color and feel. He thinks to give it a try, and thinks that it would be hard to make a firearm since its composition is complicated, as such he tries to make a knife from it. He succeeds, and notes that it looks and feels like a normal knife. But he uses his identify skill and checks its stats, and we see the random enhancement skill is applicable on it as well. He throws the knife and says that its power is nowhere near the normal, as the knife pierces through the rock and slices it in half. Ha-jin is quite surprised upon seeing its power. and calls it pretty useful, though compared to the relics, it's not as powerful, but what is important is its outer appearance. A normal-looking item would cause others to drop their guards, and that's when daggers will stab through heart of the one who let their guard down. That is good enough. Now back in his dorm, he tells Evangel to be nice and quiet while he is out for his club activities. And he would also buy her delicious food, and she happily agrees. He also tells her that she can only make animals with the spirit friend, and she must not make any of humans. She gets annoyed by all of his nagging and tells Ha-jin that she got it already. Ha-jin then leaves for his trip and they both say goodbye to each other. Now we switch scenes to Rachel, and someone tells her that she doesn't need to worry anymore. And their contract with Cube has ended, and they have decided to recruit trustworthy agents, and she thanks him for it. And Henry then says about Ha-jin that the cadet who saved her, he would like to approach him using the Imperial Guild offer, if she is okay with it, and she gets happy hearing that, and replies that she likes the sound of that and tells them to proceed with it. Rachel thinks that the Ha-jin she saw back then was definitely way above the level of 934th rank, and other guilds might already be aiming to recruit him as well. Though she says that she is only observing for now, as approaching cadets early is illegal, and even though the Imperial Guild isn't lacking in any way compared to Korea's famous guilds. With the Imperial Guild's priority recruitment right, they will be able to legally propose a much better offer than any other guild. Now we switch scenes to the travel club as the president says, since everyone is here, they should depart for England. We see Naeun is burning up due to the heat, and Yoon-ha asks her, why did she wear the cadet uniform here? Naeun asks Ha-jin if he doesn't feel hot, and he replies that he totally feels comfortable, seeing which, Naeun calls it annoying. Now as they arrive in England, they are quite taken in by its beauty. The club president points at the place where they will be going today, and it's up in the sky, called Clancy Islet, and they were taking the portal together to move there. Ha-jin remembers, Clancy Islet, this place is made by the English government using the floating crystals that they possessed. It's a place where everything money-related is located. It has all sorts of entertainment, auctions and release events for new items. It's an island of gold which is basically like the Las Vegas of England. This is the place where the main story this time around will start. As they enter it, they are quite amazed by it, with Naeun commenting that it's really been a long time she has been here, and Yoon-ha says the same thing. Suho asks if they both have been here before, and Naeun excitedly replies, it was with her brother when she was 11. And she suddenly gets sad remembering him, while saying that she hasn't came since then. Suho tells her that it's his first time, and asks Naeun to be his guide. She gets back again, and tells them to count on her for this. The club president tells them that there will be a big event on the islet at 7 p.m. He has asked them whether they can participate in the event, and they have gladly allowed them, so they are free to walk around and enjoy themselves before the event. As he asks if anyone has questions, Naeun raises her hand. She asks if they can go to casino as well, and he replies that they can, as a cadet is considered an adult. Hearing which, she pushes everyone, telling them to go to casino with her. At the casino, Ha-jin thinks that it more fancy than he thought, and Naeun excitedly goes on to exchange some tokens. As he goes to the reception, she asks Ha-jin to show her his identity card before the exchange. As he is giving her his card, he asks her, how many years have she worked here, as we see it's Jane in disguise. She replies, 6 years, and Ha-jin tells her that it's quite long and thanks for the tokens. Ha-jin thinks that it's expected that Jane has already infiltrated this place, and the event that Oh Han-hyun mentioned will be taking place at 7 p.m., and it's a huge problem, since the event is really big, and also because all the beasts from all over the world will be gathering here to go after that thing. And although he wants to remain cool-headed, he cannot help but feel nervous. Because this is the place best to earn money for someone like him, who lives on luck. He smiles knowing that he still have time as the event starts at 7 p.m, as such he goes on to raid the slot machine first. And after that he tries to see his next target and sees Naeun playing against some blondie, and losing. Ha-jin remembers that person as Vert, and Naeun, after losing everything starts to get up and leave. Vert calls Naeun back and tells her that he doesn't feel good winning a kid's money easily and offers her 25% back. Naeun gets angry hearing that, and tells him that she can take it back easily if she played seriously. Ha-jin remembers that in just short of 2 hours from now, Naeun will end up crying in the hotel after losing all the money that she brought here. Because all of them are con artists. Especially their leader, Vert, who is one of the important characters in his novel as well. Naeun loses once again and Ha-jin calls her a loser, while noting as the 4th generation member of a rich family, losing money means nothing to her, but Ha-jin is also interested in Vert. As such, he goes to the table and tells Naeun to get up as he will play in her stead. As Ha-jin starts, Han-hyun tells him that he needs to go, as he got a call, and Ha-jin replies then it would nice with just 5 of them here, and Naeun tells Ha-jin that he doesn't have much money, does he, and the minimum bet here is $100, and Ha-jin tells her to not worry about that and continue. She sighs and tells him to do whatever he wants, and the guy starts to distribute the cards now. As everyone is looking at their cards, the distributor asks them to open their cards if they have chosen. Suddenly, the bald cut notices something. He sees Ha-jin is not even looking at his cards and asks him if he is not going to look at them, and Ha-jin replies that he is not going to look at them, while thinking that he can see them without flipping them anyways. The baldai is quite surprised by his actions and calls Ha-jin a total nutjob, and Ha-jin replies, does he really think that he would be playing this game blind? Ha-jin then chooses his card to open with and flips it. The baldai gets annoyed as Ha-jin was speaking to him very casually and lashes at him. Ha-jin replies that he was the one who speak casually first. He gets angry and slams the table, but Vert tells him to calm down and asks him to see Ha-jin's clothes. As they are cadets from Cube, they should maintain their manners here. Ha-jin thinks that Vert must be feeling pretty flustered inside, but he sure is good at acting calm, but Ha-jin smiles and seems to be onto something. Now as the game is going on, Jane reports to the captain that they have confirmed that there are 6 people from the evil society, 3 heroes from the association, 1 swindler, and 1 from Light Source, but the hero from Light Source is probably just here for sightseeing. And even Kim Ha-jin, captain's favorite, is also here. The captain tells everyone to be on standby now, and Jane informs them that Ha-jin saw her face and asks if her cover is blown. Captain replies that will only happen if he focuses mana on his optical nerves, and people normally don't do that, and Jane replies, guess that is true, as she couldn't sense the movement of mana either. Meanwhile, Vert seems to be in quite the position, and Ha-jin has stacked up wins and is on the 12th round with $60,000 in. Ha-jin notes that Vert's card is an ace of hearts, and if combined with the remaining cards, he would have an aces full. Vert calls on his turn, and Ha-jin thinks that he is managing a poker face despite having really good cards, which is not too bad. Naeun raises, the baldai also calls, and Ha-jin raises. Ha-jin thinks that Vert's current cards would be an aces full. In order to win, he would need to have at least a 4 of a kind, and he wouldn't normally aim for such cards, since the chances of a 4 kind appearing after a full house is really low, but for him it's different. Vert tells Ha-jin that he knows that he doesn't have that much money, and Ha-jin thinks that he is indeed lacking in money here. As such, Vert asks him to bet that ring of his as well. Ha-jin takes it out and Vert tells him that he can tell it's an artifact from a glance, and asks Ha-jin why does he have a ring around his neck. Ha-jin with a serious face replies that he has his reasons, seeing which, Naeun gets concerned. She quickly gets up and tells Ha-jin to leave with her as well. But Ha-jin asks her what is she doing and tells her to sit down, and she replies that she would give him the money that he lost as well, and if it's important enough for him to be wearing it wherever he goes, then it must be precious. But before she can complete her sentence, Ha-jin pulls her hand and tells her to sit down. He gets really close with her and tells her that he definitely won't lose, so just stay still, and it causes her to blush. Ha-jin tells Vert that this ring is really expensive, and he will make this ring a part of this bet as well. But in return, he wants him to bet his bracelet as well, which Vert agrees to do so. As they both put their belongings down, he asks them to open their cards, and that he will be starting first. As he reveals his cards, it turns out to be full house, and Naeun is shocked upon seeing it. Vert starts to laugh while saying that he feels bad for him and starts to take in the rewards, but Ha-jin tells him to wait, as he still has not opened up his cards yet. Hearing which, Vert gets nervous. Ha-jin reveals his cards, saying that he is quite lucky himself. He smiles, and Naeun is quite shocked upon getting a 4 of a kind, and the bet being his win. Naeun shouts, "What the hell?" and Ha-jin tells her to not be so surprised as gambling is all about luck after all, and Vert is completely shocked, as he wonders what on earth happened. We then see him getting dragged by the security, while he shouts that Ha-jin cheated and he is not the one who did. Naeun replies that he doesn't have any evidence, as even the security checked him. Naeun is quite pissed, calling Vert too noisy after losing. Ha-jin appraises Vert's bracelet, and notes that Vert still doesn't know the true value of this bracelet, because while this bracelet can store mana, the user isn't able to use that mana themselves. Though he notes that it can be solved by just imprinting other magic aspects onto the bracelet, Vert will only realize it 1 year from now on, and Ha-jin decides to imprint a physical strengthening magic onto it. Naeun calls him out and asks what was he planning to do if he lost, and Ha-jin replies that he would have committed suicide by jumping off into Hangang, and Naeun tells him to not say such things. Ha-jin asks her if she wants her money back, as 1/3 of this chips belong to Naeun, and she replies that it's not that, he can have them, as he won them after all. Though hesitant, she tells him that he looked pretty cool. Fast forward, Suho and Yoonha is here, as they both greet them. And we see Ha-jin and Naeun all dressed up. Seeing him, Yoonha asks him, why does he look like that, and he asks, what is so bad about his look, and that he simply visited an antique shop, but Yoonha asks him, where did he got all this money from? As Naeun is telling them about Ha-jin's performance in the casino, someone arrives from behind upon noticing Naeun, while saying, look who we have here. He comes directly to Naeun and greets her. In surprise, Naeun asks him, what is he doing here, and he replies that he is here for some fun. Looking at Ha-jin, he asks Naeun if he is her boyfriend and she gets flustered and replies that he is just a friend. He tells Ha-jin that he saw him raking in tons of money and to think he was Naeun's friend. Yoonha also recognizes him and asks if he is the hunter, Kim Junwoo from Light Source. He replies that he is and says that it looks like he still have some popularity. She introduces herself and greets him and shake hands with him as well. And we see the captain is watching all of them, standing in some alleyway behind. She calls up on Jane, and we see her arriving right behind her and gets out of her disguise, while telling the captain that it's ready. Fast forward, and a reporter reports that right now, they are at the River Thames portal that leads to Clancy Islet. And all sorts of VIPs are gathering in this place to take part in the event, which is hosted by an international company, Lotan Corporation. With the shocking news that the white crystal will be shown, it has gathered the attention of the world. We then see a car arriving and some girl seems to stepping out of it. The reporter looks over and reports that, just as he was speaking, Princess Rachel has arrived. She gets surrounded by reporters, asking her to say a few words about today's event and to comment on her losing her #1 position in theatricals. She doesn't say anything, and the guard blocks the reporters, telling them that they are not allowed past this area. As she gets inside, we see some kind of portal in front of her. She finally breathes some relief as it gets quiet, but someone arrives and greets her. We see it's the Lotan Corporation CEO, Zelen, who thanks Rachel for coming here. Rachel tells him that it seems like he has taken great measures to defend against demonic humans, and he replies, of course. And that she could say this place, Clancy Islet, is the safest place in Europe, as they have hired a large number of advanced grade heroes for this event, so there is no need to worry at all. And as the greatest sponsor of the Imperial Guild, he promises her to uphold the class and reputation of her guild. She gets nervous upon hearing that, and we see him giving off an evil grin. He then takes his leave and tells Rachel to enjoy the event. At one of the table, we see Ha-jin sitting and thinking, there is still 30 minutes until the event starts, but it is already so crowded. But that aside, in a world that is swarming with demonic humans nowadays, he cannot believe that such a dangerous event is being hosted. Ha-jin wrote the Lotan Corporation to be one of the most corrupt companies in the story. While there aren't any demonic humans among its executives, it's a place where the deeds that they do are as evil as the demonic humans. And those kinds of people are in the possession of the white crystal. While it's an item that mustn't fall into the hands of the demonic humans, how these people will use it won't be much different in the hands of the Lotan Corporation. And there will be a total of 3 main demonic human characters that will appear today: Crystal Carrier, Nade, Combatant, Silason. And their team leader of the Evil Society's Relic Retrieval Team, Team Leader Kim Hakpyo. And with his current abilities, there isn't a chance in hell that he would be able to foil their larceny plans, so he decides that it would be best to just observe as the story unfolds as per the original novel storyline. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. And we see it's the captain, who asks Ha-jin that he is here too. Ha-jin is a bit surprised seeing her here, and she replies that she is here as a guard hero. Jane teases her captain by congratulating her on finally meeting her crush. She gets really pissed at Jane and asks, what the hell is she talking about? And Ha-jin gets scared, thinking that it's for him. She apologizes to him, saying that her colleague was saying something weird on her earphone, and Ha-jin thinks that he heard that as well. As Suho and everyone else arrives, and upon noticing Captain, Suho asks Ha-jin, who is she, and he replies that she is someone he knows, Lee Sapeng, an upper intermediate grade hero. She is here on a mission and they happen to meet each other. Ha-jin introduces everyone else to the captain, and she replies that she knows everyone already, as they are all famous cadets. We see Kim Junwoo arrives and introduces himself as well to her. We see him doubting Captain and asks her, how does she know Ha-jin, and if it's alright with her, he would like to ask which group she belongs to as well. But suddenly, the lights turns on, and Yoonha notes that the show is about to start. She tells Junwoo that she will be leaving now to perform her guard duties and tells them goodbye. Junwoo seems to be thinking about something and Ha-jin hopes that he didn't catch on to anything. From up above, Rachel notices Ha-jin sitting at the table. She also notices the relic that she gave him and gets happy and smiles upon seeing him wear it. Zelen gets on the stage and introduces himself as the CEO of the Lotan Corporations, which leads the innovation industry. He asks everyone, what do they think is the power that is the source of all creation, and he tells them that it's mana. And, as mana gather naturally, it can also become a treasure that possesses great power. Among those treasures, the white crystal is especially rare and precious. There have been 480 crystals that's been discovered so far, but currently, the way to properly use these crystals has not been discovered yet. However, from now on, they at the Lotan Corporation will demonstrate them how to properly use the white crystal. Seeing this, audience starts to clap and Ha-jin looks on with a poker face. As Zelen is giving his speech, Rachel looks concerned upon noticing black puppets that have been walking around the hall ever since earlier. And at first, she thought that they were guards, but their numbers have increased. And she also feels that something is ominous, but she cannot move recklessly. She suddenly notices Ha-jin getting up and going somewhere. She wonders where is he going in the middle of the event. Suddenly, she gets some doubt in her mind about him. And thinks that the person who is always at the scene of the incidents and the extraordinary vibes, there are way too many suspicious points to ignore. She orders her guards that she is fine and to monitor any suspicious characters within the hall, and the guards leave immediately. She then pulls out her necklace and uses a skill, shadow expansion. And with this, she is able to move through the hall without being noticed by anyone. And she decides to follow Ha-jin for now, while being certain that something is about to happen in this hall. We see Kim Hakpyo sitting and his associates informing him that they have confirmed the details from a Lotan internal document. The item that's in Clancy Hall right now is the real thing. Zelen explains that this cube's essence is that of an ancient relic, earthenware. They have split it up into dirt and then gave it a new life by using the most precise mana technology to put it into a glass box. Hakpyo thinks that it's quite surprising that Zelen would actually bring the new real thing here, and calls him a fool for doing that, and he would probably slipped up because he was too obsessed with money, and was probably trying to prove the authenticity so that their stock will skyrocket. Though Hakpyo does think that it's not a bad idea in reality, as the only way in and out of this place is via the portal, and it's being monitored strictly. Since it's an island made from mana, the demonic humans cannot create artificial portals. However, never in their wildest dreams could they have guessed that they have an air transportation device. As such, he orders it to enter. Meanwhile, Rachel is still following Ha-jin and wonders how much further he is going to go up. She tries to stay further away from him to observe. As he is opening the gate to the rooftop, Rachel wonders if he has some business to attend to there, and that the rooftop is a prohibited area, so it should be locked unless there is an inspection taking place. When the gate doesn't open and Rachel notes that the only choice would be to use a key, Ha-jin brings out a hammer. She is quite surprised seeing that, and wonders if he intends to break it down, and thinks that since the Clancy Islet prohibits people from bringing in weapons, people would only be able to bring something like a tool at most. As Ha-jin lifts the hammer to break down the door, Rachel thinks if Ha-jin really intends to break down a mana alloy steel door with a worn-down hammer, and calls it impossible to do so. But much to her shock, the door completely breaks in one single blow. As she says, "No way," and wonders how did an ordinary hammer that isn't even imbued with mana break the door. Suddenly, Rachel senses something, and we see a huge fight has broken out at the event hall. We see the demonic humans killing civilians as one of them grabs Zelen and takes the white crystal from him. But suddenly, he gets attacked by someone from behind. And we see it's Kim Jun-woo, who says that not only he dodged his attack, but he also got a troublesome ability. As Kim Jun-woo tells him that he is an advanced rank hero, the demonic human clones quickly makes a run for it and scatters in all the directions. As such, Jun-woo calls them coward and wonders which one should he go for. And the captain has been standing on the side and is watching over everything unfolding. We see Naeun and Suho fighting as well, with Naeun wondering what the hell is going on, as there is not just demonic humans, but also a destruction demon. We see someone calling and asking Naeun, where is she, and it is Jun-woo, who is relieved upon seeing her all safe and sound. He also throws a sword toward Suho, telling him to take it, as he would need it to fight, and that it belongs to the demonic human sprawled on the ground over there, though he can use it. Now at the rooftop, Ha-jin is looking over and remembers that in the original story, Nade split into 8 bodies and escaped. The first would be the east. One hero is already chasing after him, but that Nade doesn't have the crystal. In the south, a demonic human that took the form of Jane is running away with him, however, that man doesn't have it either. And the north, where the captain is at. In the original story, that Nade has the crystal. As we see, the captain is attacked by a bunch of demonic humans together. She uses her ability and creates a purple ball in the air. But one of them swings down his weapon regardless, while saying that such a small mana wouldn't do anything to him. But much to his shock, his hand completely disappears inside the ball, and he himself also starts to get sucked in, while he screams in pain, scaring others. They all try to run away from it, but the ball sucks all of them in. Nade wonders, what the hell is that? And just then, Captain's ability pierces right through him. Ha-jin thinks that although he was the one who created her character, she truly has an terrifying ability, but in any case, as per the original storyline, the white crystal is now in the hands of the chameleon troupe. But this nade also turns out to be a clone, as Ha-jin is shocked seeing that the crystal is not there. Ha-jin quickly opens his laptop to check if the story changed again, but he didn't got any message regarding that, which makes him realize that this isn't a change in story, but it's a change caused by the current situation's variables. Ha-jin wonders, what should he do, and suddenly gets an idea. He thinks that he has never tried this method before, but he don't have time to waste, since the mana of the stigma can be used according to his will. He tries to focus it on his retina, or more like, into his far sight. And he succeeds with it and looks for the crystal in the city. He then finally finds it, and someone is seemingly carrying it in a car. But suddenly, he gets a backlash from his ability and is thrown out of his far sight. We see Ha-jin had an overload, at such a bad timing as well. But since he doesn't have any time to waste, he jumps after him himself. And right at the place he jumps, he finds a bike parked there. He gets on it and apologizes to the owner, as he would be borrowing for a little while. We see Naeun and everyone evacuating the civilians to safety. As she is guiding them, Ha-jin arrives and calls out her name and she looks back. She is quite surprised seeing him and asks, where the hell has he been, and Ha-jin doesn't reply and throws something towards her, telling her to take it. It's actually the mana sword he got back in Paris. He tells her that he is sure that she would be able to use it, since she cannot possibly fight with demonic humans without a weapon. Ha-jin thinks that the special weapon, mana sword, which he took from Cedius, depending on the mana capacity of its user, its stats could have a world of difference. And with the amount of dormant potential that Naeun has, let alone demonic humans, she can display power even greater than they can. She gets confused and asks him, what is she supposed to do with it, and he simply tells her to take care of herself and don't get hurt. She then asks him, where is he going? He replies that he got some business to take care of, so he would leave this place to her. She once again gets confused and again asks, where the hell is he going? But Ha-jin leaves without saying anything. We see Ha-jin is speeding towards the location, which is towards the southeast, and it won't take long for him to reach the target either. The guy tells the driver that they will reach the location soon, and the driver replies, they will arrive in 1 minute. They said there aren't any issues with the transport aircraft either. But suddenly, as the guy looks outside, he sees someone. We see it's Ha-jin, who uses his bike to slam the car and crash it. The car completely flips over, but the guy is still alive, as he comes out and tells Ha-jin that he is a dead meat now. The guy calls his boss over, and Ha-jin thinks that this was the reason he was daring to act up like this. He had something like this up his sleeve. Ha-jin notes that it's the A0937B transport aircraft, and he uses his SP to send this transport aircraft back to its hangar. The demonic human is quite surprised and confused upon seeing it leave like that. He starts shouting at it, asking where the hell are they going, and Ha-jin starts to walk towards him, while saying that now that the interference is gone, shall they start talking? But suddenly, Ha-jin looks back and notices that something is there. Suddenly someone arrives, creating a huge impact on the ground. We see it's Junghyun, who is holding 2 people in his hands as well, along with one other demonic human, while saying that he was wondering what took him so long. And that guess a fly got in the way, and he also seems to be holding Rachel on his shoulder. Ha-jin thinks that he cannot believe Junghyun is here right now out of all times, which is a really bad situation. But suddenly, he notices Rachel on his shoulders, and is quite shocked and wonders, what is she doing here? Ha-jin starts using his ether, while thinking that this has become a complete headache. Ha-jin quickly grabs the white crystal from in front of him, and Junghyun tells him to put it down while he is still asking nicely. Ha-jin points his weapon towards the crystal and tells him to put down Rachel first. Junghyun replies that he brought her here because she seemed to be tracking the crystal, and guesses that she is pretty important. But suddenly his mood changes, as he asks Ha-jin, between him ripping her head out and Ha-jin putting the bullet in that case, who would be faster? Ha-jin tells him that it doesn't matter, since if he doesn't let her down, he won't get what he wants either. Junghyun tells him that he got quite big balls, and calls it his loss and puts down Rachel. And then he asks Ha-jin to hand it over, since it's good now, and Ha-jin throws the case towards him, and Junghyun thanks him. Ha-jin notes that it doesn't matter that he gave it, since it's not an item that he can handle anyways. At first, he was going for the best case scenario by handing it over to Rachel and letting the Imperial family be in possession of it, but now that Junghyun is here, he can only use it as a chip for negotiation. And he would also ask her when she wake up as to how she got caught, and we suddenly see Junghyun smirking and planning something. He quickly rushes towards Ha-jin to attack him, and we see Ha-jin is completely frozen, while thinking that he let his guard down. And we see the punch causing a huge impact in the forest. As the smoke clears up, we see Junghyun being quite impressed and says, "Wow. as Jungyang stops right before punching him, while saying, "Would you look at this?" Looking at Ha-jin, he thinks that he is quite bold, as he is not even blinking, the attitude of a fighter that watches his opponent's movements until the very last moment. Jungyang stands down while telling Ha-jin that he wasn't as pathetic as he thought he was. And he walks away while telling Ha-jin that he likes him. Meanwhile, Ha-jin's fear kicks in, as he falls down on the ground. He gets scared thinking that he almost died, as after he came to his senses, a fist that as big as a head was right in front of his eyes, so he didn't had time to react at all. And had he done anything stupid, his head would have probably blown off, and to think that an overwhelming difference with his opponent would help him in that situation. We then see Rachel waking up, as Ha-jin asks her if she is alright. As she gets up, she asks what happened to the enemy, and Ha-jin replies that it's alright now as he left. Hearing which, Rachel is left confused and asks Ha-jin, what does he mean by that? Ha-jin explains her the situation, that the crystal fell into their hands, and he asks her if she was also tracking the crystal. She replies that she was tracking him instead. She then shows Ha-jin a bullet, while saying that it's his, isn't it? Ha-jin remembers that bullet, and Rachel tells him that she found it during the final exams. Ha-jin thinks that guess she found him when he was sniping at long range previously and recovered this bullet. He moves his hand to take the bullet while telling her that it's indeed his. But Rachel pulls the bullet away and puts inside her pocket while saying that she followed after him in case a similar situation happened. Even though she wasn't much of a help because the opponent was too strong, which she feels bummed out about. She then asks Ha-jin why did he help her back then, as they could attribute it to coincidence during the midterms exam, but during the final exam as well. And due to this, she cannot help but think that he has been observing her closely. Ha-jin wonders what should he say and tells her that the truth is he is a big fan of hers, hearing which she is very confused and shocked. She asks once again for clearance, and Ha-jin tells her that it's true as he even joined her fan community as well. Ha-jin wonders if it was too fake of an excuse, but it's not like he can tell her the truth though. He cannot tell her that she is a main character of a novel who is exposed to great danger, and if she dies or gets hurt the storyline will become totally messed up. From that statement, Rachel asks if he means that he likes her while blushing. Now back to the place of the event, we see many ambulances and officials have arrived at the location, and Yoon-ha is sitting all tired. Naeun comes running towards her and asks her if she saw, and Yoon-ha asks, what? Naeun replies, that, and Yoon-ha asks, what's that? Though she also says that she saw a lot of things today, and the one who left the deepest impression amidst all the chaos. And the one who destroyed everything barehanded, the hunter of light source, Kim Jun-woo. And the talent of the Sword Saint, which allows one to mow down everything, Kim Soo-ho, who cut all the overwhelming incoming attacks like paper. And she remembers Naeun in her list as well, seeing how she used her mana sword to destroy the monsters. And upon using the mana sword, Naeun gets quite happy and excited and calls it quite awesome. But back to the present, Naeun tells Yoon-ha that Ha-jin rode off with a bike, which doesn't get much reaction out of her. She tells Naeun that she briefly saw that, and that he seems really good at riding it. She asks Naeun if he told her where he was going, and she replies that she doesn't know either, and more importantly, she wonders where did that bike came from. Suddenly, Soo-ho arrives and tells them both that he heard that Rachel has disappeared and asks if they saw her. Naeun replies that come to think of it, she didn't saw her either, and asks him, since when was she gone, as she was still here right up until a brief moment before the demonic humans charged in. Yoon-ha wonders if that means that they were actually trying to capture her in the midst of the commotion. Yoon-ha thinks that it's definitely a possibility, because if they capture her as a hostage, the UK government would probably grant their request even if they ask for possession rights of Clancy Islet. She gets angry thinking that, and suddenly Soo-ho tells everyone to look over at something. We see it's Rachel who is riding a bike while crying. Yoon-ha gets relieved that she is safe, and Naeun remembers that bike as it's the same one that Ha-jin rode off on, hearing which surprises Yoon-ha. It makes her think that while everyone was distracted by the commotion, Kim Ha-jin rode off alone on a bike, but Rachel is the one who rode that very bike back here. This all makes her wonder if Ha-jin took down the demonic humans alone and rescued her. She gets nervous thinking that, and thinks that there is no way, and questions if even Kim Ha-jin can do something so ridiculous. Now fast forward at Double Star, Clancy Premium Hotel. We see Chai Naeun standing there, all dressed up, as someone suddenly calls her name. We see it's Ha-jin, who asks, why is she the only one here, and where are the other people from the travel club? She replies that they are already gone to the restaurant, and it's because he is late. She then says, let's go quickly, and that she will buy him dinner today. Ha-jin asks, what is the special occasion, as it's surprising that she is buying him dinner, but Naeun doesn't reply back. As Ha-jin is walking behind her, he thinks that something is strange, and wonders if something happened. While walking, we see Naeun seems to be up to something, and is blushing slightly. She suddenly stops in the middle, calls out his name, and asks, doesn't he think that they could at least become friends while blushing slightly? But Ha-jin declines, saying that no, he doesn't think they can. She clenches her fist in frustration and replies, is that so? She turns around and tells him to forget what she said, and she wasn't asking seriously, and calls Ha-jin a punk for embarrassing her like this, and that he should treat it as if she didn't said anything. Meanwhile, Ha-jin thinks there is no way they could become something like friends, since he is someone who'd leave eventually, and he is also someone who would have to kill the most important person to her one day. There is no way they could become something like friends. Now fast forward, and Ha-jin is back at his dorm, as he says, I am here, while entering. Hearing that, Evangel comes running to him, all happy and excited. She asks him, where is her fried chicken, and Ha-jin gives the bag to her, saying that he brought 2 pieces for her. She happily takes it and runs away while thanking him, as Ha-jin thinks that he is suddenly feeling at peace now, and feels like a father. Evangel had been quiet and obedient for a while, and there is only 3 days left of school break. As such, Ha-jin decides to wrap up things that he hasn't able to finish. And the first thing he decides to do is link the smartwatch first. It had been pretty troublesome to have to open his laptop whenever something happens, so he has been saving SP little by little. And back when Jung Yang was about to punch him, we see Ha-jin got a notification that due to his extreme luck, he has avoided an impending death. A part of the accumulation of luck, a special stat of the narrow escape from death has been activated, and his SP increases by 193. And now he is finally able to do this with the SP he got thanks to Jung Yang. As the linking completes, we see Ha-jin's smartwatch is able to display all the information that his laptop can. Using it, Ha-jin thinks that this so darn convenient, and he cannot believe that he was delaying such a thing, and he once again thanks Jung Yang for it. Now after completing this, Ha-jin thinks that he got one more important task left. As he calls Park Soo-hyuk and asks if he bought that, and Soo-hyuk asks if he is referring to that motorbike, Augusta. Ha-jin replies, yeah, and Soo-hyuk tells him that he tried to look for the one that has the best specs, but even the ones without all the options already cost 150 million won, and Ha-jin tells him to help him get the one with all the options. Soo-hyuk freaks out hearing that and asks Ha-jin if he is serious, and he replies that he is, as such he should help him get one with all the options. Soo-hyuk replies that he will order one in his company's name, and Ha-jin thanks him for it. Ha-jin thinks that since he won around 2 billion from the casino, 150 million is easy enough, and also, that day is approaching. The day of the raid of the Suan's Den of Devils by the masked demon's master. And that means it isn't long before his stock price is going to the moon soon. Thinking about which, Ha-jin starts laughing hysterically. Now fast forward, as the 1-month school break is finally over. Ha-jin looks around and thinks that everyone is doing well, since the atmosphere within the cube looks good, and he also hears about social media from cadets around him. As such, he remembers that it's been a while since has last checked the social media accounts of the main characters. He used to do it all the time before. As he opened the social media app, all he sees are posts from Shin Jong-hak. Seeing which, Ha-jin calls Shin Jong-hak completely mad. He notes that Kim Soo-ho and Yoon-ha doesn't use social media much, and Rachel's account is managed by the Imperial family. And Naeun, the last post she uploaded was after the casino incident. And it looked like she had quite a huge shock. She would probably overcome it though. But Ha-jin is glad that there aren't any major problems with any of them. Now as the instructor arrives, he informs the class that today marks the start of the 2nd semester. And as they know, the 2nd semester is quite different. Not only there will be changes in ranking, but there will be also newly transferred cadets. And he is sure that there are people who already saw the transfer ceremony yesterday. Ha-jin thinks that at this time, mages who want to become heroes from the 10 magic academies from all over the country will transfer into Cube. 20 from each academy, a total of 200 of them, and he has already memorized the faces of the mages that are important in advance. The instructor then calls in the transfer students to come in. As they come in, Ha-jin starts counting and sees that one of them looks familiar. He wonders if she is one of the mages whose face he recognized, but he is shocked upon noticing something. He recognizes her as Toma. He quickly opens his smartwatch and thinks that although her hair and skin color are different, that is definitely Toma's face, and he wonders what is she doing here. We see Ha-jin gets a notification of a partial story change, as Toma is now trying to build connections with important characters from the start. Seeing which, Ha-jin thinks that there is another unnecessary piece of trouble, as we see Toma smirking. Now fast forward, and we see a brand new place, and Ha-jin seems to be moving into it. Evangel excitedly asks him if they're going to be living here from now on. And Ha-jin replies, they will, and says that it's huge, isn't it? And she replies that she loves it. Ha-jin thinks that he got to move to a new accommodation due to his increase in rank. Not only did he jump over 600 positions, he was also in one of the upper middle ranks, which is pretty good, and now that his accommodation has gotten bigger, it would be easier for Evangel to live with him. And as for what should he do with Toma, he can only start to think about it slowly from now on. Ha-jin starts to leave while telling Evangel that he would be back after class, and she tells him goodbye. After school started, the first lesson was outdoor training, with the main objective being to help existing cadets and transferred cadets get to know each other better. It's also known as Dangerous Mountains, though despite the name, this mountain doesn't have any dangerous monsters. But there are tons of dangerous traps lurking in various places. They have reenacted the kinds of traps that the demonic humans use. If they slip up due to carelessness, they would be headed for the hospital, hence they should make sure to be alert at all times. And each group will have 12 members, and there will be a designated entrance for every group, so they should move towards them now. And after the teams are formed, the instructor orders everyone to head in. As they head inside, the atmosphere completely changes, and they cannot believe how dark and cold it is in here. Suho tells them, as the instructor said, they don't know where the traps are. So they should be careful, but right as he says that, one of the cadets gets caught into one of the traps. Naeun says that it appeared as soon as Suho said it, as the roots traps most of the cadets except for Suho and Naeun. As they keep going further, we see them getting mangled up in a bunch of different traps. Everyone, including Suho and Naeun, are completely terrified of the last trap, especially with Naeun saying that her heart almost stopped and Suho saying that it was really scary. Suho commends Naeun for doing well, and she replies that he did good as well. Suddenly, Naeun asks Suho that they are friends, aren't they? And Suho replies that of course they are, and asks why is she asking that. She simply tells him that it's nothing and thinks that this is a natural response, but thinks that Ha-jin didn't want to be friends with her. But she thinks that could it be that he doesn't want to be friends but rather something more, as she starts to blush while thinking that. Suddenly from the bushes, we see Ha-jin arriving and he asks them, what are they doing here? The two cadets, Lee Jion and Simon Dellick, tells Naeun and Suho that there was a illusion barrier and they have been roaming around lost for an hour. But then Ha-jin suddenly asked them to move out of the way with a frustrated look. At first, Simon wondered why, but Ha-jin was able to find the entrance very quickly. Simon also remembers that they will be working in teams soon, and Ji-yoon comments that team training has always been a part of the second semester for generations after all. She asks Suho and Naeun if they have decided on their team yet, and they both replies that they haven't. Ji-yoon speaks up that she is thinking to team up with Ha-jin. Hearing which, Naeun is quite shocked, and Ji-yoon says that they will have to choose their team members across different ranks anyways, and he is the best among cadets whose ranks are in the triple digits, and he is also pretty smart. Naeun tries to argue for them to not do that, and tells them that he is cold-hearted and hard to deal with, so she doesn't think that it would work out. While saying all this, she thinks to herself, that why is she even saying that? Simon chimes in and tells them that more importantly, don't they know there is a really negative rumor about him? That he leaves Cube very often, and he also heard that he goes out to enjoy all types of indecent entertainment when he goes out. And from what others said, he also routinely pays money to gangsters as well. But Naeun gets pissed hearing all that about Ha-jin as she walks on Simon in anger and asks him if he has seen him do that himself. Simon gets scared and replies that it's not him and it's just a rumor, and Naeun once again asks him if he has seen him do that himself, and he replies that he hadn't seen it. Naeun replies that despite all this, how can he still believe in such a ridiculous rumor? Suho also agrees with Naeun and tells Simon to not spread such rumors if they didn't see him do that themselves, and Ha-jin isn't that kind of person who would do that either. And now they all starts to leave as they have rested enough, and Ji-yoon tells them, see you later. Now we switch scenes to some building and see someone clearing their throat. We see it's Yoon-ha who was checking her voice change, which is perfect. And since this is the first time meeting, she notes that there cannot be any mistakes. The Information Guild, Falling Blossoms, it's a completely independent of the essence of the Straight, consisting of intelligence agents that only works for her. We see her wearing a mask and a hoodie as she greets everyone. They all greet Yoon-ha back and refers to her as Master. Yoon-ha notes that it's a good start and thinks she has split Blossoms into 3 divisions. Team 1 would collect information or plans of competing guilds, Sejak. She tells them that it would consist of Creationist Benevolence, Forlorn Moon, etc. Finding out the plans of their competing guilds will be the top priority. And Team 2, they focus on letting her know of new dungeons or appearance of new monsters that are upper intermediate grade or above, called Watchtower. And the last, Team 3, they will only move in shadows and perform background investigations, tailing others, kidnapping and blackmail. And if needed, they would take lives as well and will be called the Shadows. She gives her order to Team 3 to find out about the past of 5 targets, however they are strictly prohibited from allowing themselves to be seen or be hurt by them. Yoon-ha thinks that it goes without saying that 4 of these 5 targets are just fillers, and she tells them that it's all for today and that she hopes to see great results from them. As she dismisses them, Yoon-ha thinks that there is only one real target, and that being Kim Ha-jin. Now on the next day, as Ha-jin wakes up in the morning, he notices Evangel sleeping beside him and wonders, when did she came in? Looking at her, he thinks that she is really cute and pats her on the head. From out of his room, his pet cat starts to meow as well, as Ha-jin tells her that she is awake too. He pats her as well, and thinks that a witch is capable of creating spirits, and this spirit cat is not an illusion or temporal form. It's an actual creature that Evangel made with her abilities. Though it looks cute right now, but it would become powerful in the future. Ha-jin goes out and is walking while yawning, and someone calls him out. And it's Yoon-ha who asks Ha-jin where is he going as it's so early in the morning. He replies that he is going to the canteen. They both start walking together and Yoon-ha says that she heard he climbed quite a number of ranks this time around, and he replies, yeah. And that he is thinking he might continue to stay in this vicinity in the future as well, and Yoon-ha asks if he has plans for the future already. And isn't that too early to be planning for that? And he replies, not at all, since they will be going on hero internships starting from the 3rd year, and it would be hard for them to even visit Cube. Yoon-ha then asks Ha-jin about joining the Essence of the Straight. Ha-jin thinks the guild which Yoon-ha would become the leader of in the future, and that it would be a guaranteed path of success for him, but he tells her the Hunters of Light appeals to him more. And that it depends on whether he can actually get in. Its system isn't very fixed since they are mainly made up of mercenaries. Yoon-ha thinks and tells Ha-jin that she will change his mind. And that if she brings him something that he has been looking for a long time, then he would probably think differently, isn't it? Ha-jin is confused and asks her, what is it? And she replies, not telling. She also informs Ha-jin that Lee Jin-ah, who previously harassed him, she also got punished. Now in the classroom, Ha-jin is staring at Suho and remembers that it's about time for Kim Suho to start preparing to clear the dungeon. In the original story, Kim Suho was climbing up Gamak Mountain after the summer vacation ended. And a resonance of energy drew him to find an undiscovered dungeon, and while it's not possible for someone to clear dungeon alone unless they are pretty strong, Kim Suho, the protagonist, managed to defeat the boss alone and obtain a really important weapon. And that weapon is expected to be awakened with the power of the sapling dust. But the problem now is that Ha-jin is the one who has the dust, and he is also worried about whether he would be alright alone. In order for Kim Suho to grow properly, he must go to the dungeon together with him, since this is a world that he designed, it's not the one that's kind to him. And by going there, Ha-jin also hopes to find something for himself. Now at evening, Ha-jin wonders, what should he do with Toma? As he would like to prepare some measures against Toma before the dungeon raid starts. But Toma isn't fully on the demonic human side, and if he could find her father, then he could possibly win her over to their side. Because she is only after one thing, which is to find her missing father and kill him with her own hands. Though the problem is that he doesn't know where to find him either. He has tried using the Book of Truth, but he might not have had enough mana because it only gave him some vague information. And since the fixer, Yo Jin-hyuk, only works within the Korean peninsula, it would be meaningless to ask him if the target is overseas. As such, Ha-jin tries to think of someone else he can ask for help, and with that he remembers someone from Chuan-dong's memories. The only connection that Kim Chun-dong has, a graduate from the Agent Military Academy's intelligence course, Kim Ho-sob. As Ha-jin contacts him and introduces himself, he is quite surprised upon being contacted by him and says that it's been a long time since they talked after the admission ceremony, and asks him, what's up? Ha-jin replies that it's nothing serious, and that since he is working in a company that's dealing with information, he was wondering if he could help him find someone, which he will pay him for as well. Ho-sob replies he can as long as he knows the name, and Ha-jin thanks him for that. Suddenly, Ha-jin also asks if his boss is giving him a hard time, and Ho-sob replies, how does he know? And Ha-jin says, it's because he sounds so lethargic. Ha-jin recommends him a guild if he is having thoughts on quitting his current company, and assures him that with his skills, he would be surely treated well. It's an information guild known as Falling Blossoms. Ho-sob thanks him for that, and Ha-jin gives him a good luck. And after cutting the call, he tells Yoon-ha that she owes him one now. Now at night, we see Kim Suho training with sword and practicing his moves. We see him thinking about something, as suddenly, Ha-jin arrives from behind the bushes, asking if he is still training this late. Upon noticing him, Suho asks if he is here to train as well, and Ha-jin replies that he was just taking a stroll and that he is really working hard, even though it's just a start of the semester. As if he is training to clear a dungeon, and Suho chuckles nervously and replies that there is no way he would do that. But Hajin mention Gamak Mountain, hearing which shocks Suho. Hajin continues on that he knows he found a dungeon entrance there last week, isn't it, and that he is intending to raid it all by himself. Suho asks, how does he know that, and Hajin replies that he saw him by coincidence as he go out of the academy pretty often, after all. And that he is not boasting, but these eyes of his, they are quite good, and they are quite useful even outside of Cube. As such, he tries to propose Suho something. It's that he would go to that dungeon with him, and the reward ratio would be 9-1. If he finds a branch, then he would take few leaves from it, and ask Suho, how does that sound to him? Suho reveals that just as Hajin thought, he has discovered a dungeon on Gamak Mountain last week. He assumes that it's small in size because it's still a new dungeon, and he thought that it was at a level where he could clear it all by himself. Hajin replies that even if it's small, it's still a dungeon, it would be hard to solo it, and Suho agrees with the risk to clear it alone. But he suddenly drops his hoodie and says whether he can trust Hajin with his back is a separate question. He starts getting ready to fight Hajin, stating that he needs to confirm his abilities first. Hajin is quite taken back from this development, as he wasn't expecting this, but Suho assures him that it would only be a simple test, and he is going to be fine, though Hajin is scared, thinking, like hell it would be. As even if Suho decides to give him one-hand handicap, he would still barely win, as the difference in their abilities are too huge, so he has to avoid fighting him head-on at all cost. Hajin tries to make up excuses that it's disadvantageous for him as a shooter to fight in an open terrain like this, and his abilities are greatly affected by his weapons, so he thinks it's a little unfair with him. Suho doesn't listen to anything, claiming it doesn't matter because he is not testing how good his weapon is. And he doesn't need to win against him either, he would stop himself when he is satisfied with the results. Hajin gets his mouth shut from hearing that and thinks that Suho is hell-bent on testing him. He tries to think of a way. He knows that the moment he infuses mana into that wooden sword, his bullets won't work at all. If they fight head-on, not only will he lose, he would look pathetic. In order to pass, he can only hope to get lucky. Suddenly, he notices something on the ground, and Suho says that he will start immediately if he is ready. Hajin starts doing something behind his back while saying that he don't need to prepare much, and they should start right away. Hearing which, Suho quickly closes the distance between them, though Hajin uses his eyes to track his movements. He activates bullet time and steps backward, while claiming to be able to see the movement his wooden sword will make. He dodges Suho's first strike, but Suho immediately goes on for a second stab while still being in midair. Hajin gets slight scratch, noting that Suho is quite fast, and he cannot just be on defensive, as such he takes out his weapon and shoots, which Suho dodges. Suho quickly makes some distance, as Hajin notes that even with bullet time, he is so fast that he is barely able to dodge him, and the longer it drags out, the more at disadvantage he would be. Looking at Suho's jacket, he thinks that he needs him bait him into taking just that one step. Suho disappears from his sight and appears right behind him. Hajin looks back in shock, wondering when did he get behind him. He quickly fires his ether and attaches it to the tree behind him. He quickly pulls himself towards it, dodging Suho's strike. Suho comments that he is able to dodge something of this level, but he quickly catches up to him with a single step. As Suho gets up close to him, Hajin thinks, just a little more, and Suho's foot gets right over his jacket. Right as his feet touches the jacket, he is flung back in the air. Hajin smiles, thinking that he did it, and we see Suho crashing on the ground. Hajin quickly gets behind him, asking if he is satisfied with this. Hajin notes that what he did doesn't inflict any damage and is volatile because it would only last for 10 minutes before disappearing. And he is quite glad that he invested his SP into this, while Suho accepts his defeat with a smile. He gives Hajin his hand and accepts his offer to go together with him. Hajin grabs it and says that he can count on him. Now at some abandoned factory in Suwon, we see Junghyun, who asks Drune that he destroyed the relic like he told him to. Is it really okay to destroy something so precious? Drune tells him to not worry, as there is a way to get double its value back, which is when they use this item from UK. As such, Drune activates it and it starts shining golden. The light shines on the broken sword and it starts to get reformed. And we see multiple copies of the sword are also being created, and Drune explains that they are replicas made from fragments. There is no need for any other processes, it can make parts of the relic even with just the crystals. And based on the test results, this weapon possesses an ability that's above low-grade relic. The relic can produce around 30 swords with just one sword, and based on mana capacity of the crystal, they can make 6 more of them. If they sell each one at minimum of 700 million, it would be at least 5 billion. Jungyang smiles hearing that, commenting that this is a goose that lays golden eggs. Jane arrives and claps to get their attention, calling it amazing, and says that she has an important thing to say. It's that Masked Demon's master has started to raid Suwon's Den of Devils. She confirms with her captain that they are their next target, and she replies, they are. And they, the chameleon troop, will be stealing from the masked demon's master this time. While walking back, Suho thinks the movements that Harjin showed him. He notes they were both slow and full of openings, and he also did his best to dodge his attacks. And also that unknown attack at the end, which gets him wondering, what on earth was that? He wonders if it's some kind of physical power, or an instantaneous mana discharge. But after thinking for a bit, he smiles and laughs, stating that he can figure it out, no matter how hard he thinks. He seems a bit relieved, thinking that if one is stronger than the average, then it would attract unnecessary attention, and the reason Harjin probably hides his strength is to protect himself. Before, Suho thought that he was the only one who hid his strength. But there was another person who was thinking of the same thing as him. Suddenly, he hears some sound ahead, and upon reaching, we see it's Naeun, who seems to be practicing with her sword. Unknowing to her, Suho sneaks up behind her and asks, what is she doing, which scares the hell out of her. He asks if she was training with her sword, and she gets embarrassed and replies that she was simply training her stamina. Seeing Suho out late also interests her, as she asks him, what was he doing out so late? Suho smiles, thinking of something, and tells Naeun that he met up with Harjin, hearing which surprises her as she asks, what business would they have with each other? Suho replies that they both talked about her, which causes her to blush and explode, saying, what nonsense are they talking about? Suho apologizes and reveals that he was just joking and that they were just sparring a little with each other. Naeun questions, isn't Harjin too weak to be sparring with him, and if there is a need for Suho to do that with him? Suho annoys Naeun by saying that it's a secret between them two. Naeun starts to leave, while telling them to do whatever, as she would just go to finish up her training. But Suho gives her a tip to relaxing a little on the hand that she uses to hold her sword. And if she holds it that tightly, she wouldn't be able to cut things that she should be able to cut. Seeing Suho's demonstration really excites Naeun, as she asks him to show him again, and Suho teaches her how to grip her sword. Back in the dorm, Naeun seems to be in thoughts, as she holds out her arm against the ceiling. She remembers Suho's words about him offering to help with her practice if she is alright with it. She thinks that it feels if she does something a little different, that she would be able to get a better grasp on it. But all this thinking gets her frustrated, as she gets up calling it quite stressful. She looks towards her gaming console, while saying that it's the only way for her to relieve her stress late at night. It's a device that many active heroes use to do image training. A virtual game that is popular all over the world, Gladiator of the Century. The league that opens every season is broadcasted, and it's so popular that even the media is interested in the winner. And there is a special thing about Gladiator of the Century as well. It's different from a normal game, as it doesn't have stats or any items. Which means that one can only try to win with their own fighting instincts and control over the body, as she starts to boast about her results. Though as she is here to relieve some stress, and such decides to ignore the rankings and find someone to fight with quickly. She notices someone passing by, named Extra 7 with 43 wins and 43 losses and of the platinum rank. She sends him a challenge, thinking that it would be a piece of cake for her. He accepts her duel request, as Naeun thinks that the basis of a fight is to figure out the opponent. She decides to wait and observe to see how his attack, but as soon as the match starts, he rushes towards her to attack, which surprises her. He starts landing consecutive strikes on her, the moment the duel started. In the middle of the strikes, he suddenly grabs her by the collar and swipes on her leg, which causes her to lose balance, and then he strikes her with his sword, ending the duel. She gets pissed afterwards by his sneaky tactics, calling him a little rat. Stating that she cannot lose to him, she challenges him to another round, which he once again accepts. But she loses again, and as she keeps re-challenging him, she keeps losing. She gets frustrated and accepts that she cannot win against him, not even once. She tries to request one more round, but he declines this time, saying that he needs to go to sleep. She tells him to wait, and asks if he always logins around this time, and which he says he does. She asks if he can duel with her every time they meet, which he agrees to. As the guy logs out, wondering who Naeun was, as she was so darn persistent. We see it was Kim Ha-jin behind that character, who apparently won 7 consecutive times against Naeun. Though he was only playing to check if his talent also works in the game. Ha-jin thinks that the function of the random enhancement is way better than he thought. He did got a little worried when his mana was starting to run out. The concept of this is literally enhancement. With this trait, his gaming device is on a whole different level as compared to others. And even in game, he feels that his senses are completely enhanced. Though he calls it a pity that the range of enhancement is only 1 to 44%, but his luck stat makes up for it. Suddenly, he looks over and finds Evangel eating cake. He quickly takes it from her, questioning how did she eat so much so quickly, and if she eats more, she would upset her stomach. She tries to ask for more, but Ha-jin tells her that she can have more tomorrow. Though she still doesn't give up and tries to get the cake, while Ha-jin is worried seeing her whining for sweet stuff now. He picks her up and tells her that he would go get her something even more delicious tomorrow morning. She asks, would he really? And Ha-jin replies that he has never broken a promise, have he, and tells her to go to sleep now, which she does so. Now at night, Ha-jin seems to be checking his smartwatch. He then notices that Suho has sent him a message. It's to meet on the second Friday of August. Ha-jin smiles thinking that everything is going as he planned, and all that is left now is to clear the dungeon. And so, for the next few days, he simply trained and studied every single day. And also continued his sparring with Naeun, who is quite annoyed at his moves, and asks, how did he did that consecutively? He replies that he just needs to be calm while doing it, and Naeun replies, as if it's that easy. She then questions, why is his win rate only at 50% when he is this good at this game? And he replies, because he don't like to relate to wins or losses using ranks, while the truth being that he lost because of random stats. Naeun calls it amazing, as she couldn't even sleep if she lost a ranked battle on that day. Ha-jin then starts to leave, telling her to stop here for today, and she tells him that she will see him tomorrow. Ha-jin thinks that he is acting as if they promised to meet tomorrow. But seeing her excited face, he also smiles and tells her that he will see him tomorrow. As he takes off the gaming device, he thinks that this has also become a part of his daily life. And that the person is actually pretty polite. He thought he was weird when he suddenly picked a fight with him at first. Though he still don't know how he is supposed to read his nickname, and he is simply calling him by hey for now. Ha-jin tries to think how his nickname is supposed to be said. He arrives at the word Naeun and quickly disperses the thought, calling it far-fetched. As based on his temper and how he talks, Naeun definitely seems like a guy to Ha-jin. We then see Naeun asking Suho if he thinks that she has improved quite a lot, and he replies that her movements feels more natural now. She replies that she started playing a game, and that it's been helping her quite a bit. From game, Suho asks if it's Gladiator of the Century, and she asks if he plays that as well. Suho says he doesn't, but did heard people saying that it's quite helpful. She continues on that it's not just the game, but she also met someone quite skilled there. He is skilled, has good personality, and he actually spars with her a lot as well. Since one have to try and win in ranked battles, everyone plays the game defensively, which makes the battles boring, but he is different. As he always charges forward, attacks that are fast like a raging storm, and each step he takes causes his opponent to be scared, which really helps her get good in close combat battles. Suho replies that he must be quite skilled if she thinks so, and he might even be an active hero. Naeun replies he isn't, as she asked him. Suddenly, Ha-jin arrives and calls for Suho as Naeun turns back hearing him and blushes slightly. Upon noticing Naeun, he asks what were they two doing. Suho tries to reveal that Naeun is training with someone, but she hits him on the back and corrects him that she just met someone coincidentally while training. Suho is a bit confused as Naeun gives him the eye. Ha-jin tells Suho to let's get going and says goodbye to Naeun as well. As Suho starts to leave, Naeun asks them, where are they going, and Suho replies, they got something planned, and tells her to not overwork herself. As such, she also says, see you later. Ha-jin also wishes her good luck on her training, which she is a bit surprised by, and she says same to him. Seeing them together like this, she wonders, when did they got so close? She remembers when Sulo told her that they were talking about her, as she wonders if it's about her, though she tries to dismiss it, as how could that be when he doesn't even want to be friends, so she decides to simply ignore them. Which she clearly cannot, and hence, she tries to follow them. She tries to hear what are they saying, and gets close. She overhears Ha-jin asking, how is Naeun recently? Which causes her to blush heavily and freak out, thinking, what did he just say? Fast forward and we see a shop called 24 Hours Grandma's Rice Soup. Both Suho and Ha-jin seems to be eating there, as Ha-jin asks Suho that the dungeon is somewhere in Suwon, isn't it? He replies, it is, and they need to be careful. As Suwon is the most dangerous place in the metropolitan areas, that's because when the outcall is active, the terrain goes through drastic transformations, and more than half of its area becomes dangerous to travel in. And so, normal people are prohibited from entering the western side of Suwon, and Gamak Mountain is right around that border. And while Ha-jin is the one who designed this world, there are a lot of undiscovered hidden pieces. Among those, there are a couple that he wouldn't even dream of trying to get on his own, but if left alone, a few of those will fall into the hands of the main villains in the story. However, it's a different story if he go with Kim Suho, whose skills are above those of an intermediate grade hero, as they might be able to find those hidden places faster than the villains. And when he thinks of this while looking at Suho, he suddenly starts to look adorable. He thinks that Suho will probably take care of the equipment and rations. There is more to prepare than he had imagined. Suddenly, we see someone dressed in a high coat enters the shop with their face covered as well. Ha-jin looks over and wonders who is that criminal-looking person. And as that person notices Ha-jin, they freak out, and they go on the reception and tells them that they were the one who talked on the phone, and the shopkeeper tells them to wait a moment. We see it's Yoon-ha who starts to get embarrassed, and Ha-jin realizes it's her as well and smirks. He speaks out loudly, asking, "Who do we have here, and if isn't that Yoon-ha," which causes her to get nervous. Ha-jin remembers that Yoon-ha loves commoner food, and with a fake voice, she tries to deny it's her, but Suho, upon hearing her, recognizes her totally, as he is completely oblivious to the situation. Yoon-ha's favorites are hamburgers. Ha-jin invites her to eat with them, but she once again tries to deny, saying that they got the wrong person, but Suho also tells her to join them. She keeps trying to deny and gets teary and really embarrassed. As the shopkeeper comes with her order, she quickly runs away, while shouting that she doesn't know who Yoon-ha is, as the shopkeeper tells her that she hasn't paid yet. Ha-jin tells the shopkeeper that he will pay for her portion as well. And after this incident, Yoon-ha avoided Ha-jin for 3 whole days. Fast forward, it finally gets Friday, as Ha-jin arrives at the location. He meets up with Suho, and asks him where are they going, and he just tells him to follow him. Fast forward, and they have reached and are climbing the mountains. On the way up, Ha-jin wonders, how long have they been walking for now, and Gamak Mountain is a dangerous place since it's near the borders of the Forbidden Zone. He needs to watch his surroundings until they arrive at the dungeon. They finally arrive at the location, as Suho shows him the entrance, while saying that they are here. Ha-jin peeks inside while saying that this place is truly something that would be hard to find even if someone knew the location of it. Suho agrees and tells him that the passageway is quite narrow. So once they are inside, it would be hard for them to run away. Would he be alright with that? Ha-jin smiles and replies, of course. He takes out his golden weapon and shows it to Suho, while saying that it's pretty strong. Ha-jin has also used his SP to make some light bullets just in case something goes wrong. But since the boss monster is an upper intermediate grade monster, light bullets can only buy them some time. But he is sure that Suho will take care of the rest, as he asks him, should they get going. Before heading inside, Ha-jin gives Suho his hand and tells him to grab on. Suho is confused as to why he has to grab his hands, and Ha-jin says that it's dark inside, so he should grab on and follow him. Because if they use torchlight recklessly, they might aggro spirit monsters. And with that they both enter the dungeon. Inside we see Ha-jin leading Suho while holding his hand. Looking around, Suho notes that this place is massive despite the narrow entrance. And it's also pretty spooky in here, which Ha-jin agrees with. Suddenly, Ha-jin notices something and tells Suho to hold on. Ha-jin is surprised seeing that there is another passageway on the other side. As they came in from the east, despite that, there is another entrance, which should not be the case with this dungeon. He uses his 1,000-mile eyes and looks ahead and sees another group of people. He is quite shocked knowing that there is someone coming from the other side as well. Suho asks Ha-jin what is wrong, and he tells him to be quiet for a second. He tries to hear their conversation, as they are wondering where are they, and one of them says that it's probably a hidden stage of the dungeon. Ha-jin doesn't recognize them, but from the energy they are giving off he assumes that they are villains. Suddenly his smartwatch gives him a message, which he expected as well. The message says that the size of Gamak Mountain is too small for the rewards that would be given. As such, the Gamak Mountain dungeon will be linked with Suan's Den of Devils, which is nearby, to become a hidden stage. Which would mean that Suan's Den of Devils, which is a completely separate dungeon, will be connected to this place, the Gamak Mountain dungeon. He asks Suho for the date, and he replies, it's the 14th of August. Ha-jin realizes the problem, as today is the day that a guild made of demonic humans, the Masked Demon's Master, raids Suan's Den of Devils. And in that case, the people coming must be demonic humans from the Masked Demon's Master, and seeing as how there is only 2 of them, they are probably here for reconnaissance. Ha-jin gets frustrated, as it had to happen today of all days, and Suho asks him if something happened. He informs him that there are people on the other side, and Suho gets surprised hearing that. The Masked Demon's Master is one of the stronger demonic human organizations around. Every one of the alternate identities that they use are at least intermediate grade heroes or above. And taking them down right now won't be easy, even for Suho. As such, Ha-jin wonders what should they do. Suddenly, he hears them talking again, as the bald guy tells the blondie to return to the main squad first, as it would be a pain in the ass if someone accused them of stealing something. The blondie agrees to do that as well, and they start to return to their main squad. As they leave, Ha-jin notes that they have to clear the boss while they are gone, and decides to use the mana of his stigma on his far sight to find the location of the boss. He informs Suho that after going straight and turning right twice, they would see a room. That is where the boss will be, and they should end it quickly as possible. Now, on the other side of Suan's Den of Devils, we see a bunch of people waiting around. The Masked Demon's Master Guild leader, Kim Jin-kyung, asks James and Jo-hong if they discovered anything. They reply that they have found a hidden path, and they think it's a hidden stage. Knowing this, Jin-kyung gives off an evil smile, as they inform him that they will go together after they return to the main squad. But he tells them to not do that, as they would head over to them instead, and they should continue their reconnaissance. He informs rest of his squad to get up, as the two members that went out a moment ago have discovered a hidden stage. One of them asks what about the reconnaissance team, and Jin-kyung replies that they will be joining them. The guy smiles hearing that, and states that it means there are 2 less people here. He touches his earpiece, and one of the blondie notices him. The blondie asks Colleen, why is he waiting around, but much to Jin-kyung's shock, we see him open some kind of portal. He asks him, what is he doing right now, as no one asked him to open up an artificial portal. He doesn't say anything while thinking that it's not a portal, but a phase shift, which connects nearby spaces, which he finds too troublesome to explain. Jin-kyung gets angry, and asks Colleen, did he not hear the order to close the portal? Colleen simply smirks, and Jin-kyung gets pissed seeing him like this. He moves towards him in anger, asking, what trick is he trying to pull right now? Suddenly he waves his finger, and we see everyone get stunned along with Jin-kyung. As from the portal, we see a beam of energy comes and pierces Jin-kyung right through his head. It then completely splits him in half, as everyone watches, being too stunned to do anything. Suddenly, the shock hits them, as they start to feel the fear. As they shout, what the hell did he do, while we see a hand coming out of the phase shift. And it turns out to be the captain of the chameleon troop. Captain starts releasing a dark miasma which surrounds everyone, and we see them starting to get dizzy. All of them then falls on the ground, unconscious. The captain says that she will let them live for now, for the sake of the stock, which Colleen agrees with. He asks her if they should go look at the hidden stage now, but she orders him to be on standby, which confuses him. He asks her if some unexpected variable appeared. And she replies, there are 2 people in the hidden stage right now. And they are both candidates. Colleen realizes that it's a test for them to see if they are worthy of joining the chameleon troop. We then see Captain transforming in some kind of purple liquid and heading to where they are. We then switch scenes and see some monsters, Gaul, who are lower intermediate rank 9, undead monsters. One of them gets shot right on the face by Ha-jin. He then quickly takes care of the Gauls right behind Suho as well. Suho is quite impressed, thinking that they were in a situation where they couldn't see anything due to the darkness. But Ha-jin still managed to strike all of them in their vital points in an instant. He tells Ha-jin that he is really incredible, and Ha-jin tells him to not give him that. He tells Suho to get moving as they don't have much time, which he agrees with. On the way, they once again encounter a bunch of Gauls, and they both takes care of them easily. Ha-jin thinks that there are monsters waiting around every corner, but they are all low-rank monsters, so they should be able to get through the cave without any issues. He also remembers that it's about time for that thing to appear, as just then Suho calls out to Ha-jin, informing him that something is written there, hearing which Ha-jin smiles, thinking that they found it. As he arrives at the wall, Suho shows him the writings written on the wall. Suho wonders if the smartwatch can translate it, and Ha-jin gives it a try. Upon scanning the writing, it gives them a riddle, this and that are always together. If they observe the area, this and that can be felt almost at the same time. However, if they observe from afar, this is nearer than that. What is this? Suho notes that it's a riddle, and that he heard things like that appears in dungeons occasionally. Ha-jin remembers that Suho in the novel was unable to solve this riddle. However, he asks Yoon-ha for help, and Yoon-ha asked the Intelligence Guild for help and then gave him the answer after they solved it within 5 minutes. But since they are pressed for time right now, Ha-jin gives the answer himself, which is lightning. Upon saying that, the wall starts to shine blue. And Suho notes that the writing has disappeared. The whole area then starts to tremble and we see the wall breaking apart to open. And as it opens up fully, it reveals a complete hidden pathway. Suho asks if the answer was lightning and Ha-jin replies, it was, while remembering that this riddle was something that he made up after randomly seeing it elsewhere. In this riddle, this is lightning and that is thunder. Lightning and thunder are always together. However, since sound is slower than light, thunder can be thought of as slower than lightning depending on how far away we are from it. That means thunder is heard after lightning strikes first. Suho gets excited and praises Ha-jin for solving it really quickly and calls him a genius, while Ha-jin thinks the opposite. Ha-jin tells him that he would tell him how he figured it out, but they should clear the dungeon first, and Suho agrees with him. And from above, we see the captain was observing them, thinking that Ha-jin is indeed on a different level than the normal cadets. He got good judgment, quick thinking, and bold, on top of all that, an exceptional mind. Even though this is a just hidden stage, he managed to make it here by his own strength in just 10 minutes. She then smiles, saying that it's good enough, and she would recruit Kim Ha-jin into the chameleon troop. But there is still something that is bothering her in recruiting Ha-jin. It's whether Ha-jin can really kill a person without any hesitation. She suddenly hears the 2 remaining group members coming, who are circling around the dungeon. Looking at them, she wonders if Ha-jin is aware that those 2 people are actually jinns. As such, she smiles, thinking to test him out with those 2. As Ha-jin and Suho arrives in the hidden passage, we see many skeletons lying around there. We also see a undead sitting on a throne, seeing whom, Ha-jin thinks that this monster must be the master of this dungeon, the Chaos Knight. Sensing their presence, the Chaos Knight wakes up. He immediately notices Suho and gets close to him without him being able to react, and the Chaos Knight calls him an interesting fellow. Suho finally reacts, noting that he needs to counter as he grabs his sword to attack. Ha-jin shouts his name out loud and tells him to focus, as we see the Chaos Knight actually hasn't moved from his throne. Suho thinks that he was pretty sure the Chaos Knight got close up to him, wondering if he used teleportation. But he grips his sword tightly upon realizing that it's actually his momentum, as the Chaos Knight smiles upon him. And judging by his ability to communicate, he assumes that he must be above average tier monster, and unlike the ones so far. We see Suho's feet gripping and him hesitating. But the Chaos Knight takes out his sword and slams it in front of himself, asking Suho if he is afraid, but he shouldn't worry, as he plans to kill them quickly. They both notice him take out his sword, as Ha-jin tries to motivate Suho but notices something. He notes that Suho gained confidence upon realizing that his opponent is a swordsman. As his expertise relies on swordplay, no one can stand against him in terms of swords. And Suho thinks that if his opponent is a swordplay, there is no reason for him to lose. Ha-jin informs him that he thinks his vessel is his sword, the voices they heard a while ago came from the sword, his body is just a corpse. The Chaos Knight smiles, and Ha-jin thinks that Suho managed to get this information after fighting it in the novel, but they get no time to lose right now. He tells Suho to not aim for his body, and aim for his sword, and he will be assisting him. Suho replies that he would trust him, and just then we see the Chaos Knight is already behind him and about to attack. Noticing the ambush, Ha-jin calls out to Suho, and we see the attack causes a huge amount of debris and smoke to rise up. Ha-jin is unable to see anything due to the smoke. But as it clears up, we see Suho has blocked the Chaos Knight's surprise attack. As they both clash, their attacks push either of them back. Suho once again rushes in to attack him, and the Chaos Knight comments, "Not bad." Suho jumps over him for an overhead strike, and we see their clash causing an explosion of debris. As the smoke clears, the Chaos Knight doesn't see Suho but just his sword and broken ground. In shock, as he is wondering where he went, we see Suho is right above him. As the Chaos Knight notices him, but it's already too late, as Suho has jumped towards him to attack. Suho focuses on Chaos Knight's sword, with the only goal to destroy it at all costs. But as his attack lands, both Ha-jin and Suho are left shocked. We see Suho's sword is stuck in something, as the Chaos Knight smiles and calls Suho strong. We see his sword has been blocked by the Chaos Knight's arm, and he tells Suho that he would be taking his body. Suho is unable to pull out his sword, and the Chaos Knight makes use of this opportunity to stab him with his sword with his other hand. But Ha-jin shouts at Suho to dodge and fires a shot right on the Chaos Knight's sword, and Suho is able to get free from his clutches and thanks Ha-jin. Ha-jin tells Suho that the Chaos Knight knew that they were after his original body from the start, and that he intentionally baited them to attack, which he calls a petty trick. Suho closes his eyes and takes a breath. He then smiles and says, they just need to fight carefully with that new information in mind. The Chaos Knight smiles hearing all this, and Suho seems concerned and confused by it. The Chaos Knight thinks back to the moment Suho used such explosive power that blew off his arm, which was quite shocking to him. He starts laughing out loud while saying that it's been such a long time, but a body that is worth taking over has finally appeared. With his hand fully regenerated, Suho is quite surprised seeing it, and Ha-jin tells him that it's useless to damage his human form, as he told him that his original body is the sword. Meaning his human body will be gone after they destroy his sword, hearing which Suho rushes in for round 2. Both of their swords once again collides, creating sparks. With Ha-jin noting that the pressure their swords are making is quite incredible. He notes that Suho will do well probably, even alone, but it won't benefit them if they drag this fight out any longer. He cannot use shotgun in this scenario as it might hit Suho as well, and it's pointless to use sniper rifle at this range. Which means he can only use his pistol for now. As their clash continues, the Chaos Knight's sword starts to show cracks, seeing which he is quite shocked as he is getting pushed back by Suho, noting that a normal sword should have been broken by now, but Suho's sword doesn't even have a scratch on it. It makes him wonder if it's due to the golden colored mana of Suho. He gets angered from getting backed into a corner, and as he pushes Suho's sword away, while telling him to not be insolent. Suho backs off a bit, he seems tired with his hand trembling. But he gives off a confident smile, and the Chaos Knight attacks him again. Suho thinks that the more he fight against him, the more certain he becomes that he will be the winner in their fight. As after all he has a reliable ally on his side, and we see Hajin shooting at the Chaos Knight's arm right as their swords were about to clash. Hajin thinks that keeping the Chaos Knight from moving even for an instant is more than enough. And although the swordsman is stronger in the novel, Suho is the one with the upper hand here. And we finally see Suho cutting off the Chaos Knight's arm. He then quickly jumps up in the air and destroys his sword as well. And with his sword finally destroyed, his body starts disintegrating as well, with the Chaos Knight calling it impossible as his last words. Hajin smiles thinking that Suho did it, and that now they just need to get the reward for clearing this stage. As Suho notes something on the ground, he is left speechless, and Hajin asks him, "What's wrong?" We see there is a branch on spot where the Chaos Knight died, as Suho looks around trying to find the actual rewards, while wondering, what the hell is this branch? He starts crying thinking that the clear reward is just a single branch. Hajin asks if this is the reason that he is so depressed. And right when he is about to reveal about the branch to him, we see the two remaining members from the group arrives, asking, who is there? Hajin quickly turns back and realizes from the voice that it's those two demonic humans from before. Hajin wonders if they don't need to go back to their squad, and they tell Hajin and Suho to answer their question. The Baldai asks them, how the hell did they got in here, but the blondie stops him. He tells Hajin and Suho that their guild, Masked Demons Masters, has already put in a request to raid this dungeon. As such, he asks for their identity. Hajin replies that they had no idea, and that they are cube cadets, and they just came in because they saw a path that led to this area. They ask them, what did they do in here? And Hajin replies, there was a monster here, so they killed it. Blondie asks about the reward and Hajin replies, they didn't got anything. He contacts his guild leader, saying that they got a situation here and have found two cube cadets. And from the phone, their leader orders them to kill them. James tells Suho and Hajin to blame themselves for their demise as he starts preparing for attack. He attacks them with some kind of red energy, which they both dodges. They both start to get separated by the red energy as they wonder what is going on. Hajin notes that it's a barrier which isolates people, and there is no way for him to see what is happening outside of the barrier. He wonders if Suho would be alright on his own. Meanwhile we see it's Johong going up against Hajin, who says that James always gives him the boring ones. From the golden axe on his clothes, Hajin notes that he is an active hero. Upon recognizing him as an intermediate grade hero, he asks why are they going so far to deal with mere cadets like them. Johong starts charging his attack while saying if there is a need to answer his question, since he would be dying here anyways. Hajin notes that he boasts an incredible amount of mana, and the difference between their stats is too large, and it would be a piece of cake for him to cut off his head. But even so, Hajin doesn't find the situation to be completely hopeless. Johong sees Hajin pulling something out of his back. Not taking any chances, Johong gets on guard to defend against whatever Hajin is planning. But much to his confusion and shock, Hajin pulls out a piece of rock. He bursts out laughing seeing it, asking if rock was the only thing that he could think of to resolve his situation. Hajin replies that this would be more than enough to deal with someone like him. Hearing his taunt, Johong gets angry. He notes that Hajin's mana is basically trash, which gets him wondering, why is he so confident? Johong tells Hajin that seems like he is scared out of his wits, as Hajin throws the rock towards him, which he easily dodges. But he notices a thread going behind him which was attached to the rock. Hajin grabs and pulls the thread quickly, as Johong turns around, which causes the rock to hit directly on Johong's head. And he then finally falls on the ground, unconscious. Hajin finally breathes relief, while saying that it only worked because he let his guard down, and notes that ether can be used this way as well. He then goes over and pulls out his weapon and aims right at his head, while thinking that he need to hurry up since demonic humans recover quickly, though using a shotgun would be best, but he doesn't have much mana left to do so. As he pulls the trigger and shoots him, he gets shocked, as the bullet only makes a slight dent on his head. And Johong wakes back up again, giving him a side eye. Hajin gets ready to shoot again, realizing that the shotgun was indeed needed. Johong lets out a loud shout which sends Hajin flying into the wall behind. He starts to cough blood, while commenting that it hurts so much, but he was able to use ether on time to defend himself. He is shocked upon noting that even his voice alone is this powerful. The angry Johong starts to transform, while telling Hajin that he has been acting way too cheeky, and that he didn't wanted to use this transformation on a mere brat like him. And Hajin is scared thinking that he should have ended things before it came to this. The special ability that demonic humans have, demonification. Now we switch scenes to Suho and James. Suho tries to call out to Ha-jin, but gets no response, and he realizes that he cannot hear anything and is isolated. Suho notes that there is no way to escape and the enemy is also approaching him with murderous intent. And he got no choice but to fight. Suho asks James, why are they doing this? But James tells him to consider themselves unlucky. Upon looking closely, James notes that Suho's face looks familiar. He remembers Suho as the first ranker among Cube cadets, noting that he might have been a useful asset if they managed to recruit him, though it's a shame. We then see James almost instantly appearing right in front of Suho, without him being able to react. As James tries to cut him, Suho dodges barely, but gets injured regardless. He then plants his hand on the ground and tries to kick, but James vanishes. Suho looks back and finds James, wondering, when did he even got there? He also realizes that he had been hit on his leg in that short period when he tried to kick. Suho notes that he is quite fast, and wonders if he would be able to match his speed. He decides to give it a try and focuses, and tries to read his moves. James once again rushes towards him at high speeds, and Suho barely blocks his attack. Despite blocking, he notes that he is barely able to react to his attacks, and that he needs to somehow lure him into getting closer. He dodges one of the attacks by inches on his face, which gets James irritated, as suddenly he notices something. He sees Suho's sword coming right for him, which he tries to dodge, but still gets injured on his leg. Suho notes that he didn't came closer to him, and he is a lot weaker than Chaos Knight as well, but he is unable to find the right timing to counter his attacks. Suho wonders what Ha-jin would have done here, but realizes that there is no need for him to think about that right now, because this is his fight. Suho regrets boasting about fighting alone, as his skills were this lacking and his talent lies in wielding his sword to protect the world. And as long as his opponent is a swordsman, there is always a way to win. And his only option is to try his best to defeat the opponent in front of him. Suho then starts to release a huge amount of mana, seeing which James is left stunned at its amount. He thought that he was just a kid even though he is ranked first among the disciples of the cube, but seeing this, James realizes that he should not waste any time. And such, he will end it with his next attack, and Suho prepares to strike as well. Suddenly, Suho feels something and he notes that it's not coming from his opponent. He remembers that this was the feeling he got when he first encountered this dungeon. It's almost as if he is being called by the dungeon itself, and behind him we see the branch glowing golden. Now back to Ha-jin, who is lying on the ground completely unable to move. Jo-hong tells him that he will make sure that Ha-jin never sees the light of day ever again. Ha-jin is scared and nervous, thinking that it's over, as it's not an opponent he can defeat. As Jo-hong attacks him, Ha-jin closes his eyes and accepts his fate, thinking that it's his end. But as he opens his eyes again, he sees a sharp spike with blood dropping from its front as it has pierced through Jo-hong. As the spike is pulled out from Jo-hong, we see a figure appear in front of Ha-jin. And it's none other than our mommy waifu, seeing whom Ha-jin wonders, what is the captain doing here? Ha-jin grunts in pain, thinking that the timing isn't good, as he is not sure if he could handle if they attacked him right now. There is a scenario where the chameleon troop is connected to the masked demon, but Ha-jin still wonders, why do they keep appearing in front of him? As they both come face to face of each other, she starts moving her hand towards Ha-jin, while he seems nervous. She greets him by saying that it's nice to meet him, which leaves Ha-jin speechless. He chuckles, saying that they seem to see each other quite often, and she replies, of course, while revealing that she has been keeping watch on him. He is a bit surprised and confused, and asks her, what does she mean by that? Meanwhile, Jo-hong gets up and attacks her from behind, and Ha-jin warns her that it's dangerous. But she easily kills him without even looking back, shocking Ha-jin. As he thinks that she is so powerful, she tells him that there is something she wants to talk about to him, and Ha-jin stutters while repeating the same. She gets close to him and tells him something, which we are unable to hear. As Ha-jin is wondering, what does it mean, he suddenly remembers this part as well. It was Shin Jong-hak's story's crucial event, but since it happened to him, he wonders if it changed because of his actions, and if it's like that, what would happen to the original story? As he is trying to ask her something, she tells him that their time is up, as we see the barrier breaking. As she is leaving, she smiles and tells him that she hopes he thinks about it well. She then transforms into some kind of purple liquid and leaves. And after the barrier breaks, we see Suho calling out to Ha-jin and comes running towards him, asking if he is hurt badly. Ha-jin replies that it's nothing and asks if he beat James, and Suho replies, for now he did. He grabs and lifts Ha-jin, asking if he is okay, and he replies that he would be fine after resting for a few days. Suho asks, what should they do about James? And Ha-jin looks over and thinks, since his body is still there, which means that he has simply fainted. Suho says that they would need to report this to the association, which surprises Ha-jin. Ha-jin tells him that there is no proof, and since they have entered he dungeon without reporting it, they would be punished as well. Meanwhile, Ha-jin thinks that he has put all of his savings into the masked demon's master's shares. It would be bad if they got exposed for being demonic humans, and it's a good thing that Suho hasn't figured it out either, and hearing his explanation, Suho says that it does make sense. He asks Ha-jin what happened to the person he was fighting. Ha-jin, remembering Captain, tells Suho that she ran away. Now it gets night and they finally get out of the dungeon. Ha-jin is quite tired while noting that using his stigma magic power even once has a huge recoil, and Suho calls out to him and shows him the branch while saying that he thinks it's not an ordinary stick. Ha-jin notes that Suho didn't forget about it and actually brought it with him. Suho tells him that while he cannot put it in words, he felt like it was calling him when he was fighting. But he tries to quickly dismiss while apologizing for saying such nonsense as Ha-jin might not understand, but Ha-jin replies that he does. As he had a feeling that this would be a great item just by looking at it, Suho asks, how? Ha-jin knows that it's an ordinary item that is hard to think of as a dungeon reward, but it's the most special stick that can be recognized if you know the myths and numerous stories about it. He asks Suho if he has heard about Midterm. In Northern European mythology, it's known as a legendary weapon which was connected to the murder of Balder, the god of light, and it was deemed the Godslayer stick. Hearing which, Suho is left shocked as well. Ha-jin continues, a divine weapon needs to be awakened in order to change into its true form. Which makes Suho realize that it's not its complete form, and says that he knew it, as it looked too shabby for a dungeon reward, and Ha-jin remarks how disappointed Suho was before due to it. Though despite this, he still fought against a demonic human alone and won, because Midterm is that powerful of a weapon, and Suho tells him that he have to find out how to awaken it. But about that, Ha-jin tells him to put the stick in front of him. He then sees Ha-jin pulls out the sapling powder, seeing which he is left shocked and asks Ha-jin, what is that? Ha-jin replies that it's an artifact, which he thinks will help them awaken Midterm. Suho asks, where did he got that from, as he can tell from a glance that it's precious. Ha-jin remembers that according to the original novel, the sapling powder is Suho's, but he has worked hard for it, so he should show it off a little. As such, he wonders what should he say so that Suho feels a little more thankful. And so, he tells Suho that it's his parents' relic, which completely terrifies and shocks him. Seeing his reaction, Ha-jin is also left speechless, wondering if he can't even tell a joke. As Suho gets teary hearing that from Ha-jin, Ha-jin quickly tells him that he was simply joking, as he was simply saying that it was important to him, while realizing that he overdid a little by calling it a relic. He explains that this powder accelerates potential to their peak, and applies to both people and items. In short, if he were to sprinkle it on Midterm, there will be a change, as we see it starts to release a golden aura. Right as Ha-jin was about to sprinkle some on it, Suho quickly grabs his hand and stops him. He once again asks Ha-jin if it's really okay as the powder is important to him. Ha-jin sighs and replies that it's important, which is why he should use it at times like this. Since when other time would they be able to obtain mythical item like this, but despite this Suho still hesitates. Seeing which Ha-jin tells him with a bit of force that he should accept it while he is offering, and Suho finally agrees while thanking him. As he sprinkles it on the Midterm, it starts to glow blue. And seeing its transformation, both Suho and Ha-jin are quite fascinated. And we see the Midterm shining and has grown some leaves on it. With this, Ha-jin notes that the first awakening has been completed, and in order for Suho to grow and be able to destroy their enemies, it will naturally change into the shape of a sword. As Ha-jin starts to stand up, he picks up one of the leaves as he promised. That since if he takes the stick, he would take the one leaf from it. Now as they are walking back, Suho asks if it's really okay for him to take the leaf, but Ha-jin replies that it's fine, and Suho is still not convinced. Ha-jin once again tells him that it's alright, as he wouldn't need something like a stick since he doesn't want to die in close combat. Suho still doesn't agree with it, but for Ha-jin, he thinks that it's enough for him right now. The Midterm's leaf can help one's body become stronger if they boil it and drink, and they can also grind it and make it an incredible weapon. Seeing which, Ha-jin notes that it's not a byproduct of a legendary item for nothing, and he is quite happy with this reward. Right as he was thinking how he should use it, he trips on something. It hurts him a bit, and wonders why is there a tree root here, but suddenly realizes something. He remembers this exact thing happening to him before as well. Suho then calls out to him, asking if something happened, and he replies it's nothing. Meanwhile we see Ha-jin humming and see he has a ginseng root in his backpack. Now back at the dungeon, we see Jane and Captain, as Jane calls it quite nice upon seeing Ha-jin fight. She notes that even if one put all of their power into it, it's still not easy to have such force with a whip. And something she likes even more is his cold-hearted decision-making. She thinks that even though the current Ha-jin didn't knew his opponent was a demonic human, he still tried to kill them without any hesitation. As such, she agrees with the captain that she was right, and Ha-jin indeed have potential. She tells Jane it's enough, but she asks the captain where is she going, and if she is not going to watch it until the end, since Jane wanted to see the demonization as well. But Captain replies that she doesn't want to see that, and Jane asks her, why is that? And she simply replies that it's gross. Now back at this dorm, we see Ha-jin is incredibly tired from his trip. His legs start to tremble, as his whole body hurts, while he feels as if he is going to die. Evangel wakes up and Ha-jin picks her back up and apologizes for disturbing her sleep and puts her back. As he goes to put her down to bed, he sees the moon and remembers something. At the Suwon station, we hear Suho telling Ha-jin to go back first. Ha-jin asks, what would he do, and Suho replies that since he is here, he is going to meet his family. Suho then gives Ha-jin a heartfelt thank you. And Ha-jin feels quite good and warm after hearing it. Kim Suho, who is the protagonist of this world, he doesn't compromise on anything, and don't let himself burn out. He is simply a hero of justice who steadily walks on the righteous path. In the real world, it's not possible to find someone like him. Yet, Ha-jin drew him with the feeling of wanting a person like him to exist somewhere in real. Suho, which means protect, is the true savior of this world. Back to the present, Ha-jin goes quiet and Suho asks him if something is wrong, and he replies while smiling that it's nothing. He tells Suho to take care, while thinking that he is someone whom he can trust more than anyone in this world. The Hero Association calls the 9 demonic humans that stands at the top of the demonic human society, the 9 evils. The nickname is supposed to be interpreted as the nice sources of evil, a number of destruction, but the 9 evils actually considered the nickname a compliment and accepted it. The third devil, Defiance, had created a top-secret sanctuary by remodeling a cave deep in the mountains of South Hamgyong. And now at Defiance's sanctuary, we see someone seeing Toma and wondering what happened to her, as she is suddenly in the office, since she is usually not the one to show interest in the missions. They all call her weird, and wonder if she is even demonic human. Suddenly as some guy comes and walks past by them, they get scared and quiet, and he calls out to Toma, who sighs upon hearing him call her. She stands up while being annoyed, but gets surprised as the guy offers her a file. He tells him that while he knows her skills are elite, he cannot have her complaining just because the mission is too small, which she realizes as well. While taking the file, she asks him, what is the mission this time around? But the guy tells him to take a look, but Toma complains that it would be better if he gave her more details. Seeing the mission, she is a bit surprised, and the guy confirms that it's a surveillance operation on Rachel at that. Now we switch scenes to Ha-jin again, who seems to be chilling in a lounge, and someone calls out his name. It's some blondie who asks Ha-jin if he made an appointment for the magic aspect engraving, which Ha-jin confirms. The guy greets him and introduces himself as a 4-star mage, named Jin. Ha-jin realizes that he is the person in charge of today's aspect and tells him that he would be counting on him. Ha-jin notes that he got super lucky, as a 4-star mage with major in artifacts is a highest rank that a normal person can meet. Meanwhile, Jane observes Ha-jin and gets a change of attitude suddenly, with Ha-jin realizing that he literally just scanned what he was wearing today. Ha-jin notes that mages are so materialistic, he actually dressed himself up because he knew that, though now he wonders if he should have dressed up even more. Back at his office, Jin asks Ha-jin what kind of aspect would he like to engrave. And Ha-jin replies that he is looking for something physical strengthening or something with defense magic. Jin casually snaps his finger and shows him a bunch while saying that these should meet his requirements. He then asks Ha-jin if there is any he likes from this. Ha-jin thinks that people usually engrave magic aspects that consume very little mana into their artifact. It's because, even if one has a lot of mana inherently, there is a limit to how much they can use, but Obsidian Bracelet doesn't have that kind of restrictions. So what he needs is a magic aspect that uses so much mana that he can only use it once a week, but that also has an incredible function. But as Ha-jin looks at Jin, he gets annoyed by his attitude towards him. While knowing that he is looking down on him adroitly, realizing that his value is being determined from what he wore. Ha-jin wonders what should he do with him, as if he leaves him like that, there is a chance that he would engrave his aspect half-heartedly. As so, Ha-jin begins acting with more attitude, saying that he doesn't want something as trivial as this, and asks if he doesn't have any aspects that needs more mana to activate. As he is looking for something like enhanced protection or instant awakening, Jin tries to shrug it off by rudely claiming that it's possible. But Ha-jin interrupts, asking if it's too much to do for something like a 4-star mage. Seeing his demeanor change like that confuses Jin, and Ha-jin starts to get up saying that it's fine, as he came here in rush, but Jin quickly changes his attitude and tells him to wait, as it's not the case. Ha-jin asks if it's truly not, and Jin replies that they weren't able to provide much information right now, while wondering if Ha-jin is actually a rich kid. He tells Ha-jin that such aspects are possible, but he was worried that it would be too expensive, and Ha-jin gives out an annoying expression. Seeing which, Jane adds that it's the case for normal customers, and asks Ha-jin if he has a certain budget in mind. Ha-jin gets close to Jin and tells his budget in his ear, hearing which Jin freaks out and gets excited. He quickly shows Ha-jin complete list and shows him his best aspects while telling his servant to get them some new tea. Now back to classroom, Ha-jin is quite happy thinking that they cleared the Gamak mountain dungeon, and Kim Suho also acquired Mistiltine safely. He is also done with his magic aspect engraving request, and so he thanks Suho and his stocks. And while he didn't want it to flex like that, he had no other choice, and for him, it seems everything is going smoothly so far. Now as the instructor walks in and asks for everyone's attention and announces that starting from today, they all will be forming group and work as a team. Ha-jin also remembers this event. Team play, in other words, it is to work as a group, mini tower raids, skirmishes, and team bonding activities like traveling together. The instructor tells everyone to form their team with people they want and submit the list by next Wednesday, which gets Ha-jin wondering what an outcast like him is supposed to do. And if they aren't in any team by next Wednesday, the instructor will choose their team for them, which Ha-jin doesn't really like the idea of. He then looks behind him and sees Rachel tapping on her table and sighing. Seeing her, he wonders if she is in the same situation as him, but the difference is that she chooses to be alone. And they being a team also sounds good to him, since he also has to give her butterfly sapling dust. Based on the original story, she should have gotten a hint in regards to her own enlightenment by now. If this delays any further, her stat difference compared to the original storyline will become too large. And in this case, Ha-jin prepares to send Rachel a message, asking her to team up with him. He looks back at her as she gets the message, and right as she opens it up to check it, someone calls her out, seeing whom surprises Ha-jin. And we see it's Toma, who asks Rachel to team up with her, which makes Ha-jin wonder why would she approach Rachel. As she asks Rachel for the team up, everyone comments that they both teaming up is kind of random. And Ha-jin gets worried thinking why did Toma made her move, and towards Rachel out of all the people. In the demonic human society, if defiance, the mercenary starts to make a move, there is a high chance that it was ordered by someone behind the scenes. And for a huge target like Rachel, Ha-jin assumes can only be one person behind this. And that would be Rankster. Rachel tells Toma that she would think about it, since there is still time left for it. Toma smiles and replies she can do as she wishes. She also remembers that she received a message just now. As she opens it up, she sees that it's from Ha-jin. Ha-jin looks towards him with nervousness, and Rachel also smiles while looking away from him, which Ha-jin notices and gets worried. He wonders if she is going to reject him, and he suddenly gets a message, which is from Rachel, as she tells him that she would think about it, and Ha-jin smiles seeing that. She smiles while deciding to wait and take it slow. Now we switch scenes to Naeun, who is scribbling on her notebook while being in deep thought. We see she is trying to think of team members, since people had yet to decide which cadets to choose that were below rank 100. She knows that there are bonus points for having a low-ranked cadet, but thinks there aren't many low-ranked cadets who are skilled enough. Though, she does realize that there is one. We then see one of the girls asking Ha-jin what is he doing after school and if he has joined a team. And another guy comes who offers Ha-jin some tickets to museum in hopes to get him into his team. Soon enough, he is surrounded by cadets asking him to be in his team, seeing which Naeun thinks that he is quite popular. She notes that Ha-jin would be a perfect teammate for anyone, as there is also a theory class for team play, and Ha-jin always get good results in it. She thinks that if she were to ask him to join her team, it would be pretty enough, though she is worried about one thing. Which is, what if Ha-jin thinks that she is interested in him, thinking which she blushes. She claims that she really just want to team up, and suddenly Shin calls her from behind, asking if she is still thinking. But she tells him to mind his own business. Shin replies that they are all the same, so there is no need to think about it much, she should just choose anyone decent like him and help them improve from there. She holds her notebook while telling Shin that she got her own plans, so he should get lost. But Shin quickly grabs her notebook, while saying that he would see what those plans are. She quickly hurries to his desk as Shin opens it up, wondering who did she choose. She tries to get it back, but Shin holds it away from her as he is pronouncing the name written on it. But upon noticing and shouting Ha-jin's name, he is shocked, as Naeun gets insanely embarrassed and starts to fade away. Everyone looks towards Naeun, wondering if someone else also wants Ha-jin, and Naeun blushes hard as they notice that it's her. Shin asks her, what is this, and when did she took notice of Ha-jin, and Naeun starts to get angry at him. She then punches him right in the gut while telling him to shut that mouth of his and grabs her notebook back. She then glances towards Ha-jin as he looks back as well. She quickly turns away as Ha-jin is confused at her behavior. After the class ends, we see Naeun tries to call out to Ha-jin. But as he is not hearing, she grabs his hand to make him wait and he asks her, "What's the matter?" She hesitates a bit but tells Ha-jin she doesn't know if he heard that just now. And right when she was about to ask him to join, Rachel comes and informs Ha-jin that she has submitted the list of team members. Hearing which, Naeun is confused as she asks, "What list?" and Rachel tells her that Ha-jin has decided to team up with her. Hearing which, she is quite shocked as she looks towards Ha-jin for confirmation. And Ha-jin confirms it by saying that they are a team, which breaks Naeun down. She tries to then make up excuse that she thought he might not have anyone to team up with, so she was going to rescue him as a fellow travel club member. And tries to leave while giving him a shoulder pat and saying that she is glad he has a team and wishes him all the best. We see Naeun seems a bit sad as Rachel watches her go. While walking, Naeun thinks that Rachel also uses a sword like her, and her physical strength is also comparable to herself, and excluding theory classes, she also has similar results to her. She then blushes and gets emotional, while wondering why did Ha-jin choose Rachel instead of her. Now as Rachel and Ha-jin starts walking, Rachel suddenly stops and calls out Ha-jin in the middle. She concernedly asks if he is going to try and join another team. Ha-jin assumes that she is asking this due to what happened with Naeun just now and tells her he won't be doing that, and then someone waves and calls out to Ha-jin. It's Hosung, who has also joined his team, as he thanks him for it. As he was hoping to team up with Ha-jin as well, and Ha-jin replies that it's not a problem, while thinking that he is simply following Rachel himself. Hosung introduces the other guy, and suggests to get a meal together for team bonding, and Ha-jin is a bit worried since Toma is around as well, but assumes that it's going to be fine. Ha-jin looks towards Rachel for her opinion and she agrees for the meal as well. Hosung asks Rachel if there is anything in particular she would like to eat, and she replies that she is fine with anything. Ha-jin remembers that while she isn't picky about her food, if there is something she liked, that would be. And so Rachel suggests a Korean food restaurant, Hanki-jong, while excitedly claiming that she would like that, and Hosung agrees that it's quite good. Now back at Naeun's room, she confirms her team, 2 warriors, 1 shooter, 1 supporter and 1 mage. As we see, she is talking to Hazuki, who calls their team an incredible combination since Naeun can be shooter or a warrior herself, which Naeun feels proud of. She then questions if Ha-jin is unable to join them, and Naeun replies that if she wanted him to join, then she would have been able to get him to join. And makes up excuse that if she does that, it would be such a pitiful waste, as apart from Rachel, their team doesn't have anyone else, though Hazuki says that it would have been good if Ha-jin joined them. Naeun tells her to stop thinking about them and proceeds to go and submit their team list, and Hazuki thanks her for that. Now as the call cuts, she falls on her bed, seemingly deep in thoughts and unable to fall asleep. She thinks that if she knew this would happen, she would have asked Ha-jin to join her from the start, and she wouldn't have to worry about the theory part then either. She realizes that she lost him to Rachel because she hesitated for no reason. And from this, she also remembers her loss from the midterms, and it happened again after she changed to using a sword in team. As such, she gets quite frustrated at all this, and thinks that at this rate, she would lose again. Now fast forward and we see Ha-jin and their team arriving in some kind of ice cave, which is their first lesson on working as a team, dungeon exploration. Normally, when a new dungeon has been discovered, the advance party will first head into the dungeon to explore it, and their objective today is to fulfill the duty of the advance party. Bokyu shimmers while saying that they have been walking for 20 minutes now, and Hosung asks Ha-jin if he doesn't feel cold, and just then, Rachel notices something and tells her team to look. And they note that there are 5 entrances, and wonders which one should they go in. Toma speaks up, saying there is no point in thinking about it and chooses one, but Ha-jin refutes her decision. Toma asks him, how is he so sure about it, and Ha-jin replies that he got good eyes for details, so it's not the correct entrance, while thinking that her motives are quite clear, she is probably trying to lure them into a trap. Toma gets angry and tells Rachel to decide for them. And Rachel also agrees to go with Ha-jin's decision. Toma still sulks, saying that she felt like this one was the right entrance, which Ha-jin calls quite pathetic. Inside that path, Dai finds a snowman, as Hosung states that the path Ha-jin chose was the right one. And so, Ha-jin kept getting in Toma's way, while she desperately tried to get Rachel away from the group, which was quite commendable. But he couldn't just let her do what she wanted. Now at this point, Toma starts to get pissed, wondering if it's really that difficult to get even one person injured and have them retreat, and calls it all Ha-jin's fault. And now that it has come to this, she approaches Rachel and tries to ask her with a bit of force to come with her. Rachel asks her, what does she mean, and she replies that it's going to more efficient to split into 2 teams and explore, since she doesn't think it's too good to rely on just one person. As Rachel is trying to refuse, Ha-jin steps in, telling Toma that they don't have time to waste. He then grabs Rachel's hands and takes her with him, while Toma asks, why is he acting so confident in here? But Ha-jin has activated his far sight and pinpointed the location. Rachel looks at Ha-jin in surprise, while he leads her to the goal. They soon enough arrive, as his team notes that the path is the clear one upon noticing the instructor. Upon reaching, Rachel tells Ha-jin about her hand, and he suddenly realizes. He quickly lets go of it and apologizes to her, while she blushes and replies that there is no need to be sorry for it. They then submit their report to the instructor, as he nods at their report and calls it perfect, and his team gets happy and celebrates. They all surround Ha-jin, while claiming that they just need to count on him from now on. While Toma is standing behind them, quite furious. We go back to a bit when Toma was receiving the mission from her apparent superior. He gives her the objective to injure and weaken Rachel, and even the Cube executives that infiltrated C-Jack have promised to assist them, so it won't be a difficult job. And once she removes Rachel from her daily routine for a moment, their dispatched agents will take care of the rest. He then asks if he can count on her for this. And Toma confidently replies that it's simple enough, as they are just kids after all. Back to the present, Toma is incredibly tired, while saying, simple my ass. She then gets a notification, asking why the mission was delayed, and if there is something unexpected happen. She gets pissed seeing that, as there hasn't been that long since the mission started, yet they are rushing her. She puts her head down in defeat, while thinking that something unexpected did indeed happen. As every time she tried to do something, Ha-jin appeared and stopped her, and he stuck on to Rachel like a gum. He was constantly around her during the class and even after the class ends, which gets her wondering, how could a rank 334 act so arrogantly, since she doesn't notice anything great about him? She jokingly thinks that perhaps Ha-jin thinks that those with courage obtain beautiful women and laughs about it. But suddenly, she gets a thought, that what if Ha-jin actually likes Rachel? And if that's the case, she thinks that she would just need to exaggerate a little and spread rumor that he likes Rachel. Due to which, the distance between them would grow naturally, and she would be easily able to complete her mission then. And for that to happen, she decides that she would need to get closer to the whole team. Now in theory class, after finishing up the lesson, the instructor tells everyone to choose a small dungeon next week and present their best raiding strategy they can come up with. And for the homework this time, Hosung is not worried at all, due to having both Rachel and Ha-jin in his team. As he tells Ha-jin that he would counting on him, while he replies that he isn't that good. Hearing which, Hosung calls him very humble. The class president tells everyone that there is a team leader meeting next week Wednesday, and all of the leaders have to gather at the auditorium for it. And so Ha-jin and Rachel starts to leave as well, while Ha-jin asks if they should head to the cafe to decide what roles each of them will be having. Toma comes along with a big smile on her face, saying that while they are going to the cafe, they should have some cake and get to know each other better. Seeing her like this, confuses Ha-jin to great extent. As such, he asks Toma what is she doing, and she replies that she just wants them to bond as a team, while thinking that it's Ha-jin's reaction which is strange. Ha-jin wonders, why is Toma being suddenly so proactive, and she starts to push everyone to the cafe quickly, leaving Ha-jin in shock. Seeing all this, Ha-jin smells something fishy. Now at the restaurant, Ha-jin has already scanned the roof and the underground, but haven't found any traps, but he still feels something is off, and Rachel calls out his name. As so, he suddenly snaps back and starts reporting. He assigns roles that Hosung and Bokyu will look for information on the dungeon, while Toma and Rachel will calculate the density. And once the research is complete, he would collate them and do the presentation. Toma then tells them to stop with the homework talk, which prompts Hosung to call her easygoing. Bokyu comments, saying that he is glad to have Ha-jin on his team, as he was really worried for this group assignment. He tells Ha-jin that having good results must be nice, and he is also getting quite attention in battles after he changed to become a shooter, to which he replies that it's nothing great, just normal for him. He then asks if he has been approached by a famous guild before, and he replies he is while thinking of the chameleon troupe. Hearing this, Rachel tugs on his clothes to ask him something. She asks if the Imperial Guild has approached him, and Ha-jin seems confused about it, and Rachel adds, from the England Imperial Family Guild. Ha-jin replies that he doesn't remember anything like that, but suddenly remembers that he did got something. He did got an email from them, but he didn't realize since he doesn't check it every day. Seeing this, she wonders why would they approach why email and starts to get angry as Ha-jin starts to check the email. The contract offers 100 million annual salary and commission separate, which Ha-jin considers not very good terms, considering that they are trying to recruit him, as so, Rachel asks Ha-jin to let her have a look at it as well. As she does, she is shocked seeing the bad offer, as she wonders, why are they doing work like this? She quickly starts to take her leave while telling Ha-jin to forget this email and not read it, and seeing her leave like this makes Toma surprised as well. Her plan starts to get ruined, as she thinks, how can she leave first, as she wanted him to sit and chat with Ha-jin. Meanwhile, Ha-jin wonders what happened, and so does Hosung. Toma sighs, seeing as how nothing is going according to her plan. But seeing Ha-jin's expression and the situation, she gets an idea and tells Bokyu, if doesn't he think that Ha-jin likes Rachel. Now fast forward at the gym auditorium, we see Ha-jin is taking a drink after stamina training. He tries to open the can but is unable to, as he doesn't have the strength left to do so. But suddenly someone does that for him from behind, and he looks back to check who is it as they call out his name. And we see it's Naeun, who tells Ha-jin that she wants to talk to him for a second. As Naeun looks at him with nervousness, Ha-jin asks her, what is it, and she hesitates in saying. She finally speaks up, it's about their team's presentation about the Hongchen Mantis dungeon, and she wanted to ask him if he knew anything about it. Ha-jin asks her, how did she manage to pick the hardest dungeon of them all, which she replies that it's not something she wanted to do either. It was an obnoxious mage who kept insisting that they do that. From that, Ha-jin remembers that it's probably, Junsik. And from what he remembers, he does have skills, but he is very boastful and rude, because his family is pretty rich, he doesn't feel inferior even he is in front of Naeun. As such, Ha-jin decides to tell her the necessary information for it, and tells her that she would get bonus points since it's much more difficult. He then asks if he is doing the presentation as well, and Naeun replies that he insisted on that as well, but questions, why is he asking? Ha-jin advises her to change it to another member. While stating that his facial physiognomy shows that he is someone who likes to put up a tough act, but he would probably freeze up in time for presentation. And if she let someone like him present, then Cube and the whole society will crumble and their result would also become total disaster. Naeun quickly agrees, while saying that she thought the same thing as well, and was going to let it go. After yapping for a bit, she claims that she has never seen anyone do whatever they want even more than her, and Ha-jin comments that she does recognize that she does whatever she wants to. He then suggests to let Hazuki do the presentation, and Naeun replies that she wanted that as well, but she is not sure that Junsik will be okay with it. And as they continue their talk, they both think, were they always this close, to be able to chat with each other like this? Upon realizing, they both get awkward and Naeun leaves while telling him to be careful while exercising, and Ha-jin also leaves to finish his weight set. Fast forward, on the day of the presentation, we see Jinsuk completely wrecking the presentation as he gets too scared and nervous. Seeing which, Ha-jin calls it a pathetic look, and notes that in the end, they weren't able to change their presentator, while Naeun is burning up in anger. After the presentation, Jinsuk walks back as if nothing happened, while casually apologizing for getting too nervous. Both Naeun and Hazuki are left speechless at first, and then Naeun gets furious at his attitude and Hazuki tells her to let it go. Naeun plans to knock his shit off when she meets him after the class. And as the instructor calls for the next team, it's Ha-jin's turn, who walks past by her, wearing glasses. Seeing him in glasses, Naeun is shocked. Ha-jin then begins his presentation. It's about the dungeon which existed at the foot of Sirak Mountain. Hearing him give the presentation, Naeun is quite impressed, as she thinks that Ha-jin is really good at this. The instructor then raises his hand and asks him, how is he able to estimate the countercurrent of mana with only that amount of information? Ha-jin smiles and explains that he can do this with a formula over here, and seeing which, everyone is left really impressed. As they comment how good Ha-jin is with presentations as well, which they find unexpected. And seeing him like this, Naeun blushes and thinks that he looks a little cool. As the presentation ends, Rachel and Ha-jin high-five each other and Naeun looks back at them. And in the end, she is left pouting and annoyed with their interaction. Fast forward, we see Rachel at the gym, as she thinks that her today's schedule has ended, and the presentation has ended nicely as well. And she has also passed Ha-jin the contract. Ha-jin asks Rachel if she is going to the after party, but she declines, saying that she has some training scheduled. And as Ha-jin starts to leave, Rachel stops him and pulls something out of her bag. She hands him over some paper, and tells him to take it. He asks her, what is this, and she replies that it's the Imperial Family Guild's preliminary contract. And this one has much better terms than what he got previously. She explains that she is the one who told them to approach Ha-jin in advance, but they had a slight misunderstanding seeing his rank. As so, she tells him to reconsider their proposal seriously once more. Back to the present, Rachel thinks that she has nailed it with that, and decides to change quickly and go back to her dorm to sleep. And right as she is about to open the gate, she hears someone talking about a rumor. A rumor that Ha-jin likes Rachel. Though they wonder if it's true, and it's okay for Ha-jin to even do that, and they apparently also heard that Ha-jin has already confessed to her, while Rachel is standing outside, hearing all this. And as she processed the information, she blushes hard, while thinking if Ha-jin actually likes her. Rachel is quite flustered while hearing that Ha-jin already confessed, while thinking, what the hell are they saying? But more importantly, she wonders, how does they even know, as the girls comments that Ha-jin looked suspicious to them, and assumes this was the reason he was following Rachel around. Hearing which, Rachel gets angry, as they were only doing it since they were in the group and while angrily calling their comments nonsense. She then suddenly remembers her moments with Ha-jin, while thinking that he had to be around her, and then she remembers Ha-jin saying that he is a fan of hers. They then comment about the difference in both of their status, and as she is standing in the way, someone bumps shoulder with Rachel. And we see it's Naeun and Yoon-ha, as Naeun asks Rachel, what is she doing? Rachel freezes up and replies, nothing, and Naeun gets pissed while telling her to get her foot off hers already. She apologizes and Naeun and Yoon-ha enters the changing room, while Rachel thinks it's going to be a problem if they enter the room right now. The girls inside asks Naeun and Yoon-ha if they heard a rumor. Meanwhile Rachel freaks out, wondering what should she do, since it would be a problem if the ridiculous rumor keeps spreading. Right as they were about to tell them about Ha-jin, Rachel quickly enters the room. Seeing her, the girls wonders if she heard them, and quickly runs away while Naeun asks them to finish what they were trying to say. She tries to ask what they were trying to say about Ha-jin, but they run away and Naeun is left confused. Meanwhile, Rachel gives a sigh of relief, and Naeun is annoyed thinking what they were trying to say. Yoon-ha speaks up and asks Rachel that she seems to be on the same team as that person. Hearing which, Rachel is confused as to who that person is and Naeun clarifies that Yoon-ha is talking about Ha-jin. And for that some reason, Yoon-ha is unable to say his name out loud, which Yoon-ha denies. Yoon-ha continues with her question and asks Rachel, how is it? But Rachel is confused at what Yoon-ha is trying to say. Yoon-ha smirks, while asking, why is she acting like she doesn't know? She is talking about the fact that the Imperial Family Guild already made contact with him, which everyone already knows. She comments sarcastically that it's surprising that Imperial Family's precious preliminary contract was used on a rank 334, it wouldn't make sense unless the Imperial Guild has gone crazy. Though, she would have understand if it was someone who saw what he was hiding. Hearing their talks, Naeun is confused, while wondering, what are they even talking about? Rachel replies that she is not sure what Yoon-ha is getting at, and even so, they have the right to contact him early based on their treaty. Yoon-ha laughs, while saying that she was just joking about it. But she then warns her that it would be wise for them to not use that privilege carelessly, as it wouldn't be good if she makes enemies with people around her unnecessarily. Rachel realizes that Yoon-ha is giving her a warning, and assumes that she is telling her that she had dibs on him first, and doesn't want Rachel to cross the lines here. Rachel thinks that there is no need for her to hold on to Ha-jin if he rejects their offer anyways. Meanwhile, Yoon-ha thinks that Rachel would back down with this warning and tells her that it was fate they are in this situation, and offers her to get some supper in her room before she leaves. But much to Yoon-ha's shock, Rachel takes up on her offer, while thinking that she doesn't know why, but she doesn't have any intention to lose to Yoon-ha right now. Fast forward and we see all of them sitting in Yoon-ha's room, as both Rachel and Yoon-ha seems quite. Naeun gets nervous due to the atmosphere between them, and from her point of view, they were also only talking about things that only they understand. Yoon-ha wonders what Rachel is thinking, as that suggestion for supper was only supposed to be a formality, so she didn't thought that Rachel would actually agree. Yoon-ha then asks Rachel if she wants some juice and she declines, and the atmosphere again gets tense as Yoon-ha gets annoyed. But Yoon-ha walks up and gets some juice for herself, while beginning to ask Rachel something. She questions Rachel, how did she came to know about Ha-jin? Rachel remembers about that bullet incident, and replies that she came to know him naturally. Yoon-ha smirks, while asking if she also knows that he is hiding his true self. And Rachel isn't able to reply anything, and Yoon tells her that it's an information which is difficult to find after all. Rachel acknowledges that she knows nothing about his past, nor the reason he is hiding his strength, and replies to Yoon-ha that nothing changes even if she doesn't know such information, and Yoon-ha replies that why wouldn't it, and starts to explain about how her guild is stronger in terms of information than most guild, but Rachel interrupts, while saying that what she meant it's she still has the upper hand by waiting patiently until Ha-jin himself tells her why, at least compared to looking into him and finding out that information. And hearing her response, Yoon-ha is taken back in surprise. Rachel then gets up and starts to leave while saying that she is getting quite late. On the way out, she thanks Yoon-ha for inviting her to supper. Meanwhile, Yoon-ha and Naeun are completely silent. But Naeun shouts and complains about those two saying things that she doesn't understand at all, while asking them to speak in Korean, while in fact the conversation was in Korean. We switch scenes to Cafe Carrot, and there the two girls tells Toma that Ha-jin likes Rachel. She tries to act surprised at this revelation, while the blonde girl guesses that she didn't hear the news since she came from outside, but apparently Cube has been in uproar due to that rumor recently. But in reality, Toma knew it, as she was the one going around and spreading this crazy rumors. The black-haired girl comments that while they've been hanging around together a lot lately, she assumes that is due to them being a team, hearing which Toma gets a bit nervous. And once Rachel graduates from Cube, she would become the captain of the Imperial Guild. She could just be making more acquaintances in advance, which actually sounds convincing to the blondie. And since Ha-jin improved to 334 recently, he is actually perfect for England's Imperial Guild, ranked 60 at the world. Hearing this all, Toma thinks that this isn't how it's supposed to go. Her plan was to first get closer to some Cube cadets and lead them to spread the rumors even more. So she cannot have these rumors dying out already. She thinks that she has to get them more interested in this. As such, she tells them that she saw Ha-jin staring at Rachel, and his eyes seemed full of love, which she herself thinks sounds a little far-fetched. But they believe her, and get excited hearing it, and Toma notes that they are at age where they are very interested in other people's affairs. Toma then starts explaining made-up scenarios to them, while we see her smartwatch glowing. Meanwhile, we see someone has access to her smartwatch and is reading her messages. And it's Ha-jin, who already expected that she came to Cube for other reasons. Last month, he met Toma at a nearby convenience store, as we see Toma approaches Ha-jin and greets him. And Ha-jin feels that he has been running into her a lot more recently. But while talking, he notices something strange about her watch. And upon checking it, he realizes that it's indeed a fake one, since it cannot deceive his eyes. As he reads her messages, he confirms that Toma is indeed after Rachel. Although he had to use ATSP so that she doesn't realize that she has been hacked, he did got some good information from it. He chuckles thinking that Toma wouldn't imagine that she is leaking information. Some of her messages informs Ha-jin about an item that Toma's organization has put on the management center on the lowest floor in underground area B3. And since the date is tomorrow, Ha-jin realizes that he needs to hurry up, and just then, his smartwatch buzzes. He gets a message with a picture. Seeing it's a question, he wonders if it's Rachel. But later realizes that it's not her, and we see it's actually Nayoon. She looks over to Rachel, who is sitting right across her, and upon seeing her ponder over it, she notes that it must be difficult for her as well. She sighs, and thinks that it's probably a piece of cake for Ha-jin. She looks over to her smartwatch, and thinks, what should she text him to ask her to teach her this? In the end, she finally texts him, simply asking to teach her the question. She claims that while she is close to solving it, she is still asking just in case she gets it wrong. And fast forward 20 minutes later, she still haven't got an answer from him, which makes her think that he ignored her. And right as she angrily gets up, her smartwatch buzz. Upon noticing it's from Ha-jin, she chuckles and sits back down. Back to Ha-jin, who took time to write an answer since he had to write something that Nayoon can understand. He thinks that Nayoon really works hard on everything she does, just like in the previous presentation too. Which makes him believe that she would actually become a better hero than her own brother. And from that, he remembers that he completely forgot about her brother. As although he is in coma right now because he become a seed of the demon, he would become demon after the incubation period. And there aren't any heroes strong enough to defeat him yet. No one knows how long he will stay asleep either. So, he has to do something before that happens. But the problem is that he is the only who knows that Chai Jin-yoon is in this state. It would be impossible for him to get close to him by himself. Unless he can disguise himself. He remembers and picks up the card that Captain gave him. And remembers that she asked him to join them. Upon receiving the card, he sees the name as Geronimo Mercenaries. They are currently one of the top few mercenaries currently. However, it's actually just a disguise for the chameleon troop, though he still doesn't know why they recruit him instead of Shin, which makes him wonder how much the story will change with this. And if he can get help from them, it would be possible to kill Chai Jin-yoon without anyone realizing it. Suddenly, Evangel wakes up and calls him out, and asks if he is not sleeping yet. He apologizes to her for waking her up with lights and picks her up to get her back to sleep. Ha-jin decides to slow down a little right now, since if the incubation period for the seed is around 5 to 6 years, he will still have 1 year left. And with that much time, he is sure that there is a way to resolve this. Fast forward to the next day, as the instructor tells them that today's practical training would be a mock relic war. Ha-jin remembers that normally for relics, the country that found them will become their owner. But there are numerous countries that have been destroyed by outcalls in the world. As such, in the current situation, relics discovered in those empty lands belong to the finders. In order to obtain those relics, guilds or even demonic humans would fight among themselves, which is known as relic war. In simple words, this training exercise is for them to experience what a real relic war would be like. The instructor explains that the size of the relic excavation site will be extremely large, the theme will be melee. The command hierarchy, methods of contacting other team members, and the location of relic are unknown, so they would need to make good decisions every turn. During the training, the white team will be in charge of defending and the black team will be in charge of attacking. When they judge that they have taken a fatal injury, or if they shout surrender, then they will be disqualified. He then snaps his fingers, and we see everyone gets a blindfold on their eyes and are unable to see anything. He tells everyone to calm down, as it's his mana, so they shouldn't be surprised. He has covered their eyes so they can randomly assign them to all different locations, and they start to get moving. Though Ha-Jin is not surprised that an upper intermediate hero is capable of covering eyes of this many cadets at once. But despite this, Ha-Jin is completely able to see through it. He explains that when someone mentions a relic excavation site, people would usually think about pits, but the most advanced technology that is used would make it closer to being an underground bunker. Since there are people who possess all sorts of amazing talents in this world, and as they reach the underground floor 1, Ha-Jin remembers the number of people who would be assigned here. And that would be 15 cadets. And underground floor 2, 25 cadets. Underground floor 3 has Chai Naeun and Rachel and 15 other cadets. Due to this, he notes that there is going to be a huge fight between them. And as he reaches his location, he notices that he is on underground floor 4, and on the black team. Though he also wanted to find out where Shin Jong-hak and Suho is, but he has no choice, and he wonders if the area he is in is residential. Suddenly, he notices someone in the other room. The instructor announces that locations have been assigned to all cadets. The relic is either guarded by an NPC, or it's being moved around. The white team has to defend the relic, while the black team needs to steal it. With this, the countdown begins, and the door to the next room starts to open. Everyone gets ready as the countdown starts from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the relic war begins. Ha-Jin readies his weapon, and remembers that the relic that Toma is supposed to collect is in the B3 region of the lowest floor. But for Ha-Jin, it has gotten complicated, as in his next room is Yoon-ha, and she is on the white team. And in order to get to the corridor, he would definitely run into her. While Yoon-ha knows that someone is there, she doesn't know who is it, but she heard everything. She asks Ha-Jin what team is he on and gives him information that she is on the white team. Ha-Jin doesn't answer, due to which she assumes that he must be on the black team. She tells him that she feels bad for him, as it had to happen to him from the start. And while being smug, she tells him to think of himself as unlucky. But as she sees who is on the other side, she is left completely shocked. She goes completely silent upon seeing him, and Ha-Jin wonders why did she suddenly stop her attack. And he notes that she somehow looks a little tense. And we see Yoon-ha is actually scared, thinking that it's really bad that as she never thought that Ha-Jin would be her first opponent. As Ha-Jin lifts his hand up, she gets on guard and tells him to not do anything stupid while stuttering. Meanwhile, Ha-Jin is confused, as he was simply scratching himself because he was itchy. Yoon-ha knows that while his weapon is a normal cadet pistol, he is able to produce an attack powerful enough to pierce through enhanced body protection. As such, Yoon-ha wonders what should she do right now. Should she fight him? But as she looks behind her, she thinks that she is screwed, as the outside corridor is narrow and just one direction. No matter how she runs, she would in range for his weapon. But she tries to pull herself together, as this could be an opportunity for her. Since so far, she has only estimated how strong he is through observation. And this is an opportunity for her to personally find out how strong Ha-Jin truly is. Right as Ha-Jin starts to call out her name, we see Yoon-ha attacks him with her whip. She strikes right on his hand, which makes him drop his weapon. And as his weapon is in the air, Yoon-ha uses her whip and pulls it towards herself. She gets quite happy upon taking his weapon, thinking that she was actually able to pull it off, as she didn't thought that she would be able to take it away. And such, she thinks that perhaps Ha-Jin is actually not that big of a deal. She confidently states that without a weapon not even he can do anything, but just then, she notices his weapon is missing from her hand. She gets shocked, and asks, when did he got it back, and Ha-Jin replies, he did just now. She questions that she didn't even saw him move, and asks if he used mana, and Ha-Jin replies, just think of it as that. Since to be precise, it isn't mana, he already had ether wire in advance to prepare for situations like this. And now Ha-Jin aims it towards her. Meanwhile, Yoon-ha gets scared as the space here is too small, so she would be in his shooting range no matter where she runs, and it would probably hurt if she gets shot. And if she gets disqualified right now, she would be the first one to die, and as Ha-Jin is about to press the trigger, she closes her eyes. A bit later, we see Ha-Jin walking out with an injured hand, noting that his bone would have broken if Yoon-ha landed her strike properly. As such, he calls her pretty strong. But when he arrives in the lobby, he is quite surprised to find it empty despite being this huge. He checks his smartwatch to see if they went to other areas already, as all the participants of the Relic War are equipped with a life signaling device. What it does is to determine the user's HP in numbers that can be seen by others. It's a device which can tell if the cadet is capable of continuing. So, if Harjin uses his laptop to collect the data of that device's GPS, he would be able to check the live GPS data using the linked smartwatch. And for test, he sees Toma's location, who is in the toilet of underground level 7. Upon noticing that there is no movement from her, he assumes that she must be standing by there while looking for the item. And now, Harjin decides to look at others' location at first. Rachel and Naeun are on underground level 3, and are engaged in combat right now. And on underground level 5, there is Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. And seeing this, Harjin gets excited as it's a huge matchup, so he tries to find a CCTV near them. Both of them are simply standing against each other. Meanwhile, Harjin is listening in as they both comment that they knew a day like this would come. But suddenly, someone shouts near Harjin, and he gets surprised. He calls it quite a rowdy way to pass by this area, though he realizes that he got completely sidetracked, as he need to go to Toma. He tracks her location, and gets going. We switch scene to a black uniform cadet surrendering to someone. And it's actually against Naeun, who is quite proud of herself, as she got her 3rd kill, and she finds it quite easy. She is quite surprised at herself, as she got this good in less than 3 months of changing to using a sword. As such, she calls herself pretty talented with it. Ji-yoon then calls her out and jumps on her in happiness of getting saved, while Naeun asks her, where was she all this time? She replies that she was hiding when she got found out by the black team, and was barely able to escape. Naeun chuckles and says that it's nice to see her here. She notes that while a supporter like Ji-yoon would be really weak in direct combat, she would be of help in a combat situation with her buff skills. As such, Naeun tells her to come with her to get some points, but she informs Naeun that Rachel is on this level as well. While she is surprised to know that, Naeun hears some noises, and as Jaeyoon is speaking, Naeun signals her to quiet for a second. As she notes someone walking up from the stairs, she tells Ji-yoon to get behind her, and she gets ready to attack herself. And upon seeing who that person is, they are both surprised. And we see it's Yoon-ha, who is quite tired and panting. Ji-yoon asks her why is she so sweaty, and if she ran into someone else. She once again refers to Harjin as that person, though Naeun realizes that she is talking about Harjin. Ji-yoon asks if she defeated him, since her rank is higher than him, and she hesitates in answering. We go back in time to when she was facing Harjin, as when she closed her eyes, Harjin simply tapped on her shoulder instead of shooting. As he leaves while telling her that it's just the start of the war, so they should take it easy. Hearing which, Yoon-ha looks back at Harjin leaving in surprise. Meanwhile, she hesitantly tells them that she has not defeated him yet, while thinking that she was the one who almost got defeated. Naeun asks, what was he doing? But Yoon-ha isn't sure, as she replies that it was probably reconnaissance. Ji-yoon questions that could he be looking for Rachel, in a playful tone, and Naeun gets confused, and asks, why would he do that? And Ji-yoon replies, because he likes Rachel, which shocks both Yoon-ha and Naeun. Naeun goes completely off the rails imagining Rachel and Harjin together. She tries to deny and ask, what the hell is she talking about? And Ji-yoon replies that it's a rumor that has been going crazy over at Cube past few days. Yoon-ha speaks up, calling it a bullshit rumor. Since she knows that the mock relic war carries a huge percentage of their grades, so they have no time to waste on such rumors, she quickly moves past the rumor and asks Ji-yoon if she has figured out the location of the relic, and she shows her that she got one. Yoon-ha quickly plans to move it to the 1st floor, and Naeun is still stunned from that rumor. Naeun also hesitantly tells Ji-yoon that she agrees with Yoon-ha that the rumor isn't true, and assumes that those rumors started since both of them are on the same team, and Ji-yoon agrees, but since everyone is talking about it, she thinks that there might be some truth to it. But Naeun still tries to say that there is nothing to it, and Yoon-ha notices her reaction and acts playful. Suddenly as she looks above, she is shocked upon noticing something. We see some projectiles are heading towards Ji-yoon. But Yoon-ha reacts in time and is able to deflect them using her whip. They both ask Yoon-ha if she is alright, and she replies that something like this won't get her. Naeun looks up and questions, who was that, and tells them to come out, and we see someone is here. And we see it's Rachel. Along with her are a bunch of members from the black team. Naeun shouts at Rachel for the cowardly ambush, but she ignores her and tells everyone to charge at them. As such, they get jumped on by the black team. Yoon-ha tells Ji-yoon to quickly hide, and she makes a run for it, but someone aims for her and shoots an arrow right in front of her to make her stop. Naeun shouts her name in worry, and we see she is fighting 2 cadets at once. But both of the cadets are pushed back and thinks that with them here, even Naeun shouldn't be able to win. But Naeun gets pissed and charges up an attack, and takes them both down in one blow, while telling them to get lost since she is busy. We switch to Yoon-ha, who seems quite tired from all the fighting, and the cadet fighting him notes that she is stopping them from getting to Ji-yoon, which makes him wonder if she always did such sacrificial plays. But he figures it out and tells his team that he thinks Ji-yoon has the relic and so they must find her. One of them ends up finding Ji-yoon, and right as he is about to attack her, Na-yoon rushes towards Ji-yoon to help. But she gets interrupted by an attack, which makes a large crack on the ground itself, and seeing the attack power surprises Na-yoon. She realizes that there is only one person who has this much attack power, and we see Rachel attacking Na-yoon from behind. But Na-yoon is able to dodge her attack, which surprises Rachel a bit. But Rachel continues to pressure her and keeps attacking her. Na-yoon notes that Rachel is incredibly strong, as her sword, which was outputting insane amount of power, is quickly being pushed back by her brute strength. And Rachel already knows that Na-yoon's sword skills are lacking, so she is driving her into a corner even more, so she is having a hard time just blocking her attacks. Na-yoon gets frustrated and states that despite all of this, she really doesn't want to lose. She then starts releasing a huge amount of mana and applies it to her sword. As she attacks Rachel, she is able to dodge and notes that Na-yoon's energy has suddenly changed. And her mana is also really impressive, but despite this, she notes that Rachel is still inexperienced in using it. So instead of countering, Rachel decides to keep dodging and wait for an opportunity, but suddenly she trips and loses her balance. Na-yoon notices the opportunity and jumps up to attack, while mocking Rachel for her lack of focus. As she lands the attack, Rachel is able to dodge it barely, and plans to quickly close the distance between them. But suddenly, the ground beneath her starts to crack. And everyone around gets shocked, as the ground completely breaks and Rachel falls inside, while they shout her name in worry. Down there, Rachel is quite shocked upon seeing the whole floor collapsing from a single strike from Na-yoon at that. She hears others from above and snaps back, realizing that she doesn't have time to be in awe and she needs to join up with rest of her team. But suddenly, someone arrives at her location. And we see it's Suho, seeing whom she is quite surprised, while she pants and realizes that it's quite bad timing. Suho then rushes towards her to attack. We now switch scenes to on the other side of underground floor 6. Hajin notes the CCTVs and notes to be careful so they don't get suspicious of him. He stands outside the toilet and starts to act while thinking out loud on where the toilet is, while wanting to go in and see. Inside there, he notices someone sitting in one of the stalls. And as he opens the stall and looks inside, he finds a frightened man with a relic in his hand, and Hajin is surprised to find the relic here. As he takes away the relic from him, the guy runs away in fear, begging Hajin to spare his life. And we see that he is actually an hologram, and Hajin is quite impressed by how real it looks. But regardless, he sits on the toilet and has gotten a relic as well unintentionally, and now thinks to somehow take Toma out. He notes that Toma is right below him, and she is waiting in the toilet of the 7th underground floor. He remembers the message and the meetup time and notes that it's 15 more minutes until the designated time period, and wonders what can he do. He suddenly gets an idea as he looks up towards the vents and realizes that the vents should be connected to underground floor 7. And so, he decides to use his stigma's magic to make it into some kind of mana smoke that can put Toma to sleep. And it works, as Hajin starts to spread it on the underground floor 7 toilet through the vents. Meanwhile, Toma is annoyed and wonders, what is this, and Hajin comments that it's useless even if she fans it away. Because this smoke is controlled by his mind, as it goes straight inside her nose, and she starts to cough and wonders what the hell it is. She gets up and starts to feel really sleepy due to this. She tries to resist falling asleep, but in the end, she ends up doing so and falls on the floor. And Hajin notes that his mission was a success. He then arrives in the CCTV room and checks if anyone is in the room. He sees the box and wonders if this is the item and decides to open it up and check. As he opens it up, he is quite surprised upon seeing what the item is. It's Gimlet of Weakening, which weakens a target it slashes, and is imbued with a magic effect called Weakening. Hajin is shocked seeing it, as it even has her advanced enchantment engraved on it, and that while it's not a relic, it's still worth hundreds of millions. And so, he gets happy as the item now belongs to him and he starts to leave with it. While leaving, he has also deleted all the recordings, which solves all of his problems. Upon reaching the above floor, he notices Rachel is standing there, and questions her current conditions upon seeing her like this. As he calls her out from behind, she freaks out, and as she turns back, Hajin tells her to calm down, as he is in the black team as well. He asks her on what happened and she replies that she was part of an ambush and failed. And then she ran into Suho, from whom she barely escaped, and then Na-yoon caught up with her, and after getting away, someone else fired magic at her. Hearing this all, Hajin comments that she went through a lot. She asks him, how many people has he taken down, and he replies, none, and asks back same to her, and she replies, only one so far. Hajin notes that at this rate, Rachel will get a low score in the Relic War, and it's not hard to catch up on those scores. And while it's okay for him to rank in the middle, it's not the case for Rachel, because her goals are really high up, and it's not too late either. He decides to give this relic to her, and upon receiving it, she asks if he found this and Ha-jin tells her to transport it to the top floor, since she is faster than him. She is quite surprised hearing that, and asks why would she, but Ha-jin insists her to take it, while saying that he wants to help her. Rachel is quite surprised at this situation, as she looks on at him with surprise. He also tells her that there is an emergency staircase on the right-hand side of where he came from. She can go from there, as he doesn't think anyone would be there. But Rachel is still hesitant, and asks if it's okay for her to do this. Suddenly, someone yells at her from behind that they found her, as she turns back. And we see it's Naeun, Yoon-ha, and their group, seeing which Ha-jin gets a bit worried as well. Naeun also notes Ha-jin, and sees the relic in Rachel's hand as well, and notes that she took it from someone else's hands. Ha-jin tells her to hurry up and go quickly, but she still hesitates to do so. He then tells her that he would buy her as much time as he can. And so, she tightly grips the relic and starts to run away while blushing and thanking Ha-jin for it. One of the girl, upon seeing Rachel run away, shoots at her to stop her from running. But much to her shock, her attacks gets intercepted and blocked before it could reach Rachel. And we see it's Ha-jin who shot her arrow down in mid-air, as she calls him a pest for doing so. She tells Yoon-ha that she would go with Jun-young to chase after Rachel, but she stops her from doing so, and tells them to stay on their toes while referring to Ha-jin as a strong opponent. As we see Ha-jin standing in front of their group, facing them all alone. Naeun questions Ha-jin if he thinks that he can take on 6 people by himself, and if he is out of his mind for thinking that. But Ha-jin simply replies, "Who knows," with an unconcerned expression. He starts observing his surrounding, noting that there are a lot of stuff here that he can grab onto, and he can possibly get away from them with park hour. And so he gets ready while telling them that they would know after they give it a go. Meanwhile, his true objective is to buy enough time. The brown guy behind them gets annoyed and questions Naeun and Yoon-ha about being scared of him, as he is just a guy with a firearm in his eyes. And so, since no one comes forward, he decides to rush in first himself to attack Ha-jin. Ha-jin quickly puts his weapon and shoots at him, which he dodges by backing off. Yoon-ha and Naeun provides him support by attacking from behind the guy. And as 2 attacks are coming at Ha-jin at once, he starts using his bullet time, and is able to dodge the attack, and counters by an attack of his own. His bullet flies straight towards the arrow, which was aimed at him, and collides with it in mid-air, which causes the arrow to change its trajectory towards that guy who was rushing towards Ha-jin. Seeing the arrow come for him, makes him realize his mistake, as it hits right on his head, knocking him out. Seeing this, everyone is left shocked and speechless, including Ha-jin himself. Naeun asks the guy if he is alright, and he gets up again, while crying and complaining about Naeun hitting her own teammate, as he gets blindfolded and disqualified since his HP reached 0. Meanwhile, Yoon-ha tells Ha-jin that she knew it, that they cannot underestimate him. She feels threatened while telling Ha-jin shock that he was able to calculate the trajectory of the arrow and even the angle of ricochet. Ha-jin himself is left shocked hearing that, while not knowing that he did something like this himself. We switch scenes to Rachel, who still seems to be running, while thinking about the rumor that Ha-jin likes Rachel, and she wants to believe that it's not true. She calls it quite unbelievable, and something that's only a malicious rumor. But she calls her thinking just her trying to rationalize everything, even though she knows the truth. As she finally reaches the top, she finds her teammates, who are glad to see her okay. They ask her, what is she holding, and before she could answer, they notes and announces that Rachel stole a relic. Seeing this, Rachel thinks that she shouldn't have taken it from Ha-jin, and that she is not in a position where she can feel emotions towards someone. Because for the sake of her country, her parents and her guild, she decided to sacrifice everything. And she don't wish to give up on what she has to protect yet. But despite this all, she makes a decision and gathers everyone, telling them that there is someone who they need to help in underground floor 6, while thinking that at this rate, she might end up just having expectations of his emotions. But as they arrive down there, they see a bunch of cadets knocked out. Rachel is quite surprised seeing this, as the guy behind her asks about the one who needed their help, which Rachel is unable to answer. She calls it really surprising, as while she knew that Ha-jin was strong, but taking on 6 people at once is still shocking to her, as just then someone arrives from behind them. Rachel turns around thinking that it's Ha-jin, but the mysterious person greets Rachel instead. But as she turns around and looks, the person turns out to be Shin Jong-hak. Now we go back in time to a while ago, at underground level 5. We see both Suho and Shin Jong-hak are standing face to face of each other. Shin comments that he has been waiting for a day like this to arrive, and asks Suho if he is racking his brains to come up with a smart way to escape, but Suho smiles and replies, not a chance. Shin aims his spear towards him and says that he is dying to see how long Suho can act tough, so he should bring it on and he would show him the difference of worlds between them. Suho smiles and rushes towards Shin to attack, taking him up on his offer. Both of them clash, as Suho states that he is not going to go easy on Shin. And Shin replies that he should at least not show him a pathetic performance. As their battle continues, they both seems evenly matched, and Suho dodges a strike of his spear. Shin quickly pulls back his spear, causing him to graze Suho's clothes and notices an opening to attack. He slams his spear on him, but Suho dodges, which causes Shin to comment that Suho dodges like a rat. But as he tries to pull his spear back out, he is unable to do so, as it's stuck in the ground. He gets worried and annoyed, and realizes that he made such a beginner mistake, while Suho takes advantage of this and kicks Shin on his face. It causes him to fall on the ground and also disarms him of his spear. Suho points his sword at Shin, signifying his loss, as he again remarks that it's like he told him before, that he won't be going easy on him. But Shin believes that it's not over just yet, as he strikes the floor with his palm. Suho asks him what is he talking about and notices that Shin has struck a pipe that was going through the ground. It explodes and causes a smoke screen, blinding Suho for a bit. And in the midst of that, Shin is able to escape and disappear. As he walks down the stairs, commenting that he let his guard down this time, and he would make sure to pay him back next time for sure. Back to current time, Shin says that he was doing something else here. Both Rachel and Shin notices each other and glares at each other awkwardly. One of Rachel's teammates asks Shin if he defeated those guys lying on the ground, and while he stutters a bit at first, he acknowledges that he is the one who did it. Hearing which, causes a reaction out of Rachel, while her teammate comments that there was no reason for them to come here. We then get her explanation for this from Ha-jin, who explains that Shin, who lost to Suho in a fight, discovered Yoon-ha and Naeun having trouble with someone who was speedy. And so, he launched a surprise attack by throwing his spear and disqualified 2 cadets with it. Shin thinks that although he just stole some kills, it's still true that he was the one who took them both out. But Rachel seems a bit angry as she tightens her hand, and Shin comments that in this case, he would be leading the black team now. The other members have no problem with it and asked Rachel if she is coming with them as well. But she replies that she would leave here. Her teammate comments that he thought she was coming with them, and Rachel replies that she can do it alone from this point. He tries to convince Rachel to move together with them, but she still refuses and starts to leave, as she doesn't want to team up with someone who steals the credits of others. Shin simply sees her leave and feels as if he has been wronged. After all that, the mock relic war proceeded at fast pace. Shin was able to gather rest of the surviving black team and stole 2 relics. Rachel also achieved great results with her form of guerrilla warfare. Both of them were able to achieve satisfactory personal achievements outside the team's victory. Kim Suho stood out with his leadership and fighting abilities as usual. Combined with the relic that Ji-yoon had, they were able to transport 5 relics safely. And as for Ha-jin himself, he was miraculously survived the combined attack of Yoon-ha and Naeun, and lasted through the relic war in his own way, by hiding in the bathroom. Though, Ha-jin feels like he is forgetting something, but thinks that he would remember it again if it's something that's important. And so, we switch scenes to Toma, who seems to have woken up. She remembers that she needs to find the item and looks at her watch, and notices that it's 3 p.m. She sighs and blames her watch for showing her the wrong time, and complains being given a faulty watch to use in her mission. She then pulls out a cadet watch, and sees the same time in that as well. She freaks out seeing it and wonders what's wrong with the time, and also gets an unread message. It's a notification informing her that the relic war is over, with the results out as well. Seeing which, she freaks out and quickly runs out of the bathroom to check outside. And upon seeing it completely empty, she wonders what the hell is going on in frustration. Now, as all the cadets are out of the underground, the professor questions about Toma's whereabouts, and wonders what is she doing. He then starts to announce the MVPs and the results. Black team, 12 members survived and retrieved 3 relics, and MVPs are Shin Jong-hak and Rachel. And the white team's MVPs are Kim Suho and Chai Naeun. 11 managed to survive and keep 5 relics. And so, the winning team is the white team. But despite her team winning, Naeun is still frustrated, as she couldn't finish her fight with Rachel, and they couldn't take down Ha-jin either, even though there were 6 of them. And the thing she heard, that Ha-jin likes Rachel. Yoon-ha arrives and asks Rachel if she is upset because of what Ji-yoon said earlier. She freaks out and denies, claiming that she doesn't even remember what she said, and Yoon-ha starts to tease her, asking her what would she do if Ha-jin gets stolen away. But once again, Naeun denies it and tells Yoon-ha to stop talking nonsense, while she laughs at Naeun's reaction. Naeun blushes while saying that there is nothing about Ha-jin that people have to fight over, while Yoon-ha comments that while she doesn't believe the rumors, she thinks that he might have joined her team since Naeun kept pushing him away. And Naeun replies that if Ha-jin swayed his heart so easily, then he is not the kind he would like to be with. And so, Yoon-ha once again chuckles. and asks Naeun who does she like better, Suho or Ha-jin, which pisses her off. She shouts at Yoon-ha again, yelling that it's nothing like that. Hearing her shouting, Shin arrives, asking her what is happening and why is she screaming. Seeing Shin, Yoon-ha gets happy and excited and Naeun asks him, since his team lost, how does he feel? He tries to act cool, replying that it's unfortunate, but since he is the MVP of his team, it's good enough, and it cannot be helped. Since Naeun was on the white team after all, and hearing the praise, she starts to get on high horse, acknowledging the fact, which makes Yoon-ha think that she is so simple. They all then notes Professor scolding someone. And we see it's Toma, as the professor asks Toma to explain herself for staying in one spot throughout the whole test. Everyone else wonders what is happening over there, as Professor scolds Toma. Shin starts to leave, since there is nothing else to do, and Yoon-ha also happily says bye to him. But he ignores her and instead tells Naeun that he would talk to her later, which kind surprises her, and Yoon-ha gets upset over it. She once again calls out to Naeun, and she asks, what is it? Yoon-ha questions that if she doesn't like Ha-jin or Suho, then perhaps it's Shin Jong-hak, but before she could even complete her sentence, Naeun gets pissed and calls her crazy for even thinking that, which makes Yoon-ha sure that she definitely doesn't like him. Yoon-ha suddenly tells Naeun that she is envious of her, and Naeun doesn't get what she means, and asks, what is she talking about? Yoon-ha doesn't reply and speaks in her mind that Naeun has 3 people she can choose from, while she has no one. And with this, the midterm's last large-scale practical training, the Relic War, finally ended. Ha-jin heads back to his room while remembering that he didn't write Relic War in detail, so he stayed behind until it was over just in case, but nothing happened in the end. And now that he is tired, he thinks that he should have just gotten himself disqualified in mid-lesson. We then see Evangel happily and excitedly running towards Ha-jin and welcoming him home. He also gets happy seeing her and lifts her up and asks her if she had fun. To which she replies that she did, and seeing all the animals behind her, Ha-jin assumes that to be the case. Ha-jin reminds her again about what he told her about the spirit animals, and she remembers it well, that they must not be allowed outside. Evangel then asks Ha-jin about the food, which he apparently forgot since he was so tired. She starts to cry since Ha-jin didn't bring her any food. Ha-jin quickly puts her down, claiming that he has ordered it and it would be delivered soon, and quickly goes to toilet. He orders various food for her quickly inside there, and with this, he takes a breather. Suddenly, he notices something, a piece of news, which he was waiting for and got worried since he didn't hear anything about it. He then begins to check his stocks, as he invested around 1.5 billion in it. Seeing its current value shocks Ha-jin, as his stocks are up to the moon. He cries tears of joy as his 1.5 billion has turned to 15 billion. He thinks that the price will probably surge further, but thinks to sell just now as in case something happens. But regardless, he is quite happy that he has now enough money to fool around and do nothing for the rest of his life. But his mood changes suddenly, as he sighs and remembers something. The fact that this money would disappear once he returns to his own world. We now switch scenes to outside, and see the huge city. And now at Geronimo Mercenaries' office. We see Jane, who is looking for something that she can assign to trainee mercenaries. A requirement is tied to the test mission for joining the group. The target has killed countless people, a villain that deserves to die. But she finds something and contacts her captain, informing her that she got one. She asks her, what's the request, and Jane replies that it's Italian mafia, suspected to be a demonic human, which captain finds good. Jane then asks her if she got the answer that she needed. That if Kim Ha-jin would join the Geronimo Mercenaries. She once again asks if Ha-jin really told her that he would join Geronimo Mercenaries, and the captain replies that his answer was positive. Jane asks, what did Ha-jin told her, and she replies that he told that he would call her later when he has time, and it was on the day when they gave him the business card. Jane notes that from that point on, it's been 2 weeks. Which the captain agrees with and believes that she would get a call soon, and orders Jane to fix the mission, but Jane tries to tell her to wait, but she hangs up. Jane is quite in dilemma due to this. She wonders if Captain is being like because she never had a social life or if she is just bad at noticing. But Jane decides to follow the order regardless, since she was told to do it, and accepts the mission. We switch scenes to Ha-jin, who seems to be near the woman's dorm and notices that it's his first time being here. While walking, he notices Rachel from behind and calls her out, as she takes notes of him as well. Ha-jin asks if she is heading to the library, and she replies that she is, since there is not much time left until the midterms, and asks Ha-jin what is he doing here. He simply replies that he just had some work. And upon noticing, Ha-jin thinks that Rachel is looking a little dull from how she usually, even though there is still time till exams, he wonders just how hard is she studying. He gets a bit nervous thinking that it's perhaps due to him. He then questions Rachel, but she doesn't ask him any questions regarding academics these days. Rachel thinks that it would be like using him if she questions him even after knowing that he likes her, and replies that it's important for her to try and solve it on her own, and he should study as well, but Ha-jin replies that it's fine for him. And she can ask him later at least, which Rachel thanks him for, and quickly takes her leave, before Ha-jin can even properly say anything back. He wonders if studying is that urgent for her to rush off like this. He then meets Yoon-ha, who seems to be waiting for him. They both greet each other and Yoon-ha speaks up, asking Ha-jin what is it about that he was looking for her, and he replies that it's nothing big. He asks her about the pharmaceutical company that she opened. She replies that she wasn't necessarily hiding it, so it's not strange that he knows. It's only been like a month or two since she started, and asks, what does he want with it? He opens up his small pouch and throws something from it at Yoon-ha. And seeing the item, which is a 5-year-old wild ginseng, she is quite surprised. It's the wild ginseng that he found in the Geomac mountain. Ha-jin wondered how should he use it for a long time. He thought that since he have enough money now, he doesn't need to sell it, and decided it would be best to make it into a elixir. And he planned to make it immediately, right after he decided to do so. However, nothing came out of just 2 strokes, which leaves him with no choice but to give to a person who has enough connections and facilities to make an elixir nearby, which is Yoon-ha, as he confusingly asks if he is giving it to her. Ha-jin tells her that it's an investment, she can use it for research purpose, and then repay the favor through a good quality elixir. Yoon-ha thinks that nowadays, wild ginseng are difficult to find, even in the purple banquets, which gets her wondering just where did Ha-jin got it from. Ha-jin asks her if this works with her, and she smiles and replies, of course it does. And while it's going to take some time, she would make sure to return it to him with interest. She gets quite happy, looking at which, Ha-jin thinks that of course she wouldn't reject it. Her pharmaceutical company is definitely destined to succeed, but it would be 10 years in the future. Suddenly, she gets a call from someone, and excuses Ha-jin, while he wonders, what call would that be which made her expression that serious. He decides to listen in a bit, and it's apparently about some kind of rumor among the nurses. A rumor that Chai Jin-yoon's finger has moved. Though, it does need a confirmation, and so Yoon-ha cuts the call, while telling them that she would call them back. Ha-jin asks her what is it about, and she replies that it's just network management. Ha-jin doesn't inquire further, and looking at Ha-jin, Yoon-ha gets a bit nervous as she sees his expression, and asks him about it. He replies that it's nothing, and starts to head back. She shouts and thanks him for the ginseng, and assures him that she would repay him without fail. Though, seeing him go like this, concerns her a bit as she wonders, why is he like this? Back in his dorm, he opens his book of truth, and asks, when will the seed of the devil dwelling in Chai Jin-yoon germinate? But it doesn't work, and Ha-jin assumes that his magic power is not enough to ask for the details. And in this case, he asks something else, which is about how much has it germinated. And the answer is revealed, which is at 89%. He notes that it hasn't germinated yet, so the fact that he moved might just be a convulsion. The minimum delight essence he set is 5 years, and now it has been 4 years since Jin-yoon collapsed. And the remaining time turns out to be half a year. And we see he also got a message from Captain, asking him when he is going to contact her again. Ha-jin is in huge dilemma, as he grabs his hair in frustration, thinking that after winter ends, and before spring comes, he would have to kill Chai Jin-yoon. We then switch scenes to the hospital, and see Jin-yoon lying on the bed in coma. We see the pulse monitor starts to show activity in his body, and so, his hand starts to twitch. Fast forward, and we see Yonghan telling everyone about the class competition that will be going on this week, and everyone is required to take part in at least one of the event. The students then starts to decide in which event they would be participating in, while Ha-jin almost forgot about this. The class competition is, as the name suggests, a competition between each classes. The fields they compete in start with ones that relate to actual combats, and eventually, branch out to almost everything within entertainment and sports. He thinks that if the event was for a formal class, he would have participated in the actual fighting part, but since the event is for cadets, it doesn't matter, and so he asks Rachel, what is she going to do, and she plans on to go for quiz. But Yonghan tells them that there is enough players on it, and they have enough players for basketball and soccer as well. So, Ha-jin asks him what is left, and he replies the only ones left are singing and archery, and Yonghan excitedly asks him if he wants to do archery. But Ha-jin glances back at Naeun, and she asks him, why is he looking at her, as she doesn't plan on joining archery. And so Ha-jin agrees to do that, and Yonghan writes down his name in it. He then also looks back at Toma, and we see he has accepted Toma's request in his truth agency. Meanwhile, Toma is surprised that she is getting a response, as she thought it was fake since there was no reply, while wondering if they are trustworthy. She then clenches her fist in anger while thinking it doesn't matter to her, whatever they are or whichever time period they are in, as long as she can find her dad, is all that matters. Harjin silently watches her and remembers that last night, Hossup contacted him. He seems to have decided to quit his job and has submitted an application for the information guild that he mentioned. Harjin is glad that he made the right decision and he thanks him for recommending them. Hossup then informs him that he also found who Argus Benjamin is, and Harjin is a bit surprised and remembers that it's the Toma's father that he asked him to look into before. And as Harjin asks him to find out where he is and what is he doing right now, Hossup informs him that he has already passed away. Now, on the day of class competition, we see students cheering up their classes, while Harjin remembers what Hossup told him. Apparently Toma's father spent time in nursing home within Korea and passed away 4 years ago, and Hossup also sends the address of nursing home to Harjin. Harjin is a bit surprised to learn that he died and thinks that it was no surprise why the Book of Truth wasn't able to find him. He also remembers that soon enough, the main story will start again, and he would need to deal with Toma before that happens. We then see him getting up and starting to leave for somewhere, and Yoonha notices him leaving as well. We then see him arriving and sitting in a church. He thought that he would feel a sense of reverence, but doesn't feel it. He then starts to check up his message from the captain, as he converse about the money, and the captain also tells him various other benefits besides that. Harjin remembers, the Geronimo mercenaries are the chameleon troop and they are a villain organization. While they have an unspoken rule of not taking unnecessary lives, they are no different from evil society that kills people and plunders their wealth. But if he were to join the chameleon troop, he wouldn't have to worry about straying away from the main story, and since the pay is pretty decent, he should be able to deal with any unexpected situation that appear. And most importantly, he will be able to kill Chai Jin-yoon. From the very start, he knew that he wasn't capable of doing it alone, but it does bother him that he would have to commit crimes in order to do it, and it gets him thinking if he can really kill another person. And he is unable to decide that, since to him, this world no longer feels like it's just the inside of a novel anymore. Suddenly, Suho arrives at the church as well, and gets surprised seeing Harjin there and asks him if he is Christian. Harjin asks him, what is he doing here, and also disagrees with his previous comment, while asking him the same thing, to which Suho also disagrees, and tells Harjin that he was just reminded of his past. And so, Harjin asks him if he attended church in the past, and Suho replies that it was something like that. So, Harjin takes a lot of guesses on what he attended, but he was wrong every time. And lastly, he asks if it's a religion from another world, which visibly changes Suho's expression. Though, Suho calls that claim ridiculous. But he then calls out Harjin and asks if he thinks that there might be another world, something like the Lord of the Rings. Harjin thinks and says, the outcall that happened 50 years ago, if they just think about the world in Anno Domini, there were no monsters or mana for 1970 years. And so, instead of monsters suddenly appearing on Earth, it would make more sense to think that they came from another world for a certain reason. And in that case, it would be a part of the otherworld theory, which Professor has talked about. Suho asks if it's one of the theories that is used to explain why the outcall happened, and Harjin agrees, and says, while there are people who say it's absurd, he still believes it's possible, and the outcall is already something that should be considered absurd itself. Hearing this, Suho agrees with his reasoning. From this, Harjin remembers that Suho is actually in a similar situation to his. But he came to this world when he was young and obtained a new family. And at the very least, he considers Suho to not be lonely. Harjin then gets up and decides to leave, while Suho plans to stay here for a little while longer. But before leaving, he asks Suho, since he don't have any agent yet, he would recommend someone to him, and Suho replies that he was going to take his time in finding one, but he tells Suho that he got someone to recommend, so he should hear him out. And as he leaves, he takes a quick glance at him, thinking that Suho must get stronger. Way stronger than his destined fate. Since for him, he considers Suho his only means of dealing with any unexpected trials. Now fast forward, back in the game, we see Naeun and Harjin again had a match, with Naeun coming close to beating him this time and Harjin telling her that he don't think he will be able to beat her in a few months' time. He then asks Naeun why is she not going to sleep today, since she told him that there was an event in academy, and she replies that it's just playing around, and she doesn't feel sleepy yet. He then asks if she is worried about something and she hesitantly agrees. He then asks if it's a love problem, hearing which she blushes heavily, and tries to disagree by saying that it's nothing, but Harjin pushes her to talk, saying that he is good at listening to other people talk. And we then see Naeun starting to nervously speak up while blushing. Naeun tells Harjin that it's like something that she cannot have, but also don't want others to have it either, and Harjin replies that it's probably like a white elephant. And Naeun agrees with that logic, and Harjin is surprised to know that person can be considered a white elephant and assumes that he must be really popular. Naeun continues that he can say she was thinking of that white elephant, and Ha-jin replies that there must be a reason for her to think of him, about which she blushes and replies that she is not sure about that, and there is no specific reason she can think of either. From this, Ha-jin wonders if that person is really that attractive and tells Naeun if she is thinking of that white elephant, then she should go for it. And Naeun struggles to reply an answer to that. And so, Ha-jin tells her that if she continues like this, the white elephant will get stolen away from her. But she doesn't believe that, while trying to act, and says that it doesn't matter if it gets stolen or whatever. And so, Ha-jin tells her that while she thinks that it doesn't matter right now, she will definitely be regretting it later. And Naeun thinks that he is not a white elephant anymore, since now that she has started paying attention to him, she keeps seeing his strengths. Now fast forward to the archer class competition. The first place went to Justas Haim, who struck a target at 320 meters. We move to Naeun, who seems quite annoyed at something, and seeing which, Yoon-ha questions, why is she sighing so much, and she replies that it's nothing. She then moves on and questions, why are there so many mags here today, and remembers hearing that there will be 8 star mages here today, and that perhaps they all gathered so they could see each other at least once. Yoon-ha replies that there are only 308 star mages in the world, and Naeun realizes it to be the case for their meeting. She then notices that it's turn for their class now. And we see Ha-jin, who is the representative of the Veritas class, and Baru Moraine, who is the representative of the Devotion class. The announcer starts telling them the rules. Both representatives will fire an arrow in their own lane at their target, and the one who strikes the target furthest away will win, and they would only have one chance to hit each target. But there will be one difference, and the announcer asks Ha-jin to fire his arrow, starting at 50-meter distance. And right as he prepares to fire his arrow, we see his whole body getting pushed down. As the mages will be inflicting numerous effects to hinder the archer, and Ha-jin thinks that in this world, just hitting the target is no fun for both the audience and the archers. But, regardless, he finds these effects way too strong. We then see someone getting asked if the cadet with the red hair down there is their nephew. And the person in question is an 8-star mage, Archduchess Ahane. She replies, he is, but unofficially, though she does consider that he has grown up splendidly, which the mage behind her agrees. Ahane comments that her nephew looks even better when placed beside Ha-jin, whom she refers to as an average-looking boy, hearing which, the mage behind her chuckles nervously. And looking at it, Ahane doesn't find Ha-jin's form to be too bad. She then asks the mage behind if she can take over from 350 meter onwards, since she believes that no one will be able to reach 350 meters anyways. The guy then remembers getting orders from his superior to let Ahane do whatever she wants. So the guy agrees, saying that it's just an event after all, and the cadets would feel honored just by her attendance here alone. And now we see Ha-jin has reached and struck the target at 300 meters, and Baru comments that he is pretty good, and that his talent isn't a lie. Ha-jin replies that he looks pretty relaxed, and Baru responds that it's just the difference between their skills, which pisses off Ha-jin. He asks Baru if he is not considering the fact that his aunt might be trying to hinder him. But Baru nervously denies the allegations, and tells Ha-jin that he is talking nonsense because he doesn't think he can hit the target. The announcer announces that both of them have surpassed the record for first place, and starting from 350 meters distance, the speed of target will be increased and the sequence will be changed. Baru then gets his turn, and looking at him, Ha-jin remembers that he is the beloved nephew of Ahane, but even then, he didn't expect the favoritism to be taken to this extent. Suddenly, Baru gets surrounded by a bunch of tree roots, seeing which, Ha-jin is surprised and wonders if an 8-star mage can do that as well. And looking at it, the plants are incredibly tranquil to Baru, almost to the point of patting him, but he also notes that Baru looks quite scared of those things right now. And when Baru takes his shot, he misses the target completely. Seeing this, Ha-jin says that the first basics of an archer is to remain calm, under his breath, while the announcer announces Baru's failure. Ahane also sighs due to it, and calls Baru a little rascal for missing. But regardless, she considers that it is going to be the last one, since if the dumb-looking boy fails, it would result in a draw. Now in Ha-jin's turn, we see the plants acting more ferocious. But regardless, he thinks that he just needs to shoot through them, and is also starting to get upset, and since they were just playing, he wasn't going to go this far. And decides to use his bullet time ability to slow down the target. But he then notes that the direct line of sight to the target has been blocked, and calls it a cowardly move, but he is not even able to see the target before he fires. He then suddenly comes up with an idea, and uses his identify skill with the random enhancement system. He selects the bow and arrow as the target, and changes the elasticity of the bowstring, and the flexibility of the arrow that will embrace that elasticity. And so, he enhances them with these properties. And takes his shot, which starts to swerve through the plants. Seeing this, both Ahane and Baru is left shocked, as the latter wonders, how is the arrow curving? And it also successfully hits the target, and the announcer declares Harjin's success in hitting the target at 350-meter distance. Baru questions who on earth is he and accuses Harjin of using mana, but he replies that his aunt would have noticed if he used mana. And like that, Harjin throws away the bow right in front of him, while saying that this is what a difference in skill really looks like. And as he walks away with the announcer announcing that he has been recorded in the first place, Baru tries to act all cool about it. Looking at Harjin from the stands, Yoonha comments that he always has to have the final say, while Naeun blushes heavily, remembering her thoughts, that now that she has noticed him, she will probably always see his strengths, and thinks to herself that she must have gone crazy. Fast forward, and the final competition was held on Sunday, and with that, the class competition was over. And Harjin was also finally able to spend some relaxing time with Evangel. He then suddenly gets a new message from Geronimo mercenaries, as he wonders, what is that? It's a mission for him, with a D-level difficulty and a reward of 300 million and a good item, with the objective being to eliminate Siemens, the closest aide of the Core Ion Mafia's Torino branch leader. The Italian mafia took advantage of the government's weakness when the outcall took place to expand quickly themselves. They got a robust system and are very united, so they are starting to look like a nation by themselves. Harjin remembers that the Core Ion is a group that is directly involved in the middle part of the story. The aide of the branch leader should be around low grade 1 or 2 as well. And while he approved the test of the chameleon troop so he could write his own story, he still thinks that it's too hard of a mission for a trainee. Though, he notes that he is also a demonic human, and thinks that he might feel less guilty if he is killing a demonic human. Suddenly, Evangel calls him out as he was spacing out in the middle, and asks him if she can eat more. And he replies that she can eat as much as she wants, and Evangel gets quite happy due to it. Harjin thinks that he doesn't intend to start the mission immediately, he would still need to make preparation in advance. In this world, constitution refers to something that is innate from birth, something similar to talent. One can think of them as body's talents. And the constitution that Harjin has written is body that can't use mana. The restriction of being unable to use mana with the body that can't use mana enables the positive effect of having vitality substitution. A normal person would call this constitution the worst, but Harjin cannot use mana to begin with, so he doesn't suffer any losses from it. And vitality substitution doesn't have any lasting practicality, but it's able to survive an ambush that would cause instant death once, which he thinks is the best for a low-rank hero like him to survive in the main story. The required SP isn't too much either, which he assumes is perhaps because the restrictions are a huge one, and so he takes it without any hesitation. And we see his special stats, accumulation of luck, gets activated. And he gets a golden letter when calamities becomes blessing, which makes it so that the accumulation of vitality can raise his stats permanently, which surprises Harjin, as he thinks that although it says that only a very small amount would be able to, it's still just giving him free stats. And so, he loudly and excitedly shouts that it's awesome, and Evangel gets annoyed and scolds Harjin to be quiet when they are eating, and he apologizes to her for it. Fast forward, and he also went to retrieve the obsidian bracelet that he entrusted to Soul Magic Tower. And upon seeing its stats, he calls it worth the money. The guy also informs Harjin beforehand that the enhanced magic power is something that he can only use once in his life, so he should use it carefully, and Harjin realizes that the guy didn't knew about its automatic charging function. Though, he did find him pretty honest, unlike what was the first impression of him. And as he is thinking to introduce him to Yoonha when she sets up a magic tower later on, Soo-hyuk arrives and calls out to Harjin. He apologizes to Harjin for keeping him wait and asks for him to head to the office with him. Seeing it, Harjin is quite impressed, and Soo-hyuk informs him that they already have 11 employees. He also got 5 exclusive hunter contracts, and the office was an investment from Yoonha. He then shows Harjin the bike he told him to get, and Harjin is quite happy upon seeing it. It's an Augusta Vigilante, and seeing its stats and features, Harjin is not surprised that it's so expensive. He thanks Soo-hyuk for getting it for him, and he replies that there is no need for that, he can just let him know if he needs anything. Though, he won't be able to do everything he wants, and he then hears some noises coming out of Harjin's bag and asks, what is in it? And from it, a cute puppy comes out, seeing which Soo-hyuk is quite surprised. He finds the dog really cute, and asks him, why does have a dog, and Harjin replies that he somehow got it. But Soo-hyuk doubts that and replies that it doesn't seem like him. But he then gets a call, and tells Harjin that he would have to leave now since he got something to attend to, and Harjin decides to leave as well. He once again thanks Soo-hyuk for the bike, and they both part ways for now. Harjin then decides to go somewhere without any prying eyes, and makes sure the area he is in has no CCTV. He has apparently also added new settings to his bike. and uses probability activation using his stigma magic, and the bike seems to be getting converted into the shape of a briefcase. Though, he notes that it's still quite heavy, over 20 kilograms. He then thanks the dog for staying in there, since it must have been quite stuffy. And we see the dog is actually Evangel, who pestered Ha-jin that she wanted to visit Seoul. He then asks Evangel to get going with him, and as she asks, where to, Ha-jin replies, to get some good food. We then switch scenes to Yoon-ha, and some lady who is telling her to take a good look, as all the land around here will become hers in the future, and that old lady is Yoon-ha's mother, Jin Yo-jung, who is a real estate mogul. Yoon-ha tells her to not worry, as she has already thought on how she would make use of it all, and her mother is quite happy with it, and calls Yoon-ha quite dependable, which makes her mom wonder why is her dad so immature, and the guard behind them realizes that the berserker Yo Jin-young is just a normal husband at home as well. Though, Yoon-ha tells her that he has gotten much better these days. Suddenly, as she turns around, she sees Ha-jin. But setting that aside, in shock, she wonders who is that kid with Ha-jin. She immediately decides to find out and tries to call him out, but her mother grabs her hand and asks her where is she going, as they need to go visit the tenants of their building now. She tries telling her mom that she got something urgent to do, but her mom tells her that she has to stay here, as she will be inheriting it later on, while she looks back and sees Ha-jin getting farther and farther away. But regardless, her mom drags her away with herself, while Yoon-ha really wants to check it out. We switch scenes to Evangel, who is eating out with Ha-jin and is really liking the food as well. Ha-jin asks her what else does she want him to cut up for her. He then asks Evangel if she will be able to get through the weekend by herself, hearing which she suddenly stops eating and goes dead silent with a blank, despaired expression on her face. Seeing her face like this, and noticing that she has stopped eating, Ha-jin thinks that she is going to cry, and tells her that he will buy her all the toys she wants today, so she can tell him if she wants anything. But she gets sad regardless, and agrees to do what Ha-jin told, while Ha-jin wonders, what should he do, as she got super depressed. Suddenly, the waiter arrives with more food, a tomahawk steak that they ordered, and seeing this, she again gets excited and happy, and asks Ha-jin to quickly cut it up for her, as Ha-jin mentally apologizes to her while saying that he will come back quick. We then see them walking down back home, as on the way, Evangel notices something. Ha-jin asks her, what is the matter, and we see she has taken a liking to a cat. Ha-jin wonders, what is a cat doing at a place like this, and Evangel asks Ha-jin that she wants to play with Whitey. Ha-jin asks her if that's his name, and she replies, it is. Ha-jin also thinks that it's really cute, and with the dorm room he is staying in, he could easily afford to take in one more cat. But he asks Evangel what would happen to her spirit friends if she raised this cat, as it might try to fight them, but Evangel replies that she will make sure that they don't fight. And so, he asks Evangel to make a promise to him, which she does. Fast forward, and we see Evangel getting angry and scolding Whitey for biting a toy. Ha-jin seems to be leaving, as he tells Evangel that he will be back just like he said, and that she should make sure to get along with Whitey. But she completely ignores Ha-jin, and seeing this, he notes that she is treating like he is not even here, which is making him kind of sad. But he feels much better like this. Fast forward, and we see Ha-jin has arrived in Turin. He was quite nervous since he has a fake passport, but it got through without any issues, which is a testament of how good Chameleon Troop is. And looking around, he notes that this place is quite fascinating, as in his novel, Italy was a rather unique country. One of the main reasons would be the existence of the mafia. In the story of this world, they are different from some lawless and reckless organizations. On the surface, they seem to be in conflict with the government, but they come to a relationship of cooperation when monsters appear. They created a guild and are viable both in shadows and in sunlight. They live independently within the confines of the law, for now that is. He sighs knowing that the Korean Mafia, which his target belongs to, is the strongest group among the mafias, and that he is supposed to kill one of their members. But he thinks that there is a chance that this assignment might have been ordered from within the Korean Mafia. Suddenly, he gets called by someone from a corner, and upon looking, he notices that it's the captain, who seems to be waving at him. Fast forward a bit, and she seems quite fascinated by the fact that his briefcase just turned into a bike. And Ha-jin asks her if she is here to help him, to which she replies she will not be assisting him. So, Ha-jin asks, why is she here then, and what is she doing right now? The captain tells Ha-jin to start riding, as apparently she wants to go for a drive, as there is a lot of time left, so they should go take a look around Turin. We now switch scenes to Naeun and everyone else, who seems to be tired from training, and Suho calls it understandable, as they have been sparring since classes ended. Meanwhile, Yoon-ha seems to be in thoughts, and Naeun asks her why is she not sparring. But she is still thinking about the child that was with Ha-jin last night, and wonders who is she. She doubts that he would have kid at such a age, and he cannot have a niece either, since he is an orphan, and she didn't find any relatives of him either. Naeun gets tired of being ignored and asks Yoon-ha what is she thinking about, and if she got dumped by Shin or something, hearing which she gets pissed off, as she got rejected by him when she asked to study together. So she takes her revenge by telling Naeun that Ha-jin said he hates her now, and Naeun gets flustered by it and asks what is she suddenly talking about. Suho asks if she is serious, and she replies she is, and that rumor has already spread throughout the academy as well. She continues on that if she was in Ha-jin's place, she would have also preferred Rachel over Naeun. It starts to piss off Naeun as well, as she asks if she is going to keep talking like this. But Yoon-ha asks her why does she care, since she said that she hates him before. As the tension starts to rise between them two, Suho is standing confused. And so, Naeun angrily walks away, while Suho asks them why are they suddenly quarreling. He gets all teary, thinking that everyone was getting along just fine until a moment ago. We switch back to Ha-jin, as Captain is sitting behind him, as he wonders if she really just wanted to go for a drive. She speaks up, telling Ha-jin that there is a gathering at 9 p.m. and Ha-jin realizes that it's the hint of the trainee mercenary mission. She continues, the location will be the Leoron mansion in Turin. The target is in charge of hosting the society gathering, and there is an abandoned cathedral in the forest near that mansion. And the spire of the cathedral is quite high, so it's the perfect place to snipe from far away. Seeing which, Ha-jin wonders, just how long has this cathedral been neglected for? And quickly climbs up the wall using his parkour skill, which surprises the captain as well. From up there, he can see the mansion, and notes that it's indeed a great vantage point, just like the captain said. She then asks if she can watch him execute his mission, and he declines, saying that it's uncomfortable for him, and tells her to leave, and she starts sulking a bit. She doesn't leave it at first, but Ha-jin once again tells her to, so she finally does. And now we see Ha-jin using his eye to analyze the mansion. He notes that there is about 1 kilometer of distance between this location and the mansion, which is the distance most heroes can cover in 30 seconds. Considering that plus the time it would take for them to figure out the situation and his location, he would only have a minute to escape. And while it's faint, he can tell that there is a mana barrier surrounding it. Though, he is glad that the barrier is weak since the event hasn't started, and decides to get started himself soon. He then uses his stigma magic and pulls out a whole sniper rifle to take down his target. He then uses identify on the bullet and notices that his luck isn't good today. Though, he still considers it fine, as he will use the mana of stigma to buff the enhanced bullet with anti-demon properties. As in order to get rid of any evidence, he also made it so that it will oxidize right after it penetrates through the target. In other words, there is no need for him to worry about the failure of the mission, as he will kill him in one shot. Ha-jin hesitates to pull the trigger, thinking what if his target is a human? Since him being a demonic human was just a rumor, what would he do if he isn't a demonic human? And questions himself if that would make him a murderer. While he knows that he is within a novel that he wrote, and they are just characters that he created. But now, it feels like that they are real to him. He then remembers his parents, and we see blood starting to drip from his mask. He thinks that he will be spending at least 10 years in this world, and he might end up being here even longer than that. Which is why he thinks that he has to become indifferent to these situations. And even if they really feel like real people, this place is not reality, but just a novel. And so, he strictly convinces himself that it's just a novel and takes the shot. We see the bullet piercing straight through the target's head, as everyone around freaks out that he has been shot. Seeing his body and blood, the captain comments that the demonic humans don't bleed. We now see Ha-jin sitting with a serious expression on his face. And so, the captain also arrives and calls him out. He asks her, how did she knew that he was here, and she replies that she tracked him down, and Ha-jin gets surprised knowing that she can do something like that. But regardless, she compliments him doing a great job today, and Ha-jin replies that he is glad to hear that. Though, she notes his hands trembling and thinks that the mission took a huge toll on his mind. And that it was probably his first time killing a person as well. She then asks Ha-jin about his day today, and he replies that it was a little difficult for him since it was his first time. Captain agrees, saying that earning money is not easy, but money is the only thing that can be trusted. Especially for people like them, hearing which, Ha-jin's eye widens. Ha-jin is confused about this statement, and Captain continues that it's because they lived their whole lives without any family. Hearing which, Ha-jin gets angry at first, but quickly calms down and agrees with Captain. Looking at him, the captain notes that he is quite good at recovering from shock, and the more she sees him, the more she likes him. And also remembers that the thing that destroyed the mana barrier was definitely anti-magic, and so, thinks that she wasn't wrong in what she saw. And that Ha-jin will definitely become the ultimate card that will kill that person. We get a flashback, as someone asks the captain that, if there is a reason that it has to be Ha-jin. Since he is sure that there are other people that are strong and have anti-magic abilities, so if there is any need to be choosing an inexperienced cadet. The black guy tells him if he is objecting to it now after all the time, and he replies that it's not an objection, but he is simply curious for the reason. Captain speaks up and replies that it's about his eyes. And Droon makes fun of her, saying that she is more romantic than he thought, and he tells Droon to stop it. She continues that he has eyes that are filled with solitude, ones that say he cannot trust anyone else. Which is just like how she was that day. Which makes her wonder if this is why that she finds herself paying attention to him, because she doesn't want him to walk down the same path that he did. Ha-jin then speaks up, asking if he can get his reward in the form of goods, an item that is, and she replies that it would be easy to do. She asks if there is any item that he wants, and he replies he would have any decent one she have. While thinking that she has a lot of expensive items, but she doesn't know the market price well, there is a good chance that she will give something worth more than the original reward, so it would benefit him more. And so she gets up saying that to celebrate him joining them, but Ha-jin speaks up, saying that he haven't decided yet. Which surprises and confuses her, and Ha-jin continues that he is the one who will decide which group he wants to join. But he feels that it's too early for him to make that decision right now, and Captain with a deadpan face thinks that she cannot ever tell what is going on in his head. Now we switch back to Ha-jin's dorm and see Evangel waking up. She notices him as well, and he is surprised seeing her too, and asks why was she sleeping there, and she replies that she was waiting for him to come back home. And she then hugs him, welcoming him back and thanking him for working hard. Ha-jin is really surprised from the hug as he starts to grab her tightly, thinking that it's such a warm feeling. Being honest, he was already aware that they aren't just characters, and they are truly living and breathing people. He starts to tremble, which confuses Evangel, as he questions if these situations will keep repeating as he tries to get back home. And wonders how many more times will he have to do this. Now fast forward, and the second semester's midterms finally began. But things weren't as lively as they had during the first semester's midterms, with a large number of incidents that had taken place during the previous midterms. Outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering. And while this is different from how the original novel went, but he doesn't care, since this was a part that he vaguely written about, so he doesn't really remember its content either. And surrounding Ha-jin, we see a bunch of students being all depressed due to how their exams went, stating that it was way too hard and difficult. But for Ha-jin, the day only ended quickly, as he placed first on the theory exam, and he plans to go to the nursing home that Hossup told him about quickly, and just then, someone calls him out. The person turns out to be Naeun, as he asks her, what does she want? She asks if he is heading to the study room, and he declines, saying that he is going out. Naeun asks if he is not going to study, and Ha-jin replies that he doesn't need to, but Naeun asks if he have any summary notes then. And Ha-jin straight up declines, while thinking, what is up with her again, as Naeun asks Ha-jin to help her out a little. As she really messed up on today's written exam, and she heard that just memorizing the important parts would help her get 10 more points. And so, she requests Ha-jin to help her cram for that. But Ha-jin asks, why does she not ask Yoon-ha for this, and she replies that she had a fight with her. And as she looks up and offers Ha-jin a good meal for this, she finds him gone already and gets pissed, while shouting his name. Now we see Ha-jin arriving at the nursing home, the place where Fern and Jesus stayed at, and as he knocks on the door, a voice comes from inside, telling him they are coming. It seems to be some old lady, who asks Ha-jin what brings him here, and right as he is about to introduce himself, he notes that she already recognizes her, which makes him quite surprised. While Ha-jin is quite confused at her recognizing him, he suddenly realizes the reason for it. Remembering that his body was Kim Chun-dong before, and he was a warm person, not a cold one unlike him, and he probably has his own personal relationship that he didn't know about, as the old lady happily asks him to come inside, as it's almost been a year since he last visited. So, Ha-jin starts to act as if he already knows them, and asks them, how have they been? The old lady replies that this palace is always the same, as Ha-jin starts to look around and see some old people greeting him and recognizing him, and are quite happy upon seeing him as well. And seeing their reaction, Ha-jin is quite surprised. The old lady asks what brings him here today, and Ha-jin replies that it's nothing much, and that he is looking for Mr. Agus, from which the old lady remembers as the one from South America. He was apparently really quiet, and all he did was talk to Ha-jin a little, hearing which again surprises him as he learns that Chun-dong knew Fernand, and that it must be something the co-author added to the storyline for this part, though it's not as bad this time. Ha-jin asks the old lady that he was wondering if he left anything behind, and the lady starts to think, as she don't think that he made any requests. And right as she is about to tell him, they both speak up at the same time about the letter that he must have left behind. The lady seems a bit surprised by this, and Ha-jin is glad that this part is still the same as the original novel. She asks Ha-jin, how does he know that, and he ignores and asks her, where is that letter right now? And thinks that while he don't know what Kim Chun-dong's personality was like originally, but based on the reactions that the people have towards him here, he is certain that he had a good relationship with the people here, as he tells the old lady that he had a promise with him. The old lady fixes up her glasses and tells him that it does make sense that he would have left something for Ha-jin, since he didn't discriminate against anyone and approached him first to talk to him. And so, she tells Ha-jin that he should go to Seoho Memorial Park, as the letter will be with his remains. Fast forward as Ha-jin arrives there, he thinks that he is doing so many things that he has never done before in real life. And as he walks down the memorial, he finds it, Area 17, first row and number 4. And there he also finds the letter, and is glad that it's still here. As he gets it out, and is about to open it, he remembers that he already knows the contents of this letter. And there is no need for him to open this letter, at least, he thinks that he shouldn't be the first person to read this. But since there might be a chance that the co-author played some kind of trick here, and if the content of the letter changed, things will get really complicated. We switch scenes to Yoon-ha, who learns that Ha-jin, before he entered Cube at the age of 11 years old, used to do volunteer work. There were many records of him doing it at orphanages or nursing home, learning, which surprises her. And she wonders if this is the reason that he has been going out frequently, knowing how there were many rumors about him, but to think that this was the truth. He grew up as an orphan and joined the military academy when his talent awakened. That's a life story that underwent a huge twist for the good, and thinks that if she was in his place, she would have thrown the negative past she had in the trash bin. But instead, he chose to remember his past, and perhaps he has been reaching out to others so he could find back his past. He doesn't use his strength as a tool to gather attention, but only uses it without others knowing it, when help is absolutely needed. And while that is not aligned with her values, she has no choice but to respect Ha-jin for this. And so, she finds him a really incredible person, and she asks her assistant if they do not have more important information about his past, like where he was born, and they reply that they are still working on it, as those are the only pieces of information they could find, and apologizes for it. And so, she orders them to look harder and report it to her. Next on the report, they inform her that they received a request from the Core Ion Mafia to track down an assassin. One of their executives was killed, and the assassin is said to be from Korea, knowing which, Yoon-ha thinks that she was intending to approach them for something related to relic smuggling. And with this, she may be able to work out an advantageous condition for themselves, and asks her team if they would be able to track down the assassin. And one of her assistant replies that there is a newbie named Kim Hosup that joined them recently, and he is quite useful, and sends his file towards Yoon-ha. Back to Ha-jin, who upon reading the letter, notes that its content has not changed at all. And so, he puts it back and gets relieved. And thinks that in this current situation, this is the only answer that the Truth Agency can give. We then see Toma's watch gets a notification, and seeing which she is quite surprised. As we learn that Ha-jin has sent her the message through the Truth Agency that they have found Fernan Jesus. And if she wishes to hear their reply, she has to transfer the required payment amount. Now next day, Professor announces the end of the tests, and that there won't be any more written tests for midterms either, and gives all the cadets leave. Now after the class, Ha-jin is seemingly buying a drink, and just then, someone calls him out. And it's Naeun, who asks, what is he going to do now since the tests are over? And he replies, what else? He is going to start preparing for the practical exam, which is surprising to her, as she replies that it's next week. Is he already going to prepare for it? She then starts to take something out of her bag to give it back to Ha-jin. And it turns out to be notes, and she thanks him for this, as she was able to do pretty well in tests thanks to them. And back then, she thought that he just left while ignoring her, and thanks him again for it, and Ha-jin replies that he only left because he had something urgent to do. She then compliments him that he did great at catching the key points, and he simply chuckles while thinking that these notes are actually something he got from hacking Yoon-ha's personal database. Naeun then offers to buy Ha-jin a good meal, as she is quite grateful to him, and asks if he wants to go there after the practical exams are over, and he replies, where to? And Naeun says, Hanjung Pavilion. Hearing that name surprises Ha-jin. He remembers that it's apparently a super luxurious Korean restaurant which is located in Gangwon-do. While he seems to be quite enticed by it, he answers her that he won't go, which shocks Naeun as she asks for his reason. He remembers that he needs to prepare for that incident which will happen after the practical exam, and tells Naeun that he is busy, and tells her to go with Suho if she wants to go there, hearing which, she blushes and asks, is he being jealous right now, which causes him to spit his drink. With a disgusted expression, he asks, What kind of nonsense is she talking about? And she tells him to forget it if it's not the case upon seeing his expression. Ha-jin starts to leave afterwards, but Nayeon tells him that she was just trying to pay him back for what happened at the restaurant in Paris, and he replies that it's fine, as he is not interested. She once again shouts at him that it would be a full-course meal, but he ignores her and leaves, making her think, what was all that about? And gets a bit sad, wondering that they cannot just go with the two of them. On his way back, he plans to buy some snacks for Evangel, and as he walks by a corner, he hears someone talking. And upon peeking, he sees Toma, who is asking for some advance payment, but her agency is quite furious, saying if she is really asking for that, especially since it has been so many months when she said that she needed 2 weeks to complete her task. And that she also lost the item that the team leader sent her, which she apologizes for, and Ha-jin chuckles hearing that as he eavesdrops on the call. She once again tries to ask that she really needs this money urgently, but the agency shouts at her this time, telling her to better focus on finishing her task first. And after the call, she seems annoyed as she states that nothing is going her way, but as she is leaving, she encounters Ha-jin on the outside. She is quite surprised seeing him, and wonders how long has he been standing there, and if he overheard her call. But she ignores it, as nothing in that conversation contained information about her being a demonic human, and so she leaves while telling Ha-jin to get lost. But as Ha-jin asks her if she would like him to lend her money, she quickly turns back in surprise, asking if he would really do that. But upon realizing that he heard her conversation, she asks him to forget it, saying that he don't even know how much she needs. But Ha-jin replies that since she is a mage, it would be easy for her to earn money as he heard, and he would lend her the amount if she writes him a promissory note, to which she replies that it's not an amount that he can lend her. Ha-jin reaches out in his pocket and takes out his card, saying that he might not look like it, but he is pretty rich. Now we fast forward to the second arena, first practical exam, team combat. The rules are similar to first semester's individual combat. The primary distinct is that this is a team combat. The attacking team of the first day's match is Rachel's team, and the defending team is Yo-hei's team. Seeing the location, Ha-jin comments that the terrain has lots of obstacles, which makes it much more advantageous for him. Rachel comes, planning to charge through the front with Hosung, and as for the rest of the members, she wants them to catch up and support them. And as she plans to depart, Ha-jin quickly jumps and gets up on a tree branch. She confusedly calls him out, and he tells her to go on ahead, as he will support her from the top, and Rachel thinks that Ha-jin is trying to dominate the high ground and agrees to go his way. And so, everyone leaves for their positions. Ha-jin climbs up on a really high tree and suddenly notices something from up top. He quickly takes out his weapon and shoots an arrow which was coming for him, and immediately changes his position while thinking the fact that there is an archer here means the team members of the opposing team are here as well, and wonders who the likely candidate will be. Suddenly, he notices someone sitting with a leaf in his mouth. And we see it's Yo-hei, who seems to confidently sitting under a tree while being totally relaxed. Seeing this, Ha-jin is quite confused and shocked, and wonders what is up with him, since he is being too vulnerable despite being having archers around here. Not to mention, the person he is up against is Rachel, as she rushes towards him, but despite this he still seems to be relaxed. And as Rachel jumps and attack him, Yo-hei unsheathes his sword and blocks her attack, which surprises her. Seeing which, Ha-jin is quite shocked as well, and Hosung also arrives as a backup. He attacks Yo-hei from a distance, creating a large shockwave in the arena. And seeing their fight, Ha-jin notes that they are evenly matched, and Yo-hei isn't losing despite being ganged up on by Rachel and Hosung. And so, in shock, he wonders if Yo-hei was always this strong. Even Hosung seems surprised that he is not letting up even when fighting both him and Rachel. They wonder if he is using a magic buff, and from this Ha-jin also gets a rough understanding of the situation. Yo-hei will stop the enemies at front, while the archer supports with the arrows in the middle. And the mage is probably at the back using all of his mana to cast all sorts of buffs on Yo-hei, and the supporter and the warrior are providing impenetrable defense to protect the mage, which would mean that it's a one-man strategy focused on Yo-hei. Ha-jin does consider it a pretty efficient strategy for defending team to use. But he then smirks, saying that it's assuming that their mage doesn't die and quickly park our offs to somewhere. He then arrives at some place and finds the mage who is being protected by other team members. One of them also notices Ha-jin sitting on the tree and notifies its members about him. They immediately attack him and Ha-jin runs away, wondering if he doesn't have any talent in infiltration. Meanwhile, their supporter is surprised that Ha-jin as a shooter came to them alone, and asks him what is he thinking, as Ha-jin shoots at them while hanging from the tree. But all of his bullets are stopped by the supporter using his axe as a shield. Ha-jin gets down and starts running and gunning at them, while their supporter asks her if her buffs are going well, to which she replies that they are all fine. Ha-jin notes that he is hiding himself really well, but even then, he believes that he would be able to easily shoot him down from above. And so they plan something and the warrior rushes towards Ha-jin, which makes him question if he is planning to take him down on his own. But which in return works great for Ha-jin as he jumps up and grabs onto a rock, thinking that there is no way they can catch him in a place like this with many obstacles. And so Ha-jin makes fun of them while running, and the supporter and the warrior starts to get annoyed, with the former saying that he is unable to catch Ha-jin at all, which is a pain in the ass. He then uses one of his skills, combine and forms, and brings multiple shields together. And it creates a perfect round ball made completely of shields, seeing which, Ha-jin comments if he is an armadillo or something. Their warrior tries to land a powered-up attack on Ha-jin, but he backflips over it. And while in mid-air, he goes over their shields, saying that no matter how much they block, a shield would still be a shield. And he is also able to see it clearly. Their shield's blind spot, as the bullet he shot curves around and goes right inside the shield through a small gap. Yohei is shocked upon the buffs getting removed, and we see the mage is knocked out. And the announcement is made as well, that his team mage has been retired, which is quite shocking for him. Meanwhile, Ha-jin thinks that if the mage had even one barrier cast on him, he wouldn't have knocked out in one shot. His mistake was trying to preserve his mana. Their team try to call Ha-jin coward, to which he replies, while smirking, "Who are they calling a coward?" As it's just them being strategic, as we see Yohei is getting pushed with his mana being consumed at a really rapid rate. And so he starts to get scared, thinking that he is screwed, and is losing his strength. Meanwhile, Toma takes care of their archer and Ha-jin simply hides in a tree up top. And with that, Team Rachel gets an overwhelming victory. Back in the waiting area, Rachel tells everyone that they did really great, and they tell her that she did great as well. Ha-jin notes that she seems to be in a good mood, and her voice and gestures are slightly different than usual. She then looks towards Ha-jin, saying that he did especially well, as they were only able to win because he took out their mage, and he replies that it was a decision that he made on his own. Hozun comes along and puts his arm around him, saying that if he failed, he would have been a troll, but since he succeeded he is a hero. And their team was apparently really surprised when he said that he would go and bring back the head of the mage, which made them think that he was Guan Yu or something. Now after the match, Ha-jin wonders if he worked too hard, and Naeun arrives from behind and calls him out, saying that Suho told her to tell him that he put up a great fight. Ha-jin asks if Suho said that, and she replies, he did, and he just went into his match. She then asks that the shot he just made, his bullet made a turn, how did he do that? And he gives a one-word answer, that it was just his talent, and she replies that it's a boring explanation. She then goes on that she wanted to fight quickly as well, but her match is only in the afternoon and evening, and Ha-jin gives an half-hearted response in return. Suddenly, as they are walking, he notices Shin and Yoonha standing. And Shin starts to glare at Ha-jin, questioning why is he talking to Naeun, and Ha-jin notices his glare, wondering if he is acting in a thriller movie or something with that glare. Naeun looks at him as well, and asks Shin why is he glaring at them, and he starts smiling towards her. And runs towards him like a dog, saying that he wasn't glaring at anyone. Meanwhile, Ha-jin asks Yoonha if she is on his way to her match, and she replies that her team is next. And while walking past by her, he tells her 5.56mm bullet, around 600 rounds. Hearing which, she asks, why is he suddenly talking about assault rifles bullets, and he replies that he just felt like it could be helpful information to her. She replies that he should know that high-grade magic bullets costs around 200,000 won per bullet, and he replies that 120 million is nothing, and if she is telling him that it's impossible for her. But she chuckles and asks him to not insult her like that, and asks if there is anything that he needs, and he replies he is good with the rest, he just needs the bullets. She then informs him about the mountain ginseng, and the elixir will be completed in 2 weeks, but there is something else as well, and Ha-jin asks if she wants to know if he have more, and she replies she thinks that it would take some time to find a place to do business with for her. So Ha-jin tells her that while he cannot guarantee that he can get more, but if he do get some, he would trade them for some stocks in her pharmaceutical company, and asks if that would be fine with her, and she gets elated hearing that, saying that it would be easy to do, and that she would be counting on him for that. Behind them, Shin asks Naeun why is she being friendly with someone like him? And she blushes and asks what nonsense is he talking about, and he replies if she has forgotten about it, that she said she disliked him. Naeun gets flustered and tries to disagree, saying that she had some misunderstanding back then, and Yoonha gets a bit flustered as well, telling Hain that Shin doesn't know him well, so he should ignore what he just heard. And Ha-jin replies that he doesn't care about him, so she shouldn't worry, and since he said what he needed, he leaves. On the way, he thinks that while he don't feel great, but this is the type of story settings it's supposed to be. Jong-hak is a descendant of the prime minister that served the king for a long time, and he is also the grandson of Shin Myung-chul, the great hero who saved Korea as it was starving after outcall happened. So it's natural that he feels a strong pride for his bloodline and status, and with that, he seems to have arrived back at his dorm, as he tells Evangel that he is back home. And suddenly, Evangel comes running towards him while shouting his name, and Ha-jin asks her if everything is okay. She quickly hugs him without saying anything, and he asks if anything happened, or if she is hungry. But he gets shocked upon looking at her crying face and asks her what happened. Evangel starts crying a lot, saying that Whitey has scratched her, and she shows a tiny scratch on her palm, seeing which Ha-jin is left speechless. And so he thinks that the first ironclad rule of raising a child is to never show them that you are annoyed. And so, he picks her up and asks how did that happen, and she replies that she doesn't know how, but calls Whitey bad anyways. And claims to have never done anything, and Ha-jin is confused, thinking that Whitey scratched her without her doing anything. He knows that Whitey is a grade 4 in mana affinity. Beasts with high mana affinity recover quickly, live longer, and are very smart, so a creature like that wouldn't scratch its owner without a good reason. And as gets inside the room, he notices cat treats lying around and remembers that he told Evangel to feed them to Whitey once a day. And so, he questions Evangel, why are there so many open packets of cat treats? And asks if she was eating them, which shocks Ha-jin, and Evangel doesn't say anything and tries to feign ignorance. She gets nervous and tells Ha-jin that she was curious about how good they tasted because Whitey liked them so much, so she just tried to taste them a little. And so Ha-jin realizes that it is what got Whitey angry and tells Evangel to not do that again. Suddenly, Ha-jin's watch buzzes and he gets a happy birthday message from Rachel. She sends him a digital cake set as well, and so Ha-jin realizes that today is his birthday. Now we switch scenes to Naeun, who is pouting and seems to be looking at something. And it's Yoon-ha's post, seeing which, she says that she is suddenly active on social media just because they finished the test. And from that post, she also gets to know that she is close with her team members, and thinks to perhaps celebrate with her team as well, but immediately drops the plan after since their presentation was a mess already. From that she also remembers her fight with Yoon-ha, and the fact that she hasn't talked to her since that day, and also realizes that she was the one who was at fault, and now wants to make up with her. She starts to roll over and get frustrated, trying to think what should she say to her. And so, she starts by liking her post first. She then scrolls and also sees Shin Jong-hak's post, looking at which, she thinks if they are some kind of gangsters or something, and wonders, when will he stop being so childish? She then Suho's post, who posted a picture with Ha-jin, seeing which, Naeun wonders if Suho is doing this on purpose, and starts to compare on how they both look. And below their post, she also notices a comment from Yoon-ha, and wonders, what is she doing here, and calls her intention too obvious. But soon enough, she starts to get bored of scrolling, and when she is trying to see if she has any unread messages, she notices something. And sees that it's Ha-jin's birthday today, and thinks to perhaps buy him a digital gift, and a cake at that. But decides not to, thinking that if she is going to give him something, then she should give it in person. But that thought causes her to blush hard and get embarrassed, as she wonders if she has gone mad to do that, and doesn't consider herself to be that close with him to do that. And so, she decides to not give him any presents at all, and simply send a happy birthday message to him instead. Now few minutes have passed since she has sent the message, and she already starts to wonder, why is he not replying? And so, he finally replies, with a simple thank you, which disappoints her. And so, she clicks her tongue and goes back to bed, saying that he is acting all chic, that little rascal, while being annoyed. Now fast forward to Thursday, which marked the end of all the tests, and while Ha-jin didn't do very well on the individual tests, he did very well on the team tests, due to which he was able to rank within 200, which he was aiming for. And with this, he should be able to get a bigger room in his second year, though it's not something that he is concerned about right now. We see him packing a lot of stuff, as he wonders if all of this would be enough. His watch again buzzes, with a notification that Cube will be on break next week, which is a good news for him as they won't be attending classes, which is all because of the external investigation. But even the investigators won't be able to find anything out of place, but the demonic humans that have infiltrated Cube should be laying low for the time being, but the important thing is the next part of the message. It's the field trip hosted by the Jinsung Foundation, which is the main story this time. On this field trip, the main characters will be caught by the wraiths of the past. It's an important artifact that will provide tremendous growth to everyone, so he has to make thorough preparations. Suddenly, Evangel comes crying to Ha-jin that Whitey ate the chicken, but he consoles her that it's fine, nothing bad would happen to her, and she replies, it's not what she meant. She is crying because it was the last piece of the fried chicken, and Ha-jin, while slightly annoyed, asks if this is the problem. Now fast forward to evening, we see Yoon-ha handing over the bullets to Ha-jin, with the magazines that can hold up to 45 bullets, so she actually put up 900 bullets in there. And Ha-jin thanks her for that. She then reaches her pocket and also gives him another thing. Ha-jin notes that it's a wrist guard, and Yoon-ha tells him that she heard the wrist is the most vulnerable when he is using the firearm. So, since his birthday was on Monday, she got him this, though she wanted to give it to him right on his birthday, but she was busy because of the exams, and Ha-jin once again thanks her for that. And so, she leaves while saying, "CYA around," and he replies her back as well. He smiles seeing her go, thinking that it's hard to imagine that he would be receiving gifts from Yoon-ha of all people. But as he looks at the clock, he notices that it's already late, and he is going to be late for his appointment. And so, we see him meeting up with his teammates, as Ho-sung asks if he is trying to be late because he is the main character, and he apologizes and replies that he had something to do before this. Rachel seems excited and asks if they can go in now, since Ha-jin is here. And so, we see them going to a karaoke, as Rachel peeks into someone singing. Ho-sung buys the ticket at the counter, and they tell them to go room 17. Rachel seems nervous and starts looking for room 17, and once they find it, they all head in. While going there, we see Naeun coming out of room 16 to get some water, as she encounters Ha-jin. And upon seeing him, she gets quite shocked. She starts to wonder in shock, what is he doing here, and is quite flustered as she dressed casually since she was just coming here to have fun. He asks if she is here to sing as well, and she reluctantly replies, she is. Since written tests are over, she and her friend asked her to come relieve some stress. And she asks him, who did he came with, and upon peeking inside the room, she is surprised to see Rachel. She seems to have gotten a bit annoyed, knowing that he is with her and his teammates. Ha-jin then asks if she is going to the Jinsung Foundation field trip, and she replies, she is, and asks if he is going as well. Suddenly, one of Naeun's teammate comes out, telling her that it's her turn, and so Ha-jin leaves as well, saying they would talk next time again, and she says, CYA as well. Though looking at him going to her, seems to have annoyed her as she clicks her tongue. Now as Ha-jin walks in his room, he thinks that it's been a while since he went into karaoke. Back when he was in reality, he never frequented to karaoke place much either. Suddenly, Ho-sung's hand comes out as he grabs Ha-jin and tells him to run away with a dreaded expression. He is shocked seeing that, and asks, what is he suddenly talking about, and we see his other teammates lying on the floor as well. And from this, Ha-jin remembers something, that Rachel loves singing, as she notices that he is back. And he also remembers that she is a terrible singer, and wonders, why did he design her like this? Now fast forward, Ha-jin is back in his dorm. He thinks that his plan to put the sapling's dust in the bracelet and giving it to Rachel is perfect. But the question is, he doesn't know how can he give it to Rachel. Originally, he was going to figure out the effects of this with the future Suho, but if he wants to reduce the gap between this story and the original, he would need to give it to her quickly. But even if he were to give it to her somehow, just wearing the bracelet won't have any effects. And just then, he gets a message from Rachel, as he wonders, why did she message him? And she is asking Ha-jin to teach her a little, how can she better control her magic power, seeing which surprises him, as he wonders, why does she have to learn from him? But he soon realizes that this situation works for him. And so, fast forward to night, he meets up with Rachel, who comments that he is already here. She thanks him for coming out, even though it was a last-minute request, and he tells her to not worry about it, while thinking that he is the one who is thankful to her. He asks Rachel if there is really anything that he can teach her, and she replies, to not say that. She reviewed the fight today and found there were lots of areas that she can improve in. If it weren't for Ha-jin, she believes they wouldn't have gotten such good results. Which is why she wants to ask for his help, and so she once again requests to help her, and asks, how can she become strong like him? Ha-jin replies that it sounds to him that she is saying that she wants to try his training routine. And while trying to be serious, he tells her that it's going to be very tough, and asks if she can handle it, and she replies she will try nervously. Now first things, they sit down and Ha-jin asks her to try sitting like he is. She tries to do but struggles, seeing which, Ha-jin tells her she can sit however she wants if it's hard for her to sit like him, but she replies that she can do it. But in the end, she couldn't do it, and ends up sitting her way, asking Ha-jin if it's okay, who replies that it is. He then asks her to reach out her hand to him, which she does. And suddenly, he puts that bracelet on her arm, telling her that it's nothing but a present, which will help her. But she is hesitant to accept, saying that he is already training him. Would it be okay for to accept the gift as well? And he replies, it's just a normal bracelet so she shouldn't worry about it, and she thanks him for it. And now, Ha-jin starts by saying that he first wants her to straighten her body, maintain that posture, and it should be as if someone is pulling her head upwards, and she can just breathe normally. In that state, he wants her to try focusing on the movement of mana. It should be flowing uniformly from her fingers to her toes, and she replies that doing it like this does seems harder than usual. Ha-jin replies it means she is doing it right while thinking that it's actually a meditation method that he found last minute on YouTube, but if she is feeling it, then it's all that matters. Though, he now thinks that he has laid enough bait, and asks her starting from her left hand, try circulating the mana, and she asks, does he mean from the bracelet? And he agrees, saying that it should feel like the energy of the bracelet is spreading throughout her body. And so, she starts circulating it through her body, thinking that it's a familiar sensation. It is as if she feels the nature is speaking to her. And upon opening her eyes, she is able to see spirits and gets excited. And so, Ha-jin congratulates her for becoming a spirit summoner, and she is unable to believe at this. He asks if she has ever checked whether she had an affinity with spirits before, and she replies that she did once when she was younger and got good results for it, but gave up because she couldn't find a training method to control spirits. Hearing this, Ha-jin thinks that Rachel's personality and talent are perfect for controlling spirits, but because the methods to develop the spirits aren't advancing right now, it's hard for her to achieve this herself. The dust of the butterfly spirit that seeded deeply into her body probably acted as the passageway between Rachel and the spirits. And due to this, Rachel thanks Ha-jin for the help. He replies that he didn't do much, thinking that Rachel should be able to grow much stronger without too many problems from now on. But suddenly, Rachel stands up and draws her sword, which surprises Ha-jin. And she suddenly attacks Ha-jin, though it was aimed at behind him. She tells Ha-jin to be careful as someone is there, and targeting them, which shocks Ha-jin as he looks behind. And he realizes that there aren't many people who will be after him, meaning that person's target is not him. And we see a hooded guy coming out of the bushes while laughing, saying that while she did through an attack, but seeing how unaware she is of who he is, the spirits must have told her of his existence. And as the guy removes his hood, Rachel is shocked seeing that it's Lancaster, as he tells Rachel that it's like always, she cannot do anything by herself. He then calls out to Ha-jin and tells him to be careful, saying that the affection he shows to Rachel will one day transform into a blade that turns on him. But Ha-jin defends Rachel and puts his arm forward, saying that it's none of his business. And asks him, why is he going so far to harass Rachel, since if all he wanted to ambush them, then he would have attacked them when they were defenseless. And just what is he after? Rachel nervously tells Ha-jin that he has a grudge against her. And Lancaster replies if she really thinks that he would do this just because of his grudge against her. In shock, Rachel asks, what does he mean? And Lancaster calls her arrogant for having such thoughts, and tells her that she is not even his target of revenge. The targets of his vengeance are those who threw away, insulted, framed, and even exiled those who offered their lives to them. Which is none other than the imperial family themselves, while she is nothing but one of the means by which he can take his revenge. Rachel grips her sword tightly and replies that he was someone who had more pride as a knight than anyone else. So, does he really have to do this? And Lancaster replies, doesn't she know it well? What he did for a certain someone, and how it ended up for him. But he is apparently only here to talk today, so there is no need for them to worry according to him. And suddenly, he throws a person towards them, calling it his farewell gift. And he seems to be dead, seeing which, they are both shocked and filled with fear. That person is one of the agents that have been protecting Rachel like a shadow, and so Lancaster leaves, while saying that he will always be watching her, she should never forget that. Ha-jin wonders if he really left, meanwhile Rachel seems to be still in shock after what happened. Ha-jin thinks that he knew Lancaster would be approaching Rachel really soon, but he was just supposed to send a few assassins and then retreat after they are defeated by Rachel's awakening. He wasn't expecting him to kill someone like this. And so, he decides to report it to the Cube right now, but he knows that the upper management of Cube are already rotten to the core, and are working with the demonic humans. And so, they would probably hide this incident somehow as well. Now fast forward, and Rachel is in her dorm, talking to her butler, and informing him what Lancaster said, and she also tells him that she cannot believe he really just left, something is not right, as before he even sent assassins to harm her. The butler asks if she can tell him more details about the situation, and she replies that back then she was training with a friend in the park, and her friend gave him a bracelet before training. The butler inquires about it, and she continues that he said it would help her in training, which gets him thinking. And so, he tells Rachel that he thinks that Lancaster has wrong idea about her relationship with his friend, which surprises Rachel. Lancaster lost someone important to him in the London incident, so perhaps he wants her to experience the very same pain that he did. Which gets Rachel to shout, why? And why would he have such a ridiculous misunderstanding? And she thinks if the butler's guess is right, then Lancaster is too mistaken, since right now she believes she is not in a position to have feelings for someone. She remembers what Lancaster told Ha-jin before, that the affection he shows to Rachel will one day transform into a blade that turns on him, and thinks that back then, she wasn't able to see what expression Ha-jin made. So she questions, what expression did he have, and would he hate her? Seeing her like this, the butler asks if she is alright, and she replies, she is. She thinks that it's for the better. If Ha-jin is disappointed in her, then he would naturally distance himself from her, which would be better for everyone. And suddenly, the butler starts to chuckle, telling Rachel that she sure have changed, and she is confused hearing that. And he replies that she always liked running around recklessly, and she gets embarrassed and replies that it was when she was still childish, and he continues that back then, she was just a child who would go and play right after finishing her homework. But regardless, the butler plans to hold a meeting to decide on whether they will give her more bodyguards, or hire skilled mercenaries to guard her from now on. And Rachel agrees with him, but also asks if the agent who died in the line of duty today had a family, and the butler replies, he did not. So, Rachel asks him to give the best treatment possible, and she will attend his funeral as well. Now after this, she again lies on her bed, thinking that another person has died because of her, and wonders, how many times would the situation repeat itself? And so, she retorts that she has to become stronger quickly. She then notices the bracelet that Ha-jin gave her, and remembers him telling her that it's just a normal bracelet, and smiles upon remembering that. And so, she quietly closes her eyes and sleeps. All the while, she is holding on to it. Meanwhile, Lancaster seems to be standing on top of a building, telling Rachel that affection isn't something that she can avoid just because she don't wish to give it to anyone. Now fast forward to after some time, they reached a milestone of the main story. We see Jong-hak getting angry at Ha-jin for being 2 minutes late, saying that he has gotten too cocky and he simply apologizes to him. Other than him, the rest of the field trip participants were as same per the novel. Their destination is Wind Mountain, which is located on the outskirts of Seoul, and 800 meters above sea level. And the summary of the main story this time is: everyone, including Kim Soo-ho, will be caught by the wraith of the past on the Wind Mountain. And that wraith will send everyone back to the 1970 when the outcall occurred. But technically speaking, it's a magic dimension that reenacts a part of the history, and Naeun asks Jong-hak, what are they going to do there? And he replies that there is tons of things to do. His family owns the Wind Mountain, and 50 years ago, a magic explosion took place on it, so the mana density there is super high. So they would meditate on top of the mountain and do some sparring, which makes Naeun excited. Meanwhile, Ha-jin thinks that while he don't know if it would be fun, it would definitely be eventful. And although everyone had a tough time in the novel, he believes that it would turn out fine since they have him this time. And so with a smug face, he mentally tells everyone that they should be thanking him, and seeing him like this, Yoon-ha is quite disgusted. We now get a flash forward, as everyone wonders, why is the ground so flat, despite them being sure of climbing the mountain? And Soo-ho looks behind with nervousness, asking everyone if they have seen Ha-jin. And Ha-jin narrates that back then, he had forgotten of what might happen. We go back in time a bit, as all of them arrive at the Wind Mountain, and Yoon-ha is quite amazed upon seeing it. Naeun seems to be humming and in good mood as well, saying that it's a good place for picnic, which Ha-jin kind of agrees with. But seeing Ha-jin's mild reaction, she asks if Jong-hak has rubbed off on him, and he replies, that's not it, making Shin annoyed at her remark. Their assistant then tells them that there is a house on top of the mountain, and the master that Jong-hak has invited would be arriving late at night there. Naeun excitedly asks Jong-hak, who is that master, but he simply tells her that she would be shocked upon seeing him, and tells everyone to get to climbing since they would need to reach there by 3 p.m. While walking, they seems to be enjoying and looking around the mountain. Fast forward a bit and they all start to pant, as they question how long they have been walking, and asks Jong-hak if it's supposed to take this long to climb up. But he replies that he thinks they might have gone in the wrong direction, and Ho-seong thinks something is weird, as they have definitely climbed the mountain, and yet he questions why did the ground become flat. And Soo-ho notices Ha-jin is missing, and asks if anyone has seen him. Naeun replies that he has been following them all this time. But when they look back, he is nowhere to be found, making Naeun think that he is pranking them, and Yoon-ha gets nervous as well, as he was just behind them a moment ago. Naeun realizes that he has really gone missing, and Jong-hak tells her to calm down, while saying that Ha-jin is an idiot, so he probably couldn't catch up properly, and must have gotten distracted by all the precious herbs here. But regardless, they decide to find him first, since he might have gotten lost. But suddenly, the ground starts trembling. They wonder what is happening, and as Yoon-ha looks up in the sky, she gets terrified upon noticing the sun. Suddenly, the whole landscape changes, and they all seems to have gotten surrounded by tall grass. But Ho-seong notices that the earthquake has stopped for now, and Yoon-ha wonders if nature magic did this. And as she is trying to their eyes on what happened, Soo-ho stops her, as they see someone approaching them with a light. The person, upon noticing them all, says that he thought it was some mountain beasts, but they are just kids. And we see it's a middle-aged guy, who asks them, what are they doing here? And then asks if they lost their way, while telling them that explosions can happen anytime here, since it's danger zone. Hosung wonders if it's mana explosion, and Yoonha wonders if he is talking about mana explosion that they read about in textbook. Though, she does say that it's a phenomenon that happens rarely. And Suho comments that there are too many things that they don't know about, but for now, he suggests to follow that guy to get out of here, and they should be able to meet up with Ha-jin at the destination they are supposed to be at. As they get to the city, they are quite confused, seeing as how everything is destroyed, and wonders, what and where is this place? The guy replies that it's the only safe place near here, and asks if they don't know about Gwangmyeong City Hall. Hearing this surprises Suho, and Naeun asks if it's the same place that they passed by in a car, but this one is in total ruins. Suho then nervously asks the guy if he knows what date is today, and he replies he doesn't have any idea, as they don't have energy to keep track of something like that. But Suho asks for a rough idea, and upon thinking, he replies that it's around 1972, which shocks all of them. Suho realizes that it all makes sense now, the ground that suddenly became flat, a situation that felt out of place in their era. They have somehow gone back to Gwangmyeong City in 1972. Though, he questions, how did that even happen, and suddenly someone grabs Naeun by her arm, telling her that it's dangerous to stay outside, but she gets angry and tells him to let go of her. Jong-hak arrives and pulls the guy, while angry, telling him to let go of her. Suddenly, the middle-aged guy snaps his finger and others arrive as well, as he tells Jong-hak to not be too harsh, as they are not bad people with a wicked expression. Realizing that it's a trap, Suho quickly takes out his weapon, but notices something wrong. He notices that he cannot gather any mana, and same thing happens with everyone else as well, while their ambushers gets ready to attack them. And as they are all completely surrounded, Suho asks them the reason for doing all this. And the guy replies, who knows, it's perhaps they could become a threat to them. But suddenly, someone fires a bullet at them, as they notice that it's an ambush. And we see it's Ha-jin with his bike and shotgun, and seeing him they all remember him and get scared, calling him the monster that eats human. Due to him, they all try to run off, as the guy plans to report this back quickly to Azura. But before they all run away, Ha-jin fires his shots and takes care of all of them. Everyone is left quite shocked by this. And Suho questions, who is that person, as he doesn't recognize his Ha-jin. But Jong-hak immediately rushes to attack and unmask him, since Ha-jin is not doing himself. He tries to tell him to stop, but Jong-hak lands a solid strike on his helmet regardless. And as his helmet flies away, we see him getting a slight scratch from the strike. As he tells them that he should give him a chance to speak before attacking him. And greets them by saying, long time no see. We go back in time a bit when Ha-jin disappeared. He realizes that he was wrong, since just because they were in the same time period and space, he thought he would be sent back to the same point in time as them. And as Ha-jin turns his head around to look at Frog, the next moment, he is transported back in time. In that brief moment of letting his guard down, the place he arrived in the past was Gwangmyeong, but way before Suho and others arrived. A whole 5 weeks earlier at that. At first, he fell into despair, but the situation was better than he thought. He apparently overlooked that in the original novel, only 5 people were sent to the past, so the current situation is actually the correct version. The demonic humans that were trying to rule over this place were way stronger than expected, and he had many things to do before Suho and the rest arrived. He set up his base at a distance from the enemies where he was still able to observe them. And he attacked them, and prevented them from growing any stronger. Just like that for 40 days, he ate meals by himself, shot at enemies by himself, grew stronger by himself, and ran away by himself. And finally he met up with the others, as everyone starts to follow him, and Suho asks if it's really that place. And Ha-jin agrees that it's really Gwangmyeong in 1972, a living hell where outcall had only taken place 1 year and 3 months ago. Suho asks, how long has he been here, and Ha-jin thinks and replies, a year, which shocks them all. But seeing their reaction, he quickly takes back his lie, and answers correctly that it was about 5 weeks. But they all don't seem to believe in him, and Ha-jin replies that he is serious and had a decent life here as well. Jong-hak asks if he has figured out what caused the phenomenon, and he replies he has roughly. But he tells them to head to his base first before they talk any further. Jong-hak mockingly asks if this his base, and Suho with a crying expression asks if he really lived here for a year, and Ha-jin gets annoyed, saying that he should believe him when he says that he was here for 5 weeks. Both Yoonha and Naeun are quite in dread upon saying the base, as Yoonha comments that there is really nothing here, but Naeun replies, it's not true, there is something here. And it's a cockroach, seeing which, they scream on top of their lungs. Yoonha almost passes out, while Naeun gives Ha-jin a thumbs up saying that she really respects him now, and Ha-jin sighs while telling them to wait a bit. He infuses his mana into the magic tent and it inflates it to regular size. Naeun is quite surprised seeing a tent appearing and Ha-jin asks them to eat since they must be hungry, and everyone gets excited learning he has food as well. But Ha-jin then states there is a problem, they would need to slaughter to eat. Everyone is quite surprised hearing that, and Ha-jin says that he ate all the food that he brought in case of emergency, so there is nothing that can be done about it. Suho volunteers for it, stating that he is good at it, and Ha-jin asks Younghan to help Suho out as well. Jonghak makes fun of Suho, saying that it's the perfect job for him, and Ha-jin hands him over a bucket, telling him to get them water from a stream nearby. He gets angry upon getting an order from Ha-jin to do that, but Ha-jin asks Naeun to go along with Jonghak, which immediately causes him to change his mood, as Naeun gets ready to go. Yoonha gets annoyed, as Ha-jin sent Naeun along with Jonghak, and seeing her reaction, Ha-jin wonders if she is upset because he sent Naeun with Jonghak instead of her. And so, Ha-jin states that after they bring back water, he plans on cooking ramen. Yoonha confirms if he just said ramen, and he replies and asks if it's not up to her rich standards. She immediately gets happy, saying, while that it cannot be helped, it's better to eat it instead of starving to death. Now fast forward a bit, and they have settled up the tables and tents. Suddenly, Yoonha remembers and asks Ha-jin, why can't they use mana here, as they could have done this all in minutes if they could. Ha-jin replies, in this time period they cannot use mana that they brought from future, but if they wait for a little, it would start accumulating again. The mana density is way higher and richer here since the outcall happened recently, but it's way rougher and harder to control, so it would take about a week for them to get used to it. And so, all the rich kids here should stop being fussy and start eating the food. As they would need to eat up so they can fill up mana faster, the beasts here contains a lot of mana. And so, Jonghak finally takes a bit, surprising Naeun that he is eating that. Since looking at the food, she feels like she would get an upset stomach if she eats it, but regardless, she decides to eat it since she doesn't have any choice. And upon taking a bit, she finds really incredibly delicious as her whole expression changes. She loudly exclaims, how is this so good? And Ha-jin replies, that mana density here is higher than mana density on Baekdu Mountain in the present, so the meat here should be better than most high quality meat. And hearing that, Naeun quickly picks up a lot of meat at once, seeing which Yoonha thinks that she needs to eat quickly, or she won't have enough meat. Now after they are finished eating, Ha-jin begins explaining them the situation. He explains that they were sent back to the past by a wraith, which Jonghak finds absurd, as traveling to the past is a top-tier miracle, and how can a mere Roth do that? Ha-jin replies, originally a Roth wouldn't be able to do that. And asks Jonghak if there is a Tower of Time on the Wind Mountain, and he agrees, saying that his grandfather conquered it in the year 2000. Ha-jin explains that the moment the tower was conquered, an unimaginable amount of mana was condensed, and it was left in the present world, which is similar to the floating crystal of the Clancy Islet, in the form of a magic crystal, and so the Roth used the tower's remnants. The mana that was left from the tower leaked out and would become crystals over time. The Roth then used the power and brought them to the recorded world, and Suho asks about the recorded world. Ha-jin explains that they haven't been sent to the past, but are in a magic space that re-manifested the past of this area, and in this place, there is a demonic human that has been caught by the Roth just like them. She calls herself Azura, and she is using the mana crystals to become stronger. Yoonha asks a question, how is she using it to go stronger, as the method to use mana crystals was only developed in the year 2000. And Ha-jin replies, by eating them, which shocks her, as she asks if that wouldn't endanger her life, and he replies, usually it would, but she was able to digest them without any side effects. And she might have worked together with the Roth to obtain some kind of special power, and Hosung replies, wouldn't that be really dangerous then? And Ha-jin thinks there is actually no need to be concerned about Azura. While she is a little stronger than she was in the novel, he still definitely has the advantage when it comes to abilities. Though he gets annoyed by the fact that even though he gave her such a beautiful name, she still went with such a nickname. He then hands over one of the crystal to Suho, saying that he would tell all of them how they can get back. He shows the crystal, which is the tower's remnant and is used to maintain this space. Demonic humans have been dispatched to various locations, including the city hall, to place the crystals there. Without them, they cannot manifest the past. Jonghak asks if this is the case, then they would just need to take them, which Ha-jin agrees with. And Naeun and Suho adds that in this case what they must do is obvious. Ha-jin smirks while replying there are a total of 6 places including the city hall with these crystals. Azura and her subordinates will be protecting these places. And so, they would take them down and steal the remnants of the tower. Now fast forward a bit and Ha-jin seems to have woken up from resting, and Naeun is already outside, commenting that he is up early. He replies that he wanted to check if she was doing a good job standing watch, and she gets annoyed hearing that, saying what kind of person does he think she is. And seeing her reaction, Ha-jin states that he was just joking, he actually got up because he got used to sleeping less, and Naeun asks if it's because he is constantly on guard. Though he ignores her and asks her to get off her bike. She then comments about his hair, that it has gotten really long, almost as much as hers, and if it doesn't get in his way. He replies, they do, but he didn't cut it on purpose to make sure a cursed sorcerer wouldn't get hold of his hair, hearing which surprises Naeun that they got a cruise sorcerer as well. Ha-jin continues that he saw one carry a doll around, and Naeun comments that she would need to be careful. Staring at the distance, Naeun suddenly asks Ha-jin if Seoul St. Mary's Hospital far from here, and Ha-jin is a bit confused about hearing that. But he replies regardless, that it would probably take less than 30 minutes to get there on his bike, since Seoul is in that direction. And asks, why is she suddenly asking about that, and she replies, that her mother was born in that hospital in 1972. And so, she was wondering if she might be there, and Ha-jin replies that the area manifested is only limited to this vicinity, they wouldn't be able to make it to downtown Seoul. And with a bit of disappointed tone, she replies, I see, that's disappointing. Fast forward to evening, we see Suho and Naeun seems to be sparring against each other. Suho seems to be getting pushed with that one strike, and Naeun is quite happy upon seeing the results. Apparently, after following Ha-jin's instructions on moving her mana, she'd gotten used to living in the past now, and at this rate she would be back to her original power soon enough. Suddenly, Suho gives off a confident smirk, and quickly takes down Naeun with a single strike as she states that she lost again. Suddenly, Jong-hak throws over his clothes to her as she asks, why is he giving her this, and he replies, that she is a girl so she should be more careful. Suddenly, Yoon-ha turns back with drool in her mouth and we see it's Ha-jin who has brought food and everyone gets excited seeing him. Suho thanks him for that, and Naeun asks, what did he bring today, and Ha-jin tells her to check it herself, while Yoon-ha is embarrassed at herself for salivating just from hearing the bike engine. Seeing the dishes, they all get really excited as Suho tells everyone to eat up. And so, they all sit down to eat. Naeun states that she won't be able to enjoy the food in the present now, and Ha-jin tells her to eat up and move a lot as it's how she would be able to digest the high-density mana. From this, she asks, why does it hurt a lot when she tries to use mana, and Ha-jin replies that it's because too much mana is gathered there, she needs to use up the mana to move around it. She then questions, why are they the only one sparring, and why is he not doing that, and he replies, that he already did a lot of fighting before they even got here. While thinking that he also got a physical buff, thanks to the high-density mana here, he was able to gain an additional 0.25 times the XP for 50 days. And he got all that without having to work for it. And while they are not in any rush since a year here is only 1 hour on the outside, but starting from the 4th week, the invasion that occurred in the past will begin, so they cannot stay here forever. And so, Ha-jin starts to briefing to go and secure the crystals. He starts explaining, Kim Min-jio at the Northwest Tower, Ju Parang at Southern Tower. First, they would attack those two places, which have weak fighting force, and they would move out in 3 days. The two teams will be led by Suho and Jong-hak, they would take the route at night and ambush them. Now fast forward to 3 days later, Jong-hak is super annoyed at being paired up with only Ha-jin. Naeun tells him to not act like a child, and Young-han says that Ha-jin must have a plan, which is why he made the decision. Jong-hak angrily turns towards Ha-jin and asks, why does he have to be paired up with him? From this, Ha-jin notes that Kim Min-jio is about the standard of a lower intermediate hero, so he is not someone who can be taken down alone, but Suho and others won't kill people, even if it's just a recreation, and so he tells Jong-hak that he is the weakest here, so it's natural to balance out by teaming up with the strongest. And hearing this, his mood immediately changes, as he states that he would take this one for the team. Fast forward, and they arrive at the water tower. And he tells Jong-hak to hurry up as he told the others that they would have to clear the mission in 2 hours, but Jong-hak seems to be quite disgusted, stating that he cannot accept the fact that he sat as a pillion to Ha-jin, and when Ha-jin questions about it, he angrily replies, the fact that he rode on the same bike as him pisses him off. Suddenly, someone discovers them, and questions their identity, and tells them to go back now. Jong-hak blames Ha-jin for this, and Ha-jin replies, if he is serious, all the while they ignore the guy. The guy then prepares to attack them by taking out his nunchucks. Jong-hak gets annoyed, and the next panel, we see the guy is knocked out. Ha-jin states that he would deal with the ones on the outside, as there are about 20 guards around the tower, and Jong-hak replies, who is he to tell him what to do? But once again, Ha-jin strokes his ego by saying that he needs to take care of the small fries, so the big shots can fight peacefully. Now as the two guards are resting, one of them gets hit right in the head. The other one panics seeing it, but before he realizes what happened, Ha-jin shoots him as well. With that, Ha-jin has taken down a total of 5 people, while thinking that it's still too much of a toll on his mind, even though they are not really living people. And he is simply unable to get used to it. But setting the thoughts aside, he wonders if the others are doing well. We now switch scenes to Suho's team, and they are wondering how should they proceed with the plan, and Suho asks Yoon-ha for suggestions. She notes that the steel tower has been imbued with magic, taking it down with her whip would be difficult. Meanwhile, Naeun notes that there are around 40 enemies, each around the same level as a cube cadet, and Young-han gets a bit scared hearing that, wondering if it's really possible with just the 4 of them. Yoon-ha notes that there is a difference of rank within the hero grades, meaning that someone of a certain rank would be able to beat 10 people a grade below him. But the difference between their abilities aren't that big, except for one person, which is Kim Suho. And so, she asks Suho to draw as much attention as possible. While a couple of them might stay where they are, most should come after him. And while Suho buys them time, they would subdue the rest of them, and then join up to subdue even more of them. Naeun asks if it's not too dangerous for Suho, and he replies that he thinks she suggested the best solution. And so, he gets ready to go and rushes off after flaring his magic power. And when he arrives at the location, he starts off by punching one of them right in the face. The guy gets sent flying, and everyone notices Suho and alerts others. They all get distracted by Suho, and Yoon-ha notes that her plan worked. And so now, they all jump in from behind as well. Fast forward a bit later, and they have taken down most of the enemies. They start to leave to take care of the tower, and Naeun asks Yoon-ha to come as well. But as Yoon-ha turns back, suddenly the guy behind that she took down suddenly gets back up. But she is able to stop him in time, though she does get a part of her hair cut off. She gets quite pissed off from getting her hair cut off, as it took her long time to grow them out, and plans to just crush his head, since he is not a real living person anyways. But decides to let him go in the end, and simply knocks him out when he asks her to spare his life. And tells him that she is only sparing him because she doesn't want to feel bad after this. We then see Suho and Young-han climbing up the tower to take care of it. Now fast forward to 2 hours later, they all cheers as their raid went smoothly. Young-han asks Ha-jin if he is not going to eat more, and he replies he doesn't have much appetite. While both of them note Suho and Naeun eating up like crazy, as if they haven't eaten in quite a while. Regardless, Ha-jin commends everyone for doing a good job, and they should keep going like this and secure the crystals one by one. Suddenly, Yoon-ha starts coughing and Naeun asks her what's wrong, and she replies that her chest is feeling stuffy. Ha-jin quickly takes notices of it, and gets a bad feeling about it, and notes that she doesn't seem injured anywhere, but notes part of her hair missing. In worry, he quickly stands up and asks about her hair, and she replies that it got cut off while she was fighting, surprising Ha-jin. He gets worried, thinking that he made a mistake, as he already knew that they won't kill anyone, yet he gave them a proper warning. The enemies must have gathered her hair when the main squad came back, and it must be in the hands of the cursed sorcerer now, and a curse by the sorcerer in this situation would most likely be a curse of weakness. Seeing Ha-jin's expression, Yoon-ha asks what is wrong, stating that she is not so sick that he looks like that, and Ha-jin informs them that they have a cursed sorcerer by their side. If they got hold of her hair, and what is she experiencing right now is the symptom of the curse, then her life could really be in danger, hearing which scares both Naeun and Yoon-ha. Naeun also remembers that Ha-jin told her about this, but she has forgotten about it since she thought that it wasn't important. Ha-jin replies that it was his mistake, as he only mentioned it briefly to her. And so, the atmosphere gets tense and everyone goes silent. Yoon-ha smiles, asking about their serious looks and saying that they don't know if it's a curse for sure yet. And that she actually has pretty high resistance for magic, so she can easily overcome something like a curse. But Jong-hak comes in and pats her head, telling her to tell them if she is in pain. And it causes her to blush really hard as she stutters while saying that she doesn't think she is in any pain, while Jong-hak calls it out as a lie. He gets quite pissed, saying that they would be busy reorganizing the place they just raided, so he thinks that it would be best for them to destroy other places completely before dawn breaks. And asks if anyone agrees, and Ha-jin does, saying that if it's really the curse of weakness, then they don't have time to take things slowly, so Suho gets ready to depart quickly as well. Yoon-ha tries to go as well, but Naeun tells her to rest. She tries to argue, but Ha-jin says that with all of them going, they would be back soon. Thinking that Jong-hak has a trait that increases his physical ability the angrier he gets, and it's time for that ability to shine. We now switch scenes to Azura, who is informed by his henchmen that the water tower and the weapon storage were raided and all the crystals were stolen overnight. They apologizes to him, and he tells them to not make a fuss, as they have already found out who they are. He knows Suho and Jong-hak, the two promising cube cadets, an unexpected harvest for him. And if he were to offer both of their heads, becoming the executive of the evil of destruction won't be far off. And so, he orders his men to gather the remaining crystals and bring them to the city hall. He knows that if they retrieve the crystals, then the people of the past that are in charge of them will be weakened, but since they have a cursed sorcerer on their side, it's the best solution they have. Since there is no way that they would just let their friend die. He then gets up and starts walking, calling them pitiful brats, assuming that they would ruin their own plans being swept away by emotions. Now day 1 after the curse of weakness activated, just as it was expected, Yunha lost her strength. And by the time they realized that there was something strange about the crystal, Azura had already retrieved all the crystals and taken them to the city hall. On day 2, the life began to drain from Yunha's eyes. And by the 3rd day, she couldn't even stand up while Suho informs Hajin that there are no movements from Azura from inside the city hall. And a week later, she is unable to even eat things. And at this rate, her life could really be in danger. Jonghak and Suho comes back, informing Hajin that today was the same as well, no one came out of the city hall. Hearing this, Hajin is quite surprised as he wasn't expecting Azura to take a different strategy than he did in the novel, and assumes that he probably wants them to go there themselves if they don't want to see their teammate die. Jonghak angrily states that they don't have a choice, they need to do what that Azura wants them to do. Younghan asks if they're going to charge in the city hall then, as they have only 4 people while they have a lot more. Hajin replies that it won't be a problem, since if the crystals are gathered in one place, then the past will become unstable. And since the residents are manifestation of the past, they will get weaker as well, so there should only be around 200 people to fight, and among them, only handful of them are to be wary of, including Azura. And if the 4 of them charge in there, they would have a pretty good chance at winning. Naeun angrily states that 200 people are nothing, and plans to kill all of them herself. Suho speaks up about the main problem, which Hajin also realizes. The fact that they cannot leave Yunha alone, as there is a chance that they might attack her. Someone has to protect her until they kill their curse user, and they cannot bring her along either on the battlefield. Suddenly, Hajin gets an idea and realizes something, noting that they can use the magic crystals that they stole. And so, he tells everyone that he would protect both Yunha and the crystals. Younghan replies that they don't know how many enemies might come here. But Hajin says that it would be fine as he has his bike as well. If something goes wrong, he is confident that he can bring Yunha with him and escape. And with this, he asks for their opinions, as he thinks that it's the best strategy they have, so Suho also agrees to it, as it's the only choice they have right now. Yonghan also agrees, and tells everyone that they should get their bodies warmed up since they're going to be attacking at night. And an angry Jonghak states that he will rip Azura to shreds. Now fast forward to night, as all of them arrive at the city hall. Naeun notes that the grass here is withered, which makes her wonder if this is what Hajin meant by past losing its strength. Suho notes that even thought the city hall is right up ahead, there is not a single person in sight, and if they are this close, they should have noticed their presence, and Younghan calls it an obvious trap. Suddenly, a bunch of guys appear on top of a bus, saying that they should know children are not allowed here, and asks, what are they doing here? They note that he is the closest aide to Azura whom Hajin mentioned, Yo Dongsok. Jonghak tells him to step aside and asks for Azura's whereabouts, and Dongsok calls him a rude kid for that. And goes on to say, what if he told him that Azura isn't here? But Jonghak doesn't believe him and starts preparing to attack while saying that he won't be asking him again. Noticing the dark red mana emitting from Jonghak, Dongsok wonders what is up with the color of his mana. Jonghak then angrily attacks him, shouting to bring him Azura. But Dongsok is able to dodge the attack by jumping upwards, and compliments him for a fierce attack. But he again tells Jonghak that Azura isn't really here, but Jonghak doesn't believe him still, saying, where else could he be? And suddenly realizes what is happening, and Dongsok smiles while saying that they have left their crystals behind, didn't they? Along with an injured one at that, asking what gives them the confidence to leave them behind, hearing which, they all get scared, as they guessed that they could be targeting their hideout, but not the fact that Azura went there personally. Younghan turns around quickly, saying that they need to get back quickly. But he gets a sword pointed at him, and we see all of them are completely surrounded. Both Jonghak and Naeun are quite anxious and flustered, with Naeun thinking that if they don't get back quickly then Yunha and Hajin would be in trouble. But Suho suddenly starts laughing hearing that. Naeun is shocked seeing that, and wonders if Suho has gone crazy. Dongsok asks Suho if he has gone crazy and asks the reason for his laugh. Suho smiles, while confirming if he just said that their leader went there alone. And we see Hajin also smiling while encountering Azura, as he had waited and prepared a trap for him. He knew that Azura, who is after the magic crystals, will come here personally to look for them. And he actually took his bait as well, while we see Azura laughing thinking that he won. Yunha tugs on Hajin's clothes and asks him leave her behind and run away. But Ha-jin smiles and tells her to not worry, while on the other side, Suho tells everyone that everything is under control, while openly stating that Ha-jin is even stronger than himself. Azura notes that it's like the Wraith told her, he has the crystal and the injured person is here as well. He then smirks, thinking that this fight is going to be easy, and calls Ha-jin a pitiful human, saying that human like him are the reason that he gave up on being one. He hates getting unnecessarily emotional, but Ha-jin tells him to shut up in between his monologue, and asks if he came here alone, and before he tries to say anything, Ha-jin again cuts him off, saying that he don't see anyone with him. And Azura once again answers that he has 1,000 soldiers in his army, and Ha-jin calls his talk quite cheap, stating if this is how he is going to play it, then he too have 1,000 golden calves in his home, and it pisses Azura off. He then shouts and calls Ha-jin an arrogant brat and tries to show him his power. And we see some monsters appearing out of a portal, which Ha-jin already expected, as he knew his abilities. He consumes his own mana to call forth a being from the demonic realm. Waves of demonic beasts. Yunha gets up and tells Ha-jin to leave her behind and run away. But he tells her to not worry, as it would be all over soon. He would be fine as well, so she should rest here, and she falls asleep again while apologizing to him, saying that she would leave him to it. Ha-jin also gets ready to fight and uses his stigma, and transforms his handgun into an assault rifle. Noting that with the attack damage increase from ether, he was able to increase the inherent attack power of his Desert Eagle, and he won't use up any mana or stamina either, he just needs to pull the trigger. Furthermore, he uses Identify on his weapon and lands a jackpot there as well. And now he infuses a little stigma mana into the crystal, and it causes a large release of mana, and also the surroundings around him changes. And we see the path around him is blocked, and the monsters and Azura are right in front of him. And Azura comments that Ha-jin knows how to use the crystal, but says that it won't make a difference still, even if he changes the surroundings. Ha-jin points his weapon, while saying that it will make a lot of difference. We now get a flashback of Yunha, as apparently, her family was called hunting dogs. As people around her laughed at her, Yunha thinks that they can laugh all they want, but in the end, they would all bow down to them. But for that to happen, she has to succeed, and bring greater fame to her family. It was a long wish that she had to fulfill alone. She wonders if it's because how Ha-jin's back looked. Seeing how he took everything by himself made her feel that she was looking at herself. And we see Ha-jin quickly dispatching all the monsters quite easily with his new weapon. Looking at which, Yunha is really impressed and calls it incredible. Noting that he created a terrain that makes it impossible for him to be surrounded, and he is shooting vital points of the monsters coming at him accurately. The monsters that are flooding like black wave are disappearing like bubbles. He is not giving them time to attack or get closer. It's a flawless shooting technique. And with this, she starts to feel warmth. It feels so peaceful to her, knowing that someone is protecting her. On the other side, Suho seems to be fighting against the right-hand man of Azura, as his attack blows away the guy beside him, and then he clashes directly with Dongsok. Dongsok asks Suho if he was telling the truth before, and Suho asks, what does he mean? And Dongsok replies about when he said that the one who stayed behind is stronger than him, and Suho replies that he don't like to lie. It makes Dongsok ask Suho that he must have sparred with him a lot, and he replies, just once, which surprises him. Suddenly, they both hear a scream, and when they look back, we see it's Jonghak, who is shouting at everyone to get out his way. And Dongsok asks if he is also as strong as Suho, and he chuckles in replies. Dongsok thinks that their plan is completely foiled if the boy over there with his boss is even stronger than these two here. Suho tells him that it's still not too late, they don't have to fight, as they're just being made use of by evil after being possessed by ghost. But Dongsok replies that it's not important in this era, strength is justice. But Dongsok replies that it's not important in this era, strength is justice. And Dongsok seems quite intrigued, saying that Suho has been hiding something interesting. And so, Dongsok also drops his weapon and starts to change his form in return, stating that it's time for him to show his trump card as well. We switch back to Ha-jin and Azura, as Azura thinks that he didn't sense anything great from Ha-jin. He was just some kid who was struggling after being driven into a corner, or so he thought at least. And yet, he keeps taking down every monster that comes his way. Azura calls it all impossible, and questions, why is that even after he summoned so many demonic beasts? But Ha-jin has yet to receive a single injury. And what on earth is his power and reaction speed? He is unable to believe that there is not a single opening against him, even when he is swapping magazine. And at this rate, he won't have any demonic beasts left, and suddenly, Ha-jin speaks up that there is too many of them, and asks if it's due to Wraith. What does he want? Is it revenge or is it wealth and success? Though whatever the answer is, the results won't change, as Azura starts to get visibly concerned. But soon enough, Ha-jin runs out of bullets. He takes out the magazine and checks, and it's seemingly empty. And Hajin tells Azura that he doesn't even hate him, he does understand him, he probably had no choice but this in order to become stronger. Hajin knows that the reason that Cheonhua became a demonic human is simple, it's because he wrote it that way, as Azura smirks, saying that the reason was Hajin talking so much is that he ran out of bullets. He had no backstory, he was just a tool that was to be used for the growth of the protagonist, as he tells Azura that he still have some bullets left. And no matter what kind of life he had, there is where his story will end, and Azura replies that he is doing everything he can to buy time, isn't he? And believes that Hajin cannot do anything, as the magazine doesn't even fit his weapon. And right as he tells Hajin that he would rip him apart, Hajin again starts shooting and bringing down his demonic beasts. As Hajin thinks that no one would have to think if Azura can even be called a villain. He was just an extra, as he tells Azura that is over for him, it's just how the cliché goes, and apparently, Hajin also feels a little sorry for him. A bit later, Naeun arrives calling out Hajin's name and asking if he is alive, and he waves at her, while Azura looks scared and nervous. And along with her, everyone is here, even the villagers, as Azura wonders, what are they doing here? And they are surprised to see that Azura really lost. Azura gets angry, thinking that they all betrayed him. And wonders just how much mana and time he wasted on single brat like him. As he realizes that there is no longer a chance for him to win. Suddenly, the wraith seems to be coming out of Azura as he tries to convince that he can still go on. The wraith comes out in the form of floating skeleton and seems to be flying away. They all get worried seeing it, and Hajin tells them to not worry, as the wraith cannot do anything on its own, and quickly calls out to Suho. Suho smiles, as we get to know that Midterm is able to become stronger by gathering souls. As Suho uses it to absorb the escaping wrath into his weapon, and that wraith will now stay with Suho forever within the Midterm. Hajin finally falls on the ground from being tired, thinking that he don't know how Suho managed to convince the people of the past, but the ending of the story is somewhat similar to the original. And states that his mind is also tired, and just then, we see he has gotten a bunch of rewards and upgrades to his skills. He also obtained 330 SP, which again gets him back. While having Master Sharpshooter at rank 5 is great, the attribute Understanding has now been added to Ether will definitely have effects on his Desert Eagle weapon as well. And as he is analyzing and thinking about his new ability, he slowly opens his eyes and looks in front. And Naeun and everyone seems to be quite surprised, and Hajin asks, why are they looking at him like that? And Naeun asks, does he think that the situation makes any sense, as we see they were looking at the number of monsters that Hajin just killed. And he tells her that they would disappear since their source of magic power is gone, and Naeun replies, it's not what she is talking about. And she blushes slightly, stating that he is making her feel embarrassed for worrying about him. And Hajin then tells her that it's like he said it before, he simply has a talent related to firearms. Which is all thanks to his new weapon, as he shows it to Naeun and everyone, and they are quite enamored upon seeing it, as Hajin states that this time, he was simply a bad matchup for Azura, as comparing to swinging a sword 2,000 times, it's easier and effective to kill a large number of weak enemies by just pulling the trigger 2,000 times. And everyone is indeed quite taken in by all that and is really intrigued by his weapon. He then asks Suho if he brought the crystals with him, which he did as he hands it over to Hajin. They asks if they would be going back, and Hajin declines, saying that they need to return these crystals back to their original positions. Suho asks, why do they need to do that, and Hajin replies, it would be a waste otherwise. And asks if they have forgotten that this place is basically a gift from the nature, since it's not affected by the time of reality, they can train effectively here. And so, they should stay here for 2 more days, which gets Naeun excited. And right now, they also have way more people they can duel against too. Fast forward, and as they are leaving, Suho receives some gift of rice and meat from the locals. It is their thanks for driving Azura away, and Suho asks if it's right for them to receive so many gifts from them. And the old lady replies, of course, since it's all thanks to them that they were able to escape Azura's grasp. He was always on about mana crystals and making them suffer in return, and so, Suho accepts their gift with gratitude. They also asks them come and eat with them, which Naeun and Younghan thanks them for. One of them asks Hajin to go and eat with the others, but he replies that he is eating while cooking. He then overhears Naeun and others talking about Seoul, and apparently, Gangnam is divided between Shin Myeongchul and Chai Juchul. Jonghak asks in excitement, what is Shin Myeongchul like, and the old dude replies that he is a good person, and he was the one who brought peace to the Gwanak area. And is also still out there, saving many people, hearing which surprises Jonghak. And hearing them talk quite positively about his grandfather, has seems to made Jonghak made a serious expression for some reason. Naeun asks about her grandfather, Chai Juchul, and they reply that he cannot be trusted, and he knows it because he lived in Seoul for a short time, but he always felt like a snake. Ha-jin notices Jong-hak leaving into the forest, and wonders, why did he react like that when they talked about Shin Myung-chul, as Jong-hak's character is supposed to revere his grandfather in the story. Thinking that there might be a problem with the storyline, he quickly rushes off to Jong-hak, leaving the cooking to Young-han. As Jong-hak is walking alone in the woods, he suddenly sighs, as he has noticed Ha-jin, and asks, why is he following him, and Ha-jin panics, wondering, what should he say, as he cannot just say that he is doing this to protect the storyline. Jong-hak once again asks him, and Ha-jin replies, that he wanted to tell him that his meat is ready. And with an uninterested expression, Jong-hak simply replies, okay, while Ha-jin gets relieved that he got through it somehow. Ha-jin knows that he followed him without a plan, and wonders, what should he talk first? Suddenly, Jong-hak calls him out and asks, what does he think about Shin Myung-chul, and Ha-jin realizes that he can confirm Jong-hak's reaction with this question and tells him that he is a hero who saved the world. And someone who deserves to be revered by everyone, and Jong-hak chuckles and replies, that it is what lowly people like him would think. Ha-jin notes his negative reaction and continues that from what he knew, he hated having classism in the world. And it suddenly causes Jong-hak to attack Ha-jin. But Ha-jin activates his bullet time and is able to dodge his attack. Noting that if that attack would have connected, it would have definitely broken his bone. It is Jong-hak's special ability, the angrier he gets, the stronger his physical abilities get, Berserker. And at Jong-hak's current speed, Ha-jin notes that he is at the limit of his anger, but why is he reaction like this whenever his grandfather is mentioned, and if there is a reason that he don't know? Ha-jin tries telling him to calm down, and Jong-hak tells him that people like him are the problem, if they weren't so weak. Then his grandfather wouldn't have to sacrifice himself. He would have been still with them, hearing which takes Ha-jin by surprise as he blocks a punch from Jong-hak. Ha-jin finally crashes on the ground, and tells Jong-hak that despite this, he thinks that his grandfather never regretted his decision. Jong-hak angrily grabs him by the collar for continuing to talk about it, asking, what does he even know, and Ha-jin replies, that he protected his family, didn't he? And isn't this is the reason why he reveres his grandfather? And so, Jong-hak finally calms down and lets Ha-jin go, saying that he really don't know when to stop acting up. And Ha-jin finally takes a breather, but Jong-hak turns around and tells him that he won't get off easy if he tell others what just happened. And Ha-jin completely feigns ignorance, saying what is there to even talk about, causing Jong-hak to laugh and leave while saying, he knows, but he is just warning him in case he would dare to do anything. And so, it makes Ha-jin think that there is no problem then. He wasn't expecting Jong-hak to miss his grandfather so much, but Jong-hak isn't even a villain to begin with. And even though he is the one who created his character, there is still so much that he don't know about him. Suddenly, he gets a notification that he does not have the authority to view the storyline change of Shin Myung-chul, which shocks him. As apparently, he is a core character of the story, so a storyline change for him is quite insane. As so, it makes him wonder just what in the world is going on. Fast forward a bit later and Young-han gives Ha-jin some porridge to give to Yoon-ha, as she doesn't seem to have recovered her strength. But Ha-jin asks, why is he giving it to him, and Young-han replies, everyone else seems to be talking amongst themselves. Yoon-ha opens her eyes in excitement, thinking that it's Jong-hak, but panics upon knowing that it's Ha-jin. And Ha-jin realizes and says that she was just pretending to be sick, and she replies that she doesn't even have enough strength to lift a spoon. And so, Ha-jin ends up feeding her by his hand, as she asks with a full mouth, what is he doing, and he replies that he was feeding her since she doesn't even have the strength to even lift up a spoon. And Ha-jin thinks that she was probably coming up with a trick to lure Jong-hak here, as she tells Ha-jin that the porridge tastes bland, so does he have anything else? And he replies that there once packet of ramen left, he would give it to her after she finishes this up. And seeing her fully finish the bowl, Ha-jin says that she is probably fully recovered by now, and suggests to perhaps go out and talk to others. But she again goes to rest, stating that she doesn't have the energy to do that, and Ha-jin replies to do as she pleases. But as he is leaving, Yoon-ha suddenly gives him a thanks, saying that she is always being helped by him, and Ha-jin sighs and replies, he knows, and asks sarcastically on when she is going to pay him back. And Yoon-ha replies that she always pays back with interest. And Ha-jin agrees, saying that she is the kind of person who never shortchanges on that stuff, and Yoon-ha replies that she thinks they could become really good friends. Hearing which, Ha-jin thinks that considering her future, becoming good friends with her is a shortcut to having a comfortable life. Yoon-ha again speaks up, saying that she can help him get together with Naeun, and Ha-jin replies that he don't need her to do something like that. She quickly gets up, saying to not tell her that he is really into Rachel now, and Ha-jin replies that he is not into either of them. And he don't have the time for things like that, and Yoon-ha teases him, telling him to stop lying and tell her honestly. And Ha-jin gets annoyed and tells her that he won't give any ramen to her. And she screams in reply that he cannot do that to her. Meanwhile, Ha-jin tells Young-han to cook some ramen for Yoon-ha, and he replies that he thought she didn't like instant food. And we can hear them in the background, with Young-han asking Yoon-ha if she wants some ramen, and she acts all tsundere, saying that she would have some if he is cooking, while Suho asks Ha-jin, where is he going, and he replies that he need to go and get something. He apparently wrote some items in the background of this story, but didn't finish when it was published, so they would be useful if he can get them. Fast forward to a bit later, and Ha-jin gets a new haircut, with Naeun being really surprised looking at him, asking, what kind of magic did they do on him? Suho also compliments him that he looks really good and he even gets a buff due to it. And so Ha-jin asks his hairdresser's name, and he replies, it's Kim Woo-seok, and Ha-jin asks him if he got any children's, making Naeun laugh. And he replies that he does have a son who is 8 years old, and Ha-jin decides to find him no matter what in the future. One of the villager compliments him that he looks really handsome, and others also join in that he is the one who completely defeated that tyrant after all. They tells him their goodbye, and finds it quite pity that they are leaving today. And apparently, that's not the only thing they did. They drove out the villains that rode on the cattails of Azura, and brought peace back to this era. Anytime there was even slightest invasion of monsters, they would stop them, and since they did all that, it was inevitable to get closer to them all. Yoon-ha made use of those new friendship to find anyone who might be the ancestor of famous figures in the present day. Young-han and Naeun played with kids every day. Jong-ha created another clique of his own. And Suho helped the residents with repairing all sorts of facilities, which is so like him. However, it still doesn't change the fact that he killed a lot of people of the past. He is not sure if the city hall's people actually know that or if they are just trying to ignore it. They really welcomes Ha-jin and treated him nicely as well. With simple and helpful people, the sunshine beaming down on them, and the refreshing wind, they were able to make some good memories. But it was then time of them to leave, as Ha-jin thanks everyone for what they did for them. And they reply that they are the one who should be thanking them, and asks if they would be able to see them again. They believe that they will do great things and they might read about them in the newspaper, and looks forward to see what they would achieve. With Ha-jin thinking that it's better for them to now know things, this place is in the past, all of them are nothing but records of the past. Now at evening, Jong-hak gives Ha-jin a crystal. His clique seems sad to see him go, and he also replies that he won't forget them all, as they give him a hug, and Young-han calls out to Ha-jin and tells him that he would be throwing a crystal towards him, so he should make sure to catch it. And Yoon-ha and Suho also arrives and hands him over the crystals, and Ha-jin asks why is she wearing high heels. And she replies that she got them as a gift. There are a lot of people who likes her after all. And upon noticing Naeun coming, she quickly drags Suho with her as he tries to give Ha-jin the crystal. And Naeun upon reaching Ha-jin comments that she seems to be the last one. She also asks Ha-jin if she can look around, since they are going back now, and Ha-jin tells her to do as she likes. Meanwhile, Ha-jin starts infusing his stigma mana into the crystals. And it creates a small ball which Ha-jin destroys. And with this, we see the past is getting destroyed. Suddenly, Naeun calls out to him and asks if they would forget everything that happened, and Ha-jin replies, what is she suddenly talking about? And she replies, she was just wondering if memories just fall apart as time passes by. As no matter how hard she tries to recall it, she cannot remember her mother's voice. And even her happy memories with her have begun to get fainter. She was wondering if they are all going to go away like this. And Ha-jin tells her to not worry about that, as there is a saying, flowers that don't wither has no fragrance. Memories are precious since they can be forgotten. Memories must fade and wear down to some extent so that they can become someone's precious memory. And Naeun clicks her tongue and replies that it's not comforting at all, and Ha-jin knows that he understands how scary it can be to forget. He hands her over something, stating that he wants her to do it instead, and she asks, what is it? And Ha-jin replies, it's a ticket that allows her to go and see the flowers for a little while. Naeun asks about the time capsule, and he replies that she can change the number on it to go back to the past. Though it's more like exploring memories buried in her subconsciousness, but Naeun tells him that it's not what she is asking. She is asking if didn't he looked for it, since he could use it for himself, and while he agrees with it, he tells her that it's no use for him, since he don't know how they look like anyways. He was holding on to it, in case his memories of his parents started to fade. There are many items that he wrote in the settings book for this timeline, but he couldn't find a use for it in his novel. But his current body is of Kim Chuan-dong's, so he don't know whether this would work even if he uses it, so he believes it would be better to let Naeun use it than wasting his mana. But Naeun replies that she won't be using it either since that's the case, causing him to get shocked, as he asks for her reason. But she replies, if one of them doesn't use it, then other wouldn't shouldn't either, and calls it loyalty, which is confusing to Ha-jin. But regardless, he pushes her to use it, before she regrets it later, she still hesitates to do it. But he tells Het it won't break because it would be kept cherished deep within her heart. So, she shouldn't worry and just use it. He then asks what time she would like to travel to, and she replies, 2013 March 13th. And we see she has traveled to her birthday party on that date, with her being quite amazed that she actually traveled back to this date. She gets really happy seeing her birthday cake, and someone arrives from behind, asking her if she is already eating it, she should wait so they can all eat together. And as she looks behind, she is left shocked. And we see it's her older brother who wishes her happy birthday. Seeing him, she wanted to cry, but she doesn't, believing that she cannot cry on a happy day like this. Because today was the only day where her entire family was together for her birthday. And soon enough, another person arrives with her gift, commenting, have they already started? And seeing her, Naeun's eyes are filled with tears as she wishes her happy birthday, and we see it's her mom. Naeun quickly runs to her arms and hugs her tightly, and starts crying really loudly as her mother asks, what is the matter? Her parents asks if she was worried that her mother wouldn't come, though they find it understandable since she is still young. Her mom also consoles her, believing that Naeun was scared, and tells her that it's alright, as she will be by her side. And we see her surrounded by her family and happily celebrating her birthday and reliving her memories. They all then prepares to blow out the candles, with her mom telling her that her wish will come true if she closes her eyes before blowing out the candles. Naeun thinks that her wish actually has been granted since she got to meet her mother again. But she decides to get a bit greedier and wishes to let her cherish these memories forever, and also to let her meet her older brother again. We now see Harjin is back to the present. When he reopened his eyes, he was back at the mountain. Naeun is also back, as she shouts his name from behind, with him noting that everyone has returned safely as well it seems. The time capsule didn't disappear even though Naeun already used it, but for some reason, required mana recharge appeared. It needed around 15,000 mana, and since it's too much, he decided to give it to Naeun. Harjin suddenly gets a message, while Naeun wonders where everyone else is, believing that they gotta be somewhere close. And looking at Harjin go, she asks him, where is he going? And he replies that he is heading home, to which she asks, what about training? And he replies that he is too tired, which makes sense to her, and so he asks her to tell others for him. But before he leaves, she also smiles and thanks for everything he did today, and offers to treat him something nice sometime. Which he agrees for, and notes that she looks happy, as he wonders, what kind of happy past did she saw? And now, we see he has gotten a request from Toma for the money, and decides to finish this task as well. Before coming to the mountain, he made Toma sign a loan agreement and a mana oath. And as soon as he transfers her the money he offered, we see she has immediately completed the transaction, and has deposited the money into his truth agency. And so now, Harjin decides to simply switch out Fan and Jesus to the fake name, Agus Benjamin. Suddenly, he hears some footsteps and looks behind in him, and sees Naeun running down in shock with her panicked expression. He wonders, where is she heading off to in such a hurry? And suddenly, he realizes that the only thing that can cause her to make such a serious face, as he wonders if it's related to Chai Jin-yoon. Harjin quickly rushes down the mountain behind her as well, noting that it must be related to her brother. And upon finding her and judging by her expressions, he realizes that she is thinking how can she reach the place that she wants to go. And so, Harjin quickly starts taking out his bike. He then calls out to Naeun, asking, where does she want to go? And a bit later she arrives at the hospital, where their security was waiting for her arrival. She asks him about her brother's condition, but they tell her to come with them first, but stops Harjin in between, telling him that only official family members are permitted. Seeing this, Naeun halts, thinking that he brought her all the way here and yet he is stopped. But Harjin tells her to not stand around and go in quickly, which she does with her security while thanking him. Meanwhile, we see Harjin being in quite serious mood. Suddenly, Yoon-ha arrives and calls him out. Harjin tells her that she came faster than he thought, and she replies, it's because her family must be involved in all of important matters of Chai family, so she got down and took a helicopter upon hearing the news. Though others would be late because she came rushing in. But seeing Harjin's dreaded expression, she asks him, why is he making such face? Meanwhile, Harjin remembers that he saw the information in Book of Truth that Jin-yoon seed will sprout in 1 month, so he thought that he still had some time, but he overlooked something. The possibility of him regaining consciousness before the seed sprouts. Noting that he would have to kill him if he wakes up and starts trembling on that thought. Yoon-ha notes him sweating hard, thinking that he is that worried and quickly wipes his sweat with her handkerchief, telling him that he didn't regain consciousness, but there were some slight meaningful changes. Though the situation still isn't hopeful, it's not to this extent that a fuss like this should be made. And Ha-jin gets a bit relieved hearing that, though Yoon-ha also says that Naeun is probably thinking otherwise, since it would be hard for her to keep calm even if slightest signs are shown by her brother. And she also thanks Ha-jin for bringing her here. She hands him over the handkerchief and Ha-jin starts to leave, saying that he would go out first. She asks if he is not going to wait for Naeun to come out and say goodbye to her. But he surprises her by saying that he don't think that he should be here. While Yoon-ha asks, what does he mean by that? A bit later we see Naeun waiting outside and Yoon-ha meets up with her. And she gets really happy and hugs Yoon-ha tightly in excitement. Yoon-ha asks her about the situation and she replies, while she don't know, she saw a lot of graph fluctuations and it was different than usual. Yoon-ha says, isn't it a good sign regardless, and she agrees, saying that the doctor said similar thing happened to another case before, and the majority woke up in 3 months. And since her brother needs rest right now, they chased her out of the room. Naeun also expresses that her heart is beating really fast right now, so much that she can die. And she finds it really embarrassing for crying, telling Yoon-ha that it's weird, she should be smiling since it's a good thing. But her tears keep on pouring out, and Yoon-ha starts to try and comfort her, thinking that it would be too arrogant for her to say that she knows how she feels, because she has never left someone dear to herself in a tragedy. While Naeun waited for years for her brother to wake up, and as time continued, her anger turned into sadness, and sadness turned into frustration. Frustration into despair, and eventually, despair into resigning to fate. And just when she was giving up, she suddenly sees hope again, so she cannot possibly understand how Naeun must feel. And just like that, rest of her friends along with Sung-ah is here as well. Though she notes that Ha-jin isn't here, and asks Yoon-ha about it and she replies that he already went back. She asks why, and Yoon-ha replies she has no idea either. While thinking that he was really worried about Naeun, so he should have waited a bit more for her to come out, as he looked so concerned. She also remembers that he was too much out of breath and in daze, despite not running here, and wonders if it was because he was too nervous. Suddenly, Ha-jin gets a message from Captain about creation of his new ID for Violet Society. Reading which, he thinks that he got really lucky today, but he really might wake up next time. And between someone who is lying in bed and in a coma, and someone who can walk around consciously, it is obvious which one is easier to kill. And so, that incident has really hit him, as Captain asks, when can he accept next mission? And we now switch to the warehouse, where the captain is residing. And she gets a message from Ha-jin that he can take a mission on right now, as he thinks that this could be the only rope he can grab a hold of. We now switch scenes to Creationist Benevolence Guild office. We learn that Young-ah has become global 250th ranker and is being congratulated by her assistant. And she thanks him for that, while commenting that time flies really quickly, and asks if there has been any news happening recently. Her assistant informs her about a rumor that a new mercenary has joined Geronimo, causing her to get a bit excited. As she says, that demonic human extermination requires a lot of mercenary help, so it's quite good for them, and asks about the skills of that person. The assistant replies, it's assassination and sniping, with Sung-ah commenting that he must be a specialist if he got into Geronimo, and asks if he hid his identity. And her assistant agrees, even the intelligence agents only know of this little piece of rumor, there is very little information about him, which Sung-ah finds quite interesting. And they also barely found out his code name, Demonic Wolf. Back to Ha-jin, who finds this code name quite grand sounding, and realizes that it must be reference to Fenrir, the mystical wolf that appeared in Northern Europe. And when he asked about his code name, she gave him a nonsensical answer according to him. Suddenly, Evangel calls him out to herself, as he comes around and asks, what is the matter? She then shows him a wolf that she made. Ha-jin praises her for it, commenting that it's really well made, and she offers it to him as a gift. And he is quite surprised upon hearing that. She then asks him to watch what she is doing and she brings the wolf to life. Ha-jin is quite surprised seeing it, while the wolf suddenly pounces at him. He gets taken back by it, but the wolf goes inside him, much to his shock. Evangel starts laughing at him and Ha-jin tickles her for playing a prank on him, while she laughs and tells him to stop. A bit later and she tells him that she didn't play a prank on him, and in shock, Ha-jin notices a mark of wolf on his chest. As he wonders, what is it, we see he got the spirit of wolf dwelling inside him now, and it even provides him with various buffs. Ha-jin wonders if Evangel did this because she wanted to show him her new ability. And so he tightly hugs her and calls her sweet while apologizing. Though upon not receiving any response, he notes that she has fallen asleep already. But regardless, he hugs her warmly and thanks her doing all this for him. He tucks her into the bed, and Whitey arrives as well, whom Ha-jin asks if she wants to sleep besides Evangel as she yawns as well. He was wondering if he shouldn't have brought Whitey back since the two of them always bicker, but he is glad to see it wanting to be by Evangel's side, meaning they are actually good friends. And back when he came back from the Wind Mountain, Evangel didn't want it to be with him due to his new hairstyle. He was really hurt by all that. Suddenly, he gets a notification of getting an item delivery, a message from Violet Society it is. He guesses that it's the reward that the captain talked about and receives it. And we see it's a top grade Under Armour. And seeing its information and stats, Ha-Jin is quite surprised and elated. He quickly wears it and starts infusing his mana into it. And notes that it's covering his whole body with mana, and it's something that is just worth 300 million, but at least 3 billion, and thinks that he knew he could trust Captain for it. Among the messages, she also informs him that his next mission has been decided. We switch scenes to Toma, who seems to arrive at the orphanage, and tells the receptionist that she is looking for a certain patient. Argus Benjamin, a Latino like herself, and pretty old. And when the receptionist doesn't recognize, she shows her a photo, and the receptionist then recognizes him. Though she hesitantly informs Toma that he has already passed away, which shocks her, and it's been 2 years to that as well. And this causes Toma to realize that the nonsensical reply was actually the truth. Thinking that he ran away after throwing her life in a pit, lived a comfortable life himself, and then died peacefully. It angers her a lot, as she asks the receptionist if he left any memento or last words. And the receptionist asks her to confirm her relationship with him first, and Toma replies that his real name is Fernand Jesus, Argus Benjamin is a fake name. And she is Toma Jesus, and Fernand is her biological father, which she vouches for with her mage qualification ID. The receptionist tells her that she don't know much about him either, as he only interacted with a male student that came here as a volunteer. And that student also came here not too long ago, so he might have heard something from Benjamin. Toma asks her if she can tell her who he is. And the receptionist tells her to wait till she looks at the records. Meanwhile, we see Toma is getting lots of messages from the agency, and they seems to be demoting her, though she doesn't care anymore, as she already got what she wanted. The receptionist then reveals to her that it's Kim Ha-Jin, a cube cadet, hearing which causes her to get shocked. As she wonders in shock if he is really the Kim Ha-Jin that she knows. We now see a bunch of couples being all lovey-dovey with each other, with Ha-Jin sighing and trying to ignore them and notice the falling autumn leaves instead. It's a place where they put a lot of effort into landscaping and mana concentration, but it has become the most popular spot in a school where dating is banned. And as he is wondering how it would all look in the spring, someone calls him out by touching, saying that he was so deep in thought that he couldn't hear them calling him. And we see it's Yoon Ha, who gives something to Ha-Jin. He asks her about it and she replies that it's the ginseng that he gave her last time. She refined half of it into an elixir. But Ha-Jin asks about the half part, and she replies that she planned to use the rest for research and development. And in return, she offers to give him some shares of her company, and even an equivalent amount in elixirs, causing Ha-Jin to think that she used that ginseng as she pleased, and she is so calm about it as well. Though he don't mind since she isn't someone who would stab someone in the back. If anything, she is someone who would get stabbed in the back instead. Right now, she has a tendency of being too trustful of those she considers to be her people. It's understandable since she is 17, but the guild's internal power struggles will make her face a filthy political battle. And from that, Ha-Jin also remembers about an incident that it's going to happen around winter break, Yoon Ha's power abuse scandal stemming from that incident. But upon hearing her telling him that he should take 1 elixir a day, he snaps back from his thoughts. As she tells him that 1 pill costs around 1 billion, which greatly shocks him, as she informs him that they are made by condensing mana crystals and wild ginseng after all. He asks if it's really that valuable, and she replies, it's not, but it's how marketing works. They could make same dose of other medicines about 300 to 400 times, while this one can only be made about 20 in comparison, so unless they are selling it at that price, it would be a loss. And upon seeing its stats, Ha-Jin finds them better than expected as well, and decides to return the favor to her in that case and give something to her. And it turns out to be another wild ginseng, seeing which she gets elated, as she asks, where did he got it from this time? And he replies, Wind Mountain, which surprises her, so Ha-Jin says, then he should give it to Jong-hak instead by the principal, but she panics and tells him to wait instead, stating that Jong-hak once forgot her birthday party, so it would make up for that. And with that she leaves, while saying she would contact if there is any progress. And Ha-Jin then remembers and looks at his watch, noting that Toma hasn't replied to his text yet. Based on the situation, he assumes that she has visited the nursing home, and must be having complicated thoughts right now, so he decides to wait till she sort them out. Fast forward a bit later, and Ha-Jin receives his briefing for rescue mission, with location being China. As soon as the classes end tomorrow, he plans to use the portal to head to Beijing. In his story, a lawless zone exists across the Mongolia and Russian border. This place is a trafficking and smuggling route frequently used by demonic humans. It's their hideout, a chaotic zone, ruled by the law of power, where brutal crimes are committed. Even this lawless zone has its own form of demonic human society and set of regulations. The demonic humans call this place the Masked Demon Palace, or Pandemonium. Fast forward and we see Ha-Jin arriving at the northern Beijing Bridge area. Realizing that it's a mid-danger zone, he starts to feel eerie of it. Today's targets are demonic humans who have thrown away their humanity and become self-proclaimed dogs of the devil. Demonic humans are created when negative emotions are magnified through contracts. The weaker they are, the more desperate they become, committing heinous crimes without regard for means or consequences. Due to this all, he believes that he won't feel much guilt when killing them, though he don't know if he should be happy about that. We then see a bunch of trucks coming and Ha-Jin prepares his weapon. First up, he targets the driver of the truck and hits a headshot. This causes the truck to go off-road, causing others to wonder what is up with him, and Ha-Jin quickly takes out the other truck driver as well. They all finally realizes that someone is attacking them, and quickly goes on to guard the goods. They realize that there is a sniper somewhere, but before they know, one of them again gets shot. They finally locate Ha-Jin and quickly rushes at him to kill him. And Ha-Jin eats the ginseng, and also activates his under armor, and switches his weapon to assault rifle and activates bullet time, and shoots down everyone who was rushing at him. A bit later, and we see him opening the truck, thinking that it's going to be fine if he doesn't lose focus. But suddenly, another guy pops in and jumps on Ha-Jin to kill him. And Ha-Jin realizes that he let his guard down, while the guy seems to have almost pierced his chest with his weapon. But as the dagger hits, the wolf spirit that Evangel gave him comes out and attacks the guy. And it starts to brutally mutilate it, seeing which Ha-Jin seems surprised. He wonders if that thing just came out of his body, and suddenly remembers the effect of the spirit, and notes that he has a lot to improve on for letting his guard down in a place like this. But nonetheless, when he opens the back of the truck, he finds the hostages shivering in fear. He throws them the watch, telling them that he has killed the demonic human, and that now, it's time for them to go home. He also sends the message to Captain, which she confirms from her side as well. And we see all the members of Chameleon Troop were watching the Ha-Jin alongside her. Khalifa asks if it's fine for only 5 of them to be here even though the rookie evaluation is really important, and Jane replies, it cannot be helped, since all of them has their own schedule. Though she is also surprised at him killing 20 people in 21 seconds, making her question, how can a long-range weapon be that strong? And believes his talent lies in enhances and transformation of his weapon using mana, and asks others, what do they think of him? Jin Yoan replies that he is probably at least upper intermediate grade, surprising Jane that he is rating Ha-Jin that highly, and asks if he even knows that that grade means, since even he can kill 10 people, but he replies that it has to be around 100 people at least. Khalifa asks Jane's opinion, and she thinks that he is around intermediate grade, similar to Kim Suho. And while she don't know how strong he is in a one-on-one situation, she believes he would be really helpful in fight against large groups. Yoan says that Zheng Yang is good at evaluating someone's ability and asks if he is still in demonic realm, and Drun replies, he is, and it doesn't seem he has any intentions of getting out either. They all wonder if he is not sick of it, and one of them replies that he should come back after having some fun instead of just staying there. But regardless, Jane asks Drun if he figured out what that spirit wolf was just now, which he replies that it must be his pet with a straight face, causing Jane to question, would a pet really come out of his chest? Captain replies that she would ask him directly about it, and Jane questions if he would just tell him. And she grins and replies that Ha-Jin will tell her since he trusts her a lot, which Jane really doesn't buy. Back to Ha-Jin, who tells a sleeping Evangel that she really saved his life today. And when he saw the wolf stat, he at one point that he should be wearing the armor instead, since his stats are that good, which makes him think that it really might become a demonic wolf. Evangel seems to have woken up and reaches out her hand towards Ha-Jin while chuckling, and asks for delicious food again, and he tells her to sleep a little more and eat the food later, while thinking that he cannot remember when, but Evangel started becoming a deep source of comfort for him. It's only been a year to him since he fell into this world, when the main story comes to an end and he returns to his reality. He wonders if he would really be able to go back to his original life. Can he forget everything that happened and everyone that he met? Fast forward and he is back to school and also very tired since he only slept for an hour. He thinks about Toma, who hasn't contacted him since her last message. And when he visited the memorial park, he prepared something that would help him get Toma as an ally. Fernand's grave is surrounded by the flowers that he gave as a present as well. And he wonders if she hasn't found a letter. Suddenly, someone starts to sit beside him. And when he looks to the side, it turns out to be Toma, who seems to be writing something on a paper. She passes him the note, asking if he did any volunteer work ever, a question which takes him by surprise. And he agrees that he has, and she then asks if he met someone named Agus Benjamin at a nursing home before. And he agrees to that as well, and adds that they were quite close, which makes Toma make a visible change in her expression. She then asks, what was he like, and he replies that he always seems kind of lonely. She digs in further, asking how did they become friends since he never opened up to the nurses there. And he replies, it was because they were in a similar situation, he also didn't had any family members. Ha-jin then questions her, why is she asking about him, and she replies that he is her birth father, as Ha-jin realizes that Toma has found out. She asks if he is surprised, since she never imagined that she would actually find someone who knows him. She then expresses her anger of him for killing her mother and running away. She was curious as to why he did, but he died before she can find out. No one knows why, and so Ha-jin is the only she could ask, and asks if he left anything behind, and Ha-jin realizes that she has not seen the letter yet from the way she is talking. And he knows that Fernand actually didn't abandon Toma. And so, he tells her that there was a letter, which causes her to ask, where is it? And he writes down the address of Seoho Memorial Park. And soon after the class ends, she gets up and tells him that she is leaving Cube today, but she would still definitely pay him back, so he shouldn't get the wrong idea. And Ha-jin replies that he wasn't worried at all, hoping that she can manage on her own now. He starts to take a breather, knowing that it all ended on a good note somehow in the end. And right as he is planning to get lots of rest for this weekend, Naeun pats his back suddenly. He asks her, what is it, and she excitedly tells him if he hasn't forgotten about tomorrow. And tells him to not be late, leaving Ha-jin in complete confusion. Seeing his confused expressions, Naeun asks if he forgot, and Suho reminds him that they planned to eat together. And he remembers when Naeun invited him over. He tries to say that if it wasn't just Suho and her planning to go and eat, but she argues that she said it would all of them together. Yoon-ha arrives saying the same as Naeun, which Ha-jin also doesn't remember. But as Ha-jin is trying to decline again by saying that he don't have time on that day, Naeun gets all close with him and pats his hair. And tells him that he better come that day or she would invite him into the group chat. We now switch scenes to Toma, who is at the memorial park and is searching for the grave of her father. And after a bit, she finally ends up finding it. Though upon noticing quite a few flowers on his grave, she wonders who did it. And soon finds out it was Ha-jin, wondering if he kept coming here years after he died, and even infused them with mana so they don't wither. Noting that her father died peacefully in a cozy place and is being honored like this. Which makes her angry since he killed her mother and throws the flowers away. She questions herself, until now, what did she even do all that for? And she then remembers about the letter, and upon seeing it, she seems quite surprised. As it seems to be addressed to her only. He felt in quite conflict when he was writing it. One part of him hopes that she never reads it, and another part hopes how she would feel when she reads it. Believing that now words can heal the wounds she carry, but as her father, he didn't thought that it would be right for her to live without learning the whole truth. And reveals that his wife and her mother sold her soul to a demonic human. We now get a flashback with Toma, who seems excited to see her dad, while he seems nervous. She tells her dad that their mom is taking them to the amusement park, but he asks her to let's go home first, and Toma tries asking if something is wrong. And her dad nervously replies that he and her mom needs to talk. A bit later, we see him being angry at her mother for trying to sell their child to a demonic human. But she doesn't believe there is anything wrong with that, surprising Benjamin. She believes that it would make her stronger, and she can do even worse things then. And her child will understand that too someday, which makes him call her insane. And after that, she tries to leave while calling herself a busy person and calls out to Toma as well to take her with herself. But her dad disagrees and tries to pull her back, causing her to slip and fall and seemingly die, with all of that happening in an instant. Toma comes out asking about her mom, where she went. While her dad gets worried, knowing that if it's discovered that his wife is a demonic human, then even Toma wouldn't be safe. And so, he asks her to go outside and call someone for help. Toma tries asking, what is going on? And her father tells her that she hit their mom, reading all of which causes the present Toma to cry. Furthermore, he wanted to live a stable life in Korea, and gave everything he had to his friend and asked him to take care of her. But years later, when he came to Korea, Toma was gone, and he tried everything to find her, but he couldn't, neither her nor his friend, though Toma doesn't believe it all. Questioning if he is really expecting her to believe such shit now, and crushes the paper. And suddenly, she notices another thing and remembers giving her dad a gift for his birthday. Her dad thanks him for it, and she asks if he likes it. It's apparently of the same color as the brooch that he gave her on her birthday. And we see the letter also had that gift inside of it, with her father having it kept safe for all this time. Back to Ha-jin, who is putting Evangel to sleep. He suddenly gets a message from Toma, a thank you, making Ha-jin realize that she has made there safely. After that last message to him, she completely disappeared, but she stated that she would repay his money no matter what, and since their mana contract still exists, their connection hasn't been severed. But regardless of that, he gets a feeling that she would become a strong ally of his in the near future. Fast forward to the next day, we see Ha-jin being excited upon looking at the served food. And Na-eun happily tells him that the food here is really good, so he should look forward to it. And seeing her expression and tone, Ha-jin seems a bit surprised, noting that her attitude has changed. Meanwhile, she talks about their get-together reminding her of when they were in the past, noting that she grew much stronger due to the stronger, and feels unstoppable now. But Young-han shits on her parade by pointing out that she just lost to Rachel, causing her to argue that it was a draw. Jong-hak then asks Suho if his final preparations are going well, who replies that it's in progress and asks about his. Jong-hak smirks, while saying that he is different than him, he has never prepared for anything. While referring to himself to born of a superior bloodline, causing Suho to awkwardly chuckle at it. Ha-jin notes that them two are also being more friendlier with each other than he expected. According to the novel, things should have been quite intense by now, noting that things are deviating quite much from the original story. But putting all that aside, he still couldn't ignore the delicacies in front of him. With the food melting as soon as it goes into his mouth, Na-eun also forwards him another piece herself. With her expression clearly saying a young lady has given him a free dish, though Ha-jin is not too impressed by it. And by this point, he is sure that something has definitely changed, and thinks that perhaps it's due to the time capsule that he gave her. Or perhaps that she has developed feelings for him. Na-eun notices his stare and asks if he wants more food, but he declines. But regardless, she still calls the waiter to get him some more, even though he keeps on declining, and seeing her behave like that, he convinces himself that it's the gratitude for giving her the time capsule. A bit later, and we see all them going to the karaoke as Yoon-ha suggested. With Ha-jin singing captivating everyone around, even people who were online. Seeing how Na-eun is out of it, Yoon-ha wonders if she is still caught in lingering emotion from Ha-jin's song. She also does think that Ha-jin sang incredibly well, and just then, her watch starts to ring. And it's from Ha-jin, who asks her to come out as he got something to talk about with her. Outside, he calls her buddy in English, causing her confusion as she asks, why is he suddenly speaking in that, to which he replies, that buddy means comrade. Though she tells him to stop joking around and get to the point, and he chuckles and hands over something while saying that he wants some bullets. She asks about the envelope and he replies that he wants her to grind what is inside that into the bullets, and asks if she can. Yoon-ha smirks, saying that they got cutting-edge compression technique that can inject mana even into bullets smaller than a finger. And upon opening up the envelope she finds a leaf inside of it, causing her try her luck, saying that he wouldn't tell her about it even if she were to ask, would he, and he replies that she knows him well. But regardless, she agrees to do it and he thanks her for that. He also asks her to tell everyone that he is leaving first. She asks if he is going already and he replies that ever since he finished singing, Jong-hak's eyes have been scary. And with that, they both part ways. Suddenly, Yoon-ha gets a message from her subordinate with something urgent to report. While investigating Ha-jin, they have discovered a suspicious incident, which she finds quite shocking. During the year that he was born, there was an incident known as Gwang-o incident, and for some reason, all related materials for that incident have been concealed. And during the incident, one of their agents was attacked as well. She asks about their condition, and they are apparently fine and are recovering without any major issues. She asks him to first submit all the information to her and suspend the investigation for now, since the safety of their agents takes priority. The name of the incident sounds familiar to her, and she suddenly remembers something. She saw something similar in her father's diary a long time ago. Back then, she couldn't read Chinese characters, so she didn't understand the content, but her dad scolded her for reading that day's diary entry. And if Ha-jin is really connected to that incident, then she believes she can truly return the favor to him as a real comrade. And luckily her dad is also on a business trip, so she plans to check the diary at home. Suddenly, she encounters Na-eun and asks her, what is she doing outside, and she replies that they all didn't came back in, so she came to check. Na-eun starts to look around and Yoon-ha tells her that he already left, which surprises her. She asks him, what did they talk about, and where did he go, and bunch of other questions. This causes Yoon-ha to burst into laughter, which embarrasses Na-eun, as she asks what is wrong with her. And Yoon calls her really cute when she is not being honest, which again makes her blush, as she calls it all a nonsense. We now switch scenes to Yoon-ha's home, where she greets the butler and asks, how has he been? He replies that she has came back after a long time, and informs that both her parents are out right now, though she tells him to not mind him. As today, she just needs to check out one book in her father's study. Inside her father's office, she remembers that it's been a while since she has been here, and remembers the book being under the desk, hidden with a cloak. Though, there she finds a safe instead, and it wasn't there last time she saw it. But since it's her dad, she thinks that the password might be her birthday. And when it doesn't open, she tries her mom's birthday, but it's not it either. And so, she comes to the conclusion that there must be only one answer, and with that one, the safe finally opens. As it turns out, the password was the combination of both her and her mom's birthday. She finally founds her dad's journal as well, and also gets a message on her smartwatch, which is the complied information about Ha-jin. From their investigation, they discovered that after the Gwang-o incident, Ha-jin was entered into an orphanage near the Gwang-o shelter, which makes her think that they're getting closer to truth. She opens up the diary, remembering that she has seen that before, and tries to search it up, and finally finds it. It was September 9, 2008. A report about Gwang-o was filed. It was a day which her father stated he would never forget. What happened that day in Gwang-o for the rest of his life, reading which her expression starts to turn a bit grim. Back to Ha-jin and Evangel, who notes that both her and Whitey are fully focused on the TV. And Evangel aside, even Whitey is watching it like she understands, as he notes that her intelligence must be really high. From which, he remembers about Toma's ring, which enhances intelligence. He notes that there is no rule written on it that it can only be used on humans and decides to test something out. He tries to reach its maximum value, which is costing him 40 SP. And for humans, it's costing 250 SP. But regardless, looking at them play, he starts to smile. And thinks that it might not help him, but it would help Evangel, and puts the ring on her tail to see how smart Whitey gets. Back to Yoon-ha, whose expression is now filled with complete grim as sweats roll down her face, while questions, "What is this?" The journal continues that an assassin was hired and her father was entrusted to a massacre, reading which she is left in absolute shock. Jin Young-han was an upright man, respected by many and a righteous person who always stood against injustice. President Kim Seok-ho, who saw him as a thorn on his side, branded him as the beginning of the demonic humans, or maybe he just feared that his own corruption would end up being exposed. But the real problem was that Choi Joo-chul also wished for Jin Young-han's death. He agreed with the president's claim that he was a demonic human, and to avoid suspicion of assassination, he ordered a complete eradication of those who followed him, and then hired assassin and entrusted the massacre to him. And on September 8, Jin Young-han's urgent radio message came in. They requested for backup, but since he had staged that monster attack, he ordered a focus on rescue operation and drove them straight to their deaths. Jin Young-han and his comrades tried to protect the civilians in the Gwang-o shelter, but around 8 p.m., an assassin infiltrated. And they were all slaughtered. Reading all this make Yoon-ha tremble in fear and shock, as she questions, what is she even reading right now? The fact that her dad was part of the massacre was shocking to her, while he tried to bury this secret deep in his heart. But on the very next day, he received a report that a heavily pregnant woman was among Jin Young-han's subordinates. And as Yoon-ha turns the pages, she starts to realize where it's getting, and tries to deny that there is no way they can be Ha-jin's parents, and the report that her father received was shocking to him. It contained a detail that there were signs of childbirth in the shelter, but no newborn's body was ever found. And immediately after the incident, the baby was registered at an orphanage near the Gwang-o shelter. And when he questioned the assassin hired by Choi Joo-chul, he said he didn't kill the baby but abandoned it instead. But that baby was fated to die that day, so her father sought him out, and tried to kill him with his own hand, reading which, Yoon-ha is left absolutely disgusted. Back to Ha-jin, who receives a text from the travel club about an upcoming trip to Busan Festival. But he doesn't want to go since wherever the travel club goes, trouble follows. Though he still accepts, since it was written in the original novel so there can be some rest. He then thinks if it's from the Saturday onwards, he asks Evangel if she wants to go out next Friday. Who gets really excited hearing that and immediately leaps into Ha-jin's arms. Back to the journal, her dad suddenly remembered a little girl that was born in April, a mysterious existence who couldn't do anything on her own but made him happy just by existing. And that was his daughter, Yoon-ha. Which caused him to deliberately left out the report about that baby. But even then, he knows the fact remains that he abandoned a child to his death and killed his parents. He knows he already lived his life in cowardice, so a little more filth won't change anything for him now. And yet, the reason that he is recording in his journal right now, he believes it to be his last shred of conscience perhaps, or a coward's self-justification even. Or maybe even a silver of guilt towards Choi Joo-chul, he is unable to tell anymore. In absolute shock, Yoon-ha drops the diary and remembers her own words to him that they could be good comrades. She knows that Ha-jin risked his own life for her, and also remembers when he called her buddy. This causes her even more despair, as her face turns to disgust from the fact that he called her his comrade. And with that, she is overcome with disgust and anger, as she puts her face down and screams in guilt. Fast forward to Friday, and we arrive at Busan's top hotel, Lotus Hall. And Ha-jin seems to be staying there along with Whitey and Evangel. As soon as his class ended, he came to Busan to enjoy the festival with Evangel. with him noting that his room is usually really hard to book even if one is willing to pay the price, but he got really lucky since someone cancelled their reservation at last minute. So he finds it all really convenient when he has high luck and enjoys the view. But just then, he notices two people walking down on the road. And he uses his eye ability to peek at the guy, noting that he looks strange. But the person is able to notice Ha-jin looking at him and glares back at him, surprising Ha-jin. And we see he was able to detect it from all the way to the ground. And starts to smirk at him, making Ha-jin wonder if he really saw him from that far away. Causing him to nervously wonder, what is this, and gets an ominous feeling. His instincts as the original author starts to shout at him, as he seems to be realizing something. An otherworldly being like Suho, a villain who was molded by a sense of loss from losing their home, shaped by countless betrayals. And turned into someone complete opposite of Suho, a growth-type final boss. But upon looking closer and seeing him wave, he thinks that perhaps it's not the case, because his smile is too easygoing, it's not how he was originally portrayed. And his image is totally different as well. And unless the co-author messed with things again, and just then the girl also turns towards Ha-jin. And seems to be quite pissed at him. Causing Ha-jin to wonder, why is she glaring like she wants to kill him all of a sudden, and suddenly he hears the guy calling her Sahyuk. Which causes Ha-jin to sweat nervously as he seems to realize something and calls the co-author a jerk for going too far. He agrees that the final boss's personality, ideology, and beliefs and everything was meant to be opposite of Suho. But the co-author also ended up changing the gender of the final boss. Seeing her, he sweats profusely while the guy with Sahyuk asks her, who does she think Ha-jin is, since he was able to lock eyes with them. And she replies, probably a nobody, while Ha-jin remembers her as someone on the same level as Suho or even greater potential than him, growing rapidly, destined to be the greatest threat in the final arc. And if he had a bullet with a Mistilteen's leaf in it right now, he would have burned through all of his SP just to take her down on the spot. But he never thought that she would show up with that appearance, in a situation where he is alone, though he wonders, who is that guy with her? Meanwhile, the guy tells Sahyuk to improve her observation skill, since if someone who can look down from that height on them and meet their gaze without flinching, he would have the guts to fight them, meaning he is no ordinary person. And so, he tells her to stop glaring like that, but she argues that he started it first. He replies that perhaps Ha-jin is just into her, so she should give him a wink or something, which angers her, as she replies that she would give him a death wink instead, causing Ha-jin to label them insane. But regardless, the guy decides to not respond to her reply and starts to take his leave with her while glancing back at Ha-jin once more. And when they finally leave, Ha-jin sits down thinking that it took 10 years of his life from this. Though it's a relief that he was able to identify her, but he still wonders, who is that guy with her, and seems to be someone on par with her, or perhaps they have an even deeper relationship. Suddenly, Evangel arrives asking Ha-jin if she can swim in pool with Whitey, and he gives the permission not without asking if Whitey can swim, which she can. And so, Evangel quickly changes her outfit using magic, causing Ha-jin to label it really convenient while thinking there is no point to the original story if it's going to deviate this much. But regardless, since he would be facing her soon again, he plans to find out then. Fast forward to next day, we see Ha-jin waiting on the travel club members. With his early arrival being commented on by the president, to which Ha-jin replies that he figured that he should be early sometimes. When they returned to Seoul early Saturday morning, instead of going to the Cube, they got her apartment in Seocho district, though while he feels uneasy to leave Evangel alone, but Whitey is with her, so he believes she would be fine. And since Evangel was cheerful, he believes that his night out with her was a success as well. Back to the travel club, rest of the members arrive as well, with Suho also commenting on Ha-jin being early, to which he says that he was excited. And he also overhears Naeun informing the president that Yoon-ha isn't feeling well, so she would be joining them later. Ha-jin asks if she is sick and Suho replies she even got hospitalized. Young-han asks if it was stress-related gastritis and Naeun replies it was, and she even stayed up all night taking care of her. She hasn't looked well all week, and whenever she asked her what is wrong, she wouldn't answer. Ha-jin also remembers that he haven't run into her at all this week, he didn't knew that she was sick. But Naeun does tell him that she would join them later, so Ha-jin gets a bit less worried, thinking that she might have her upset stomach since she loves food after all. We then see all of them arriving at Busan, with the president telling them all the spots that Busan has. Ha-jin also seems a bit excited and plans to check out an antique shop since he might be able to find some unexpected treasure there due to his high luck. Suddenly, Naeun arrives and puts a hat on his head, causing him to lash out and asks, what is she doing, and she replies that it looks good on him, so she would buy it for him. But he tells her no thanks and starts taking it off, but Naeun tells her to not since she already paid for it. And it apparently costed her 350,000 won, which Ha-jin finds really expensive. And so, he ended up wearing it. She also offers him street food to eat while speaking in Busan dialect and shoves it into his mouth, though he tells her to drop the dialect since it doesn't suit her. He also asks her why is she not eating, and she replies if she does eat street food, she would get upset stomach. And so, she plans to give it all to him instead, and seeing her bright mood, Ha-jin wonders if it's because Jin-yoon's condition has been improved. Or if there is something else, as she starts to pull Ha-jin to places. This all got Ha-jin wondering if it's really okay for him to be this close with her. Because even if they get along, it would only make her feel more betrayed and hurt worse, which is why he needs to maintain a certain distance. Yet, he questions, how did things ended up like this, as he starts to seemingly blush and tells her to wait a minute. Thinking that he needs to keep his distance now, yet Naeun puts on a scarf around him, causing Ha-jin to think again that he really should keep his distance, but dark and cowardly feelings are starting to creep into him, with Naeun giving him the scarf while telling it's going to get cold soon. And ends up also complimenting him that he looks surprisingly good in any color, and says that perhaps she has good tastes, and all of this interaction made Ha-jin wonder that as long as he don't get caught, maybe it's okay for them to be close. But regardless of all that thoughts, he quickly runs away telling her that he don't want it. But she again tells him that it's getting cold and tries to call him out, but he runs away even while she asks him, where is he going? Now fast forward to night, at the final destination, an amusement park. A place that should be filled with dreams and fantasy is currently a hotspot for smuggler transactions. According to the original story, things will go south and the smugglers will cause a scene, and Jin Sa-hyuk will approach Suho amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Naeun tells everyone that Yoon-ha is almost here, and notices her car stopping right behind them. And from it, she gets out with a seemingly grim expression, and Naeun asks if she is feeling better, and she agrees. The club president tells everyone to line to get their wristband, and when they do, Ha-jin starts to stare at Yoon-ha. He asks if she is still sick, and she replies that she is okay, but Ha-jin notes that she doesn't really look that way, and wonders if she gets seriously hit with food poisoning or something. And just when the president announces that they would be moving in pairs, Yoon-ha quickly pulls Ha-jin with him. It surprises Naeun, who asks them what is wrong with her. And Ha-jin also wonders why is she acting like that all of a sudden, and that her expression looks serious as well. And wonders if there is something that can only be discussed between the two of them. We then see both of them sitting in a Ferris wheel, awkwardly silent, with Ha-jin thinking that he thought it was the case, but she hasn't said much during the whole walking through the park. She just kept sighing and sneaking glances at him. And then out of nowhere she asked to ride the Ferris wheel with him, but he knows that they aren't here for date. And so, he finally asks her, what is it about? If it's something about his bullet or something wrong with it, but she denies, saying that it would be done by next month, and tries to tell something about those leaves he gave her. To which he replies that they are not ordinary leaves he knows, and asks her if he can use some of them for research purpose if they are left after processing, which agrees, though she doesn't seem much into it all. And so, Ha-jin continues on that they have to make the project a success since they are partners, hearing which again gets her filled with guilt. She then finally musters up courage to tell him something, but Ha-jin looks is still on about the project. She finally speaks up, saying that she got something to tell him with a very concerned expression. And just as Ha-jin tells her to go ahead and say it, we see something happen, causing the Ferris wheel to shake. Ha-jin looks outside upon finding the Ferris wheel stopped, and realizes that it's starting. Sa-hyuk tells Suho that he seems to be a celebrity around here. Thanks to which, she was able to recognize him right away, but Ha-jin is shocked, and asks, how is she here? She replies that he has recognized her, though not without remarking that he would have been an idiot for not doing so, since they are the only ones here. And as for Suho's question, she replies if he really thinks that he was the only special one that day in that situation. Suho starts to get angry and asks her reason to be here, with Naeun being surprised seeing Suho angry like this for the first time. While wondering who is that girl, Sa-hyuk tells Suho that it's none of his business to know, and asks if he forgot how to show her respect. Because no matter how much the world changes, he shouldn't forget their past relationship. But Suho replies that after all this time, she don't have the right to say that. But she replies that she always have the right, with a confident smirk, and plans to fix Suho's attitude since he is acting too arrogant despite being a lowborn thing. Naeun gets pissed and speaks up, saying that she don't know what is her deal with Suho, but if someone like him is angry, then 9 out of 10 times she is the one who is garbage in the situation, making Sa-hyuk pissed. And as she tells her to get lost, Sa-hyuk immediately attacks her and sends her flying all the way back. And Suho is left absolutely stunned by this, as he looks back at Naeun in shock. And we see Sa-hyuk is about to use her power again, this time to attack Suho, who is checking up on Naeun, causing Sa-hyuk to get angry again since he is showing her his back. And we see her forming and summoning tons of weapons around her, leaving Suho nervous. Meanwhile, Ha-jin is surprised to see Naeun go down in one hit like that, since no matter how strong Sah-hyuk is, it shouldn't be possible. And so, he plans to interfere again and tells Yoon-ha that they would be talking later, and breaks open the gate and prepares to jump out. But as he tells her that he would be heading first, she grabs his hand and tells him that she don't think this can wait. Her hand starts to tremble, as she is almost breaking down while saying that if she don't say it now, she don't think she would ever be able to say it. Ha-jin gets worried for her as well, and wonders what is going with her, and assumes if it's the start of the Yoon-ha abuse scandal part already, as it would explain stress-induced gastritis, and she must have a rough time. And so, he breaks free from her hand, and tells her that she don't have to say it then, telling her that it's okay even if she don't say it, because he would help her, whatever she is worried about, and it will always work out in the end. Upon landing, Ha-jin quickly runs to check up on Naeun. He notes that she isn't hurt badly, but since there might be internal injuries, he decides to move her first. We see her grunting in pain and noticing Ha-jin, who takes out a potion, and gets her to drink it, telling her that she would feel better soon. Suho also seems quite worried about her, but Sah-hyuk tells him to ignore them. Suho then questions her, why did she change so much? And she again gets pissed, saying that she told him already to not look down on her. She prepares to hurl the weapons towards Suho, who also picks up a metal pipe to defend himself. And as the weapons comes for him, he is able to fend them off using the metal pipe. He asks Sah-hyuk if she has to do this, since they no longer have a reason to fight each other. But she replies that it's not for him to decide, and regardless, she asks if he thinks that pipe is going to be enough for him. As we see her attacking Suho from behind, which he is still able to block. But it's still not enough, as one of the attacks still lands near him, and seeing their fight, Ha-jin seems worried as well. Noting that she is ridiculously strong, the energy of that dark blue mana itself is based on the third antithesis of Kim Suho, which means she doesn't even need weapons to fight. Because highly compressed mana itself becomes a weapon, on top of that, Suho doesn't even have Mistilteen with him right now. And when the pipe breaks, one of her attacks gets completely up close with him. But she changes its trajectory to not kill him, and instead strikes him on his gut, and then lands multiple blows from other sides, making him go crash on the ground. Suho lies in defeat, and Ha-jin notes that if he leaves him be, something terrible is going to happen. And right as she is about to strike Suho again, Ha-jin steps in, telling her that this should be enough for now. At first she is confused, and suddenly remembers Ha-jin from back then, who gets anxious since she remembers him. She asks if he is Suho's teacher or something, but before he answers, she attacks Ha-jin, though the attack seemingly lands on both of his sides instead. And seeing her expression, Ha-jin gets terrified. And when she attacks him again, he uses bullet time to dodge it this time. She compliments him for dodging it smoothly, while Ha-jin has his heart out as he thanks bullet time for saving him. He asks her to stop right there, since neither of them brush weapons here. But she again interrupts him and asks if he is seriously not his teacher, leaving him dumbfounded. As he replies that he is his friend, causing her to lash out at Ha-jin and tells him to get lost unless he wants to be buried. But Ha-jin realizes that she isn't going to back off no matter what, and he starts to prepare something. He remembers her being an arrogant and a careless person, which is why his provocation is bound to work, as he takes out a coin from his pocket. And seeing him take out a coin on her like this, pisses her off. She nags at him for saying that he had no weapon and yet he pulled that out just now. Meanwhile, Ha-jin focuses the stigma's mana on it and activates the item's effect. And lastly, he throws it towards her using random style enhancement. And it strikes her right on the head, making Ha-jin nervous for what is going to happen next. And so, she gets really pissed as she starts bleeding from the head, with Ha-jin noting that it's expected that even after using all of his strength, he is unable to take her down right now. But as she is about to attack him, Ha-jin still think that it's fine. As we see the guy with her stops her, telling her that it's enough now, which is something Ha-jin expected. She tries to argue to let her go, as she is still fine, but he tells her that her brain is rattled now, she cannot even control her mana. And with a single strike on her neck, he is able to put her to sleep. He smiles while telling Ha-jin that she is so much trouble, and also remembers meeting Ha-jin before, who is hesitant to confirm it. But he thanks him, because of him, he probably won't let his guard down next time. And jumps away with Sah-hyuk. And as the tension is released, Ha-jin drops down as well with a big sigh of relief. The guy watches Ha-jin from up above, noting that he was able to figure out Sah-hyuk's personality and provoke her in an instant. He also figured out that mana control would be disrupted if the brain receives impact, which puts a smirk on his face as he turns around while thinking of Ha-jin as interesting. Suddenly, we see Jane is here in a disguise, asking the guy where he is going while greeting him. The guy agrees that it's been a long time, and upon noticing asks if the kid is not here. And she replies that she didn't bring him here because he might die, since even the leader cannot win against him after all. The only reason she came here was to see how well was he living his life. But to her it seems that he already found a new child. And the guy agrees, but calls her way too special to be called just his apprentice. She is someone who is always looking for ways to kill him. But that aside, he easily rip apart Jane's disguise, saying that she must have gone quite a bit of confidence. Or perhaps she has just become more fearless. She replies that didn't he said that those who have things to protect cannot make reckless moves. Even if she cannot kill him, she can at least kill an unconscious person. Which he agrees with and starts to take his leave. She asks if he is just going to walk away, and informs him that the new leader found, the wolf solely hired to kill him. The demonic wolf, he is right here. Hearing which, the guy recognizes the name, Fenrir, the one who devoured the king of gods alive, and tells them to try their best to recreate that myth. Because it does seems fairly possible even to him. Back to Harjin, who notes that the police has detained every smuggler who caused chaos in Desaline land, and it would be all over the news tomorrow. Sahyuk's group hasn't been caught, Naeun is safe at the hospital, only one left is Suho. He asks if he drank all the potion and Suho replies that he would pay him back, but Harjin declines. And asks if he knew that woman from earlier, and he replies, just a little. Suho then speaks up and tries to tell Harjin something, but stops. Deciding not to, confusing Harjin as well. But regardless, he tells Suho to not be too dejected by it, and he replies that it's not that bad. Harjin looks back and sighs and rubs his hair frivolously. Suho doesn't understand what was that for, but Harjin replies that he is really going to leave now, confusing him even more. But regardless, Suho seems to be feeling better. Harjin notes that Suho must have been lost in thoughts upon meeting Sahyuk, someone from the same world as him. There must be a grief of losing his hometown. And those feelings are similar to him, but unlike him, Suho doesn't have a chance at returning home. Being able to only watch makes it tougher. We now switch scenes to Yoon-ha, who is still thinking about what Harjin told her on the Ferris wheel. She seems annoyed that she wasn't able to say anything, hearing which, Naeun barges in, asking about it. And she replies that it's nothing and asks her if her wounds are okay, and she replies that the first aid was good. And comments that she is going to at least give Harjin a thanks for it. Yoon-ha knows how much Naeun respects her grandfather, but he is one of the key figures responsible for the past, just like her father. He probably only ever showed a kind face to his granddaughter. She bets Naeun would feel a great betrayal when she finds out. Which makes her wonder if she should tell Naeun about Harjin's past. Should she tell her that her grandfather, a person she respects, was one of the culprits, responsible for killing Harjin's parents and forced him to grow up in complete solitude without a family? And so, she calls out to Naeun, who looks up to hear what she has to say. Only for her to go silent the next moment and decides to not tell her and instead tells her to be nice. Naeun doesn't understand what she means, and Yoon-ha replies that whenever she texts Harjin, they are always grumpy. And so, she shouldn't regret whatever happens later. We now switch scenes to Evangel, who is sharing her food with Whitey, while Harjin is glad seeing them figure out how to share without fighting. And now due to the last night's incident, he received lots of SP, and he can add another setting he wanted now. He remembered preparing few ideas for it before and also wrote it down. Doping selling, a concept he came up with after anticipating that he would do quite a bit of doping in the future. The effect consumes drugs and reproduce them internally. Because if he is going to dope, he is going to make it advantageous and permanent. He finds the cost of it to be quite steep, but he expected permanent stats to be this much. But regardless, he saves the settings. He immediately begins trying it out by eating one of the elixir Yoon-ha gave him. His body remembers 4% of the effect of the elixir, meaning 25 more of them, and he can reproduce them internally. Just when he is thinking it's not too bad, he suddenly feels something and starts to tremble. And falls down on the floor, with sweat rolling down on his face. He notices something strange about his stigma. It seems to have been activated out of nowhere. He kind of expected it, but it still hurts him too much. Suddenly, Evangel asks him, "What is that sound?" And he replies that it's nothing, he simply dropped something, and she believes him, calling him silly. He cannot scream, because Evangel is in the living room. He don't want to let her worry unnecessarily. Fast forward and Harjin suddenly wakes up screaming. He realizes that it's morning already, and also finds Evangel sleeping beside him along with Whitey. In sleep, she tells Harjin to not sleep on the floor or he would get cold, making him smile, noting that he still caused her worry in the end. Now at a cafe, we see Suho seems to be texting someone, which Naeun notes. She smirks and teases him that the screen he was hiding, it was Sunga, wasn't it? She tries asking, what did they talk about, and he replies that it nothing serious, and Shin finds it even more strange that a mere cadet is having private conversation with a vice guild leader. Naeun starts teasing even more, but Yoon-ha tells them all to focus instead. And Naeun replies that today's study session is done for, so they should decide the travel dates already, which she reluctantly agrees with. As they plan on making it next week, Suho says he cannot join then, as he made plans with Ha-jin. Hearing which flusters Naeun, who tries asking about it. And remembering their text, Suho simply replies that they're going for a drive, stating that he always wanted to go for a drive, while Naeun seems to be making a sad expression. She seems to be quite frustrated. We switch scenes to Ha-jin, who arrives someone and tries to call out, if someone is there. Suddenly, he notices something and his wolf leaps from inside to attack it. And it turns out to be a monster, Flying Nightmare. He is surprised seeing a 6th grade monster appear, knowing he would have been in trouble if not for the spirit wolf. Though, he don't understand why did she call him out to meet at such place. And we finally see Boss arriving from the cabin, greeting Ha-jin. A bit later, and she tries asking Ha-jin, which turn didn't sit well with him. And he replies that he do like the terms, so Boss asks for the issue, and offers to revise the contract to a certain degree as well. But Ha-jin asks for one important request that shouldn't be written into contract. And Ha-jin replies that he wants them to help him kill someone. He investigated how to kill him alone, but he concluded that it's impossible. The VIP ward is not something that can be broken into, especially Jin Yoon's room, which is under impenetrable security. And even if he managed to break in, it would expose his identity. And there are some allies that he has grown close to without realizing it. And for now, he still wants to stay with them. Boss confirms once again what he just said and he hands her over a document. She seems a bit surprised seeing what is written in it, and asks if there is a reason for this. But we see Ha-jin is left quite speechless at first with her question, and speaks up that he only wants them to create the opportunity, he would do the killing himself. Boss tries to say something and Ha-jin knew that she wouldn't kill someone for him from the start. And before Boss could say anything, Ha-jin refers to her as Boss himself as well, which adds weight to his words and surprises her. We now switch scenes to the instructor, who announces that all final exams would take place in Mock Tower Climb. It's going to be a real combat simulation, so they have to treat it like one, but Ha-jin is nervous, because he only knew much about the first year part of the cube exam thoroughly. The test would begin with everyone at equal standing point. Once they are inside, they would automatically be placed at their own location. As Ha-jin steps inside, it turns into complete darkness, but he knows they would probably turn on the lights after a bit, but he still decides to scout ahead. He uses his heavenly eye and notices a whole grid, noting that it is quite spacious from the inside despite looking small from the outside. Suddenly, the light turns on, and 3 rules appear in front of him. Noting that the rules are clearly designed to make ranked players appear, and at this point, about 30% of the cube is already under demonic humans' control. He suddenly notices a bridge in the passageway, and even though it looks like trap, he decides to take it since he doesn't see any other way. As soon as he steps on it, he is attacked by 2 arrows which he dodges with ease. He then quickly grabs the arrows in mid-air and throws them back, destroying the machine which was shooting them, calling it nothing compared to Rachel's sword, only for the bridge to suddenly split into 2, leaving him surprised, as he starts to fall down in complete darkness while screaming out loud. After falling down, he comments they are off to a rough start already. Suddenly, we see Naeun and Rachel has dropped in the same place as well, and both of them get excited upon seeing Ha-jin. And upon noticing each other, they are both surprised and flustered, commenting about the 3 of them being a team, and wondering if anyone else dropped as well, with Ha-jin being troubled on why did it have to be them. Naeun wonders what is up with the random team and Rachel asks if they also attacked the source of those arrows, as she noticed the crossbow was white while falling, causing Naeun to suddenly remembers the rules, though she don't see the point of Rachel bringing it up now, causing her to get embarrassed while Ha-jin wonders if he can see anything from this place. He uses his heavenly eye and notices a group of goblins, which he doesn't find a problem if Naeun and Rachel work together, only for him to see them bicker, which makes him run ahead first. It surprises them both. They try to question him and quickly runs behind him. Naeun tries to warn him that there is a cliff, only for Ha-jin to ignore and jump. They look below in surprise and calls out his name, but also jumps behind him, with Ha-jin noting that this dungeon is created for teamwork, so they would have to cooperate to clear it. Rachel tells him to stay behind since he is a marksman, and Ha-jin makes up an excuse that he didn't expect it to see many enemies, and plans to go to the backside again, which Naeun instructs him to. He quickly climbs up a tree and sees them both fighting, and we see them easily making short work of the goblins. Ha-jin notes they are more in sync than he expected, and perhaps they wouldn't even need his help. But he still wants to do his part and quickly finds out the location of the leader instead. But while he was doing that, Naeun gets attacked by a goblin from behind. Ha-jin panics, realizing that he got distracted and shoots the goblin, but Rachel is able to save Naeun in time. The goblin dies in a headshot, while Naeun and Rachel falls on the ground. They both stare at each other for a moment, as Naeun tells her that she didn't needed her help, and Rachel replies she also wanted to focus on her own battle. Harjin also says that she would have been fine by herself, angering Naeun, who tells him to do his job properly as a marksman. Which Harjin agrees with, as she stares daggers at him. And quickly moves on with her annoyed expression, confusing Harjin as to why is she so mad now? A bit later and we see they have took down all the goblins. Suddenly, Harjin hears a sound and upon looking behind, they find a huge goblin standing behind them. It makes them all sweat and shocked, but Harjin instructs them to stay calm, as he would cover them so they need to kill it. Naeun asks if his weapon would be enough, which he replies, it would be, because there is nothing to worry about since she is here, noting that he is being carried by both of them. Hearing that compliment from him, makes Naeun happy as she excitedly rushes towards the monster. They both jump on it, and lands a flurry of attack. But it doesn't do anything and it counters back, only for Rachel to dodge and attack again, which she misses. And gets captured by the monster, which annoys Naeun. But suddenly, she hears Harjin shouting Rachel's name with much concern. Who tells Rachel to hold on for a bit, as he is unable to find a good angle, noting a shot from below wouldn't work due to its durability. Naeun simply stands and looks over at Harjin, who is frantically running to save Rachel. She doesn't understand what is wrong with her, and while she is lost in her thoughts, Harjin shouts at her, telling her to focus, which seems to make her even more mad. She quickly starts running towards a tree, as Harjin tries asking, what is she doing? And we see her using the tree to launch herself in the air for an attack on the monster. She charges up her sword with huge mana, and Harjin covers his eyes due to the insane brightness. And with a single hit of the sword, she is able to cut off the monster's whole arm off. And while in the air, she again looks towards Harjin, making a really sad expression, as if she is on the verge of tears. Which Harjin sees as well, and thinks, why are you making that expression? A bit later we see Naeun hitting Harjin on his chest to try and wake him up and apologizes for doing it too hard. Upon waking up, he is quite shocked, and asks if he got knocked out and she replies that he got vertigo from the flash and fell down. He asks, how long was he out for and she replies that it's been 30 minutes, which surprises him. He suggests that they should have gone ahead and she replies, he was the one who was talking about teamwork few moments ago, and she considers whatever happened her fault as well. He then asks about Rachel, which again pisses off Naeun, who replies that she went to scout since they needed to save time, while she was looking after him and Harjin replies, they would wait for her then. Naeun asks if he likes her that much, since he has only been talking about her, does he really think there are only 2 people on the team? Harjin is surprised, believing that he was being inconsiderate since the 2 of them are rivals, and tells her that he does that because he don't need to worry for her too much, which again surprises her. She finally snaps and shouts, what does he mean by that? First he told her that he couldn't be friends with her and now he is completely stopping to even care for her as well. Harjin doesn't get what she is talking about and replies that it's a misunderstanding. He said that all because she is already strong enough that he don't need to care about her, which surprises her. Harjin apologizes for upsetting her and only paying attention to Rachel, but clarifies that he didn't meant it that way when he said that he don't need to care for her. It's just Rachel is learning a new fighting style. He helped her with training as well, and Naeun finally realizes the reason the 2 of them hung around each other often. She then goes on and asks if he admits that she is stronger than Rachel then, and he reluctantly agrees, causing her to fly to heavens about her talent, as Harjin tells her that back then what he said was a joke. She then again confirms if he isn't avoiding her just because he hates her, right? A question which comes as a surprise to him, as he looks at her anxious face. Which makes Harjin realize that he made a mistake, and replies, why would he hate her, which is not a lie, since he has a sense of attachment to all these characters. He then suddenly asks about her brother's condition, and Naeun is surprised by how sudden it is. Who asks if he is finally worried about it being brought up so much and he replies that he is simply curious. She also heard about him having a terrible expression at the hospital last time, which he doesn't deny. Harjin actually wanted to ask it in a different way, how would she feel if her brother gets murdered by someone? But tells her that her brother's condition seems fine since she is fine as well, and she blushes while replying that he was the one who brought it up. She then informs him that she is heading back to her master's camp for 3 months, which Harjin finds good for her. So she suggests to go on a trot with others before she leaves, and she wants to go with him as well. But Harjin declines, saying that he is busy and gets up to leave. But she grabs his hand, saying that she would match his schedule so he can just tell her when he is not available. And the fact that he has time to go on drive with Suho but not this, leaving him speechless and confused. Suddenly, Rachel arrives, happy to see Harjin back up again. He assures her that he is feeling fine and she informs him that there is a wall that looks like a door nearby. He tries to free her hand from her, but she seems determined to hear his answer. And in the end, he replies that he would think about it. which makes her really happy and excited as she quickly follows those two. They arrive at the wall, but Ha-jin is not able to see much, thinking if there is some kind of mechanism to it. He asks Rachel to summon her spirit for a second, as they should look over the door just in case. Even though spirits are duller than humans, they can scan large area through emotions. And so, Rachel gives it a try. She sends her spirits inside and is able to find something. Detecting killing intent, surprising both Ha-jin and Naeun. She warns them to move cautiously, with Ha-jin noting that it must not be her instructor behind the door since Rachel has detected killing intent. They all start to slowly move inside, with Ha-jin wondering, who could it be? But whatever it is, he knows that it's going to be annoying enough to develop the storyline, as we see a guy in a robe welcoming them as cadets. The guy introduces himself as the instructor for final stage, Black Lightning, but Rachel is quick to point out his lie. So he suggests them to face him head on to find out and creates a bunch of clones. Naeun tells them to focus on the main body, and Ha-jin asks if she would be alright alone. And she replies, of course, as he was the one who said all that before and he also trusts her with it then. Ha-jin quickly goes on to take his position, while the guy also prepares to attack them. He sends some flying swords towards Ha-jin, only for Naeun to block them. She tells Rachel to try and find the real body using her spirits, and she goes on to do just that. And her spirits are quick to figure out which is the real body. And so, Rachel also doesn't spare any time and attacks the main body, cracking his shield. The guy commends Rachel for having sharp instincts, never expecting her to grow to this extent. And seeing the mark on his hand, Rachel recognizes it to be that of Dark Moon of Death. She asks him about the person who gave him the order to do this. The name also rings bells in Ha-jin's head, who also remembers them. They are one of the secret organization tied to the Chameleon Troop. The Chameleon Troop had many connections with many different groups and organizations. But rather than relationship, they were more like deals, and none of them had any idea who they were dealing with, and the Dark Moon of Death is one of them. But they are usually active in Pandemonium, so he doesn't understand their reason to be here. But the guy comments that they have become really famous for the princess herself to recognize them and start summoning some object in his hand. Ha-jin wonders if it's some magic device and the mana flow feels similar to him. It's like when he was falling into the test. And so, he quickly tries to shoot it, only for it to get blocked. The guy starts to activate it and Ha-jin shouts at Rachel to get away. As the device opens, creating some large tendrils, as it turns out to be a teleportation device. But Naeun comes in clutch and is able to save Rachel from it. And asks about the situation, and Rachel briefly explains about the guy they are fighting. Ha-jin shouts at Naeun to take Rachel far away while she asks, what would he do? And we see him taking out his ether and grabbing the leg of the guy. And quickly pulls him, planning to take the device, knowing that it would only teleport to close location. And so, he quickly slams the guy against the wall, leaving him quite damaged. The guy grunts in pain as Ha-jin tells him to stand down since his mana is still on him. He knows that their target is Rachel, but he has no idea of their intentions, but since their leader is based in England as well, he believes Lancaster has made some kind of deal with him. He questions the guy about who sent him here and he mocks Ha-jin for trying to scare him with a mere cadet gun, causing him to get angry and uses his stigma and transform his weapon. The guy now gets a bit scared and Ha-jin again asks him to talk. He asks Ha-jin if he is really just an ordinary cadet and he replies that it's none of his business. The guy finds him to be in quite the bind, and Ha-jin warns him that he would die if he trying to scheme anything. Ha-jin wonders, what would he do if the guy keeps his mouth shut and regrets not writing in detail about this event. Suddenly, Naeun shouts out to Ha-jin to warn him, as we see the teleportation device is activated. The guy has secretly activated it under his robe, leaving Ha-jin worried and the guy smirking. And we see Rachel and Naeun are watching from afar in shock, as the device starts to envelop Ha-jin inside of itself. And soon enough, both of them disappears, leaving Naeun to shout Ha-jin's name in worry. A bit later and we see Ha-jin has been transported to someplace else. But he is relieved because it doesn't seem to be outside the tower. Suddenly, he feels an attack coming and quickly dodges. Ha-jin finds the guy really persistent, who is also annoyed as he was only planning on taking the princess, but he interfered. And so right now, he really wants to make Ha-jin disappear, as he summons lots of swords. Ha-jin counts the amount of sword he has, noting that he can control it with his mana, and since even Rachel had trouble fighting him, he is at least an intermediate level threat. And the teleportation device he used must be really expensive, but if Lancaster is really behind him, then this guy would be desperate. Ha-jin sighs, thinking it's better anyway since Rachel would have trouble fighting this guy using her spirit. But he should be able to defeat him using his stigma. He then uses his drug recreation ability and applies body strengthening to himself. He finds the effects quite good, never expecting to having it used so soon. The guy then quickly attacks Ha-jin using his swords, which he dodges using bullet time and counters, but his bullets get blocked easily, causing the guy to mock for being weak. Ha-jin seems quite flustered as well, and suddenly, an attack comes from right behind him. But he is somehow able to dodge that as well by tilting his head slightly. He doesn't understand what just happened. He somehow knew the trajectory of the sword would change. He wonders if it's due to bullet time, but it only lets him move fast. It doesn't have the effect of prediction. But upon dodging some more attacks, he finally realizes what is happening. The guy throws his sword using his arm, and grabs the sword using his mana again to change its trajectory, which makes it firmly come under ranged attack, and his gift, Master Sharpshooter, is at pinnacle of all ranged attack variants. So if he is up against ranged attacks, he can easily see through them. But even if he can do that, it doesn't mean that he can also dodge them. His bullet time also lasts for 3 minutes, and like this, his stamina will give up first. So, he is left with only one option. Before he could not materialize many things, but now with 3 marks, he has much more mana, so it might be possible. The guy keeps on blocking his bullets, and is in a difficult position to reach for him with Parkour, and he has seen him use ether, so he would be on guard against it. And so, he makes his stigma glow, causing the guy to get blinded by the flash for a few seconds. We see some kind of portal appears and Ha-jin also disappears. Right as the guy is wondering where did Ha-jin went, he suddenly appears behind him. The guy looks behind in shock, wondering how did he got there, and Ha-jin takes his shot. But the attack is blocked again, with the guy commenting that his attack would never work as long as he parries those bullets. But Ha-jin smirks, and finds his opening. And his chest starts glowing, as the spirit wolf comes out, whom Ha-jin instructs to bite black lightning. The wolf obeys Ha-jin and starts munching on the guy while he screams. But before it kills him, he quickly recalls the wolf back. He then steps on the guy, once again asking if he is not going to talk. And this time, the guy is more visibly anxious, and since he doesn't speak up, Ha-jin tells him that he is simply going to shoot him. The guy finally gets scared and tells Ha-jin to stop. But suddenly, the bell rings, and the end of test is announced, with the cadets being summoned back. And Ha-jin is perplexed by it, while the guy chuckles in satisfaction, with Ha-jin commenting that he is surprised to see someone even luckier than him. But he also thinks they would soon meet again. If he keeps something up, he would deal with him properly then. But regardless, he plans to report it to the boss at once. After getting summoned back, we see other cadets are here as well. Ha-jin finds it a waste, thinking he should have at least shot him once. Suddenly, Naeun comes running towards him, shouting if he is alright. She frantically questions what happened to his face as he looks even uglier than before. He tries to assure her that he is fine, but she tells him to wait till she gets him a potion, which she quickly runs off to get, while Ha-jin comments that she really don't have to. Suddenly, he gets a notification. It's from Boss, who had a meeting with the squad about his request. He gets a bit anxious for them to contact him at this time and place. The result was 5 in favor and 5 against it. Ha-jin knew that even for them, killing someone like Jin Yoon is a bit much, yet the vote is split 50-50. But the boss hasn't made her decision yet. She tells him that he has killed many people already. It was for mission, but most were evil enough to deserve death. But this time, he has said he wants to kill someone himself, regardless of reason. A kill carried out by his own will, it would leave a psychological scar on his heart. Would he really be able to handle that? She questions and suggests to talk privately later about this. Seeing the mighty chameleon troop hesitate like this is making him hesitate as well. Suddenly, he starts to hear some crying noises and wonders if he is hearing it wrong. But looking over, he finds Rachel, who seems to be teary-eyed, and he expresses his relief of her being safe. The instructor tells her to not make a scene, but she gets pissed, trying to explain that there was an intruder instead of a regular agent, but he doesn't seem to take her seriously. The instructor tells the higher-ups that headcount is confirmed only for Rachel to call him an idiot, but Ha-jin tells her that it's fine, as they would tell the homeroom teacher later. But she still isn't convinced, but upon looking at his face, she is left speechless for a moment. And finally calms down and asks, how did it go with that Dark Moon of Death guy, and Ha-jin replies that he won, surprises Rachel. But regardless, it seems to relieve her a lot. Fast forward to some time later, and we see Suho and Ha-jin on their supposed drive. They are finally done with the monster and starts cleaning it up. Ha-jin gets a new feature called Spell Imprint, which he got from fighting Black Lightning, which he kept on delaying, but now he is getting alerts, and plans to go imprint teleportation for now. And upon doing it once, he feels tired already. Suho asks, aren't dungeons fun, because they get to see bosses they never seen before, but Ha-jin doesn't find it a normal thing to say and tells Suho to not say it in front of others. He also questions his decision to tell people that their dungeon trip is a drive, and he replies that he didn't thought to casually say they're going to a dungeon, and Ha-jin is annoyed because people are thinking that they're dating due to this. Suddenly, Suho gets a text and tells Ha-jin to hold on because he needs to reply to it. Ha-jin asks if it's Sunga, and Suho looks away while feigning ignorance that she is their senior, and Ha-jin smirks, while replying that he is not denying it. Suho acts all innocent, replying that there is no way someone like Sunga would be interested in him, only for Ha-jin to get annoyed, thinking that Suho could live off his face alone for 30 years. But more importantly, he confirms if Ha-jin is really not coming to trip with them, and he asks if he really likes trips that much. But Suho really wants him to come and offers him the reward they got from the last town. And it's the pot of desire, something which Ha-jin does find tempting, with Suho replying that they won't see each other for 3 months if he leaves. But if they are together, he would be a little less lonely for those 3 months, and Ha-jin asks why would Suho not seeing him would make him lonely. Suho also believes it would be good chance for him to get close to Naeun too, and Ha-jin catches up on the two part. And teases Suho that he must also be planning on getting close to someone, and he again tries to deny it while blushing. Ha-jin thinks that back then, he shouldn't have changed the subject. And in the next panel, we see him going on the trip with everyone, with Naeun sleeping on his shoulder. He wonders if she is asleep and starts to gaze out the window. Narrating, as the wind chill sank deep into his bones, he set off on a journey with these guys. Fast forward and we see a excited Naeun, who invites them up to their vacation place, which is apparently hard to get reservation in. She tells everyone to put down their luggage and gather up. Suho asks, what are they going to do? And she lists tons of games and activities for them to do. They tell her that she seems quite excited and in better spirits than usual. And she glances towards Ha-jin, while asking, really? Fast forward to evening, we see Ha-jin cooking and Naeun comes to him, asking what should she do with this, and he asks, what is it now? She shows him a burnt piece of meat, which he annoyedly tells her to throw away, and to go do something else, but she refuses, and asks for his secret to grilling so well, but he replies, for starters, there should be no one getting in your way, which annoys her, as she hits him on the shoulder. But he tells her that she don't need to know to do something like this, but she simply smiles in return while saying, even so. Young-han notices their interaction and starts to tease them. What are they two doing here? He asks in a teasing manner and she tells him to shut up. Meanwhile, Ha-jin glances at Jong-hak, who is teeming with anger. Young-han asks if she has to stay by his side, since he offered to cook anyways, and she replies that she is feeling sorry for making him cook alone. So, Yoon-ha teases that it's not like she is there because she feels sorry, and Suho also comments that they look good together, leaving her to blush slightly. She also tries to tell Ha-jin to not get any weird ideas, and he shoves his meat in her mouth. And upon confirming with her that it's cooked, he brings it to the table for everyone. They now make usual banter, with Jong-hak inviting Suho to a game of billiards and Yoon-ha trying to get them to make some ramen for her, which they all do end up eating as well. We now see both Ha-jin and Naeun resting on a chair while Ha-jin is lamenting that it should have been soju to drink. She taps him with her elbow, saying that it's just like she told him, that it's going to be fun if they came here. And he replies that it's not boring at least, but she chuckles and tells him to admit that he is enjoying it. She then informs him that she also got a motorcycle, surprising Ha-jin quite much. And it's parked in the parking lot. He asks if she even got a license, and she replies she did, but only at the beginner level. And asks to go on a drive later, and he replies if she is trying to risk lives or something, and she asks him to drive if he is that worried. Looking at the sky and the waves, surrounded by people who now felt essential to him in his life, standing there in the middle of it, an old, bittersweet feeling came up inside him. He felt like that maybe it would be nice if things could stay like this way just a little longer. Back in the room, they seems to be playing cards, and we see Naeun's phone starting to ring. She tells them to continue on as she goes on to pick up the call. And upon picking up, she seems to have heard something shocking. Hearing her surprised voice, everyone is shocked as well and glances towards her and asks what is going on as they find her on the floor. Yoon-ha asks if she is unwell or something, and with tears in her eyes and her body shaking, she tells her that she needs to go. Yoon-ha tries asking what happened suddenly and why is she crying. Ha-jin also tries to reach her, telling her to calm down and tell him what is going on. But she grabs his arm and asks if he can give her a lift, which he agrees and asks what happened, and she stutters in her words, but finally reveals that her brother has woken up, leaving Ha-jin really shocked. He finds this thing impossible, noting that there should be still plenty of time left for him to wake up. But upon seeing her cry, and others asking if it's really true, which she confirms, as the hospital called, Ha-jin seems to be quite angry and frustrated due to all this. He quickly asks her where is the bike, and she informs in the parking lot, so he pulls her by the arm to go with her. Yoon-ha finds it way too dangerous for them to go on a bike, and he replies that they have to get there as fast as possible, so Yoon-ha tells them to go ahead, as they would follow them from behind. Ha-jin gets on the bike and asks Naeun to sit at the back. Upon sitting behind, she clutches her hand with his clothes tightly. And seeing her like this, he grabs her arm and pulls her forward much closer, telling her that she would fall if she hold on like that. Which leaves her really flustered and blushing, as she grips on tightly to him. With that, they finally leave for the hospital. On the way, he thinks that he shouldn't have pushed it back, it was something that he had to do, but he didn't even wanted to think about it. He wonders, why does he have to be the one to do such thing, and if there is really no way other than to kill Jin Yoon. He knew that it was not something that he should have delayed due to some trivial thoughts. Because for him, as the author of the novel, he have a duty to kill Chai Jin Yoon. Soon enough, they finally arrive at the hospital but Naeun seems scared stiff. But he claps his hand and wake her up, asking if she is alright and can stand by herself, which she assures. He asks about her other family members and she replies that they would be late since they are overseas. Leading him to comment that even the chairman cannot open portals anytime, which he replies goes without saying, since being a chairman is not everything. But now she notes that her trembling has finally stopped. One of the guard comes running upon seeing Naeun. She asks, where is her brother, and he points her to the direction, telling her to hurry up. He asks about Harjin as well, and who is about to say something but Naeun clarifies that he is her friend, who escorted her here, so she wants to take him in as well. The guard agrees, and Harjin seems quite frustrated. The doctor calls it a miracle, even though full activity is not possible yet. She would understand when she sees him herself, as his condition is very good. But since he recently woke up, his memory is still incomplete, but his recovery is really rapid, so he would likely get everything back in a month. This situation makes Harjin feel like sitting on a cushion with nails, and questions his purpose to be here. And seeing Naeun smile and being happy like that, it's the worst for him. They both finally enters the room of Jin Yoon. Seeing whom, Naeun is about to cry and calls out his name, as Jin Yoon finally opens his eye hearing that. He looks towards Naeun and immediately recognizes her, leaving her to cry tears of happiness as she goes beside him and he starts to console her. He comments that she has grown so much over the years and she agrees while crying. He asks if she has gotten used to the bow yet, or like she promised him, did she found something else that she truly wanted to do? And she replies that she picked up the sword again, which seems to have made him excited. As he praises her that whatever she does, she would do well, and hearing their conversation, Harjin seems quite off. Jin Yoon notices him as well, and Naeun asks him to greet Harjin, calling him her friend, who helped her realize what she truly wanted to do. We now switch scenes to Boss. Jane calls her out, informing that Jin Yoon has apparently regained consciousness again, and asks if they are really going through it, but she doesn't answer, leaving her to realize that it's already been decided. But she questions if the current number of people would be enough, even if the plan is carried out by Harjin, and she replies that there is no need to inform everyone, they would proceed with minimal personnel. Jane comments that it might be the only to pull Harjin in, but she still finds the risk too high, as they don't even know why he wants to kill Jin Yoon. And more importantly, they would make that old man their enemy. But the boss declines, saying that Jin Yoon's energy core, which stores mana, was destroyed that day, so that old man won't feel sympathy for Jin Yoon, who could no longer be a hero when he is neither fully alive or dead. Not even if he is his grandson. Chai Jukiel was always that kind of man. He might even welcome it. By sacrificing one grandson, he would buy the world's sympathy. Jane replies that while she cannot be certain, he was the one who cut ties with them first. But she still finds Harjin to be acting strange, since even the money devil, Yo Jin Hyuk, says that he won't take the job this time. Which he finds really odd, since he is someone would clean anyone out as long as you pay him, yet he refused for Harjin, which leads her to assume that he perhaps investigated his past before. Meaning that Harjin definitely has a special past that could endanger someone. And Boss finds it a reasonable assumption as well, so Jane suggests to ask for more information from Yo Jin Hyuk. But the boss declines and suggests to try other information guild, and Jane says that she got her eye on two places. One is Falling Blossoms, a rookie guild that has been on the rise. It's only been half a year since they started, but their reputation and results are solid. And the other one is the Truth Agency. Boss finds the design of the website horrendous, and Jane tells her that it's quite famous regardless of it. But she is still not convinced and asks her to go with Falling Blossoms instead. She informs Boss that all preparations are done, and all that is left is for Harjin to review them and give the green light. Back to everyone else, Jin Yoon is meeting everyone else, noting Suho. He asks, how did he know? And he replies that it was from the Agent Military Academy's times. Naeun mentioned him a lot. She also said that he looked all delicate and acted like he knew everything, and that he is really obnoxious as well, which embarrasses Naeun, who complains that it was such a long time ago. With a sad expression, Suho tells Naeun that she is being too mean, and she replies that it was back when they didn't knew each other and all. After Jin Yoon regained consciousness, Naeun visited him every day. and his condition improved day by day, but Ha-jin discovered that his progress rate has already reached 97%. So there was an estimate of 2 months left, with no time left to lose. Jin-yoon asks Ha-jin what is he thinking about so deeply, and he replies that it's nothing but he is only tired. But Jin-yoon thanks Ha-jin for coming every day, surprising Yoon-ha, who asks why did he came that often, and Jin-yoon says that he came every day with Naeun. Though he was only tagging along so he could talk with Jin-yoon privately. But Naeun says that Ha-jin is his fan, and he has been talking about him for ages, always bringing him up. She also offers to click a pic of him with Jin-yoon if he wants, and he declines. So instead, she asks him to take a photo of her with him then. She gives off a sweet pose with her brother, who tells Naeun to take one with her friends as well, and she replies that she already got tons with them, but he asks her to stand next to Ha-jin. And so, she does that and stands beside him, blushing slightly as he takes the pic. Suho gets a message and informs Naeun that Master is calling everyone to the camp, so she plans to leave while saying farewell to his brother that she would be back soon. They are finally left alone. It is the moment Ha-jin has been waiting for, but he don't know what to say. He then goes on to ask, how is his body feeling, and he replies that he don't know, but he feels like getting better. And he then asks if he feels any strange impulses, like malice boiling up in his chest, or demonic energy instead of mana inside his body, and Jin-yoon asks if he is asking about his subjugating operation. Ha-jin replies mentally that he is asking if he believe him if he told that his body might soon turn into that of a demonic human, and if so, would he be willing to give up his life for his sister's sake? He is only asking to relieve himself of his own guilt. But Jin-yoon suddenly pats him on the head, saying that he don't know what is going on, but he feels like that Ha-jin needs this. And it seems to have calmed him down, and just then, Naeun walks in, asking, what are they two doing? She calls it a fan service while his mental state is getting even more roughed up. Now as he is walking back with Naeun, she thanks him for coming with her. She wished for nothing more than her brother waking up, and after almost 5 years, she didn't know what to say, worried that he would see her as a stranger. But with him here, it didn't feel awkward to her, it felt nice, leaving Ha-jin speechless at her words. She then asks if he has free time on Christmas, and he replies, isn't she leaving for camp on that day, and she replies that they are leaving in the evening so they can meet before that. They are departing at 6 p.m, so she wants him to meet at the front of the ward at noon, and he simply replies, I'll go. Fast forward to that day, Ha-jin is cooped up in his room watching news about the raid on Tower of Miracles. We see Ha-jin getting a call from Suho, whom he asks if he is not worried, and Suho replies that they would clear it and return safely. In his original work, Creationist Benevolence fails the raid, but since the attempt now was delayed by 2 weeks, success was possible. Ever since the co-author intervened, he cannot be certain of the future anymore. The only thing he knew truly was the identity of the forest. Suddenly, Suho asks if he is not going out, and Ha-jin asks where to in confusion. And he replies that Naeun told them that he had an appointment with her, and he replies that he don't, but Suho insists that she told them they had one, surprising Ha-jin. He then quickly realizes he meant to say that he would go on his way, not that he would go with her. Looking at the clock, he notes that it's way past the meeting time and looks outside and it's snowing. He gets frustrated and runs outside, telling Evangel that he would be back in a bit. He thinks that there is no way she is waiting for him in this heavy snow, she must be an idiot for doing such thing. He plans to go and check, only checking. But we see that Naeun was waiting for him. She takes notice of him as well, and Ha-jin gets annoyed and worried at her antic. She lashes out at him for being late, and he replies that she was the one who misunderstood him and now she is blaming him. She complains that she made so many plans today and all that, and Ha-jin gives her a flick on her forehead. She asks, why is he hitting her, and he replies that it's only half a day, why did she plan so much, and suggests to go for a ride instead with him. She is a bit annoyed, but he tells her to not complain. He looks back and smiles, saying, because dates are supposed to be spontaneous. We now see them both on a ride, with Naeun sitting behind Ha-jin, hugging him tightly, looking at the scenery. They both then have some snacks and it gets evening as they look at the sunset. Naeun found today to be quite fun, and Ha-jin is glad to hear that, leaving her to chuckle. She is then about to say something, until she arrives, but suddenly stops, saying, never mind, we'll see each other soon anyways. She then forwards her hand and Ha-jin asks, what is she doing, and she replies, a handshake. Ha-jin indulges her and we see her happily smiling. She then starts to leave, happily waving him goodbye, saying that they would meet again soon after it's over. But Ha-jin doesn't say anything, only apologizing to her repeatedly in his mind. Back to the hospital, we see some nursing staff getting ready to check on Jin-yoon. And the guard also lets them in. And we see it's Jane and Ha-jin, with the former asking about the CCTV, and he replies that he has dealt with them already. She then calls out to her captain, who uses her ability to isolate Ha-jin and Jin-yoon. informing Ha-jin that not a single sound will leak out from here, so he only needs to worry about his goal now. And in case the mercenaries notices something, Jane would buy some time for him, hoping that he would finish it as soon as possible. Ha-jin finds Jin Yoon's face to be same as Naeun when she is sleeping. But suddenly, he wakes up, calling out Ha-jin's name, and tells him that he was waiting for him, much to his shock, as he asks Jin Yoon, what does he mean? His hand starts to tremble, as he realizes that Jin Yoon knew. And he simply smiles in return, saying that after he woke up, he found himself engulfed in senses that he didn't experience 5 years ago. Everyone told him that it would take him time to get used to things because he haven't moved in 5 years. But he felt like something fundamental has changed within him. Those senses were more like impulses to him. Which is what Ha-jin was talking about to him. What is this strange sensation and why did he ask him such a thing? After thinking it over, he realized that Ha-jin would come to find him again, and hence asks Ha-jin if he can tell him why must he die. And with a troubled expression, he replies, because his body is destined to become that of a demon. The seed of a demon, it's probably a concept that has not yet been established in the world, a kind of evil god seed that takes root in human's body. Once it germinates, the vessel loses its consciousness, will, and body and is completely taken over, becoming the demon itself. Jin Yoon asks if the unfamiliar sensation that he felt up till now was that of the seed sprouting, and Ha-jin agrees, and before he can explain the only way to stop it, Jin Yoon replies that it's for him to die. He simply looks at Ha-jin with a smile even after knowing that, and thanks him for making such an incredibly difficult decision. And even if he had told someone else to find another solution, he knows that his grandfather would never allow it, because he knew better than anyone that kind of effect it would have on their family. So, he tells Ha-jin that it's not his fault, it's the choice that only he could make. And if anything, he believes that he is sacrificing himself for the world, but Ha-jin stops him in the middle, shouting that it's not true, stating that he is only doing it for his own sake, because he wants to go back safely. Jin Yoon holds his hands, saying that if it was truly for his own sake, then he wouldn't even have explained all that to him. Ha-jin starts to get even more emotional, and just then, something starts to happen to Jin Yoon. And much to his shock, we see demonic energy seeping up on Jin Yoon, noting that with this level of energy, it wouldn't be strange if the seed already consumed him. Which means that Jin Yoon has been suppressing demonic impulses purely with his own willpower. He starts to pant and tells Ha-jin that he wanted to wait until Ha-jin was ready to do it. But he cannot hold it back any longer. Ha-jin finally points his weapon at him, thanking him for holding on, and also apologizes. And with a bright smile, Jin Yoon utters his last word, please take care of Naeun. And with that, he finally shoots him, as blood starts to splatter in the air in front of him. And we see Jin Yoon lying covered in blood, as the demonic energy starts to recede. Ha-jin starts to break down and tremble. Thinking that it was Jin Yoon's will, he should have never betrayed it, because he cannot let his effort go to waste. He tells himself to get a hold of himself, trying to convince himself that it's just inside a novel. And upon seeing blood in his hands, he starts to fall, realizing that in the end, it's all his work. Sometime later, we see Ha-jin waking up again at some place. The boss is beside him, commenting that he finally woke up after sleeping for 2 days straight, and assures that no one knew that it was him. She also got all of his equipment with her, which he can collect later. He asks, where is he? And she replies that it's her mansion, an island which is on the eastern sea, and the whole island is hers, so he can just relax and rest. She also informs him that she heard the funeral would start from today. And with a depressed look, Ha-jin decides to go back. We now switch scenes to Shin-hyuk, who seems to be rushing at some place. He asks the investigator if he found the culprit yet, and he replies that it's been 11 years since they last met. And he still haven't found the culprit yet, believing that they deployed a barrier. Shin-hyuk asks if he could be the work of a demonic human. And when he replies that he is not sure, Shin-hyuk gets angry, thinking that he has been taken as a fool since Jin Yoon's arm. But the investigator reveals that while it's hard to believe, the demonic energy originated from inside of Jin Yoon's body, much to Shin-hyuk's shock. He explains that it ignited within his flesh and spread through his veins and then stopped. The reason for stopping was most likely his death. Shin-hyuk again asks, what does he mean? And the investigator replies that he should know what he means, the fact that Jin Yoon became a demonic human. He has never seen anything like it. His arm was sturdier than usual demonic human, and even after death the demonic energy didn't dissipate. He asks if something happened during the suppression operation for years ago. Shin-hyuk doesn't reply, so the investigator continues that they can determine the exact cause and search for culprit, but if they do, and Shin-hyuk realizes what he means. As he confirms, if he is the only one who knows right now, and the investigator replies, for now, yes. Shin-hyuk never once thought that Jin Yoon would wake up again. It was already a miracle. It was as if he was given his world back. But he lost his son again once more. And now if the truth is revealed to the world, he would be branded as a demonic human. he would be torn apart by the Hero Association and the public alike. Even the time he spent as a hero would be denied. It's no different from death, so he cannot lose his son thrice. And so, he wants the investigator to be silent this time. For Na-yoon's sake, he wants to bury him quietly. The investigator clenches his fist tightly, already knowing that Shin-hyuk was going to command him to do something like that. But he still tells him that one day, for the sake of humanity, the truth would have to be revealed. Shin-hyuk touches his son's face, crying while saying that he hopes he won't be born as the son of a father as useless as him. We now get a flashback of Na-yoon. We can hear Jin-yoon calling her to himself. He complains that she has been training all this time, and not relaxing, while Na-yoon argues that she wants to become a greater hero even than him. But Jin-yoon still tells her to take it easy, as she even forget the days they were supposed to go out together. And Na-yoon replies that there is always another time. Right now she has a tough opponent to beat, but Jin-yoon still tells her to pace herself, or she won't grow tall. And with that, Jin-yoon starts to leave for his work, and she also waves him farewell. Back to the present, we see Na-yoon waking up from her sleep. It was a dream right before her brother went on that suppression mission, making her regret that she shouldn't have cancelled the appointment that day. But right now, she looks at their present-day photo, thinking that she wouldn't make the same mistake again. And behind that photo, there is also one of her and Ha-jin, seeing which she chuckles and thinks that it turned out quite well. Wondering, what things would she do with him when she meets him again? Suddenly, her master comes rushing in, much to her surprise. She asks him, what is the matter, and he asks her to step outside for a moment. Na-yoon is a bit confused, but her master once again tells her to do so immediately, causing her to wonder if she did something wrong. We switch scenes to Yoon-ha, who also learns of this news and rushes to the hospital. She quickly arrives and starts to head inside, only to notice Ha-jin standing in the corner. She wonders, why is he just standing there? And while she is in confusion, her mom tells her to stop dwindling and head inside. There we see Na-yoon, who is sitting with her head ducked down. Yoon-ha arrives to console her, asking if she got some rest and about the others. Na-yoon replies that she didn't call them or inform them, and also tells Yoon-ha to not call them either, causing Yoon-ha to ask, how did he know to come here? And Na-yoon asks, who is she talking about? And she replies that she is referring to Kim Ha-jin. We go back to some time ago. The boss wants to ask Ha-jin a question, and he replies that she can, but he would only decide to answer after hearing it. She talks about the demonic energy that came out of Jin-yoon. She never saw something like that before, and questions if Ha-jin already knew about it, the devil's seed. He replies that he already knew about its existence, but he cannot tell how he got to know about it. Boss doesn't plan to ask him about that, but still asks if he knew who planted that seed. Ha-jin in shock questions if it wasn't a demon. He assumed it to be the case due to demons branding in the story, but boss sighs and replies that Jin-yoon went into coma for years ago, before the Fire Flake operation. If a true demon had descended back then, the damage would have been far more severe. Because when a demon descends, there is no way one wouldn't realize. And so, the one who planted the seed wasn't a demon, but someone else, but the person responsible is someone deeply trusted by the demon. They are either very skilled or have very powerful magic, or very good items. And she thinks of the only person who could possibly do that. Ha-jin agrees with her possibility, requesting boss to tell him if she ever find out who that is, feeling irritated on why didn't he thought of such possibility before. Boss starts to see his frustrated face and gets reminded a memory of her own. So, she tells him to not do it alone, whether it's investigation, assassination, or revenge. He is already her subordinate, and he agrees. Back to the present, we see Ha-jin has already smoked lots of cigarettes. He glances to the side and finds Na-yoon standing there, running towards him. She questions, how did he got here, and if Yoon-ha told her about this, but he doesn't reply. She then questions about his smoking, and if it's making him feel that much better. And soon after, she asks, why is he the one crying? Ha-jin doesn't understand it either and quickly wipes off his tears, with Na-yoon commenting that he must be sad as well. She gets up close to him, asking, what should she do now? Tears starts to form in her eyes, as she stutters with her words. Ha-jin tries to calm her down, but she finally breaks down crying, calling her brother pitiful, while Ha-jin is completely confused and shocked, not knowing what to do. But Ha-jin also hugs her tightly, while profusely apologizing to her. And from afar, we see Yoon-ha is watching them, asking Na-yoon if she is going to be okay. Because someday, both her and Ha-jin would come to know the truth, as she leaves saying that. Suddenly, she hears a sound, and looks back only to find Na-yoon falling unconscious. She quickly rushes towards her, asking what happened so suddenly. And upon seeing Ha-jin's expression, she is really surprised. A bit later, we see Ha-jin arriving back at his room, overhearing Evangel planning to surprise him, causing him to smile a bit. And as soon as he opens the gate, he is greeted with Evangel trying to scare him. He pretends to be scared, while she asks, why is he so late, and he replies that something came up and asks if she has eaten, which she did. She hugs him and asks if he has eaten as well. But Harjin hugs her tightly instead, causing her to ask if he is okay. But Harjin assures her that he is fine, he really is fine. Back to Naeun, who is awake again. Her master asks about her condition and she replies that she is fine, who calls it a bold claim for someone who fainted not long ago. Naeun replies that she didn't eat anything, so it's not a surprise that she collapsed, but regardless, her master tells her that the position of the dojo would be ready whenever she would want it back, so she can take her time to recover. But Naeun says that she would go right away after the 3-day funeral. He tries to tell her to not overdo it, but she suddenly crushes the juice box in her hand. Saying that he was murdered, her master replies that he did heard some rumors like that floating around. And so, she plans to find the culprit and kill them with her own hands. He tries telling her to not have any foolish thoughts, but suddenly stops. Upon seeing her expressions, and instead says that they would talk later since she seems really shaken up right now. But he still tells her to not do anything reckless and leaves. Soon after, Yoonha arrives, asking about her condition, and she replies that she is fine. And asks Harjin's whereabouts, and Yoonha replies that he went home soon after bringing her here. She quietly lays back down, wondering, how did he come to know? And quickly after she asks Yoonha, which is the most reliable information guild these days, who replies and tells Naeun to forget the shady ones, she can leave it to her, she would find the right one. Prompting Naeun to call her really cool, but Yoonha asks her to promise one thing, that she would not do anything alone. Since they are supposed to be friends, aren't they, which Naeun agrees. But she still has some other thoughts, as she clenches the bedsheet tightly, thinking that this is still something that she has to do herself.